Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, what if Harry Potter was trained in secret before Hogwarts? Here's a quick glimpse. Rescued from the Dursleys and trained in secret, Harry arrives at Hogwarts far more powerful than anyone expected, shocking Dumbledore and changing everything. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Regina Lestrange was working on the lesson plan for her autumn classes. She was teaching just 2 classes at the Centre for Natural Sciences, a private university situated near her home in the outskirts of London. Apart from her teaching position, she was working at her home as a mind healer. It was a tiring job, however, and even if she would be able to take on more patients, as people seemed to love her gentle methods, which she used for her patients, but she never made more than 5 appointments for one day. The weekends, however, belonged to herself. Today was Saturday, and she was very much looking forward to Sunday. Twice a month, on Sunday mornings, her sister Rebecca and her fiancé Artemis used to take her to watch a Quidditch match. Unbeknownst to everyone in her Muggle surroundings except for the 2 Unspeakables, she was a huge fan of Quidditch. Her only regret was that she was not able to fly. When she had been a child, her older brothers and her father had often taken her flying, generously allowing her to sit in front of them on their brooms. However, when her father had instructed Dolly to take her into the Muggle world and stay with her, this had ended abruptly. Up to her 11th birthday, she had still hoped that her magic would manifest just a little later than usual. However, when she did not receive her Hogwarts letter on her 11th birthday, she knew better. Ever since Rebecca and her best friend had joined the Unspeakables, they were not only able to get hold onto tickets for the matches, in which the British Quidditch teams played against each other, but they took her with them and even provided unspeakable robes for her, so that all 3 of them could sit in the spectator seats incognito. I wonder who is going to play tomorrow, she thought, as she curiously reached out for the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, just when her sister's telepathic message penetrated her mind. Regina, I'm going to take Harry to you now. Her eyes widened in shock. Now, she thought in disbelief. Dolly. She called out to her faithful house elf. Quote. An instant later, Dolly popped up in front of her, just when an Unspeakable arrived in front of the fireplace with a small boy of perhaps 3 or 4. Her sister pulled down her hood, revealing her Arabella Fig form. Regina, Dolly. This is Harry Potter, and he needs a new home. He was abused by his relatives, not only mentally but also physically. Lowering herself to Harry's height, she added, these are my sister Regina and her elf Dolly. They're both very nice. Regina immediately rose from her chair and stepped over to her visitors, kneeling in front of the child. Hello Harry. I am Regina. I'm sorry to hear that your relatives did not treat you well, and I promise you now that Dolly and I will be very happy to have you here with us. She realized that a lone tear leaked from Harry's eye, before he averted his eyes. I'm only a freak, whom no one wants. Exchanging a horrified look with her sister, Regina contradicted in a soft voice. No, Harry, I disagree. You are a wonderful young boy and, as my sister told me, a powerful wizard just like my sister is a witch. I know everything about magic, but I can't do magic myself. Dolly can, and she is able to do wonderful things. I am sure she'd like to teach you magic. Dolly nodded, eagerly. Of course, young Master Harry. Dolly will teach you. Harry slowly raised his head, his expression turning to hope, as he looked at the elf, who was not much taller than himself. Really? Really? Regina nodded, smiling. She observed, happily, how a small smile began to play on the boy's lips. Regina, I'll come by again in the afternoon. I will talk to my colleagues to see what the Unspeakables can do to train him and most importantly to hide him. Remember, you cannot simply take him outside, as he could be recognized. Let me discuss this with my colleagues, she added, silently. Regina nodded in understanding, before a sudden thought crossed her mind. I will not be accused of child abduction if anyone gets to know that he's living with me now, will I? Arabella rolled her eyes. No. After Dumbledore took the guardianship over him, which he shouldn't have done and might be tried for it at a later time, my goblin colleague, who is also the account manager of the Potter family, secretly changed the magical guardianship to me. You might not know this, but the magical guardianship automatically overwrites the Muggle one, so that right now, there is nothing that we need to do. Even if you decided to adopt him, you'd still need me or someone else as magical guardian, as long as we can't find a way to give you magic. Believe me, it's the main point of my research at the Unspeakables office. I know, and I highly appreciate it. Thanks, sis. Harry. Arabella once more lowered herself to Harry's height. I will leave you now to make yourself acquainted with Regina and Dolly, but I'll come back in the afternoon. Afterwards, we'll need to go shopping. Do you have anything at the Dursleys that you want me to fetch for you? Harry shook his head, wearing a forlorn expression. Did you not have any toy or such? Regina could not help herself asking, unnecessarily, she realized, as he once again shook his head. No, only Dudley had. Then we'll remedy that this afternoon, won't we? She said, lightly, smiling, when Harry looked at her with an expression of hope. I'd like that. His voice was barely audible, but Regina did not comment. This is not a therapy session, this is to get my child settled into our home, she reminded herself. Bye, Arabella, and thank you so much for bringing Harry here. She turned to her sister, who merely nodded and pulled up her hood, before she unceremoniously popped away. Harry felt a little lost, when the kind, old lady simply vanished into thin air. He liked her. He had sometimes been allowed to visit her, when the Dursleys were away. She had many cats, and she was always very friendly to him. She had even taken him from his cupboard, when he was hurting, and made him all better overnight. Before he could lose himself in his thoughts, the other, much younger woman, who seemed to be very nice, too, turned to him. Harry, shall we go upstairs and take a look at your new room? Harry gave her a frightened look but nodded and followed the lady upstairs. He cast Dolly a small smile, somehow feeling comfortable with her. While she was looking differently from everyone, she was about his size. Upstairs, Regina opened a door and motioned him inside a beautiful, large room with a huge window that allowed the view into a garden. This is your room now. Sorry, but as we didn't know that you were going to come today, we did not prepare it specifically for a young wizard. If you want anything in a different color or such, Dolly can change it for you. Harry stared at the woman, wide-eyed. This is my room, he asked in disbelief. Did you not have your own room at the Dursleys? The lady sounded surprised. Harry shook his head. I lived in the cupboard under the stairs. He observed, wide-eyed, how Dolly waved her hand around the room, changing the brown color of the furniture to white and the white walls to soft rainbow colors. Tell me which color you like most, she instructed him, before she turned the previously white curtains dark blue followed by green. A small, yes, escaped Harry's lips. He then watched in amazement how Dolly added a desk, a comfortable-looking chair as well as a bookshelf to the room. All for me, he thought, incredulously, just when the bookshelf filled itself by an invisible hand. These were my books, when I was a child, Regina informed him. I grew up in a magical family, my family, before they noticed that I cannot do magic and kicked me out at the age of 11. She stepped over to the bookshelf, before she turned back to him. I'm sorry. I didn't think. You're only 5. I believe that we'll have to teach you reading first. Harry gave the lady a small nod. I can only cook and clean, he admitted in a small voice. Regina sighed. Harry, here at our home, you're going to neither cook nor clean. Dolly does all the housework here. Dolly grinned, broadly, making Harry feel very much reassured. I want you to keep your room tidy, but that's all. But how will I be able to earn my keep? Children do not need to work. I only expect you to study, play, eat and sleep and to tell me if anything is bothering you. Regina's voice was soft and reassuring. She then headed to the bookshelf and pulled out a small box. This is a floor puzzle of Hogwarts, which I used to learn the alphabet. Are you up to try it out? Yes. Harry grinned, broadly, as he sat on the floor together with Regina. He could not believe his luck. During the last few years, his aunt, uncle and cousin had told him multiple times a day just how much of a nuisance he was, a freak, whom no one wanted to hear let alone see. Now, all of a sudden, the kind lady who regularly came during the night to check on him had taken him away from his relatives and left him with another kind lady, her sister as they had told him. This is too good to be true, he thought, when she gently taught him the letters of the alphabet, as they did a floor puzzle of a large castle with many big towers together by combining the correct letters. Harry knew that her name was Regina, but he had not been told how to address her. If he was allowed to address her at all. She'll soon enough notice how much of a freak I am and send me back to my aunt and uncle, he thought in trepidation. However, when they finally finished the puzzle, Regina commended him greatly. Harry, you did that very well. I believe that in a few days' time, you'll know all the letters and will be able to read. Harry smiled happily, as he glanced over at the bookshelf that was filled with books, apparently all for him to discover. Do you know what the building in the puzzle is? Harry shook his head. No. It only came out as a whisper. That's Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry, the school for magic, where all magical children go to study from the age of 11 onwards. Freaks won't be allowed to go, Harry told himself, feeling sad at the realization. Harry, you're going to attend Hogwarts as well. I couldn't, because I don't have magic, but my sister can tell you all about it. She loved Hogwarts, and as far as I know, she was good friends with your parents. My parents. Harry stared at Regina in disbelief. They were good-for-nothing drunks, he whispered, what the Dursleys had not failed to tell him. Regina shook her head. Nonsense. They were magically powerful and very kind people. They were even head boy and head girl during their last Hogwarts year. We can ask my sister if she'll be able to provide us with a photograph of them, so that you can speak with them. Harry's eyes widened in shock. They're dead, he clarified. That they are, unfortunately, but in the magical world, many things are different from the Muggle world. People in magical pictures are able to move and talk. I'll ask my sister, but don't get your hopes up, sweetie. To Harry's delight, they did the floor puzzle another time, and he noticed that he already knew several of the letters, before Dolly appeared and told them that lunch was ready. Thank you, Dolly. Come Harry, let's go and have lunch. Apparently realizing that he was hesitating, she gently reached out for his hand, and together, they walked downstairs into a bright kitchen, which looked somehow similar to that of the Dursleys but only from the structure. The colors were much nicer and friendlier, and Harry immediately liked the homely kitchen. When he unsurely hovered behind the indicated seat, Regina urged him to sit down. Please take a seat, Harry. We're all going to have lunch together. I know that you told me you had to cook at your aunt's house, but here, Dolly is doing all the kitchen work, and you and I may simply enjoy her cooking. Noticing that Regina and Dolly were already seated, seemingly waiting for him, Harry hurried to comply, smiling when Regina piled just a little from each of the bowls with food onto his plate. His eyes widened in surprise, as he took the first bite. Never before had he been able to eat something so tasty. Too soon for his liking, he felt full, but it was so good that he did his best to finish his meal, before he finally put his fork down, unable to stomach anything more of the delicious food. Dolly is a wonderful cook, isn't she? Regina's voice was laced with apparent pride, and Harry quickly nodded. I never ate something so good before, he admitted in a small voice. Thank you, Mistress Regina and Little Master Harry. Dolly smiled in obvious happiness. I am very happy to be able to cook for another person. It's great that you're now living with us, Little Master Harry. I'm just Harry, Harry replied in a soft voice, somehow feeling uncomfortable at being called master. May I just call you Harry then? Dolly smiled, when Harry gave her a sharp nod. I am the one who is happy to be here, Harry thought, happily. I like it here, and Regina and Dolly are really nice. They had just finished their lunch and settled down in the living room, when Mrs. Fig returned. To Harry's surprise, a small dog toddled behind her into the room. She has a dog. I thought she had only cats, Harry thought, incredulously, as he silently admired the cuteness of the canine. Hi Harry, how are things? Great. Harry cast the older lady a happy smile. Thank you very much for bringing me here. You're welcome, sweetie, she replied and gently ruffled his hair. You have a dog. He could not keep himself from asking, when the dog came over to lick his hand in friendly greeting. The witch chuckled. No, Harry. One of my colleagues has dogs, and they recently had 2 puppies, and this one I got from him for you. This is Lucy. She is only 12 weeks old, and she's yours now. Archie took Marlin, the other puppy. Archie is my older colleague, she explained in Harry's direction. Harry stared at the small dog, who was now meticulously licking his right arm, with a combination of delight and disbelief. Mine, he mouthed, wide-eyed. Suddenly, his happiness expanded tenfold, when he sensed that the canine let out a strong bout of magic. I've bonded with you. I am Lucy, a soft voice penetrated his mind. Hello Lucy, I am Harry, and I am very happy, Harry thought, guiding his thoughts to the canine. Thank you so much for bonding with me. Lucy bonded with me, he informed the two ladies and the elf, who were observing them in what seemed to be amusement. That's wonderful. Mrs. Fig was the first to react. She is a magical Borador, a mix of a magical Labrador and an equally magical Border Collie. She looks funny, Harry thought, as he closely examined her fur, realizing that one half of her face was black and the other half white with gray. Her ears are large and fluffy. He gently petted the canine's ears, smiling when Lucy let out small noises of apparent happiness that matched his own. She seems very gentle, Regina commented, smiling. Dolly, will you help Harry care for Lucy please? Of course, Mistress Regina. Dolly will help Harry to look after the cutie. Dolly seemed as eager and happy as he felt, and Lucy quickly made her way over to the elf to carefully lick her face. Thank you, Lucy, Dolly all but squeaked in apparent pleasure. I brought some of her favorite food, which my colleague gave me. Harry stared at the witch with a combination of surprise and amazement, when she took a small bag out of her backpack and with a flick of her hand enlarged it to a big box. Wow! Recalling that freaks should not be heard, he quickly pressed a hand against his mouth, before his curiosity took over. Was that magic? Yes, Harry, that was magic, and you're going to learn to do such things very soon. Mrs. Fig's voice was pleasant, and Regina nodded, smiling. Cool, Harry thought in anticipation, as he continued to gently caress the canine's ears, before Lucy suddenly jumped down from the sofa, where she had been perched on his lap, and made her way straight to the box, sniffing the edges with apparent interest. Isn't she a cutie? The older witch looked into the box, before she pulled out a bone, which she handed to the canine, who let herself sink onto Harry's feet and began to eagerly busy herself with her treasure. So cute, Harry thought, feeling very happy at the idea of having a dog just for himself. Now, Harry. Mrs. Fig caught his attention again. I believe that we must take you shopping, as you need clothes among other things. The problem is that no one must see you. Harry stared at her in shock, the memory of, no one wants to see let alone hear a freak, pushing itself to the front of his mind. He quickly realized, however, that that was not what the kind witch was implying, when she explained how the headmaster of Hogwarts had made himself his guardian and sent him to live with his relatives. He had no right to do such a thing, as I am your magical guardian, but he doesn't know that, and I believe that we don't want to fight him if not absolutely necessary. You must know that he holds several influential positions in the magical world. Therefore, my colleague and I have spent the morning developing something that'll help hiding you. Harry looked up in surprise, when Mrs. Fig held out a necklace to him. It was of some shiny material with several colorful stones. Put it around your neck, she instructed him, before she waved her hand and produced a small mirror, which she held out for him to see his own face. He hesitantly complied and put the necklace around his neck, only to realize in bewilderment how his own face in the mirror changed completely. Instead of green, his eyes were now brown, just like his hair, which had previously been black. Wow! Magic is simply amazing. Regina's voice was as soft as usual, still Harry could feel that it was accompanied by a hint of sadness. Now, are you ready to go? Regina, will you join us? Should I remain at home with Lucy? Mrs. Fig shook her head. No, I believe that Lucy will want to accompany Harry wherever he goes, won't you, Lucy? Lucy immediately rose from Harry's feet, abandoning her bone for the time being. When Harry looked back from her to the witch, Mrs. Fig was holding out a stuffed cat. It was a marmalade cat, which Harry recognized, as there had been a few running around her place, when he had visited her before. However, he noticed in surprise that the stuffed cat had strangely long legs. This is a portkey, she explained, which will take us straight to the magical shopping center of Diagon Alley. You must hold on tightly. Today, I will take care of Lucy. Seeing how Regina held on to one leg, Harry grabbed another, and Mrs. Fig lifted Lucy into her arms and made her touch another leg with her front paws, before she held on to the fourth. Shopping, she uttered, and an instant later, the world around him turned black. When his surroundings manifested again, he found himself in what seemed to be a lively shopping street. To his surprise, no one took notice of them, as they suddenly appeared in the middle of the street. Stay close to me, he instructed Lucy in a small voice, and with Mrs. Fig on his left and Regina on Lucy's other side, they began to walk along the street. Only once or twice had Harry been shopping with the Dursleys in London, however, this magical shopping street seemed completely different from everything that Harry had ever seen before. He felt very self-conscious when they entered a clothes shop, especially when a young witch stepped in front of him with a measuring tape that seemed to act on its own accord, measuring the various sizes of his body. She then showed his two companions clothes of multiple colors and styles, and Harry was glad that, apart from the occasional question of which one he liked, his input was not needed. He merely hovered next to them and gently caressed Lucy's fur. Only when they proceeded to buy shoes and so-called robes, he had to try them on. By the time they were ready to leave the shop, they had bought 2 large bags of clothes, which Mrs. Fig shrank to 2 small items that easily fit into her robe pocket. Finally, they made their way to the toy shop, where Harry looked around with a combination of interest and amazement. "You may choose something you like," Regina told him, causing Harry to stare at her, wide-eyed. Never before had anyone bought a toy for him. But, what to choose? He could only look around in amazement, feeling totally overwhelmed. When he followed Lucy in excitement, the canine led him over to a shelf that held various models of stuffed animals. She tentatively chose a stuffed dog and happily began to play with it. "No, Lucy, you can't play here in the shop," he lightly scolded her, before he looked at Regina, who was standing there, smirking. "May I perhaps have that dog?" It came out as a whisper, but Regina nodded, reassuringly. "I believe that we'll have to buy that one for the cutie." Just then, Mrs. Fig came over carrying several items. "I'm going to buy a potions kit for toddlers. I'm sure you will be able to teach Harry brew the potions of the set, considering that you taught me, when I was about his age." "True." Regina smiled, before she explained that the set did not afford magic. "We should also buy a children's broom for him and a children's wand," Mrs. Fig added and motioned Harry to follow her. By the time they returned home, it was already dinner time. Dolly seemed pleased when Mrs. Fig stayed over for dinner and even invited her fiancé over, a wizard that went by the name Artemis. Harry immediately liked him. He told him a lot about the magical world and even about the Unspeakables, where he and Rebecca, as he called Mrs. Fig, were working. To Harry's relief, he patiently explained, when Rebecca was Arabella Fig, when she was Rebecca Lestrange. Which only happened in private, and when Felina and wearing her unspeakable robes. It was the same with Artemis, which was his real name. He was working as the squib caretaker at Hogwarts, and when he was wearing his robes, he was Unspeakable Whisker. "Thank you," Harry replied, glad that he now knew how to address them at what time. "Are you going to send Harry to a Muggle primary school?" Artemis quirked an eyebrow at Regina. Regina returned a questioning look. "As I am working, even if from home, apart from my 2 classes at the university, I believe that it would be better for him to properly attend a primary school, wouldn't it?" Rebecca and Artemis nodded in apparent agreement. "We could also take him with us to the Unspeakables office after school and make him our mini Unspeakable. We can teach him various things, which he wouldn't be able to study anywhere else." "I'd like that," Harry replied, returning Artemis' smile. "I've already spoken with Croaker, and he agreed that we should bring him with us during the last 2 weeks of the summer holidays to see if he's interested." "Thank you, Artemis." Regina nodded in apparent appreciation. "Thank you," Harry echoed, when a sudden thought crossed his mind. Sorry, what about Lucy? May I bring her?" "Of course, you may bring her, and she'll be happy to see that her brother will be there as well." Turning to his fiancé, he asked, what was his name? "Marlon." Harry was almost disappointed that he had to wait until Monday morning, before he could accompany the 2 Unspeakables to their office, when they told him that tomorrow, they were going to take Regina and him to a Quidditch match. "Quidditch," Harry mouthed, giving Artemis a questioning look, causing him to dive into a long story about flying on broomsticks, Quidditch at Hogwarts and the various Quidditch teams in Britain. "If you're interested, we'll teach you to fly tomorrow afternoon," the older wizard promised, to Harry's delight. It sounds interesting, he thought, inwardly grinning at the idea of his Aunt Petunia learning that a broom was good for something else than cleaning. The Quidditch match of the Chudley Cannons against the Appleby Arrows was the most interesting thing that Harry had ever witnessed. However, he could not comprehend why it took the Seekers so long to catch the snitch. "It's over there on the left. Why don't they catch it already?" he thought to Lucy, who was sitting between his legs apparently observing everything. Perhaps, they haven't seen it yet, she then replied, letting out a huge yawn. I can't wait to fly myself this afternoon, Harry thought, feeling extremely happy. Flying turned out to be the best that Harry had ever experienced. Regina, Rebecca and Artemis took him out into the garden, which surrounded Regina's house, and Rebecca handed him the broom, which she had bought for him on the previous day. I'll take care of the cutie. Regina gently caressed Lucy's fur. However, Lucy seemed to have other ideas. As soon as Harry sat on the broom, impatient to finally take into the air like he had seen the Quidditch players fly earlier, she dashed over to him, put her front paw onto the broom in front of him and let out a demanding yowl. What's wrong, Lucy? I'm going to fly now, so can you please stay with Regina? No, take me with you. We'll both fit on that broom. Without waiting for a response, she jumped up and came to sit in front of him. Hold on tightly, Harry advised her, before he took off, pressing his arms against the canine's body in concern. However, he should realize soon that Lucy was well able to hold on to the broom and that they both absolutely loved flying. I thought the two of you were going to teach him, Regina quipped, as the three of them observed child and dog fly. She would be worried, however, seeing Rebecca and Artemis calmly observe the scene, she relaxed. Artemis shook his head. He doesn't have to be taught. He seems to be a natural flyer, just as his father was. Is it safe for them flying together? She could not help asking. The doggy is keeping her own. They're fine, Rebecca replied, reassuringly. Artemis nodded. I believe that you have a very happy child here. Nevertheless, he should only be allowed to fly when one of us is with them. Of course. Regina nodded, more than ever regretting that she did not have magic. I could be a much better mother to him if I was a witch, she thought in devastation. As if she had been able to guess her thoughts, Rebecca gently patted her arm. Don't worry, Regina. You're going to be a wonderful mother to him. When Harry was in bed that evening, seemingly happy with Lucy cuddled against his stomach, Artemis added a golden snitch to the curtains around his bed, which moved around for a minute before it hovered at the same spot for another minute. Thank you so much for helping me with Harry, Regina said, feeling very happy at the idea of having a 5-year-old son. I wonder if Mrs. Fig should notice that Harry isn't living with the Dursleys anymore. Rebecca seemed pensive. Artemis shook his head. They won't tell you that he's gone. They'll only tell you that he went to see a friend. The only person who might miss him is Minerva. She probably spent the weekend on the Dursleys' garden wall in her animagus form. Oh, that's right. Rebecca sounded surprised. And if she came to talk with me, she'd notice that Arabella was away the whole weekend as well. Oh Merlin, this has completely slipped my mind. I don't know her, but would she keep the secret if you told her the truth? Rebecca nodded. I believe so, and if not, we could simply obliviate her. Regina, would you mind if I called her here? If she keeps the secret, of course, I don't mind. Rebecca, are you willing to reveal your identity to her? Artemis looked at his fiancé, seemingly alert. I shouldn't. She remained pensive for a moment, only to add, but it wouldn't make sense if I didn't. I believe that we can trust her. At least, it is worth an attempt. Regina, would it be all right if Rebecca invited her over tomorrow after dinner? Regina nodded. If it's not too late. Remember that Harry is only 5. Rebecca sighed. I'll call her over right away. She doesn't need to talk to Harry immediately. This is just to inform her about him and his whereabouts. We can still invite her over for the next weekend. Regina and Artemis agreed, and Rebecca changed into her Arabella Fig persona and popped away. Rebecca as Arabella leaned into the fireplace. Minerva McGonagall's office, Hogwarts. It only took a few seconds for the older witch to reply. Arabella, what a surprise. Did something happen to Harry? Inwardly chuckling, Rebecca replied, Harry is fine. Will you come over for a moment, please? Of course. Rebecca stepped away from the fireplace, and a moment later, her former transfiguration professor arrived and was immediately surrounded by about a dozen cats. They all liked her, apparently able to sense her feline animagus form. Rebecca sighed. I am sorry to ask for this, but will you please swear me a witch's oath to keep my secret, that of my fiancé and that of Harry? Knowing Albus, this is necessary. Minerva stared at her in apparent surprise. You have a fiancé. Oh, right, yes. I will. She swiftly took her oath, before she looked at her in uncharacteristic excitement. Please tell me. Rebecca nodded. We'll need to use the fireplace. The destination is Regina Lestrange's home. Would you like to go first, or should I? I shall follow you. Arabella waited, before the professor followed her through the fireplace, before she changed into her real form, causing the older witch's eyes to widen in apparent shock. Arabella. Rebecca Lestrange. Only then, she seemed to become aware of Artemis in her presence. Artemis not. Regina noticed that her right hand wandered into her robe pocket, seemingly gripping her wand. Professor, please relax. We are who we seem to be. Arabella Fig is my second persona, which I took on for some reason, which is not relevant at this time. This is my sister, Regina Lestrange, and you already know my fiancée, Artemis. Regina Lestrange. Her eyes narrowed in apparent confusion. I am a squib, Regina quickly explained. It is my great regret that I was not able to attend Hogwarts. Regina is a professor at a Muggle university and also works as a mind healer, which made her predestined for taking in young Harry. He was not only neglected but also abused by his relatives. Ignoring the older witch's gasp, she continued, what I did not tell you, as it did not match my Arabella persona, is that I checked on Harry once a week, ever since he was sent to the Dursleys. Once a month, I had to take him to a healer, and last week, it was so bad that I decided to not return him to that hellhole. Where is he? Minerva looked around in apparent confusion. Regina smiled. He had a long day of watching a professional Quidditch match in the morning and flying in the afternoon. He's asleep already. Come. She led the old witch into Harry's room. Even if the light was dimmed, she could see enough to realize how the professor's expression changed to display true love for the little boy. He has a dog. This is Lucy, his puppy. Rebecca brought him for him yesterday. Back in the living room, the professor smiled. Thank you so very much for taking Harry away from his relatives and raising him here. I appreciate it very much, and if there's anything I can do to support you, please tell me. He has always been like a grandson to me. Harry will be happy to have a surrogate granny. Regina smiled. He's a very cute boy, and I believe that my sister took him away from his relatives right on time, before the mental and physical abuse would have caused irreparable damage. Will you have him attend a Muggle primary school? We decided to try it out. If the other children harass him for doing freaky things like the Dursleys apparently did, we will think of other ways of education for him. Regina's voice was firm, and the professor nodded in agreement. Thanks for allowing me to be part of his life and your secret. I appreciate it very much. After breakfast the following morning, Rebecca arrived to take Harry with her. Harry, are you sure that you want to accompany me to the Unspeakables office? She cast him a sharp look. You can see if you like it and, if not, return home at any time. I just want you to know in advance that training with the Unspeakables is really hard. Moreover, if you decide to become an Unspeakable, no one but your immediate family may know about it. Even the Unspeakables from other teams are not aware of our real identity. They only know our unspeakable names. Croaker, the head Unspeakable, is the only person who knows everyone. Harry nodded in understanding, recalling that Rebecca and Artemis had promised that he could take Lucy with him. Are you ready to leave? Harry jumped from his chair, his eyes shining with excitement. Yes please. Lucy, are you coming? To his relief, the canine obeyed immediately, making him recall a conversation between the adults if Lucy would need a leash before going to Diagon Alley the other day. Regina had asked about the leash, however, Rebecca had informed her that in spite of her young age, Lucy was already trained to a certain degree and was a very well-behaved doggy. Harry had not understood the details, just that there was a difference between magical and Muggle dogs and that Lucy would not need a leash, especially as she was bonded to him. Does the bond make her stay close to me in any case? Harry wondered, before he became distracted, when Rebecca reached out for his hand and Lucy's paw. An instant later, the kitchen of his new home vanished from the sight. When the world stopped spinning and he could make out his surroundings, he found himself in a small office, where Artemis and another wizard were talking animatedly. A dog of about Lucy's size seemed to be asleep on the other wizard's feet, however, he jumped up and dashed over to them to eagerly greet Lucy before turning to Rebecca and him. Good morning, Archie and Whisker. Archie, these are Harry and Lucy, our new mini Unspeakables in Spee. Good morning, Felina and Paws. How delightful to have someone so young join our team. Pause. Rebecca chuckled. That might be a good unspeakable name for you, Harry. What do you think? I like it, Harry replied, smiling, still marveling at what Archie had said. He doesn't look exactly old, he thought in surprise. Artemis chuckled. Archie, I believe that you might have confused Paws, considering that you don't look much older than us. Harry gave the older wizard a small nod. Ah, not everything is what it seems, child. I am 602 years old. Harry merely stared at the older wizard, wide-eyed. My real name is Nicholas, by the way. Nicholas Flamel. I am a master of alchemy. You probably haven't heard of it, considering what Felina and Whisker told me about your upbringing with muggles who despise magic. Harry shook his head. No, sir. In the fine art of alchemy, we use several kinds of materials to magically make things. We can, for example, make a proper wand for you, or a broomstick. Harry's eyes widened at the idea. One of my inventions is the so-called Philosopher's Stone. It is a red stone, and using it, I can brew the elixir of life. My wife Perenelle and I have been taking a dose once a month for almost 600 years, which is why we're still alive without looking old. Wow. Harry stared at the old wizard in amazement. I shall teach you if you're interested and the others let me. Yes please. Before we will take you to Croaker, let me shortly explain what else we do in Team 13. Just like Archie, we research several topics, but our current main interest lies on two issues, one being the invention of a time travel method and the other being a possibility of enhancing a squib's magic to make him or her a wizard or witch. Oh, it would be cool if they could give Regina magic, Harry thought in excitement. Before you'll be able to work in our team, you must undergo some training. As you're so young, you'll probably not only have training with Devil, our trainer, but also with all kinds of species, such as goblins, elves, dwarves, giants as well as researchers like Archie. Of course, it will depend on where your interests lie. Archie let out a small snort. I've made the experience that the more you learn about one specific subject, the more you're going to like it. I can't believe it, Harry thought in happiness. So many fields of study and everyone is willing to teach me. That's totally cool. Anyway, Rebecca continued, we will ask Croaker to get you for our team, which means that you may discuss anything with us, such as what you learned, what interests you, what you'd like to study next and so on. You will also study with us and be able to help with our research. Thank you, Harry replied, smiling happily. Our team has one more member, Ninja, Whisker explained. He's a goblin, and right now, he's working at Gringotts. He will only join us in the early evening. Felina nodded. Archie and I are the only team members, who are working here full-time. Croaker was as friendly as the members of Team 13. Harry noticed in amazement, however, that his office seemed to be chaotic, as it was cramped with piles of parchments from the floor to the ceiling. The head Unspeakable merely moved 2 piles of parchments from 2 chairs for Felina and him to be able to sit down. The only empty part on the walls, which were not covered by shelves, were the parts above the door and the windows, and they accommodated several kinds of decorations from what Harry thought had to be various materials and construction methods, probably from different cultures. Apparently following Harry's gaze to the decorations, Croaker informed him that the Unspeakables employed all kinds of creatures, not only humans. Are you interested in learning all kinds of things? Harry nodded eagerly. Yes sir. Felina let out a scoff. Harry would be willing to learn anything, as so far, his relatives haven't taught anything but cooking and house cleaning with Muggle methods. Is that so? Croaker cast Harry an intense look, and Harry felt as if the head Unspeakable was able to look right through him. Yes sir. Very well then, Felina informed me that we have 2 weeks, before the primary school is going to commence. I suggest that during this time, you will have training with Devil in the mornings. Don't worry, Felina, I'll tell him to go soft on Paws, considering his age. He will teach him easy magic, charms and whatever. During the hour before lunch, I would like all the creatures to take turns teaching him. I will make appointments for him for 11 o'clock and tell everyone to fetch him from your team room. I trust that you'll show Paws around. After lunch, Team 13 is free to have him for the rest of the afternoon, or let me say as long as Harry wants. A whole day might be too long for a 5-year-old. The following 2 weeks were the most interesting that Harry had ever experienced. Training with Devil is hard, was Harry's first impression on this Monday morning. Unaware of the fact that Harry was in the possession of a children's wand, the trainer taught him, easy magic, as he called it, using his right hand. The thought, perhaps, he even knows but doesn't care, crossed Harry's mind. However, noticing that he could simply use his hand to cast the Lumos spell, he realized that he did not care either. Afterwards, Devil instructed him to summon Lucis Ball from her, and Harry noticed soon that it was much more difficult. It took him a long time, before he finally managed to make her ball float over to him, only for her to fetch it back, so that he could try again. Somehow, playing with Lucy that way, Harry and Lucy both enjoyed themselves greatly. However, while he could now easily summon her ball, making a dog treat float over to where she was sitting, staring at the teat with growing impatience, was simply impossible. Not all kinds of magic are easy. You must practice every waking minute. With that, Devil dismissed him with the instruction to return to his team room. He seems very grumpy, but I still like him, and the treat was nice, Lucy informed him on their way back through the corridor. Sorry, you were only able to get the one he gave you, Harry replied, feeling truly sorry for his familiar. I'll really need to practice. You'll manage soon, Lucy thought back, giving him a gentle nudge. To Harry's relief, Felina and Whisker were waiting for them when they entered the team room. You may take off your hood now. So, what did Devil teach you? Felina looked at him with apparent interest. Easy magic. He made me summon Lucis Ball from her, but I couldn't get the treat to float over to her. Harry let out a sigh of deep disappointment. A collective gasp made him look at his colleagues in surprise. The summoning charm is easy magic. Whisker's voice was laced with disbelief. I don't remember in which Hogwarts year it's taught, but for a 5-year-old it's everything but easy. Felina shook her head in apparent annoyance. Harry, please don't be frustrated. That was quite advanced magic. Harry was just about to relax with Lucy fast asleep on his feet, when there was a knock at the door. Quickly, pull your hood up. He instinctively followed Felina's instruction, when the door opened and a strange creature stepped into the room. It looked like a horse, but the upper part of the body was that of a human. Mini Unspeakable pause, I am Lorenzo. I am a centaur, and I'm supposed to be your teacher for the next hour. Please follow me. While the centaur's voice was not unfriendly, Harry somehow found his appearance a little scary. Nevertheless, seeing Felina and Whisker nod in silent reassurance, he followed Lorenzo outside with Lucy sleepily trotting along. Harry smiled in amusement at his familiar, knowing that she always needed a few minutes to properly wake up. At least, she's always with me, he thought, feeling very much reassured by the canine's presence. He looked around in surprise, when Lorenzo led him into what seemed to be a park with many large trees. Or is it a forest? Are we still in the Unspeakables office? He wondered, however, knew better than to voice his question. This is one of the Unspeakables training rooms. It is merely charmed to be like one of the places which the centaurs appreciate. He pointed to a lower branch of a tree. Please make yourself comfortable. Harry complied, feeling very much reassured, when Lucy jumped up to sit on the branch next to him. While she usually relaxed on his feet were just a little too short to touch the ground from where he was sitting. I heard from Devil that he already tired you out. Don't worry. He is a South * Avenue driver, even for a human. Therefore, I will not teach you any spells today. Instead, I will teach you theory. Thank you, sir. Harry smiled at the centaur's thoughtfulness, as he gently caressed Lucis' ears to calm himself. We centaurs study the planets and their constellations. One could say that it is one way of divination. A more efficient approach than the one which the humans use. Apparently realizing that Harry did not comprehend what he was talking about, he reworded it. Predicting the future. From the constellation of Jupiter and Mars at the time of your birth in combination with the distance from the center of the space between them to where you were born, we centaurs know that you're a very special child. Harry stared at the centaur in disbelief, when he continued, you're the prophesized child, who is said to be able to unite all magical beings large and small in the future. I'm nothing special, Harry protested in a small voice, staring at the centaur in shock. Ah, but you are. Humans always believe that they know everything better, but many magical creatures have knowledge exceeding the humans by far. Unfortunately, many humans, especially those in leading positions, such as Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, head of the Wizengamot and the International Federation of Wizards, are too stubborn for their own good. It needs someone like you to make an impact on the magical world with the goal of efficiently changing the Earth a better place to live." Harry stared at the centaur with a combination of doubt and fear, when he added, "Believe me, you are that child. Now, for today, I will teach you about numbers." During the remaining time before lunch break, Harry had his first math class, and he realized not only that Lorenzo was a wonderful teacher, but also that he loved numbers and the logic behind them. "It makes totally sense," he thought, happy at what he learned from the centaur. Too soon for his liking, Lorenzo ended their class. "Now, we must leave, or you'll be late to join your colleagues for lunch. Was what I taught you interesting for you?" "Yes, sir, very much so," Harry replied in excitement. "Do you wish me to continue teaching you?" "Yes, please." Lorenzo nodded in apparent understanding. "I shall see you on Monday next week, and when you're going to start your primary school in September, I shall see you every Monday after school. Feel free to bring your Muggle friend. She will be able to support you, even if only in theory for the time being." "My Muggle friend," Harry thought in bewilderment. To Muggles, I am nothing more than a freak. He knew better than to voice his thoughts to the teacher and merely nodded his understanding. "As we're running late, I will take you right to the Unspeakables canteen. Your doggy should be able to find your teammates for you." "Thank you, sir," Harry replied, when the centaur released him at the entrance to a large room. "I'll see you next Monday. Take care, mini Unspeakable paws. Too bad that I'll have to wait for a whole week." His class was really interesting, he thought in slight disappointment, before he looked around in surprise. While the room appeared to be large, it seemed to be divided into smaller compartments, which were separately hidden from the view by invisible barriers. There was only one area, into which he was able to look, and he recognized his teammates surrounding a large table, only to realize that Lucy had already ran ahead and was just greeting everyone around the table by licking their hands. "Hi Harry, how was your morning?" Harry cast Rebecca a huge smile. "It was absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much for bringing me here." "You're welcome, little one. Now, we believe that it was enough for the first day, and after lunch, Croaker would like to speak with you once more." "All right." Harry nodded in understanding, the thought, what if he deems me too stupid to study with the Unspeakables? Crossing his mind. "Harry." Artemis cast him a questioning look. "A canute for your thoughts." "A what?" "Sorry, sir." "Oh, sorry, Harry," the older wizard apologized, before he explained everything about money in the magical world. After an enjoyable meal with his 3 colleagues, Harry and Lucy made their way to the head Unspeakable's office for the second time that day. His colleagues accompanied him but went their way, when they reached the door to Croaker's office. "Hello Paws, come in." Croaker's voice was as gentle as it had been in the morning. He motioned him to the seat, which he had already occupied earlier. "Now Paws, tell me, how was your day?" Harry smiled. "It was absolutely brilliant, sir. Please allow me to continue studying with the Unspeakables." "That's good, and yes, of course you may study as much as you like. In fact, there is something that I'd like to speak about with you in private." Croaker reached out to caress Lucy's fur, and the canine readily allowed herself to be petted. He then began to speak in a soft voice. "Many of our colleagues have become Unspeakables as a method to hide from the world. There are many cases, in which they are believed dead even by their own families. I believe that Felina and Whisker are examples." Harry nodded. He knew that. "Then, there are others, such as for example Archie and all the creatures we employ, whom I have specifically invited believing that they would be an asset to the office. When a person comes to me stating that they wish to become an Unspeakable, they'll have to train with Devil first. He is the one to assess if they have the potential to develop to a, let me call it worthy Unspeakable." Harry inwardly groaned at the prospect of being sent away. While Devil only trained you for about 2 hours and not 2 weeks as in a usual adult's case, he already spoke very highly of you. Lorenzo did the same and even reserved an hour of your time per week. Harry's expression changed to a smile of hope that did not falter, when Croaker continued. "There has only been one mini Unspeakable once before. Similar to your case, I had a family connection and got to join the Unspeakables at the age of 10. During the year, before I entered Hogwarts as a student, I studied full-time with everyone here in the office, who was able and willing to teach me. I did not have the possibilities, which you have now. The various types of creatures we have now were not present at that time. Another advantage you have is your age. By the time you enter Hogwarts, you'll already have a broad knowledge and will efficiently be able to assist our researchers or even do your own research. Harry listened with interest, occasionally nodding his head in understanding. Why I am telling you this now is that I am 81 now and wish to retire at the age of 100 at the latest to be able to openly spend some time with my wife, children and grandchildren. However, I can only retire with good conscience if I'll have a worthy successor. Frankly speaking, I carefully hope that you will be willing and able to become said person. This is still many years into the future, I just want you to keep it at the back of your mind, and I shall ask you about it on the day after you finish Hogwarts. Thank you, sir, Harry replied in confusion, as his 5-year-old mind, which was untrained to say the least, had not been able to follow each of the explanations and fully comprehend the meaning. Please keep this to yourself. I will, sir. Thank you. Pause. Now, I don't know how comfortable you feel traveling through the fireplace, but I believe that it might be dangerous for a 5-year-old to travel just by yourself. If you pronounce something incorrectly, you will possibly end at a completely different place. Therefore, I have made a portkey for you, which will take you home if you tell it, pause, home, and back to the team room of Team 13 if you tell it, Team 13 feet. He held out a silver necklace with the pendant of a dog in a form similar to Lucy. If you wear them, necklace and pendant will be invisible to anyone but you and your doggy. Just wear it, and if you might happen to be in some kind of danger, you can use it at any time. Now, travel home and get some rest, and I shall see you in the morning. Tomorrow, you will have training with Devil and then with Nix, our Yeti. Harry profusely thanked the older wizard, before he carefully raised Lucius' left front paw to touch the pendant, before he touched it himself as well and uttered, "Pause home." As he was uncertain how much he was allowed to tell Regina, Harry inwardly sighed in relief, when Rebecca joined them shortly after he returned home. "May I practice taking Lucius' ball?" Harry cast the witch a questioning look, holding out the ball, which had mysteriously remained in his robe pocket. Rebecca nodded in understanding. "Please give Artemis and me some time to put up some wards around your house, so that the Ministry won't detect magic in a Muggle area. He's now at Hogwarts for a staff meeting, but he'll come over later on, and then we'll see to it. From tomorrow onwards, you may practice magic here. You seem to have enjoyed yourself." Regina smiled. "It was absolutely brilliant." Harry grinned, broadly. "I love it." Immediately after breakfast the following morning, Harry said goodbye to Regina and activated his portkey, too eager to even hear her warning that it was still very early. To his surprise, the team room was still deserted. Therefore, he pulled up his hood and headed to Devil's Training's room, hoping that the older wizard would already be there. "My, aren't you early?" Pause. Harry looked around seeing Devil and Croaker having breakfast together at a table at the far end of the room. He hesitantly walked over to them, wondering if he should come back later on, when Devil motioned him to take a seat. He tapped his right hand against the table in front of him, causing a cup of hot chocolate to appear on the table next to a bowl with dog treats. "Thank you, sir." Harry happily eyed the small marshmallows that decorated his cup and carefully handed Lucy one of the treats, much to the canine's delight. "Do you remember what we practiced yesterday?" Devil cast him a strict look. "Yes sir, but I couldn't practice at home, because Felina and Whisker had to put up wards first." "That's fine. We'll just practice some more this morning. Afterwards, I heard that you're going to have a lesson with Nix. Is that the Yeti?" Harry wondered, when Croaker confirmed it. "Enjoy your time with Nix, as he tends to vanish from the spot, whenever I try to talk with him." Croaker rolled his eyes in apparent annoyance. "I suppose that he's going to teach Paws how to do that." Devil looked from Croaker to Harry in apparent amusement. The head Unspeakable returned a glare. "I hope not. I'll appreciate being able to talk to Paws in the future." Harry chuckled. "You will, sir. I hope he'll teach me how to vanish from the spot." That seems interesting, he thought, and from that time onwards impatiently waited for his lesson with Nix to commence. Nix looked like a light blue teddy bear with fluffy fur. At first, he was friendly, when he picked him up at the team room. However, Harry felt irritated, when the Yeti simply vanished from the spot, as soon as they had entered a training room. Where is he now? Harry wondered in irritation, when he recalled what Devil and Croaker had told him about the Yeti. All of a sudden, he was back. "My speciality is time sliding." He cast Harry a challenging look. It is not easy, but I heard that your magic is strong, and you need real strong magic besides clear intent and a lot of practice. To time slide, you need to imagine yourself just a second in the future or past, then add another second to proceed if necessary, which will prevent people from seeing you in their own time. During the hour before lunch, Nix held a long monologue about how to achieve time sliding, and Harry did his best to listen intensely, resolving to do his best and manage to vanish from the spot just like Nix. I wonder if it would be possible to turn into a Yeti instead of an animal like Felina's and Whiskers' cat forms. That would be a cool animagus form, he thought, when he headed to the canteen after arranging with Nix to have his next lesson the following Tuesday. How was your morning, little one? Returning Archie's smile, Harry turned to Felina. Do you think it's possible to have a Yeti as an animagus form? I only know one thing, Felina replied, grinning, while Whisker chuckled. If anyone manages such a feat, it'll be you. There is nothing that you can't try. Archie seemed pensive. However, the word animagus implies that it should be the form of an animal. Still, it won't hurt you to try. Regina, you're a wonderful mother. Regina stared at her sister in disbelief. While Artemis had to attend a last-minute staff meeting at Hogwarts, as the students were going to arrive the next day, Rebecca was spending the evening with her, probably knowing that she was driving herself nuts worrying how Harry would get on at the Muggle primary school. Don't worry too much. You chose the optimal school for him. Regina nodded. As she had worked as a mind healer for a few years, she knew all the primary schools in the area. In fact, just around the corner was a relatively small school that allowed children with special needs to attend the school together with normal children. Among the pupils, there were physically handicapped children, and the parents who allowed their children into the school accepted that they were interacting with kids with special needs. While Harry was a fairly normal child, if one did not consider that he had been abused during the last few years and that he was a wizard, he was allowed to bring Lucy. That fact alone had ruled out any other primary school. Apart from that, Regina knew the headmistress well enough to admit to her that Harry was a wizard. Naturally, she was not allowed to tell anyone about it, but she had found it to be in Harry's best interest if at least the headmistress was aware of it, and Rebecca had readily cast a spell at her assuring that she was not able to talk to any other person about it. I just hope that no one will call him a freak like the Dursleys did. We shall see, and if so, we're going to teach him several ways to reply to it. I also believe that these 2 weeks of training at the Unspeakables office has already done wonders for his self-confidence. Yes, that's true, Regina agreed, smiling. Rebecca remained pensive for a moment. I rather believe that he's going to be incredibly bored at school. During these 2 weeks, you've taught him to read. The centaur has taught him maths to an extent that will most likely exceed everything the children are going to learn at the primary school, and he has become used to be confronted with difficult tasks. He'll be bored after the first week at the latest. Mark my words. She grinned. If it's too bad, we'll just take him out again. The Unspeakables will be able to teach him everything he needs to know. Regina nodded, feeling very much reassured. I just hope he'll attend long enough to have at least one good friend of his own age. He will, Rebecca replied, smirking. Regina's eyes narrowed. Have you recently become a seer? No, but according to Harry, the centaur told him to bring his Muggle friend with him to study at the Unspeakables office. As our teammate, he's allowed to tell us the details of his training. He cannot tell you anything, but trust me, if there's anything you should know, I'll inform you. It's not exactly an unspeakable secret, but Harry is too young to know the difference. Regina nodded in understanding. That's true. Thank you, Rebecca. After breakfast the following morning, Regina accompanied Harry and Lucy to the school. Lulu, remember, you must sit on my feet and be quiet, Harry instructed the canine in a firm voice, receiving a confirming yes in return. It's going to be boring. Devil always plays with us. Maybe not. Let's wait and see. What is she woofing about? Harry looked up at Regina, smiling. She said it's going to be boring, but we don't know that yet, and we'll have training with Lorenzo this afternoon. He's totally cool. During the first hour, the parents remained with their children for a small ceremony. The headmistress, Mrs. Brighton, greeted the new first years and their parents, before she explained a little about the school. Every few minutes, the ceremony was interrupted by a children's song played on musical instruments by a group of 5 older pupils. Harry liked the music, and heard how Lucy let out small sounds of happiness by small yells. They were very quiet though, and he was certain that no one else but perhaps Regina would be able to hear them. The instruments are different from those, which the giant showed me, he thought, but the music is equally good. During his lesson with the giant Unspeakable, he had been allowed to try out various instruments made by the giant, and he was looking forward to practice again in a few days' time. Finally, Headmistress Brighton divided the children into 2 groups of 20 pupils each, before she instructed them to say goodbye to their parents. Harry's group was assigned an older teacher who went by the name of Mrs. March. Harry allowed Regina to pull him into a light hug and whispered his goodbye, while Lucy laid her front paws against Regina's stomach and gently licked her face. He then joined Mrs. March and the group of children standing around her. "Will the doggy attend class with us?" one girl asked. She had light blue eyes that seemed to smile at him and Lucy. "Yes, that's Lucy, my dog." Harry returned the smile, knowing that Regina and Rebecca both had reassured him that he was allowed to take Lucy to school with him. "If she couldn't come to school with me, I wouldn't attend the school but simply study with the Unspeakables," he thought in determination, just when the teacher motioned everyone to follow her into their classroom. Harry and Lucy trotted behind everyone else. By the time they entered the classroom, the teacher instructed everyone to sit in a circle on the floor. "Harry, here." Harry smiled upon seeing the girl with the light blue eyes wave at him and happily sat between her and a fat boy, who picked his nose and reminded him of Dudley. Lucy obediently sat in front of him with her front paws on his lap, from where she gently licked the girl's hands. When everyone was firmly seated and had quietened down in apparent expectation, Mrs. March began to speak. "Now, I am Cornelia March, and I will be your class teacher during the time you will spend at our primary school. As you might or might not know, our school is a bit different from ordinary primary schools, which is why you have 2 handicapped classmates as well as 2 children who are accompanied by their dogs." Glancing around, Harry noticed that there was one boy sitting in a wheelchair and another who was missing one hand. A blonde girl, who looked very bony, was accompanied by a small dog. It was black and white and seemed to be smaller than Lucy. "Now, I wish each of you to shortly introduce you to your classmates. Please say your name and whatever you wish to tell us. This can be about your family, the things you like to do or something you do not like. It does not matter. We will all listen quietly." Too bad that I can't tell them about the Unspeakables, Harry thought, as he absent-mindedly listened to his classmates talk about their parents, siblings and hobbies. The girl, who was sitting next to him, went by the name Connie Cox. "I don't have siblings, and my parents, Giselle and John Cox, are both professors at a university in London. We live just around the corner." Noticing that everyone was now looking at him, Harry cleared his throat. "I am Harry Potter. My parents died when I was a baby. We live just around the corner, too. Thank Merlin I did it without mentioning magic," he thought, when the fat boy next to him continued with the introduction. To Harry's surprise and at the same time disappointment, he did not learn anything new that morning, as they spent all the time playing several games, apparently so that they would have the chance to get to know each other. Everyone was friendly, and after a few hours of playing, Harry slowly relaxed. For the last hour that morning, the teacher took them into the garden, where they could play catching or hide and seek. Seeing that Lucy picked up a branch that was lying under a tree, Harry playfully summoned it from her without even considering the matter. Only when several of his classmates stood there staring at the branch that was steadily gliding through the air, did he notice his mishap. "Oh no, I mustn't do magic here," Harry recalled, slightly panicking, when several of the other children began to talk at once. "How did you do that?" Harry shrugged, uncertain how to respond. "Leave Harry in peace." Connie stepped over to him, smiling. "I think that was quite brilliant." "Thanks," Harry replied, feeling very much reassured, glad when the other children went back to playing almost as if nothing out of the usual had happened. Nevertheless, when Harry returned home after his last class, his mishap of doing magic was still at the forefront of his mind. However, Regina managed to quickly alleviate his fears. "How did your classmates react?" Harry shrugged. "They stared, but then they just played on. Only Connie asked me how I did it, but I think she liked it." She was smiling. "Ah, thank Merlin. That's no problem then. In fact, this morning, Rebecca invisibly followed us to the school and cast a spell at everyone during the ceremony. If someone realizes that you can do magic, the spell will disable them to speak about it. You should still try to not cast magic in front of muggles. Harry nodded. I know. I am sorry. Regina smiled. I know that it's difficult for you, because magic will probably come naturally to you after the 2 weeks of intensely practicing magic with the Unspeakables. That is why Rebecca has taken all possible precautions to ensure that you won't get into trouble. Now, let's have lunch, and then tell me, how was school? What did you do? Harry shrugged. Nothing really. Nothing. It was a bit boring. We only played games. How are your classmates? Are they nice? Yes, everyone is nice. Rudy is in a wheelchair and Mary's left arm is very short. Kathleen has a small dog. What kind of dog is he? I don't know. I forgot, but Lucy and he played together. It was fun, although he's a muggle doggy. We could still do some kind of a doggy fight. Harry translated for Regina, before he confirmed that he was going to travel to the Unspeakables office right after lunch. That's fine, Harry. Be careful to not use too much magic and have fun. I will have one patient this afternoon, but I should be finished by the time the two of you will be back home. During the rest of the week, the primary school remained boring. However, his classmates were nice, and he somehow enjoyed playing with them, even if he was now very conscious about not accidentally using magic. To his relief, nothing happened during the rest of the week that would have given him away as a freak, before the last class on Friday. Mrs. March told them to paint whatever they liked using watercolors. After pondering what to do for a moment, Harry happily busied himself painting Lucy and Marlin in the garden, which Lorenzo always used during their lessons. Peter, the boy who reminded him of Dudley but was very nice, on his right side painted some kind of building, while Connie on his left was doing a flower garden. Harry found that it was very beautiful. Staring at his own painting, he concentrated on giving it a final touch with Lucy and Marlin engrossing themselves in a mock fight, just like the two canines often did, when they met at the Unspeakables office. While Connie merely smiled and whispered, "Totally cool," Peter let out a huge gasp, which alerted Harry to the fact that it was probably magic that made animals in a painting move. To his relief, Mrs. March commended Connie's and then his painting, before she proceeded to look at Peter's almost as if nothing was strange. Thank Merlin, Harry thought in relief, wondering if Regina would perhaps like the painting. However, to his disappointment, they were not allowed to take their paintings home. Instead, Mrs. March promised to put all the paintings up onto the wall for their parents to come and look at them one evening 4 weeks into the school year. Afterwards, you may of course take them home, as they're yours. When Mrs. March released them, Connie kept Harry back. Harry, can you perhaps help me? I want to make such a painting for my mummy, but I can't make it move. Can we meet on Sunday and you show me how to do that? Harry's thoughts went haywire. What can I tell her? He feverishly thought, while they walked home together, knowing that Connie's parents' house was almost next to Regina's. He glanced around to make sure that no one was nearby, before he whispered. I am sorry, Connie, I can make strange things happen, but I cannot teach you how to do that. I think you can either do them or you can't. Sorry, I don't know how to explain. Connie nodded, wearing a sad expression. Oh, that's too bad, because I really like what you can do. It's magic, Harry informed her in a small voice, but you mustn't tell anyone about it. If you bring me your painting and tell me what you want me to do with it, I can try. Thank you, Harry. By the time Harry returned from the Unspeakables office that evening, Regina smiled. Your friend Connie came by earlier. Oh. Harry stared at her, feeling happy at the idea of having a friend but at the same time sad that he had not be at home when she came to visit. I told her to come back tomorrow afternoon. Harry nodded in understanding. Thank you, Regina. Is it all right if she comes to visit? Of course. I am very happy that you've already found a friend. I told her to bring her parents with her if they have time. Oh, great. Thank you very much. Now, I believe that it's time to finish your dinner and go to bed, son. Lucy is already asleep. Harry chuckled upon hearing Lucy lightly snoring under the table. She must be knackered. We had training with the goblin today, and he made me cast protective spells at her and me, before he attacked us, and I think Lucy didn't understand that he had already cast protection at her just to make sure she was safe. Anyway, she jumped out of the way to not be hit all the time. It was funny. Tomorrow, Connie is going to come over together with her parents, he thought, as he lay down in his bed waiting for Regina to come and tuck him in like she did every evening. I hope they're nice. Harry noticed soon that Connie's parents were as friendly as their daughter. The instant the doorbell rang, Dolly put up tea, hot chocolate and cheesecake on the table in the living room, before she vanished unseen by the visitors. Harry found that the cake looked absolutely yummy with many strawberries decorating the top. Please come in and let's have some tea. Regina gently greeted their visitors and led them into the living room, while Lucy ran forward and backward and did her best to be in the way, as she tried to give everyone an appropriate greeting. Lucy, come here, Harry called out to her several times, but only after greeting Connie and the Coxes. She obediently came over, pressing her head between his legs from behind, causing Harry to almost stumble. What are you doing? He thought to her in a combination of annoyance and excitement at receiving his first guests ever. Before Regina could offer tea to their visitors, Harry already served tea and cake to them, and Regina, before he looked at her and receiving an encouraging nod, placed a piece onto his own plate as well. Dolly is the best, Harry thought upon realizing that she had even placed a small bowl with dog treats onto the table. However, Lucy was clearly more interested in the strawberries on Harry's cake than in the dog treats, and Harry and Connie took turns feeding her some of the delicious fruits. Sorry, Harry mouthed to the girl, who was sitting next to him on the sofa. However, Connie merely smiled. That's fine, Harry. Lucy is too cute. Aren't you, Lucy? She cooed, receiving a light face washing in return. Have you been living here for long? Mrs. Cox asked, colloquially. I mean, we've met on the street every now and then, but I've never seen Harry before. Regina smiled. Harry only came to live with me a few weeks ago. He was raised by his relatives, who did not get along with him well, and I took him in. I am his guardian now, and I believe that we're both happy with it. Harry nodded, eagerly. Yes, very happy, he uttered in a barely audible voice. He is not your son, Mr. Cox asked in apparent surprise. One wouldn't know, seeing you interact with each other. He's already like a son to me, Regina admitted, smiling, and Harry nodded, feeling extremely happy at the idea. They probably didn't like him, because he can do strange things, Connie spoke up, knowingly, wearing a sad expression. Yes, they told Harry he was a freak, Regina concurred, letting out a deep sigh. Connie gave Harry a strict look. You are not a freak. You're amazing. Never forget that. Harry smiled, uncertain what to reply to her outburst, while the adults were trying to contain their laughter at the 5-year-old's obvious compassion. I know they say that there are people able to do things which others can't, Mrs. Cox said, pensively, causing Regina to sigh. In fact, we are not allowed to talk about this, but as you noticed by yourselves, I believe that there is nothing that we can do about it but ask you to keep the matter to yourselves. Yes, Harry is a wizard, and what he does is magic. Totally cool. Connie grinned broadly. Is it possible to learn how to do such things? Regina shook her head. Unfortunately not. In fact, I was born in a magical family, however, I do not have magic, and there is nothing that I can do about it. So, your parents and siblings are all magical, just you aren't. Connie clarified, her eyes widening in horror. Yes dear. Mrs. Lestrange, Mr. Cox said in a firm voice, we promise you now that we will not speak about this with anyone, but my wife and I are very much interested and obviously our daughter is as well. Please tell us everything about it that you feel comfortable telling us. Please call me Regina. Giselle and John, Connie's father offered. Harry listened with interest how Regina told the Cox family stories from her own childhood in a magical family, wondering if it was all right to speak about magic with muggles, when he recalled that Rebecca had cast a spell at all parents that would prevent them from telling anyone about it. So, that's all right then, he thought, feeling outright happy to have a friend for the first time in his life. He did not realize how the time passed, before Rebecca suddenly joined them, her eyes widening in apparent surprise upon realizing that they had visitors. Come, Rebecca, join us, Regina invited her. This is my sister Rebecca, and these are Connie, Giselle and John Cox. Connie is Harry's friend from school. If you're Regina's sister, are you a wizard, too? Connie was the first to speak with apparent eagerness. "Sorry, Rebecca, they've found out that Harry can do magic, so we told them all about it." "That's fine." Rebecca nodded reassuringly in Regina's direction, before she turned to Connie. "While Harry is a wizard, I am a witch. Can you show us some magic please?" Connie stared at Rebecca in clear excitement that seemed to intensify tenfold, when Rebecca transformed into her feline animagus form. "Harry, can you change into a cat, too?" Harry shook his head. "No. I've only learned that I'm a wizard 3 weeks ago. I don't know much magic yet." Much too soon for his liking, the Coxes decided that they had intruded for a much too long time and had to return home, as it was already beyond dinner time. Connie cast him a genuine smile. "Thanks, Harry. I loved hearing all these stories, and I'll see you on Monday." Harry smiled, when her parents invited Regina and him to come over on the following Saturday afternoon. "Don't forget to bring the cutie," Connie shouted, as she turned around once more waving at Harry. When Harry was in bed an hour later, he heard the two sisters talk in the living room. "Rebecca, I'm sorry. I know that I shouldn't have told them so much. I don't know if you'll have to obliviate them." "No dear. I believe that there is some connection between Harry and Connie. I could sense some kind of magic between them, even if she's clearly a muggle." "Is it possible that they're soulmates?" "I don't know if Harry told you, but Lorenzo once instructed him to bring his muggle friend. I believe that it's Connie he was talking about. I'm not sure. Perhaps, we should just wait and see how things will develop. If I'm wrong, I can obliviate them at any time." "Thank you, Rebecca. I don't know what I'd do without your advice. Perhaps, I can take Connie with me to the Unspeakables office, although she's a muggle." Harry thought in disbelief. "I'll ask Lorenzo on Monday," he resolved, before he was lured into sleep by Lucy's soft snoring. During the following weeks, Harry thoroughly enjoyed himself. At the primary school, the other children sometimes talked about their siblings, who had school until the early or even late afternoon. Their school seemed to be an exception, and Harry was very glad about it, as it gave him the opportunity to spend the afternoons at the Unspeakables office. Every other week, he had classes with the various creatures, and during the other weeks, Whisker and Archie took turns teaching him. While Whisker taught him to brew easy potions using the toddler's potions kit, which Felina had bought for him on their first visit to Diagon Alley, Archie taught him about various materials. The only Unspeakable who taught him for an hour each day was Devil. Most of the time, it was more of a game than a lesson, and Harry enjoyed himself greatly, especially as it often involved Lucy. When he returned home, he had dinner together with Regina and Dolly, before Connie used to come over for an hour, before both of them had to go to bed, much to their chagrin. While all of their classmates at the primary school were nice, he and Connie had become best friends. Even the teachers knew that the two children were inseparable, and any attempt to pair them with anyone else could cause strange reactions from Harry. Once, when Mrs. March had been away for a few days and another teacher oversaw their class, she tried to divide the pupils into different groups, only to end up with green hair for her attempt to separate Harry and Connie. Having received permission from Felina, Harry told Connie everything about his classes with the Unspeakables, and Connie never got bored learning new aspects of magic. By the beginning of December, Harry had yet to ask Lorenzo about bringing Connie with him to the Unspeakables office. As the girl was not aware of the possibility, she did not urge him to do so, and Harry somehow was reluctant to ask, knowing that Muggles usually did not know about the Unspeakables, let alone being allowed to enter their office. One day, Connie shocked him to the core, when she asked what he thought Father Christmas was going to bring him for Christmas. He averted his eyes to the floor in a vague attempt to not let her see his saddening expression, before he replied in barely audible voice, "I never get anything from Father Christmas." "What?" Connie jumped from the sofa, where she was sitting on Lucy's other side, in apparent shock. "Why?" Harry shrugged. "The Dursleys always told me I wasn't a good boy." "Nonsense. Let me ask your mum." Before Harry could react in any way, she stormed out of the room and right into Regina's office, where she used to work on her lesson plans for the university. Deciding to not follow the girl, Harry cuddled Lucy close and gently played with her ears, before he leaned back and pointed his hand at her ears to make them stand up like Devil had taught him a few days ago. He chuckled upon receiving a light growl in return. "Equals, you know I hate that. I will bite Devil if he teaches you such a thing again." "Equals. Oh, Please don't or they'll kick you out of the Unspeakables office. Equals only a warn biting of course. Equals. The Unspeakables office. Harry had not even realized that Connie had returned with Regina in tow. What's that? And what are you barking about, Lulu? Harry let out a deep sigh. The Unspeakables are the people who teach me during the afternoons, and she complained, because I played with her ears. Look here. Sorry, Lucy, only this once. During the remaining minutes before their bedtime, Harry had to explain everything about the Unspeakables, the question if Father Christmas would bring presents for Harry forgotten for the time being. Ah, I wished I could study together with you. Connie sighed, exchanging a sad look with Regina. I'll ask Lorenzo, Harry resolved, knowing that he was going to meet the centaur again on the following Monday. The centaur let out a sound, which resembled a laugh. I already told you to bring your muggle friend during the summer. Let's go and speak with Croaker about it. To Harry's relief, he did not even have to ask the head Unspeakable, as Lorenzo swiftly informed Croaker that he had a muggle friend, whom he wished to bring with him to his class. Croaker's eyes narrowed. Harry, you cannot bring a muggle to the Unspeakables office. She's not a simple muggle. Lorenzo let out a scoff. She's his soulmate and will be his anchor on his way to greatness. What is a soulmate? Harry wondered, however, knew better than to ask. Instead, he added, Felina and Whisker know her, and they have allowed me to tell her about magic. Croaker nodded, seemingly pensive. He waved his hand, and a moment later, two small, green animals left through the nearest wall. Were they tortoises? Harry wondered, recalling how he had visited the zoo together with Connie and her parents on one of the previous Sundays. Pause, I believe that Devil is waiting for you, Felina informed him, as she entered the room. He just came to the team room to ask for you. It's all right, pause. I'll discuss the matter with our colleagues and inform you later on. Harry cast Croaker a grateful look, before he motioned Lucy to hurry up and follow him to Devil's training room. When he returned to the team room after his training with Devil, Regina and Nicholas were waiting for him and informed him that he would be allowed to bring Connie during the Christmas holidays. There are several parts of alchemy, which can be achieved without magic. Therefore, I don't mind your friend studying together with you in my class, at least for the time being. When you're older, we might have lessons that involve a lot of magic and won't make sense for her to attend. Just know that if the two of you decide to not be friends anymore, how far into the future that might be, she will be obliviated of everything that she learned here. Harry nodded in understanding. She is my best friend and always will be. He did not know why he was so certain about it, but he just knew it. Connie belongs to me as much as Lucy, he thought, when a sudden thought crossed his mind. When I received Lucy, she did something to me, so that we're able to think to each other. When we'll be alone tonight, I'll ask her how to do that. It would be cool if I could do such a thing with Connie. Connie was over the moon with joy, when Harry informed her later the same day that she was allowed to accompany him to the Unspeakables office during the Christmas holidays. Ah, I can't wait. Thank you, Harry. She quickly hugged him in apparent delight. Harry did not overly like hugs, but Regina and Rebecca had seen to it that he had quickly got used to hugs and kisses. Yeah, it's cool, he agreed, grinning happily. I just summoned my magic and strongly wished to bond with you, Lucy informed him. Are you going to bond with Connie, too? I want to try, Harry replied, feeling uncertain but excited at the same time, resolving to try it out on Christmas. She will be happy, too, he thought in a bout of rare confidence. Christmas Day was spent at Regina's home. She had invited the Coxes as well as Rebecca and Artemis, stating that with Dolly at her side, it would be easy to accommodate them all from breakfast to dinner on Christmas Day. To Harry's relief, the Coxes had no problem accepting Dolly in spite of the fact that she was an elf, something that was unheard of in the Muggle world. In fact, Dolly was the only elf whom Harry had ever met so far. However, he had heard that wizards and witches used to occupy so-called house elves for housekeeping tasks. Personally, he was very fond of Dolly. She was as kind to him as Regina and seemed to possess strong magic, just like Rebecca and Artemis. While they were still eating breakfast on this Christmas morning, Lucy made her way over to the Christmas tree and tried to crawl under the tree, where Harry could see small piles of colorfully wrapped presents. Lucy, what are you doing? Come here, he called her back in light irritation, considering that Regina had already told Connie and him that they had to eat breakfast before they were allowed to look for their presents. "Something under the tree smells good," the canine informed him, when she obediently returned to his side. Shortly later, Lucy was then allowed to retrieve a big bone from under the tree, which she began to devour with obvious eagerness. At the same time, Harry and Connie opened their presents in absolute delight. They were especially excited about Harry's train set of the Hogwarts Express in combination with a set of small animals, which Connie received, and spent the rest of the morning making the animals travel from London to Hogsmeade and back. "Can we sometime go to Hogsmeade?" Connie looked questioning at Rebecca, and Harry looked up from the train set in expectation. "We can do that," Rebecca promised, smiling. "Perhaps sometime during a weekend. Why don't you continue open your gifts, by the way? I can still see presents under the tree." The two children exchanged a surprised look. "Oh right, the train set is so cool that we completely forgot," Connie explained, grinning. However, when they each received a book, The Tales of Beedle the Bard, and The Five Magical Friends, book 1 foot, they were over the moon with joy. "Regina, will you help us read them?" Harry asked in excitement. "Of course, dear, although I believe that the two of you are almost proficient enough to read them by yourselves. The Five Magical Friends is a series of about 25 books, and we absolutely loved them when we were children," Rebecca informed them, causing Regina to nod, smiling. Before the children could spend the whole afternoon engrossing themselves in their new books, the adults ushered them out into the garden to build a snowman. Harry and Connie did their best to make 3 large snowballs to put the snowman together. "I suppose you could do that much better using magic," Connie gasped, when they had finally managed to put the third ball on top of the other two without having the 2 top balls collapse. Harry shrugged. "I don't know how." "Okay, we still need a hat, a broom and a carrot for the nose," Connie decided, just when Artemis joined them outside. "Artemis, can you make a hat and a carrot for the snowman please?" Harry asked, before he summoned his broom from its usual place under the roof near the kitchen door. The older wizard obeyed and transfigured a small snowball into a carrot, before he gently lifted Connie up, so that she could stick it into the snowman's face. "Thank you." Just when Harry had equipped the snowman with his broomstick, Artemis lifted Connie up once more, so that she could put the hat on the snowman's head. "What? Where's the carrot?" Connie alerted them to the fact that something was missing. The 3 of them stared at the empty face of the snowman in surprise, before Harry noticed Lucy sit on a spot under the roof, which was snow-free, eagerly munching a carrot. "Lucy," he lightly scolded her. "That was for the snowman." "It's good. I love these." When did she take it? I didn't even notice her." Connie stared at the canine in apparent disbelief, before she turned to Artemis, smiling. Chuckling as well, Artemis made another carrot for the snowman, before he ushered them into the house. "You can admire your work from inside, before she decides that she needs another carrot, because you never feed her," he decided, jokingly. During dinner, Artemis told them stories about Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry. "As you might know, I am the caretaker there using my other persona, Argus Filch, who is an old squib." He quickly confirmed that everyone knew what a squib was, before he continued. "This morning at breakfast, Professor McGonagall, our deputy headmistress, asked the headmaster if he had heard anything about Harry and if he was sure that Harry was really all right with his relatives. Unbeknownst to the headmaster, she is aware that we took Harry from his relatives and have Regina raising him here. We told her, because she was always worried about Harry and thinks of him as of a grandson. Sorry, Harry, we meant to introduce her to you much sooner, but I promise you now that we will do that shortly. Anyway, it was quite funny." Professor Dumbledore assured her that Harry was safe, only to receive a collective verbal attack from all of his female colleagues. "I'm sorry, but why does the headmaster of a school decide where a boy should be raised?" John asked in apparent disbelief. Rebecca let out a deep sigh. Professor Dumbledore holds several important positions in the magical world and believes to be entitled to do as he wishes, and as we saw in Harry's case, he was able to do so. He is about 150 years old and has many friends. He claims that everything he does is for as the calls it the greater good. We don't know why he is as obsessed with Harry as he seems to be, but we will try to keep him in the dark about Harry's whereabouts as well as his studies. When the children were sitting on the sofa after dinner with Lucy lightly snoring between them, Harry thought, "I'll do it now." Glancing at Connie, who was skimming her new book, he tried to summon his magic like Devil had taught him and, putting as much magic as he could into his wish, thought, I want to bond with Connie. Unaware that Lucy nudged him in an attempt to make him stop what he was doing, he suddenly noticed a bright, golden glow, before everything turned black. By the time Harry's mind returned to awareness, he found himself lying on the sofa with Lucy cuddled against his back. When he looked up, he noticed an Unspeakable standing at his side with their wand pointed at him. However, he could not help feeling very happy. You have depleted your magic to a great extent, you foolish boy. No magic whatsoever before I'll tell you otherwise, which will be in a fortnight at the earliest. Come to see me in a few days' time. Yes sir, Harry promised, knowing that it had to be one of the Unspeakables, healers, and he knew where to find them. Harry, are you all right? Connie pressed herself between the Unspeakable and himself. I don't know what you did, but I feel very happy. Me too. Harry smiled, happily, as he hurriedly brought himself into a sitting position. Harry. He heard Rebecca's voice. We believe that you cast some kind of bonding spell at Connie. Is that what you did? Harry nodded. I wanted to bond with her like Lucy bonded with me. Excuse me, but is it normal in the magical world that 5-year-olds bond to each other? Giselle's voice was laced with bewilderment. Not at all. Rebecca's voice was friendly but stern. We believe that these two are soulmates though, which per se is extremely rare in the magical world. I am sorry, Giselle and John, Regina apologized. John chuckled. Looking at my daughter, I believe that it was the best that could have happened to her. While she generally is a bright child, I've never seen her that happy before. I am very happy. Connie grinned broadly. What exactly is the effect of this bonding? Giselle did not seem convinced yet. That we don't know yet. Rebecca let out a deep sigh. I suppose that only time will tell. I can feel that Harry is happy, too. Connie said, seemingly thoughtful. Can you hear me? Harry thought to her, just like he used to think to Lucy. She stared at him, wide-eyed. Yes, how did you do that? Harry chuckled. Just think what you want to tell me and direct your thought to me. Don't say it aloud. Like this. Rebecca groaned. Apparently, they're able to communicate by telepathy. Connie nodded in obvious eagerness. It's totally cool. Thanks, Harry, for bonding with me. 5-year-olds, Artemis uttered, shaking his head at the children, before he rose from his seat. I'm afraid that I'll have to return to Hogwarts. As to what I said earlier, Regina or Rebecca, why don't you invite Professor McGonagall for New Year's Eve? She might be able to have the headmaster excuse her from dinner for once. Thanks, Artemis. We'll do so. Perhaps, it would be the easiest if Mrs. Fig could invite her. Rebecca nodded. I'll call her tomorrow. Cool. I can't wait to get to know the professor, Connie stated in obvious pleasure. Me too, Harry agreed, happily. On Monday morning, Harry gently pressed Lucy's paw and Connie's hand against the pendant. This might feel a little uncomfortable, he warned Connie, before he touched the canine pendant himself and uttered, Team 13. Good morning, Connie, welcome to the Unspeakables. Good morning, Harry. This is our colleague, Nicholas. Rebecca introduced Archie, who greeted the girl as friendly as he used to speak. With Harry. Now, I am going to take Connie to Croaker. Harry, will you please accompany us? Somehow, Harry felt insecure. As happy as he had felt and still was due to the bonding with Connie, he had realized that the adults were not exactly happy about what he had done, stating more than once that they were much too young for such a thing. They should have noticed by now that I'm a freak. Perhaps, the Dursleys were right, he could not help thinking. However, during the last couple of days, except for a stern word from Regina and Rebecca stating that he should ask them before doing any other stunt, nothing had happened. Nevertheless, the Unspeakables could be a different matter, but to his relief, Croaker behaved as if nothing had happened, even if Harry was almost certain that the head Unspeakable was aware of the matter, considering that Rebecca and Artemis had called the healer to help him. I wonder why someone who cannot do magic is interested enough in magic to want to study with the Unspeakables. Croaker smiled at the girl, who was sitting there displaying clear eagerness. I love what Harry can do, and even if I can't do magic myself, I want to learn all about it, even though I'm a muggle. Apart from that, Harry told me he will try to invent something to give his mother and me magic, and I just know that he will succeed. He's amazing. Yes, he is a very talented wizard indeed. Croaker agreed and mumbled something about priorities, which Harry could not comprehend. Now, several of our colleagues have agreed to teach the two of you during these 2 weeks, and I have ordered to remind you, Harry, to not do magic whatsoever for at least 2 weeks. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Harry nodded in promise. Very well. Now, Lorenzo will be the first to teach you this morning. Thank you, Croaker. Does Connie need unspeakable robes? Yes, of course. Turning to Connie, he added, after these 2 weeks, I shall ask you if you wish to become a mini unspeakable like Harry. Please thoroughly consider the matter, as it might not be as interesting for you as for him. Nevertheless, I can imagine several things, which you would be able to do to support our teams without magic. Now, let's get you some proper robes. Before you return home tonight, I wish to see the two of you again. Please think about an unspeakable name for Connie until then. I see you finally brought your friend. Lorenzo greeted them in apparent delight. What is he? Connie thought to him, causing Harry to inwardly grin, as he remembered the time when he had seen Lorenzo for the first time. He's a centaur, but he's really nice, he quickly thought back. Thank you for accepting me, sir, Connie replied, looking at the centaur with apparent interest. As I am sure Paws here has already informed you, you are his soulmate. We centaurs are experts at studying the future displayed by the relations of the planets to each other. First of all, I am going to teach you the basics, which you need to know to efficiently study the constellations. For us centaurs, they help predict the future. For you, however, there might be an additional merit. It will be extremely difficult to achieve and will take years for you to get to this point, but as his soulmate, you might be able to tap into his magic and use it, however, only when several spurs are in special positions to each other, which might only happen once in a few years. More research would be required for this if you were interested. The research per se won't afford magic. He looked at Connie in expectation. Of course, sir. I want it. Connie stared at the centaur, wide-eyed. Yes, sir. Please teach us, Harry added. However, Lorenzo shook his head. Pause, you're going to have other matters too. Study. During the week before the end of the year, Lorenzo taught the 2 5-year-olds maths as well as basic knowledge about planets and their constellations. In the afternoons, they had lessons with Archie, who informed them about the different kinds of materials and their use in the magical world. Both, Lorenzo and Archie, were fantastic teachers, and Harry and Connie enjoyed themselves greatly. When Croaker called Connie and Harry into his office on Friday afternoon and asked if she liked studying with the Unspeakables so far, she returned a positive reply laced with obvious delight. As to your unspeakable name, what do you think of Turtle? A turtle has stamina, which is what you need here to achieve your goals. According to Lorenzo, who suggested the name for you, there are more reasons for this choice, which you will, however, only realize in due time. Connie grinned broadly. Still, it is absolutely fitting. Thank you very much, Croaker. Croaker nodded. Remember that apart from Lorenzo only your teammates may know about your real identity. On multiple requests coming from Team 13, I will add you to that specific team, to which Paws belongs as well. Thank you very much. This time, Harry for once bet Connie to a response. During the next week, you will only have 2 hours with each of your teachers, and in addition, Ninja will teach you about the ways of goblin financing and crafting. Cool, Harry replied in surprise. So far, Buckbean had only taught him about the basics of goblin fighting. Connie nodded. Everything seems to be interesting here. I love it. No wonder that Harry seems always bored in our primary school. Croaker merely chuckled, knowingly. The following evening was New Year's Eve, and while the children were disappointed to not have lessons with the Unspeakables, they became excited when Regina informed them that Professor McGonagall from Hogwarts would be coming to spend the evening with them. May I be here, too? Connie asked, wide-eyed. Of course, dear. Your parents will join us, too, as will Rebecca and Artemis. Remember that Professor McGonagall must not know that Artemis is working at Hogwarts in his Argus Filch form. She must believe that Rebecca and Artemis have nothing to do with the school. Yes, we know that. The Unspeakables remind us every day that their names and identity must remain unspoken outside the office. Harry nodded, looking at Connie in amusement. She was like a sponge and soaked up everything that people once said to her. Whenever someone repeated something, she became agitated. It was not as if she was impolite and said something, he only knew about it because he could sense her feelings. Regina. Connie suddenly looked excited. May we wear our robes tonight? Regina remained pensive for a moment, before she decided, we'll ask Rebecca later on. Considering that we're at home, I don't think that it's necessary, but if you wish, you can of course wear them and take them off at any time. When Professor McGonagall arrived, both children were waiting at a short distance to the fireplace to give her the required space with Lucy sitting between them. Good evening, Professor McGonagall, they chorused, almost as if they had practiced how to greet the professor. Professor McGonagall, thank you for joining us tonight. Regina greeted the old witch, shaking her head at them in apparent amusement. Harry. The old witch seemed delighted to see him for some reason that Harry could not understand. This is Connie, my best friend, he quickly introduced the girl. Hello Connie. McGonagall returned Connie's smile, just when Rebecca and Artemis arrived together with Giselle and John, and Rebecca introduced the Coxes as Regina's neighbors. Dinner is served. Dolly motioned everyone into the dining room, however, she did not take her usual seat at the table. Professor McGonagall, Regina addressed the old witch, Dolly has been my elf since I was 11 and cast out of the family. Before Harry came to me, she and Rebecca were my only family. Therefore, she always takes the meals together with us. Would it offend you if she did so? Of course not, and please just call me Minerva. Thank you, Minerva. Dolly, please sit down and let's eat. Harry and the Coxes listened eagerly, when the professor told them many things about Hogwarts. To Harry's amusement, Connie asked many questions, as she always used to do, and the professor patiently answered each of them. When they had finished their dinner, she pulled a rectangular package out of her robe pocket. Harry, this is a belated Christmas present for you. It was my favorite book, when I was a little older than you and able to read by myself. We are able to read. Connie sounded indignant and at the same excited, when Harry profusely thanked the professor and carefully took off the wrapping paper. We love books, he added and deciphered, Hogwarts, a history. Oh, that's brilliant. We will read it together. Thank you so much, Professor. When Harry handed her the book, realizing that she was impatient to get her hands onto it, Connie curiously opened it, causing the professor to chuckle. Do I see a future Ravenclaw here? Connie's expression sobered instantly. No, Professor, I will never be able to attend Hogwarts, unfortunately. McGonagall looked from her to Harry. And why might that be? I am a muggle. Seeing that the professor's eyes narrowed in apparent shock, Harry added, but she is my soulmate and a mini unspeakable just like me. She knows as much about magic as I do. Oh Merlin, Albus will be in for a rough awakening, when Harry comes to Hogwarts. Minerva smirked after hearing Harry's and Connie's story from Rebecca. Artemis smirked. Don't worry, Professor. We'll teach him to play the innocent 11-year-old in front of the headmaster. Harry inwardly grinned, when a sudden thought pressed itself to the front of his mind. Professor. Will I be able to bring Lucy to Hogwarts with me? She is your familiar, isn't she? Yes. Then you may of course bring her with you, although we usually don't accept dogs, considering that there are several cats living in the castle. Lucy is used to cats. She sometimes visits with Mrs. Fig, and she has lots of cats. Rebecca nodded. Yes, Lucy always exchanges keys with some of them. During the adults' conversation following dinner, while the children took a nap on the sofa in the living room together with Lucy, the topic of Harry's parents and their friends came up. I really don't believe that Sirius did what he's said to have done. Rebecca said, letting out a deep sigh. Unfortunately, we don't have a way to prove it, Artemis added. Oh right, you were in the same year as the Marauders, Minerva recalled, sighing. As much of a mischief maker as he was at Hogwarts, personally, I don't think Sirius would murder anyone, let alone give Lily and James away to Voldemort. Did he even receive a trial? Rebecca shook her head. No. Dumbledore was so fast to force his theory of Sirius' guilt upon everyone that he was simply sent to Azkaban without any trial or whatever. Minerva shook her head in apparent annoyance. Is there nothing that the Unspeakables can do about it? As of tomorrow, Amelia is going to be the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Perhaps, we could ask her for a trial for him, but I don't know her well, even if she was in the year before us. I know her quite well, even if I wasn't aware of her new position. Minerva nodded in apparent eagerness. I shall contact her and ask for a trial for him. Rebecca nodded. Thank you, Minerva. That's all we can ask for. Please do not alert Dumbledore to the matter, and if Amelia needs the Unspeakables' assistance, please tell her to contact Whisker or Felina. I will, the professor promised, smiling. Amelia Bones entered her new office with trepidation. I hope I'll manage to be a good department head, she thought. In fact, the main reason why she had volunteered to become the head had not been because she was what people might think of as a career woman, but because she wanted justice. Her predecessor had allowed for people to be thrown into Azkaban without as much as a trial. This had, for example, happened to Sirius Black, her co-Auror and fiancé a few years ago. Even to this day, she was fully convinced of his innocence, but as a young Auror who had just only finished her Auror training, there had been nothing that she could do about it. Time to remedy some things, she resolved, as she settled down behind her new desk, uttering an absent-minded thanks to the house elf, who brought a cup of tea along with a couple of scones for her. She almost choked on her first bite into the scone, however, when the fireplace flared. Who is going to visit at 7 o'clock in the morning on the 2nd of January? She thought in disbelief that turned into surprise upon seeing the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts step out of the fireplace. Minerva, she greeted the older witch and motioned her to take a seat. Would you like some tea along with a scone? I'd appreciate it. The woman seemed strangely excited. I came here before breakfast to speak with you, before everyone else might want to congratulate you. A rare smile played on the older witch's lips, as she accepted the tea from the house elf. On New Year's Eve, I had the opportunity to spend the evening with two Unspeakables. They pointed out to me that Sirius Black never had a trial. I still don't believe that he did what he is accused of. Therefore, I'd like to ask you to see to it that he gets one. You're now in the position to grant him as much. Sorry for coming this early on your first day in your new position, but I didn't want to alert Albus to my absence. As you might know, the students are going to return to Hogwarts tonight. Amelia nodded in understanding, before she smiled at the older witch. I believe in his innocence, too, which is the main reason why I accepted this position. I will see to it that he gets a trial as soon as possible. Can you tell me the names of the Unspeakables you have been in contact with? Minerva nodded. Felina and Whisker. They offered to support you if there was anything they could do. They spent a few more minutes talking about this and that, while they finished their tea and scones, before Minerva took her leave, thanking her profusely. Now, that was interesting, Amelia thought, deciding to head to the Unspeakables' office right away. 5 minutes later, she knocked at the door to Croaker's office, relieved, when she was called in swiftly. Good morning, Croaker, I am sorry to disturb you so early in the morning. Croaker chuckled. Good morning, Amelia. In fact, for me, it's not early, as we have two energetic mini Unspeakables who often arrive as early as 5 o'clock, apparently before their guardians have even realized that they're gone. At 5 o'clock, Amelia's eyes widened in surprise. May I ask how old they are? 5. Oh Merlin, Amelia replied in disbelief. That's Susan's age, and she would never get up as early. I am glad that we have a very responsible house elf, who wakes her up to be on time for school and still have breakfast before leaving, but sorry, I don't want to keep you longer than necessary. I'd like to speak with Felina and Whisker concerning a trial for Sirius Black. Croaker nodded in apparent understanding. They will be happy to hear that. Let me call them here. Thank you, Croaker. A few minutes later, two Unspeakables bustled into the room. They sounded happy to see her and to hear that she was going to set up a belated trial for Sirius. However, they did not have any more information than herself but could only encourage her, stating that they deemed Sirius incapable of murder. Whisker, Felina sighed, when they returned to their team room. What can we do to prevent Sirius from becoming Harry's guardian? He and Regina have become a family now, and we can't take that from them. Whisker nodded in apparent understanding. It's not only him and Regina, but you and I and above all Connie and her parents belong to his family now. There are two things you need to do. First of all, fetch Regina and take her to Buckbean. He will help her to officially adopt Harry. Secondly, ask Buckbean to make it impossible for anyone, even the Godfather, to take Harry away from the family. He remained pensive, while they had already reached the door to the team room, before he continued, let her try to take the ladyship over the Lestrange family. Even as a squib, it might be possible if she has a magical heir, if the ring won't accept her anyway, considering that even a squib has a certain amount of magic, even if only up to about 2%. If the ring won't accept her, you can become the head of the family and put Harry under the protection of the Lestrange family. It shouldn't be a problem, considering that your brothers are in Azkaban after being convicted in a proper trial. Once one of you is the head, kick your brothers and sister-in-law out. Thanks, Whisker, you're the best. They quickly entered the team room and lowered their hoods, before Rebecca pulled Artemis into a much-deserved, passionate key. They only parted, when Nicholas cleared his throat. Am I disturbing something? Ah, sorry for that, Nicholas. I'll be away for an hour or two. Pulling her hood over, Rebecca popped right into Regina's living room, turning invisible on the way, only to make herself visible upon confirming that Regina was alone. Rebecca. Regina greeted her sister, smiling. What a nice surprise. Or did something happen to Harry? No, Harry is fine after having breakfast with Croaker at 5 o'clock in the morning. Rebecca chuckled. He what? Oh, sorry, I didn't even realize. When I woke up and went to his room, he was already gone. Too bad that I can't do magic and put a spell on him that would alert me the instant he woke up. Now, first of all, we've got other things to do. Are you free for an hour or two? Yes. Regina stared at her sister with a strange kind of foreboding. What do you want me to do? Rebecca gave her a detailed explanation about Harry, Sirius and their relationship, before she suggested that Regina should adopt Harry. But I don't even know if Harry wants me to adopt him. Regina felt extremely uncertain. Even if the boy had become a son by all but blood to her, she didn't know what he felt. Rebecca had the gall to chuckle. Regina, do you remember what he called you, when you woke him up shortly before midnight on New Year's Eve? He called you Mum. Regina rolled her eyes. Oh, believe me, I know that, and I felt very happy about it, but still. He's only 5, and he was fast asleep at that time. Still, he wouldn't have called you that if he didn't see you as his mother now. Anyway, are you coming? Regina shook her head. No. Please let me speak with Harry first. Rebecca inwardly groaned at her sister's stubbornness. In spite of being a mind healer, she is horribly insecure herself, she thought, before she telepathically contacted Harry, even though she knew that he would not be able to reply. Harry, can you please excuse yourself from Lorenzo for a minute and pop home quickly? Your mum urgently needs to ask you something. You can leave Lucy and Connie there, you'll be back right away. They waited in silence for a moment, before Harry arrived by his portkey. It's good that you didn't turn yourself invisible, as that would be magic, which you're still not allowed to do, she commended the 5-year-old, before she looked at her sister in expectation. A small smile crossed the child's face, before he, too, looked at Regina. Rebecca, will you please explain? Rebecca nodded and told Harry everything about his godfather and about Whisker's suggestion of having Regina adopt him. As she had expected, Harry nodded in apparent delight. Harry, would you like to officially become my son? Regina cast him a sharp look. Yes, Mum, I'd love that. Harry grinned broadly. Rebecca smirked. Thanks, Harry. You may return to the Unspeakables office then. It might be that Buckbean will call you over to Gringotts in a short while. In that case, either a goblin or I will come to fetch you. Regina shook her head. It's hard to believe that he's only 5 years old. The Unspeakables have really taught him well. I don't think anyone has ever received such thorough training as Harry. If it wasn't Artemis and I who are trying to invent a method of time travel, I'd say he has spent 2 or 3 years in a different time being trained by either very experienced wizards and witches or Unspeakables. Regina stared at her, wide-eyed. But his body is that of a 5-year-old. Have you ever heard of aging into aging potions? Easy, Regina, relax. I don't think that it happened, I just pointed out that it would be a possibility, because he seems so understanding and in a way grown up. Perhaps, it's only because of his treatment by the Dursleys. Anyway, let's go to see Buckbean. Receiving a nod from her sister, Rebecca turned them both invisible, before she popped them right in front of Buckbean's office. Knocking at the door, she made them visible again. The Lestrange sisters, Buckbean greeted them, may your gold always flow and your enemies shudder under your intellectual superiority. Rebecca chuckled. Touché. May other humans cower before you. Now as to the reason for our intruding into your office, my sister wishes to adopt Harry and to try if the Lestrange ring might accept her as the Lady Lestrange in spite of being a squib. If Buckbean was surprised, he did not show it. He pressed a barely noticeable button on his desk, causing another goblin to swiftly enter the office. Buckbeam gave a couple of instructions, which Rebecca did not understand. Oh, that's something that Connie could study if she was bored, she thought. The various languages of the creatures in the Unspeakables office. Before she could further pursue the idea, the goblin returned and placed a thick folder as well as a small box in front of Buckbeam. He nodded at his colleague, before he pushed the box over to Regina. Ms. Lestrange, please try the ring on to see if it will accept you first. Noticing that Regina looked at her, Rebecca nodded, reassuringly. Do it, she observed, patiently, how Regina slowly pulled the box over and hesitantly took the ring and slid it over her ring finger, almost as if she expected that it would blow up into her face if she did so. However, a faint, golden glow surrounded her, as the ring adjusted itself to the correct size. It was weak, but it was clearly there. She did it. Wow, Rebecca thought in amazement. Congratulations, Lady Lestrange. Buckbeam cast her sister a toothy smile. You are now the head of the Lestrange family. If I may suggest something. Yes, please. While I've grown up in the magical world until the age of 11, I am still a squib. Buckbeam nodded. I suggest making your sister your regent for the Lestrange seat on the Wizengamot. Yes, please. Buckbeam, I haven't used my real name ever since I finished Hogwarts. Isn't it time to remedy that now, considering that your sister is the head of House Lestrange, that you have a magical nephew and a fiancé? Rebecca sighed, but nodded, quietly. Secondly, I suggest removing your brothers and your sister-in-law from the family. Yes, please. Thirdly, I suggest putting Harry and Connie as well as her parents under the protection of the Lestrange family. Yes, please. I also wish to adopt Harry as my son. Buckbeam let out a sigh. I'm afraid that this is not possible. Regina cast her sister a grateful nod, when she asked, Buckbeam, are you joking? Why can't Regina adopt Harry? Buckbeam let out a deep sigh. In the British magical world, you can only adopt minors. However, the magical world recognizes Harry as an adult, even if he has not taken up the lordship of House Potter yet. Buckbeam, he is 5. 5. Rebecca all but growled. Magic recognizes him as an adult due to his marriage bonding to Connie Potter, née Cox. Oh Merlin. Regina let out a deep sigh. That means, however, that Sirius Black won't be able to take him from me, doesn't it? Buckbeam nodded, smiling. Yes, Lady Lestrange. You can add him and Connie to the Lestrange family as your son and daughter-in-law in any case. You just can't adopt him, because magic considers him an adult. Thanks, Buckbeam. You're the best. Rebecca let out a sigh of relief. They spent a few more minutes talking about this and that, during which Buckbeam suggested that either the goblins or the Unspeakables should check out the Lestrange vault, before Regina should even consider entering it. Knowing your brothers and sister-in-law, I can only imagine what kind of dangerous artifacts they might have stored in the family vault. Let's make it a task for Team 13, Rebecca replied, whenever Ninja will be available. I'll see to it, Buckbeam promised. Who in the world is Ninja? Regina wondered, however, deducted from the conversation that it had to be the unspeakable name of either Buckbeam himself or one of his colleagues. A few days later, Sirius Black's trial was announced for Saturday morning. Minerva feigned innocence, when Albus asked her about it. I wonder why Sirius Black is going to have a trial all of a sudden. He's already been in Azkaban for more than 4 years. Minerva shook her head, feigning confusion. That is strange indeed. Did he not have a trial 4 years ago? Albus shook his head. No, he did not, as it was evident that he was the Potter's secret keeper and killed Pettigrew as well as the Muggles. The Aurors caught him in flagranti, when he blew up the street. I've asked Phileas to guard the school for us, as I will take my own seat on the Wizengamot for the trial. Ah, but I don't think that is necessary, Albus had the gall to reply in his grandfatherly voice. Oh, it is. He was in my house, and he is Harry Potter's godfather. This very well concerns me. Harry will have to remain with his relatives in any case, Albus replied, strictly, before he explained something about Lily's sacrifice and blood wards, which Minerva did not want to hear at all. While she had been good friends with Albus for almost 50 years, his actions concerning young Harry had made her think a lot during the last months, especially after meeting Harry on New Year's Eve. I will attend, and that's my last word on this matter, she replied, clearly showing him her character as the Scottish lioness she was. While Wizengamot meetings were often boring, this time, Minerva followed the events with interest. The trial began delayed, because Amelia Bones had introduced a new member to the Wizengamot. Rebecca Lestrange had taken up the Lestrange seat as regent for Regina Lestrange, the new Lady Lestrange. At first, Albus as the head of the Wizengamot had tried to question the claim, stating that the Lestrange seat had been empty ever since the Lestrange brothers had been convicted and sent to Azkaban. I have never heard of a Regina Lestrange. Albus, in my capacity as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, I assure you that their claim is valid. Now, without further delay, I open the trial for Sirius Black. Aurors, please bring him in. Minerva inwardly shuddered upon seeing Sirius. The always happy and mischievous student, who had caused a fair share of her gray hair, about that she was certain, seemed unkempt and dirty. The poor boy, she thought, relieved when it was Amelia herself who led the trial. Before she could even begin to question Sirius, however, he spoke up. Melly, please question me under Veritaserum. It wasn't me. It was Peter. He was their secret keeper, and he killed them all, before he transformed into his rat animagus form and fled. Amelia turned to the Wizengamot. Dear members, will you allow me to question the convict under Veritaserum? Ah, but Amelia, I don't believe that is necessary. Ignoring Albus' comment, Amelia asked for a quick and open vote, and Minerva happily raised her hand together with 80% of the members. During his questioning, it became quickly evident that Sirius was innocent and had wrongly been sent to Azkaban. The trial was a quick affair, and Sirius was told he was free to go and received a compensation of 50,000 galleons, roughly 1,000 for each month of his unjust imprisonment. Amelia even offered him his former position as an Auror back. Thanks, but I'm not sure if I wish to work in such a corrupt system that allows innocents to be sent to Azkaban without as much as a trial. Sirius. Minerva approached her former student. Minnie. He cast her a broad smile. The system is not corrupt anymore. Amelia has been installed as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement 2 weeks ago, and her first action on her first day in office was to see to it that you'd get your trial. That's true. Amelia smiled. Thank you, Minerva. Thanks, Melly. Now, where is Harry? Where is my godson? And where is Remis? Minerva smirked. Good luck finding them. Concerning Harry, Albus will have to answer to you. I suggest that you make yourself presentable and visit him after dinner tonight. I'll make sure to be there, as I'm not going to miss that conversation, she thought in amusement. Dumbledore, Sirius growled, as he stepped through the fireplace into the small cottage he owned in the north of Scotland. He should have known that I wasn't the secret keeper, as he cast the Fidelius charm himself. He glanced around, noticing in relief that everything looked as he had left it more than 4 years ago. Oh well, I really need a shower, and then I'm going to pay Remis a visit, he resolved. In fact, after finishing Hogwarts, he had bought 2 adjacent cottages right behind the dunes on the Scottish coast, one for himself and one for Remis. There was no street leading to it, and the area was surrounded by forest and of course, the sea, absolutely safe for a werewolf to roam. I hope he's still living there, he thought, when he put on proper clothes for the first time in years. Perhaps, he even knows where to find Harry. Sirius. His remaining best friend exclaimed with a combination of surprise, horror and hope clearly written in his face. Remis, don't fret. I had a trial this morning, and I'm free. An instant later, they were lying in each other's arms. Remis, where's Harry? Remis let out a deep sigh. Dumbledore sent him to the Dursleys, his Muggle relatives, and forbade everyone to go and see him, stating that he wanted him to grow up far from the magical world. Idiot. Sirius shook his head in annoyance. Doesn't he know that Petunia absolutely hates magic? Her husband is even worse. I'll go and get him. I'll be back shortly. With that, he apparated from the spot. He remembered vaguely where the Dursleys lived, as he and James had been there once casting protective wards around their house to possibly keep out Death Eaters during the war. Even if the two sisters' relationship had been not good to say the least, Lily had felt responsible for Petunia, fearing that she and her family might be a target for Death Eaters. Arriving in the park of Little Whinging, he swiftly transformed into his canine form and went to look for the house. To his relief, it was not far, and, confirming that the street that was lined by identical-looking Muggle houses was void from people, he changed back. A moment after he rang the bell, Petunia opened the door, glaring at him in apparent disgust. "You!" she shrieked. "What do you want? Where's Harry? I am his godfather, and I want to take him in." Petunia scoffed. "Where were you 4 years ago, when that good-for-nothing freak came to live with us?" "He's gone to visit a friend." "Which friend? Where is he?" "I don't know." "All right. I'll be back in 2 hours then." Sirius returned to the Dursleys' house every 2 hours, only to receive the same response each time. "I'm going to kill Dumbledore," he uttered to Remis, before he stepped into the fireplace to flow to Hogwarts after taking his friend out for dinner that evening. "Don't kill him. Harry and I really need you here and not in Azkaban." Sirius nodded in silent promise. When he exited the fireplace in the headmaster's office, he realized that the old wizard was just playing wizard's chess with his deputy headmistress. "Sirius, my boy. How nice of you to pay an old wizard a visit. Don't my boy me. You should have known that I wasn't their secret keeper. You cast the Fidelius charm after all. I could instigate a trial against you, old man. But I have a more important agenda." "Where is Harry?" he growled, merely casting a small smile at Minnie in silent greeting. "I wonder if she's really on Dumbledore's side," he thought in absolute annoyance at the old wizard's behavior. "Harry is happily living with the only family he has. The Dursleys have a son of the same age, and I am sure that they're growing up as brothers. That's dragon dung." Petunia always hated magic. She even detested Lily for it. "Oh well, we'll see, but I'll tell you now that if anything happens to my godson, I'll have your head for it. Just so you know, I'm going to take him in, and considering that he's my godson, you won't be able to keep me from doing so." "Ah, Sirius, but you don't understand the full background. It is adamant that Harry remains with the Dursleys due to the blood wards I cast around the Dursleys' home." Sirius scoffed. "Blood wards because of Lily's sacrifice. They won't work anyway, considering that there's no love between Petunia and Harry. She disliked him even as a baby. Oh well, you'll hear from me. Goodbye, Dumbledore, Minnie." With a last growl at the old wizard, Sirius returned to Remis' place, knowing that his friend was as worried about his godson as himself. Remis seems totally depressed anyway, which is understandable as a werewolf without a job and without friends. "I'm glad that I can be here for him and Harry now." He made a short detour to his own home to fetch a bottle of fire whiskey, deciding that they at least had to celebrate his newly found freedom. It was almost midnight, when a silver-gray cat Patronus appeared in front of him and spoke in McGonagall's voice. "Sirius, please contact me as soon as possible. I can tell you something about Harry." Without considering the matter, Sirius strode over to the fireplace. "Sirius, it's quite late," Remis warned him, however, Sirius merely shrugged. Minerva McGonagall's office, Hogwarts. It took a while, before Minerva's head appeared in the flames. "Sirius, I am at Remis. Will you please step through? The fireplace is Wolf's Den. Step back." A moment later, the old witch stepped out of the fireplace. "Remis, Sirius." A rare smile crossed her face, as she greeted her former students. "I am very happy to see you both. The pleasure is on our side," Remis replied, returning the smile, before he offered her a seat and a glass of fire whiskey, which the professor accepted, much to Sirius' surprise. "What do you know about Harry?" Minerva sighed. "I need both of you to swear me a wizard's oath to keep what I tell you now a secret." "Nothing is just easy now, is it?" Sirius thought in annoyance, before he followed Remis swearing his wizard's oath. "Thank you, both. Do you remember Rebecca Lestrange and Artemis Knott?" Remis nodded. "They were in our year at Hogwarts. What does that have to do with Harry?" Sirius could not resist asking, as he was not interested in any offsprings of Death Eater families, not caring that he was one himself. "They have taken Harry away from the Dursleys, noticing that they neglected him. Now, Rebecca's squib sister Regina Lestrange is raising Harry. She is a wonderful person, and they invited me to spend New Year's Eve with them. Harry has turned into a wonderful, happy child. Thanks, Minnie. Tomorrow, I'll go and get him then. I am his godfather after all." To his annoyance, Minerva shook her head. "No, I wouldn't do that. Harry has been living with Regina now for about 6 months, and she has become the closest thing to a mother to him. You cannot take him from her without really harming Harry. I am sure that he wouldn't mind having 1 or even 2 godfathers in addition though. In any case, I suggest that we all go and visit them tomorrow." Let me call Regina first thing in the morning, and then I'll contact you. Seeing Remis nod in apparent delight, Sirius grudgingly agreed, resolving to consider how to proceed after getting to know Harry's new guardian. I'll need to speak with Melly, too, he thought. I hope she hasn't found anyone else in the meantime. I still love her, even if Harry was my #1 priority today. By the time Minerva stepped through the fireplace followed by Remis and Sirius, Rebecca was waiting for them just by herself in Regina's living room. Everyone else was already seated in the dining room waiting for them to have lunch together. Hello Minerva, Remis and Sirius. You might remember me. Rebecca Lestrange. Receiving greetings in return, she added, Remis and Sirius, I need you to swear me a wizard's oath to keep everything concerning Regina, Harry, Connie and her parents as well as Artemis and myself a secret. Sirius cast her a look of apparent distrust, however, readily swore his oath upon Minerva's request. Thank you both. Let's have lunch together with the others. She then led them into the dining room and introduced Regina and the newest members of the Lestrange family to her former classmates. Harry eyed the two wizards who accompanied Rebecca and Minerva with apprehension. He knew that one of them was his official godfather and that he might want to take him away from his new mother. If he had come to the Dursleys to take him away a year ago, he would have been thrilled. However, he had his own family now with his mother, Connie, Lucy, Rebecca, Artemis and Connie's parents. Hello Granny Minerva, Connie greeted the old witch in apparent delight. Hello Granny Minerva, Harry echoed, casting the professor a small smile. Hello Harry and Connie, these are Sirius Black and Remus Lupin, Harry's parents' best friends. Minerva introduced the two wizards, returning his smile. Hello Mr. Black and Mr. Lupin, I am Connie, Harry's friend. You probably know Harry. Hello Connie, hello Harry. Please just call me Remus, Remus replied in a soft voice, which Harry found very soothing. Harry. Sirius cast him a broad smile. Do you remember me? I am Padfoot, your godfather. Harry lightly shook his head. I am sorry, sir. Nice to meet the two of you though. He inwardly sighed in relief, when the attention was diverted to his mother, who chose that moment to greet their guests and motioned them to take a seat. Regina Lestrange. Remus sounded surprised. I am a squib and therefore could not attend Hogwarts. Nevertheless, Rebecca, who is 2 years younger than me, always kept me updated on everything. Thank you very much for taking Harry away from the Dursleys while I was incapacitated. Now, I am back and will take care of him. Sirius cast him a broad smile. Harry, you're going to live with me, and we'll have much fun together. No sir. I have my own family now, and I am very happy here, Harry spoke up in a firm voice, before he let out a bout of accidental magic, causing his surroundings to blur. Regina observed in surprise how Harry all of a sudden vanished from the spot. He probably made himself invisible, because he doesn't want Sirius to take him away, she thought in concern, before Lucy began to let out a series of small yells. Lucy, what happened? She worriedly stepped around the table, only to realize that Harry's seat was empty. Rebecca, did he learn to apparate? Rebecca shook her head. The Unspeakables are training Harry, she explained to their guests, but they did not teach him the Unspeakables method of traveling, let alone apparition yet, considering that he's only 5. Perhaps it was accidental magic. Artemis rose from his seat. I'll go and check the Unspeakables office. Perhaps he somehow went there. He did not use his portkey. That I'm sure of, Regina thought aloud. If everyone is done eating, I suggest that we have some tea in the living room, while we wait for him to return. Everyone complied, and she realized in relief that Lucy apparently decided to cuddle with Connie on their usual spots on the sofa, daring anyone to take Harry's seat. Sirius, it's your fault. You must try to be less impulsive. Harry surely was afraid that you'd take him from the family he has finally found. Remus lightly scolded his friend, causing Regina to smile at him. I think so, too. Rebecca's voice was accusing, before she added in a lighter voice, I am sure that he'll come back though. I tried to think to him, but he doesn't reply, and I can't sense his emotions, Connie spoke up. Sirius stared at the girl in apparent bewilderment, however, Remus cast him soft kick into the side along with a warning look and asked in a soft voice, you're able to communicate through telepathy? Yes. He bonded with me on Christmas. He what? He's only 5. I have the feeling as if I was in a wrong film. Apparently, his bonding with Connie did less harm to him than your words that caused him to vanish. Rebecca glared at Sirius just when Artemis returned, stating that Harry was not in the Unspeakables office. If you believe to be in a wrong film, what should we say? John suddenly spoke up. It was our daughter he suddenly bonded to, and for us as Muggles, it is not a normal thing that 5-year-olds bond with each other and are happy about it. You're Muggles. Remis looked from John to Giselle. I wouldn't have noticed. You mix in really well. Thank you, Remis. Giselle chuckled. That's because of our newly found magical family here. They've already taught us a lot. I'm even training with the Unspeakables, too, even though I'm Muggle. Regina smiled at the girl, thinking, she's really good for Harry. He has completely changed, since he came here last summer. Sirius suddenly grinned. Harry seems to be a worthy marauder, bonding with a Muggle girl at the age of 5. He seems to have chosen well though, young lady. I can see that he seems to be happy here, and while I'm not going to ask him to live with me anymore, I'd still like to fulfill my role as his godfather, and in extension Connie's of course, and to get to know him and visit him every now and then. Regina nodded in confirmation. Of course. We'll be happy to have you and Remis as godparents, won't we, Connie? Yes. Connie grinned, broadly. Are you good at flying, sir? We love to fly, but I always need someone to take me, because I can't fly myself. Sirius began to laugh. I love to fly, and Remis here is a good flyer as well. We'll take you flying at any time. When Harry could see clearly again, the dining room was completely empty. What happened? He thought in shock. What did I do now? Harry, where are you? Connie's thought suddenly penetrated his mind. In the dining room, but you're all gone. Wait. An instant later, Connie stormed into the room closely followed by Lucy. What happened? Connie stared at him, wide-eyed. Nice question, Harry. You suddenly vanished from the sight. Where did you go? Harry shrugged, seeing that Rebecca entered the room. I was here. I don't know. I didn't want Sirius to take me away. Did you perhaps manage to time slide? Rebecca smirked. I can't time slide, and Nix told me that it might take me years to succeed. I didn't even try to do it. Perhaps accidental magic. Rebecca quirked an eyebrow. Anyway, the others are in the living room wondering where you are. Come. Your mother will be relieved to have you back. She was very worried what might have happened to you, and Sirius promised that he won't take you away from here. Harry nodded and swiftly made his way into the living room, where he climbed onto his mother's lap and whispered, Sorry Mum. I'm just glad that you're safe, sweetie, she whispered into his ear. I love you, son. Love you, too, he whispered back. During the following months, Harry and Connie eagerly continued their studies. While they both found the primary school boring to say the least, they knew that it was important to continue. While it did not matter for Harry if he attended the school, as he was going to be accepted at Hogwarts anyway, for Connie it would be essential to finish it to be able to proceed to a secondary school and consecutively to university. During their primary school classes, they spent much time telepathically discussing what they had learned at the Unspeakables office, as they only had very few theoretical classes together. At most times, the various Unspeakables taught Harry their respective areas of magic. Altogether, he studied a broad field of knowledge. Connie was a slightly different matter due to her lack of magic. However, when Harry turned 8, Croker instructed him to choose 5 teachers including Devil, as his training would be mandatory. Harry discussed the matter with Connie and his teammates multiple times, before he finally decided to continue studying alchemy with Archie, potions with Whisker as well as the animagus transformation with Felina. Knowing that Whisker and Felina were researching for a method of time travel as well as a way to give a Muggle or Squib magic, he decided on Nix as his 5th teacher, who continued teaching him time sliding. Perhaps, at some stage, I can combine Felina's and Whisker's method, provided that they manage to develop one, with time sliding, he thought, when he informed Croker of his decision. If I succeed, I can go back in time as far as the Great Merlin and ask him if it's possible to give a Muggle magic. To his relief, the head Unspeakable seemed to be contented with his choice. At least, he did not object but instructed him to intensely study, considering that he would not have so much time anymore when he was going to attend Hogwarts in 3 years' time. Do I even wish to attend Hogwarts? Harry wondered. However, he knew that while his mother would accept any reasonable choice he made, his godfathers, Sirius and Remis, would be extremely upset if he refused to attend the school they seemed to adore so much. The Marauders had made it a habit to spend every Sunday at Regina's place together with the Coxes, and Harry had the impression as if they had all become a large, loving family, which made him very happy. To his surprise, he realized soon that each of his teachers adjusted the next goal for his studies to his 11th birthday, which would be in 3 years' time and a month before his sorting into Hogwarts. I intend for you to be able to produce the Philosopher's Stone and brew the elixir of life by the time you turn 11. Nicholas smiled. However, before I teach you such a thing, you must prove yourself. During the following 2 years, you will make your own wand and your own broomstick. Which aim do you wish to pursue first? Sir, does it afford magic to make a broom? Connie looked from Harry to Nicholas, wide-eyed. Yes dear, I am afraid that you won't be able to make a broom for him, however, you might be able to advise him on the details on the construction as well as the ingredients for his wand. That's not what I meant, but yes, I'll be happy to support him. What I meant was that if it affords magic, perhaps, he should make his wand first. Very clever, young lady. However, it does not afford that much magic, and I believe that Harry won't even need a wand to construct his broomstick. Harry nodded in understanding, knowing that he could often just wish for things. Nevertheless, we should make your wand first, so that you'll have plenty of time to get used to using your wand to cast magic. Nicholas sighed. I believe that you won't wish your classmates at Hogwarts to know that you're proficient at wandless magic. Oh no, I don't. Harry's response was so quick and firm that Connie chuckled in apparent amusement. Harry and Connie, you have already brewed all the potions, which students are taught at Hogwarts during the first 3 years. Artemis somehow looked smug. I am afraid that I cannot yet give you a choice what to study next, as I need you to take your owls at potions before I can really involve you in experimental research. Will I be able to take the owl with Harry? Connie cast the older wizard an eager look. Artemis let out a deep sigh. As you know, most potions do not require the use of magic, and the Ministry of Magic would not know that you're a muggle if we registered both of you under your unspeakable names. However, if by chance the potion you need to brew is one, for which you have to cast a spell, you won't be able to pass the exam. If we can take the exam together, can't I cast the spell at her potion? If I do it wandlessly, no one will know that it wasn't Connie but me. Ah, Harry, you're the best. Connie stepped over and pulled him into a bear's hug. Artemis smirked. That might work, but if the examiner notices it, you're going to be disqualified from the exam and will have to wait another year to try again. Harry shrugged. It's worth the risk, isn't it? Very well, you'll have to intensely practice that cheat, but leave me out of it and don't tell anyone. Artemis smirked. Thanks Artemis, thanks Harry. Connie grinned, broadly. Can we begin with the next 4th-year potion then? Rebecca questioned him about the animal he wished to become, causing Connie, who was again listening in on his lesson, to chuckle. Harry cast her a look of pure irritation, before he admitted, I can't decide between a yeti, a dog and a phoenix. His feeling only intensified, when Rebecca began to laugh, and Lucy gave the witch a warning growl. Don't worry, sweetie, that wasn't a ridiculing laugh, but an admiring one, Rebecca said to the canine, gently caressing Lucy's fluffy ears. Do you have a reason for each of these forms? Harry nodded. A dog because of Lucy, a phoenix, so that I can go to see Connie at any time, when I'm at Hogwarts, or a yeti, because he's so fluffy, and Connie likes him. Equals a doggy of course, so we can have a proper dog fight. Equals. She has a point, Rebecca commented hearing Harry's translation. As to going to see Connie, we're going to teach you the unspeakable method of transportation soon. That's less obtrusive than using a phoenix animagus form. Apart from that, there are other means, which will allow you to see Connie on a daily basis. Don't worry about that now. During the following months, Harry and Connie intensely studied ingredients with Nicholas to determine the 3 most adequate components for Harry's wand, while they eagerly brewed the 4th and 5th-year potions under Artemis' tutelage. However, the animagus transformation seemed to be more difficult. Harry tried to transform his left hand into a paw during every free minute, provided that anyone was with him who could call for help if necessary. However, that request from Rebecca did not really restrain him, considering that at least Lucy and at most times also Connie were together with him. It was on the Sunday morning before Christmas that Harry suddenly spiked fur. He still had his hand and not a paw, but nevertheless, he was over the moon with joy at his obvious progress. Today is Sunday, so I can show it to Remis and Sirius, he thought in excitement, only to be disappointed when Sirius came alone. Remis won't be able to join us today, but he'll be here for Christmas Eve dinner tomorrow. Connie suddenly dashed from the room and only returned a few minutes later. Sirius, last night was the night of the full moon. Is Remis perhaps a werewolf? Did they really exist? Harry cast her a horrified look, however, Sirius seemed proud. My goddaughter must be the most intelligent girl of her age. Artemis, Harry, why don't we try to invent a cure for werewolves? Artemis nodded. That's what we're going to do once you've both taken your owls next summer. 8 months later, a few days before the beginning of a new school year at Hogwarts, the results of the exams, which had recently taken place at the Ministry of Magic, were announced in the Daily Prophet. Unspeakable Paws, Potions Owl, result, O. Unspeakable Turtle, Potions Owl, result, O. They took their owls and passed them both with an O, even Connie, Minerva thought in amazement, unaware of the broad smile that crossed her face. Minerva, what makes you so happy? Albus leaned over to get a glimpse at her newspaper. I was just wondering why Unspeakables would take their Potions Owl. Everyone who has finished Hogwarts has at least taken their owl already, she swiftly lied, knowing that she could not admit to the old wizard that the 9-year-olds behind these two unspeakable names were her surrogate grandchildren. That is strange indeed. I wonder how the Unspeakables recruit their members if not from Hogwarts. Perhaps, they're not even humans. Phileas cast Albus a questioning look. The headmaster shook his head. That I don't know. I only know Croaker, the head Unspeakable, but even his identity is a mystery to me. Artemis, do you remember what you promised Harry and me to do after we've taken our owl? Connie grinned in apparent eagerness. Artemis groaned in obvious annoyance. Yes dear, I promised that we'd engage in experimental potions. We will do some research, however, please note 2 points. One is that you must still study for your potions newt, and the second is that you shouldn't get your hopes up. Many potions masters throughout the centuries have tried to find a cure for lycanthropy without success, and neither of us is a potions master, at least not yet. I really should work on the mastery some time, he added as an afterthought. He remained pensive for a moment, only to state, your mother was a potions mistress, Harry. Did you know that? Harry smiled at what he thought of one of his uncles and mentors feeling extremely happy at the mentioning of his birth mother. That's cool. She was brilliant. Yes. With her help, we might even succeed, but as far as I know, there isn't even a portrait of your parents. Artemis sighed. Anyway, the only advantage I can imagine we have above all the other potions masters is that the two of you have been studying with several teachers other than humans for more than 4 years by now and might have slightly different approaches to the topic. Too bad that the primary school will begin again soon. Harry let out a deep sigh. Noticing the look of obvious concern he received from Connie, he smiled. Don't worry, Connie. I will still attend school together with you. With a flick of Artemis' hand, 2 parchments appeared in front of the Unspeakable, who handed one to Connie and one to Harry. I believe that your lesson with Nicholas is going to begin soon, and I need to return to Hogwarts. This is the recipe of the so-called Wolfsbane potion, which allows the werewolf to keep his mind, while he is in his werewolf form. I suggest that we use this recipe as the basis for our research. Please study the recipe and think about any possible changes that you can imagine to possibly make this potion a cure. All right, sir, Harry replied, noticing that Connie was already engrossed in her reading of the ingredients, apparently deep in thoughts. If anyone can find a cure, it'll be her, he thought with a combination of amazement and amusement. I so wished she could attend Hogwarts together with her. It'll be absolutely boring without her. A few minutes later, Archie strode into the team room, shrugged off his unspeakable robes and them as friendly as always. He exchanged a few words with Whisker, who was already preparing to pop away, before he turned to Connie and Harry. Have you studied the drawings of the broomsticks I gave you and decided on a model? Harry let out a deep sigh. Yes, sir. Would it perhaps be possible to make a different broom? Nicholas cast him a questioning look. When Harry hoped that Connie was going to explain as usual, she remained quiet for once. I want to make a broom for 2 people to sit next to each other, so that Connie could sit next to me. Of course, I fly the whole broom using my magic. Nicholas nodded in apparent understanding. A unique idea, but I believe that we should be able to make it work. Connie hesitantly pulled a parchment out of her robe pocket. I don't know if this will work in hindsight of stability and whatever, but I've tried to draw such a kind of broom. Nicholas held out his hand, smiling. Please show me. He studied the drawing for a moment, before he began to explain which parts they would have to change and why. May I modify your drawing? Connie nodded, eagerly. Yes please. Together, they observed with interest how Nicholas magically changed several parts of the drawing, carefully explaining the reason for each alteration. After at least 2 hours of working on the drawing, he nodded, seemingly contented. Now, it's already too late for today, and I suggest that you return home. Tomorrow, we shall discuss what kind of wood would be appropriate for this specific broom and head into the forest to look for it. Harry and Connie nodded eagerly. They just loved these trips into the forest, which was nothing more than a large room within the Unspeakables' office. It had been charmed as a forest with all possible kinds of trees, herbs and even bushes with berries. Artemis had taken them to find potions ingredients multiple times, and usually, going into the forest involved small breaks in front of one of the bushes. Any potions ingredients as well as the fruits were charmed to always be ripe, and Harry and Connie just loved to pick some berries as they walked through the forest. Sometimes, they were even allowed to take some home for their families, considering that they would regrow overnight. It took them several months to build the broom to completion. Whenever they believed their masterpiece to be finished, Nicholas tried it out only to demand more changes. At the beginning of December, when Harry finally held the final version in his hands, grinning happily, an idea crossed Connie's mind. Nicholas, could we perhaps make such a broom for Rebecca and Artemis for Christmas? Would we manage on time? Oh, that's great. Harry immediately agreed. Nicholas nodded. You can do that. Now that we have this prototype, you only have to build it the same way. However, instead of giving it to them for Christmas, I'd wait and make it their wedding present if I was you. Are they going to marry? Connie's expression was one of pure delight. On February 14th next year. Harry and Connie immediately agreed with Nicholas's suggestion. Then we'll have some more time, too. Connie nodded contentedly. Nicholas, will you help us though? Harry cast the old wizard a concerned look. I will help you if you need my assistance. Otherwise, I'll simply watch. Neither Harry nor Connie noticed the mischievous grin that was playing on Nicholas's lips. During the next few weeks, they spent much time working on the double broom for their teammates, and indeed managed to finish it by Christmas. Not wanting their teammates to know about the matter, they decided to hide it in Connie's room at her parents' home until the wedding. In the morning of Christmas Eve, Regina intended to take Harry and Connie into Muggle London to view some of the Christmas decorations in the town, before the extended family was going to come over. The children were quite excited, as Minerva and Rebecca had promised to show them how to decorate the Christmas tree in the living room using magic. However, when they were still having breakfast together, a Patronus in the form of a chameleon arrived. That's from Nicholas, Harry said in surprise, recognizing the chameleon, right before they could hear their old colleague's voice. Harry and Connie, please come to the team room for a few minutes. I need to show you something. I promise that I won't keep you long. Ah, sorry, Mom, may we go quickly? We'll be back shortly. We can still go to see the Christmas decorations afterwards, can't we? Regina smiled. Of course, son. We'll simply go afterwards. Leave Lucy here today. Harry nodded. Not even bothering to pull over their unspeakable robes, Harry and Connie used Harry's portkey to travel to their team room, where Nicholas was waiting for them. Thank you for coming so quickly, he said, and Harry noticed that he seemed uncharacteristically excited. I have taken the liberty to show your prototype of the double broom to an old friend. In fact, he is the owner of the broom company Nimbus. I don't know if you've heard of it. Yes, we have. Connie's voice was laced with excitement. Harry, isn't the broom Sirius gave you from Nimbus? Harry nodded. Yes, it is. Nicholas nodded. Very well. Anyway, the Nimbus company have made a contract with me on your behalf. Mind you, they do not know your real names. I made the contract with them using your unspeakable identities. As you might or might not know, usually, their brooms are called Nimbus followed by a number. Harry and Connie nodded. They knew that from the broom Harry owned. Anyway, they will produce the double broom under the name Paws and Turtle Double Broom, and for each broom they sell, you'll each get 10% of the sale proceeds. You also hold the patent for the broom. He handed them two officially looking parchments. How's that? Totally amazing. As usual, Connie beat Harry to a response. Thank you very much, sir. Nicholas smirked. You're welcome, dears. Oh, Connie, this is yours by the way. He handed her a small key. I have asked Buckbean to make a vault for you, so that you'll be able to receive your share from Nimbus. Rebecca as your magical guardian has given her signature on your behalf. Thank you so very much, sir. Connie eyed the key from all angles in apparent amazement. It was my pleasure. Now, I need to return home, before my wife, Perenelle, will verbally kill me for spending Christmas Eve in the office. I wish you a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, too, Nicholas. Merry Christmas, sir. Harry, Regina is up. Harry lazily stretched beside Lucy's warm belly. Thanks, Lucy. Let's go. Grabbing his double broom, which he had secretly brought home a few days before Christmas but had not shown his mother yet, he headed out into the living room. Good morning, Mum, and Happy Christmas. Merry Christmas, Harry and Lucy, Regina replied, before her eyes widened in surprise, as she stared at the broom in Harry's hand with interest. Oh, is that the paws and turtle double broom you told us about yesterday? Harry nodded, grinning. I thought you might like to go for a ride, before everyone will come over. Ah, how thoughtful of you, Harry. Yes, I'd love to go for a ride. Shall we take Dolly with us? Perhaps, she'd love a ride as well. I could take turns with her and Lucy. A few minutes later, they were dressed in warm winter clothes and headed out into the garden, where Lucy immediately began to jump around through the fairly deep snow in apparent joy. Lulu, stay with Dolly. I'll give you a ride later on, Harry instructed the canine, before he gave his mother a sharp look. Are you ready? Yes, let's go, but don't go too fast, Regina replied in apparent excitement. During the following hour, Regina, Dolly and Lucy took turns riding the broom together with Harry, before Dolly informed everyone that it was time for breakfast. Only then did Harry realize the spectators standing in front of the garden door. The whole extended family was watching in apparent amazement. My turn is next, Connie announced, grinning. In obvious anticipation. Sure, Harry promised, resolving to not inform the others that Connie had already absolved at least 50 flying hours on that very broom. To make the waiting list shorter, I could offer to take my charming goddaughter on a flight. Sirius grinned, broadly. Harry, you haven't met Melly's niece Susan yet, have you? Harry shook his head and eyed the girl with interest. She seemed to be about the same age as Connie and him. Hi Susan. Hello Harry. I've heard a lot about you from Sirius and my aunt. Hopefully only good things. Otherwise, I'll need to have a word with them, Connie quipped, causing everyone to laugh, before they were ushered into the house for Christmas breakfast. Susan seems nice, Connie thought to him during breakfast. I think so, too, Harry replied, smiling. Perhaps, we could meet with her from time to time, although we don't really have much time besides school and studies with the Unspeakables. True, but I love everything we do. Harry full-heartedly agreed. Me too. Thanks for doing everything with me. Thanks for allowing me to do so. Harry and Connie, are you doing it again? They were brought back to reality, when Sirius addressed them. They communicate by telepathy all the time, grinning without any understandable context. Sorry, Godfather, but we had some unspeakable secrets to discuss, which we can't openly discuss in your presence. Connie, should we really allow him to ride our broom? It's all right. Just let me use your broom, Remis quipped, glancing at Sirius. Regina, would you do me the honor of accompanying me on a flight? Thank you, Remis. I'd love to. Remis, will you take me, too, please? Susan asked in apparent eagerness, causing the marauder to agree immediately. Everyone laughed at Sirius for once dumb expression, when he looked from one to the other in apparent disbelief. It was a few days later, when Regina enjoyed a quiet breakfast, after Harry had left for the Unspeakables office at an ungodly time again, that her eyes fell on a headline in the Daily Prophet. Paws and Turtle Double, an amazing new broom for couples. Nimbus Company has released a new broom, Paws and Turtle Double, which two people can ride together. When the Daily Prophet inquired about the name, which seems out of turn for Nimbus, it was explained that Nimbus are not the inventors of the broom but are merely producing and selling it. The inventor's patent belongs to two Unspeakables who go by the names of Paws and Turtle. Can we expect more exciting brooms of this caliber by Paws and Turtle? We are surely looking forward to it. Harry and Connie are simply amazing, Regina thought, when a sudden idea crossed her mind. Grabbing the newspaper, she informed Dolly that she would be back in a few minutes, before she hurried over to the Coxes to show Giselle and John the article. They'll be as proud as I am, she thought, feeling very happy. Inspired by the article in the Daily Prophet, Harry, Connie and Nicholas pondered their options. It was after one of the Quidditch matches, to which Rebecca and Artemis still took Regina, Harry and Connie, that an idea crossed his mind. Perhaps, we could make brooms for each of the positions, he said, pensively. A broom for a seeker must be very streamlined, fast and flexible in its movement. Chasers, beaters and keepers have other requirements for their brooms. A good idea. Nicholas smiled in apparent appreciation. I also wish to teach you to make the Philosopher's Stone during the next months. Harry remained pensive for a moment. Nicholas, there is something I really wish to do. Perhaps, you'll be able to help with it. Connie, do you think I can tell him about my classes with Nix? Connie nodded. I think so. What you want to do will help all the Unspeakables if you succeed. A Canute for your thoughts. Sorry, Nicholas. I was just wondering if I was allowed to tell you about my studies with Nix. If we could get your help, perhaps, I might be able to succeed. I know that I'm not allowed to tell things, but Connie said if I succeed, it'll help all the Unspeakables. Nicholas let out a deep sigh, before he nodded in apparent understanding. Harry, first of all, I am willing to help with whatever you are trying to research. However, you need to ask Nix if he's willing to work together with Archie, and if he agrees, you'll have to ask Croaker for permission. Thanks, Nicholas. I'll speak with Nix, when I'll have my class with him tomorrow. To Harry's relief, Nix and Croaker both agreed, when Harry asked for permission and explained what his goal was. I agree that Archie would be a valuable ally, and I will assist as well, Croaker promised, causing Harry to smile, happily. Just note that it might take you years, before you'll achieve what you're planning. Croaker, I disagree. Nix sounded proud. Paws has already managed time sliding. Harry chuckled. Yes, after I happened to do it with accidental magic, it wasn't so difficult anymore. It's just the combination of this and the other methods. Good luck then. I'll appreciate the result. By the time the school year ended shortly after Connie's and before Harry's 10th birthday, they had managed to produce a special Seeker's broom. As before, Nicholas made a contract with Nimbus under the same conditions as with the Paws and Turtle double, claiming the patent on the broom for Unspeakables Paws and Turtle. On July 1, 1990, the broom was officially released, and Nimbus promoted it under the name, Paws and Turtle Seeker. Harry and Connie were still practicing to produce the Philosopher's Stone, and Harry, Nix and Nicholas were still inefficiently working on their other project. Harry's, Connie's and Artemis' attempt to develop a cure for lycanthropy remained equally inefficient. Connie, what's wrong? Sorry, Harry apologized, knowing that she could feel the sudden change in his mood. We're not getting anywhere with our research concerning the time travel, and I'm getting frustrated. I only have a year, before I'll have to go to Hogwarts. Perhaps, I should forego the last year of the primary school and concentrate on the research. What do you think? Connie thoughtfully ran a hand through her long hair. First of all, we need to practice some more for the potions newt if we really want to take it at the end of the holidays. Harry nodded. Yes, we need to do that in any case. After that, I think it would make sense for you to concentrate on the research. I'll join you after school then. Of course, I'll miss you, but we can always think to each other. Harry nodded, feeling extremely relieved at her kind words. Lucy will appreciate some more time to play with Marlin, too. Connie grinned, as she gently played with the canine's ears. Harry shook his head. She'll sleep through the morning anyway. All right, I'll tell Mum then. I hope she and your parents won't be upset. Connie smiled. They won't, even if they can't know the exact reason. They'll still understand. Thanks, Connie. You're the best. I know. Connie chuckled. Minerva, Albus, have you seen that? Nimbus has brought out a Seeker's broom. That sounds absolutely amazing. Do you think we could buy 2 for the school? Rolanda's voice was laced with excitement. Minerva inwardly grinned, knowing that her grandchildren were the inventors. I have some connections, and I can try to get them for a reduced price, she offered. I can't promise anything though. Thanks, Minerva. Please do so. I'd appreciate if someone could gift them to the school, as we don't have the means to buy such high-level brooms as school brooms. After dinner the same day, she went to Regina's house to see her surrogate grandchildren, who immediately promised to have their colleague Archie talk to Nimbus about gifting Two Paws and Turtle Seeker brooms to Hogwarts. If they don't agree, I shall gift them. Harry smiled. Ah, thank you, Harry, but I can't accept that, Minerva politely refused, unwilling to have a 9-year-old pay for brooms for Hogwarts, for which the headmaster was not willing to spend money. You can. We get 10% each of every broom they sell, and they've already sold hundreds of the Paws and Turtle Double. Harry's voice was firm and convincing. Harry, let's just do that. If you gift one and I the other, we don't even have to bother Archie and Nimbus. Connie grinned. Rebecca, can you please help us to buy 2 brooms and have them sent to Hogwarts? Rebecca nodded, before she sent out 2 feline patroni in quick sequence. Minerva, relax. The kids know what they're talking about. They're already rich at the age of 9 and 10, Rebecca reassured her, only to add, good for our firstborn having wealthy godparents. You're expecting. Minerva only then noticed that Rebecca's figure clearly showed that she was pregnant. Yes. The baby is only due in November, so it's still a long time ahead though. Congratulations, dear. What about your Arabella Fig persona? Won't the transformation harm the baby? Rebecca smirked. No, as it is not a transformation per se. I wouldn't change into my animagus form, for example. Taking on Arabella's features won't harm the baby, and my belly is charmed to only allow people to notice my pregnancy whom I've already told about it. By the time Minerva returned to Hogwarts late that night, she felt as happy as she always did after spending some time with what she thought of her family. As soon as at breakfast the following morning, 2 owls made their way to the sole table that remained in the Great Hall during the holidays. Each was carrying a broomstick and let it fall onto the table in front of Rolanda Hooch, causing plates to scatter and tea to spill all over the table. Sorry for that, Rolanda uttered, as she took one of the brooms into her hands, wide-eyed, while Poppy reached out for the second. A small parchment was attached to each of the brooms. A gift for Hogwarts from Paws, inventor of Paws and Turtle Broomsticks, Rolanda read aloud, amazement evident in her voice. This one is slightly different, Poppy announced. A gift for Hogwarts from Turtle, co-inventor of Paws and Turtle Broomsticks. Well done, Minnie, whatever you did. Rolanda stared at the brooms with a combination of amazement and bewilderment. Minerva, how in the world did you make that work? Minerva smirked. I believe that in my age, I should be allowed to have one or the other secret. Minerva, do you know Paws and Turtle? Weren't that the 2 Unspeakables who took their potions a year or 2 ago? Albus cast her an enquiring look. I think that were the names, but do you remember Tony Haley? He was a Gryffindor many years ago and is working at Nimbus. Where do you think I am getting my own brooms from? Ah, I did not know that. Please relay our thanks to the sponsors. Yes, please thank them from me, too, Rolanda quickly agreed. I will, Minerva promised, inwardly grinning. The more questions Albus asks, the more lies I will need to tell him, she resolved, still feeling extremely upset at the headmaster for his decisions concerning a young Harry Potter. Thank Merlin Rebecca took care of him at that time. To her relief, Albus refrained from asking further questions, and Rolanda quickly ushered her and Poppy out onto the grounds to test the new brooms in a series of seeker scrimmages. During the remaining weeks of the holidays, Nicholas intensely made them work on the Philosopher's Stone. Connie was not able to finish one just by herself, as there were several steps which required magic. However, Nicholas used the stone she was working on to show Harry how to proficiently cast the required spells, and at the end of the holidays, 2 red stones were sitting on the shelf in Nicholas's alchemy laboratory at the Unspeakables office. Now, as you are supposed to take your potions newt next week, you're going to concentrate on your potion studies. After your exam, I shall teach you to brew the elixir of life. Only if you're proficient at brewing the elixir, and no, Connie, it doesn't afford magic, we will try to adjust it to our special project. Thank you, Nicholas. Thank you, Nicholas, Harry echoed. I suggest that you leave the stones here for the time being, considering that the lab is charmed to only let the 3 of us in. I will teach you a series of safety charms, before I'll allow you to take them home. Why are they not safe at home? Connie cast the old wizard a questioning look. Because anyone might be able to brew the elixir of life using your stone. What if a person such as Voldemort came, stole your stone and became immortal by simply brewing the elixir? We'd be in great trouble. Connie frowned. Wouldn't it be possible to cast a charm at the stone to only allow the owner to use it in the elixir? Nicholas nodded. Actually, that is a good idea, and we should discuss the matter with Rebecca. She's good at charms. Perenelle might be able to help as well. Harry and Connie smiled. During the almost 5 years since they had joined the Unspeakables, they had only met Nicholas's wife about 5 times, but they liked her a lot. Now, the elixir as it is does not work in the way you need it for your project. Nicholas cast Harry a sharp look. It merely ensures that you won't die provided that you won't be attacked or killed in an accident. Oh, that won't work then, Connie muttered, more to herself than to the others. Are you ready to give up that easily? Nix asked in a sharp voice, causing her to look at the Yeti in apparent shock. Of course not, sir, Harry replied, indignantly. We need to adapt the elixir to our plan. Exactly. Nicholas nodded in apparent appreciation. Considering that you both passed your potions newt with an O, you should be adept enough to assist. I only passed the exam, because Harry managed to cast the required spell at my potion at the right time without anyone noticing it, Connie admitted, smirking. That was a well-done cheat then. Nicholas chuckled in apparent amusement, while Nix grinned broadly. Looking at the Yeti, a sudden idea crossed Harry's mind. Would it perhaps be possible to somehow add a time slide charm of about an hour to the elixir? I mean, so that they'd appear to be dead for an hour, but truly aren't. Connie completed his strand of thought in eagerness. Nicholas and Nix exchanged a glance. Perhaps, that would be the solution for part of the problem. Archie, what do you think? Nicholas nodded. On the one hand, yes, but still, if someone was attacked after taking the elixir, they'd be dead. After a longer discussion, they decided to add Whisker and Felina to their research team, considering that they belonged to the same Unspeakable team as Archie and the mini Unspeakables, so that they did not need Croaker's permission. They know what we're doing anyway, Harry thought, feeling very much reassured to have the 2 capable Unspeakables, who were part of his own family, support them. Nevertheless, it took them a few months of brewing, testing the concoctions on rats and developing a time-sliding spell that could be cast on a potion, before they were contented with the result of their research. It was on the first day of Connie's Easter holidays the following year that they met in Archie's alchemy lab for a final test. Whisker produced a stunned rat, which he placed on the floor in front of him. Everyone gathered around it and watched, as Harry spelled the lightly orange liquid from a small phial right into the rat's system, before Archie cast the killing curse at the animal. Harry and Connie both shuddered upon seeing the green light of the curse. The rat appeared dead, and Whisker cancelled the stunning spell. However, when Archie cast a diagnostic charm at the small animal, it showed that the rat was still alive. Assuming that this is going to work and the rat will wake from its stupor in 1 hour's time, we should discuss how to proceed further. Harry cast Nicholas a grateful look. Have you managed to time slide over a longer distance already? The old wizard questioningly looked from him to Nix. Harry grinned. Yes sir. I have practiced about 100 times, only to the future and back though, not to the past and back. That should not make a difference. Nix sounded contented. Archie nodded. Very good. How many hours, months, years into the future? 5 years into the future and back was the longest. I traveled from my own room at home, so I didn't meet anyone. And you arrived back at the exact time. Harry nodded. 3 to 5 minutes after I left each time. Where can they go years into the past without anyone seeing and possibly killing them without waiting for an explanation? Connie stared at the adults in obvious concern. That is not a problem. Archie smiled, reassuringly. Hundreds of years ago, Perenelle and I have discussed the possibility of time travel, although there was no means for such a thing at that time, and we have set a password phrase. You can travel right to our home and tell us this specific phrase. Will I be welcome in your home, sir? As you know, I should accompany Harry, even if it is not possible for us to time slide together. Of course, Nix. I will give you an explanatory letter for my younger self and even ask him to assist with your endeavor. Is there no way I can accompany Harry? Connie looked sad, as she gently cuddled Lucy close. No, young lady. This time, it will not be possible. If it works, I'll take you somewhere to a different time, Harry silently promised his wife, when he recalled that Nicholas had not told them the password yet. Excuse me, sir. You said something about a password phrase. Archie nodded. Time is destiny. Thank you, sir. Now, seeing that you're well prepared, Archie stated, once they had observed the rat wake up and flee from the site. I suggest that the two of you, Paws and Nix, leave right away. Accompany me to my home first and travel from there. You should make sure to arrive a day ahead. My younger self and my wife will be happy to accommodate you. He handed Harry a folded parchment. Give this to my younger self after telling him the password. Now, Harry stared at the older wizard in shock. It is only 9 o'clock in the morning, and you'll have the whole day to return here, before anyone will miss you, Archie stated, matter-of-factly. Do you have your unspeakable robes with you? Yes, sir. Harry and Nix nodded and hurried to put on their robes. Connie pulled him into a bear's hug. Come back soon and safely. I'll take care of Lucy. I will. Thanks, Harry replied. Perhaps, it'll be good to go right away and get over with it before this uncertainty will spoil Easter for the whole family, he thought, as he mentally readied himself for the task ahead. Bye, Turtle, Lucy, Felina and Whisker. I'll see you soon. Take care, Paws. We'll be waiting for you, Felina replied, pulling him into a light hug. See you later, little one. Be careful. Whisker gave him a reassuring slap onto his shoulder. Take me with you. Sorry, Lulu, I can't, but I'll be back in a few minutes' time. With that, he reached for the portkey that Archie held out to Nix and him, and the laboratory vanished from the site. After discussing their plans once more with Nicholas and Perenelle, Harry and Nix readied themselves for their time slide. Pause, I am going to cast a charm that will see to it that we remain together, Nix announced, right before Harry could feel a bout of magic coming from the Yeti. Thanks, he uttered and set to concentrate on the date for his time slide, October 30, 1981, 7 o'clock in the morning. When Nix asked, ready, Harry nodded and began to slide. An instant later, they arrived right in the Flamel's living room, from where they had left, only to realize that it was empty. Perhaps, they're just having breakfast. Come. Nix pulled Harry through the half-open door into the kitchen, where they immediately found themselves at one point. Time is destiny. Harry's voice was firm, before he added, good morning, Perenelle and Nicholas. Sorry for intruding without forewarning. Who are you? This is Nix, and I am Harry Potter, mini unspeakable Paws of Team 13. We've come from 9 years into the future, and Archie, seeing that Nicholas nodded, he continued, sent us here. Only then did he recall the letter, which Nicholas had given him and quickly handed it over. Well, then take a seat. Perenelle ushered them into chairs around the kitchen table and placed steaming mugs with tea in front of them. In the meantime, Nicholas engrossed himself in his older self's writing. He should be more than 9 years younger than before, but I can't see any difference, Harry thought, before he recalled that the man was already more than 600 years old, although he did not look much older than Artemis, Sirius and Remis. Nicholas suddenly turned to Harry. Please explain in your words why exactly you wished to go on such an endeavor. Harry nodded, carefully putting the bread roll, of which he had just been about to take his first bite, back onto his plate. One of my godfathers is a werewolf, and we wanted to develop a potion to heal him, but neither Whisker nor Felina, our colleagues in Team 13, nor Archie nor I am a potions master, and Whisker told me my birth mother was one. Granny Minerva from Hogwarts said she wished my birth mother was there to wash Dumbledore's beard and give him his greater good or such. So, we really need her in our time. Plus, my godfathers are missing my father a lot and always tell me that he was great fun, so I want to fetch both my birth parents to the future. Won't people be surprised if they suddenly show up after being dead for almost a decade? Harry shook his head. No sir. Croaker already promised to keep them in the Unspeakables office, so that no one except for our teammates and the closest family needs to know. He looked up in surprise, when the 3 adults began to chuckle, wondering, did I say something wrong? Harry, you're very sweet. I am sure that your parents will be very proud of you. Perenelle smiled. He is exceptional. Nicholas was still chuckling. In all my 600 years of life, I haven't met such an interesting kid. Turning to his wife, he explained, according to my older self, he cast a bonding spell at a Muggle girl at the age of 5, who is his wife and an Unspeakable now in spite of being a Muggle. Perenelle remained pensive, before she replied, do you remember Tabitha, that very old woman in our youth, who had been given magic by Salazar Slytherin? Originally, she had been a squib. Nicholas shook his head. I don't remember that story, but I am certain that Harry will try to go back in time to ask Slytherin about that. Nix lightly protested. Not now, and Harry should be older for such a far distance travel. Time sliding affords much magic. Harry did not comment, however, he had heard everything and filed it to the back of his mind for later use. I'll do that as soon as possible, with or without Nix, he resolved. Too bad that I can't take Connie with me. Nicholas cleared his throat. As far as I know, the Potters are living in hiding, probably under the Fidelius charm, which means that Harry is the only of us able to enter their house, considering that he's living with them as a baby in this time. Therefore, I suggest that we head to the ministry and try to speak with James Potter first. Can't I simply go and talk to them at their home? How can you prove that you're you? All they know is that their son Harry is a baby living together with them. You're 11. 10. Harry, we will do as Archie says. Nick's voice was firm. He and I will keep you safe. After what was Harry's second breakfast that day, they once more threw their unspeakable robes over and one by one stepped into the fireplace heading to the Unspeakables' office. Archie took them to see Croaker first, insisting to introduce them to the head Unspeakable to have his support just in case anything might go wrong. Croaker listened to their story with apparent interest and assured Harry that he was always welcome to come to him if his assistance was required. Thank you, sir. May I bring my birth parents to you right afterwards? Croaker nodded. Please do so, even if I know that you're going to take them into the future with you. Turning to the others, he added, as you might know, these are difficult times. I doubt that James Potter will simply believe you, however, he knows me and I hope that he at least trusts me to some extent. Therefore, I shall head to the Auror's office and ask him for an audience in private. You are welcome to wait here. Harry noticed in amusement that Croaker's office was at least slightly cleaner than it had been in his own time. Many of the parchment the head Unspeakable seemed to have gathered in the future were still missing from his office. They found 3 empty chairs and sat down to wait for the head Unspeakable to return, hopefully with his birth father. James Potter readied himself for the day, as he waited for Sirius to show up for another long day of hunting down Death Eaters. Can't he be on time for once? He thought in annoyance. It was not Sirius' fault that he was so grumpy this morning. In fact, his wife and the love of his life, Lily, was a seer and had predicted that they were both going to die soon. He had assured her that they were safe multiple times, however, Lily was still very worried. Oh well, it's understandable with Harry still so small and a baby on the way, he thought in understanding. Suddenly, his attention became diverted, when an Unspeakable entered the room. James Potter, do you have a few minutes? I am Croaker. James nodded and readily rose from his chair, before he remembered to ask, how do I know that you are Croaker? Anyone could steal an Unspeakable's cloak. Constant vigilance, Moody roared from the back of the room. Well done, Potter. I swear on my magic that I am head Unspeakable Croaker. Now, will you accompany me into my office for a moment please? If he's not back in an hour, I'll come after you. Croaker. Moody, you should know me better. The Unspeakable shook his head in apparent annoyance, before he led James out of the room and into the Unspeakable's office. James stared at Croaker in annoyance upon realizing that there were 3 more hooded Unspeakables occupying his office. Who are they? He wondered in confusion. Messieurs, may I suggest to forego everything you have been told at the Unspeakable's office and lower your hoods? Croaker demanded more than he asked, and the 3 hooded figures complied. James was not sure, however, if he felt relief, fear or anger upon seeing what seemed to be a light blue teddy bear along with a boy, who was the spitting image of himself, and another unknown wizard. James, this is Nicholas Flamel. I trust that you've heard about him. James nodded. I have, but if he is the Nicholas Flamel, he should be about 600 years old. That I am, Auror Potter. Now, please let me explain. These 2, Unspeakables Nix and Paws, are time travelers. James's eyes narrowed. Time travelers? He asked in disbelief. Don't tell me that it's me from the future. The kid who was the younger, spitting image of himself had the gall to chuckle, completely ignoring the glare he sent at him. No, Dad, I'm Harry, your son. We Yetis are professionals in time sliding, Nix explained. Harry and I came here to save your and your wife's lives. With a flick of James's hand, his wand was ready to attack. However, to Harry's relief, more than surprise, Nicholas began to chuckle. I wouldn't do that if I was you. If you kill us now, Voldemort is going to kill you and Lily tomorrow night. It's really going to happen, James said, seemingly more to himself than to the others. Lily was right. Dad, we won't let it happen. Please let us explain. You have Lily's eyes. James seemed to realize in apparent shock. You're really Harry. Our son. You are a time traveler. James shook his head in apparent confusion, before he let out a deep sigh. It's hard to believe, but let's assume that you're telling the truth. All right, son. Now, tell me what we need to do. Can you please fetch my mother here? I shall accompany you to the fireplace to make sure that you'll find your way back, Croaker announced, sounding amused. My birth parents, Harry thought, smiling, when his father led his birth mother into Croaker's office. Many years ago, I'd have been thrilled to meet them, but now, Regina is my mum. He observed with a strange feeling of bewilderment how little Harry toddled behind his parents. That's me. How strange. Poor child. He's going to be sent to the Dursleys tomorrow night. He recalled what Rebecca and Artemis had told him. Do not pity little Harry. If he doesn't go to the Dursleys, you won't come to live with Regina, won't get to know Connie and won't have the family you have now. He inwardly sighed, however, consoled himself with the thought that Rebecca would look after little Harry and would take him to Regina in a little more than 4 years' time. He was brought back to reality, when Croaker began to explain about their plan in detail. How come that he knows things, which we didn't even tell him? He wondered, however, nodded in understanding, when the head Unspeakable continued. With Nick's assistance, my older self sent me a letter and explained everything of Harry's and his Unspeakable team's plan. In fact, he has taken Harry under his wing at the age of 5 with the intention of making him his successor once he finishes Hogwarts. Are you at Hogwarts yet? Harry smirked. No, Dad. I'm going to be Elven in 3 months. As mini Unspeakable, he has been training with all kinds of creatures and people who are professionals in various fields of study. At the age of 10, he already has a Muggle wife. Ignoring a collective gasp coming from James and Lily, he continued, has taken his potions Newt together with his wife and is the developer of the most innovative broom series. I am going to kill Sirius, James announced. How can he allow Harry to marry at the age of 10, a Muggle at that? What? Brooms? I don't think Harry was raised by Sirius. Lily shook her head. Otherwise, he wouldn't be that studious. Harry chuckled, before he explained about studying with Nicholas, making a philosopher's stone and brewing the elixir of life. This potion, he held out one of the small phials he was carrying in his inner robe pocket, is the enhanced elixir. It will make you survive the killing curse, but you'll appear to be dead for an hour. Dumbledore and whoever will come to your house will assume that you're dead, and only after an hour, you're going to wake up. You'll still have to be careful that no one notices that you're not really dead, as we must not change the future. As soon as you wake up, you will use this portkey. Croaker handed 2 thin silver necklaces to the Potters. The activation code is Croaker's office, and, needless to say, the portkey will take you here, where we'll be waiting for you to arrive. Don't look for each other, just leave. You will meet here. While James nodded in apparent understanding, Lily protested vehemently. And Harry. I can't simply leave him alone. You must. Croaker's voice was firm and allowed no contradiction. Don't worry, he will be looked after. Do I seem neglected? Harry asked, grinning. Not really. Lily smiled. However, James shook his head. Does Dumbledore know about this? Croaker cleared his throat. Dumbledore mustn't know. From what my older self told me, he did not act neither in your nor in Sirius nor in Harry's best interest. Let's at least discuss this with Sirius. No. Harry let out a deep sigh. Lily, Dad, are you going to work together with us and take the potion and do as Croaker told you? Otherwise, Nix and I can as well return to our own time. James glared at him. First of all, Lily is your mother, and you should show her the necessary respect by calling her Mum, and... No. Harry shook his head. I am sorry, but Regina is my mum now. She took me in at the age of 5, when no one else was there. He was about to say, because you chose the wrong secret keeper and the wrong godfather for me, however, stopped himself on time. While I want you to be alive and nearby, I will not give up the family which I finally found, when you were unavailable. Are you our son or aren't you? James's glare intensified. Harry sighed, while he absent-mindedly played with the phial in his hands. Nix, I think I can't do that. I'm going to return to the future. Sorry, everyone. Harry. Nicholas stepped over and gently laid his arm around Harry's shoulders. You've spent the better time of 2 years or even more on this project. Are you going to throw it all away? Harry shook his head. No, but James is as stupid as Sirius was, when I first met him. Nix chuckled. At least, his actions made you get a head start at time sliding, even if through accidental magic. Harry smiled at the Yeti, who had been his teacher for more than 5 years. True. Now, Lord and Lady Potter, if you could stop this nonsense please. Croaker shook his head. I know that this is hard to take in, but the Unspeakables, especially Harry's adoptive aunt and uncle, have spent more than 8 years studying the circumstances around your death, the manipulations through Dumbledore, the incapability of your so-called best friends and so on. Will you please trust them and have them save your lives? Of course, sir. I am sorry. Harry. Lily cast him an apologetic look, as she maneuvered baby Harry on her lap. Of course, it is all right for you to call me Lily, considering the circumstances. I am glad that you found a new mother who took care of you all these years. Still, you're our son, too, James added, sounding less grim than before. Of course, Dad. So, I take it that this Regina woman is not married. Harry shook his head. No, Dad. I think that she and Remis like each other, but Remis probably won't be ready to marry, before we'll somehow manage to cure him from lycanthropy. Remis got himself a girlfriend. That's cool. James grinned. Lily's eyes widened. I was trying to develop a cure, but inefficiently so far. Harry nodded. We need you in our time to assist with that. The discussion lasted for hours. Only when little Harry began to squirm, uttering, "Hunji," Lily and James excused themselves. Before you leave, please take the elixir. Harry's voice was firm, and his birth parents immediately complied, before they handed back the empty files. Harry, it's too late to ask, but do you know if there could be any side effects that might harm the baby? The baby. Harry's eyes widened, as he looked from little Harry to his birth mother's stomach. Ah, am I going to be a big brother? Yes, son, provided that everything will go well. It will, Harry said, reassuringly, fully trusting in the capability of his advisors. All right then, we'll see you again here in Croaker's office tomorrow night. When Lily and James left the office with little Harry in tow, Harry noticed in surprise that Croaker unobtrusively waved his hand at his father. What was that? He wondered, however, knew that he could trust Croaker with his life. Lily and James quietly walked towards the Auror's office. Somehow, Lily did not feel like returning home just by herself with Harry. That was strange, she whispered. On the one hand, I am disappointed that we did not manage to raise him ourselves, but on the other hand, I am incredibly proud of him. What other 10-year-old would manage to make a plan to save his birth parents from dying and travel 9 years into the past to pull through with it? He can only be your son, considering that he took his potions Newt before even entering Hogwarts. James chuckled, and Lily knew that he felt equally proud. Well, marrying a Muggle girl at the age of 10 sounds more like a son of yours, Lily replied, chuckling, before she continued in a no-nonsense voice. Just so you know, we're going to do exactly as they told us. No talking to Sirius or anyone else about the matter. I already knew that it was going to happen tomorrow night, so we know that they told the truth. When you wake up, you're going to activate your portkey immediately. Do you understand me? Yes. I don't think that it's the best action to take though. That's because we don't have any background information, Lily interrupted him, strictly. They told us that the Unspeakables have researched everything for 9 years. Considering all the trouble that Harry, the Yeti and Mr. Flammel took upon themselves to come here and save our lives, I believe that we owe it to them to trust them and do as they told us to. James nodded, gravely. I wonder who that woman is. Remis having a girlfriend is beyond cool. Lily rolled her eyes in annoyance. She must be very nice, considering what a fine boy Harry has become. You know, by the way, how pointless that discussion about how to call me was, don't you? Noticing that James looked clueless, she explained, we're going to live in the future as Unspeakables. Lily and James Potter won't exist anymore. They're dead. We'll have to take on fake identities. You won't have your seat on the Wizengamot anymore. It's going to be Harry's seat as Lord Potter, not yours. Everything will be different from what it is now. But we'll be alive, and we'll have each other, an older Harry at least to some extent and our baby. James nodded. You know, Lils, I'm going to take today and tomorrow off. Let's make some preparations. I know that we can't do things that might change anything, but we can at least move some of our most valuable possessions, such as, for example, the family wands, to Gringotts. Even if we might not be able to access our vaults anymore in the future, Harry will. Just to make sure that James would not say anything stupid, Lily accompanied him into the office, where he swiftly told Alistair Moody that he was going to take 2 days off. Maybe it was because of her presence, perhaps it was just because the shock was still evident in James's face, but Moody immediately agreed. Of course, Potter. Take care of your wife and young Harry. I shall see you on the day after tomorrow. Remember, constant vigilance. Thank you, Mr. Moody, Lily replied, listening with one ear how James told Sirius about his 2 free days. You know, Moody pregnant wives, she heard him tell his best friend and shook her eyes in annoyance. Will they ever grow up? She whispered to Moody, who began to laugh aloud. Lady Potter, that's the question of the day. Once the Potters had left Croaker's office, Harry cast Nix a pleading look. I'd like to get over with it. Can we perhaps travel right to tomorrow evening? To his relief, Nix and Nicholas immediately agreed. We don't know at what time it's going to happen. Croaker sounded pensive. It gets dark at around 6, so 7 o'clock would be the earliest time at which they could possibly arrive. Feel free to come at 7 and spend half the night in my office if necessary. I don't mind. Thank you, Croaker. Harry let out a relieved sigh. I'll see you all tomorrow then. With that, he concentrated on the time, October 31, 1981, 7 p.m., and began to time slide. When he arrived, the same members were gathered, however, he realized that it was already dark outside. Thank Merlin, I managed to slide to the right time, he thought, feeling relieved, even if he had much practice time sliding, and his timing had always been perfect so far. They did not have to wait long, before an Unspeakable stormed into the office. Croaker. Voldemort attacked the Potters. Lily and James are gone. Only their son survived. The Unspeakable began to sob. Is that Felina? Harry wondered, recognizing the voice as Rebecca's in her unspeakable robes. Thanks, Felina. I've already heard about it. Apparently, Sirius Black, who is their secret keeper, killed Pettigrew and 13 Muggles as he fled. Shortly after Felina left, James arrived. Shock was clearly written in his face. He only relaxed when Lily appeared next to him about 3 minutes later. Thank you all so much for saving our lives. Tears were leaking from her eyes, as she inquired, do you know if Harry is all right? Harry smiled. He is. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. Somehow, feeling very sorry for his birth mother, who had been willing to give her life to save him, he stepped over to her and pulled her into a light hug, the best he felt comfortable to give. The thought, if Mum could see me now, she'd be pleased, crossed his mind, knowing that Regina always encouraged him to initiate hugs without much success. I believe that it does not make much sense to talk here and now, therefore, I suggest that our time travelers should leave right away. Please tell me the exact date and time, when you'll arrive and whom I should call into my office for your arrival. March 25 in 1991 at about 9:10 in the morning. Harry sighed. Apart from Archie, we need Turtle of course as well as Felina and Whisker please. Should we leave your office before traveling? Croaker shook his head. That is not necessary. We'll be waiting for you. Taking a person with you when time sliding is a very strenuous matter, especially for someone as young as Harry. Nix sighed. Does any of you perhaps have a small animagus form? I am a dove. Lily, will you be able to transform? Won't it harm the baby? Lily shook her head. No, in the early stages of the pregnancy, it doesn't matter. Harry, will you be able to take me with you as a dove? Harry nodded. Yes, but you must hold on really tightly. I will, Lily promised, before she swiftly transformed into a white dove. Beautiful, Harry said, smiling. I'm afraid that I won't be much help in that hindsight, as I am a stag. James cast Nix an apologetic look. That is fine. I can take you, the Yeti replied, nodding in confirmation. Harry, I will again cast the spell, so that we won't be separated, just to be sure. Thank you, Nix, Harry replied, smiling, feeling very much reassured by the Yeti's thoughtfulness. An instant later, he set to time slide with his birth mother perched on his shoulder, firmly holding onto his unspeakable robes with her bird claws. By the time his surroundings manifested in front of his eyes, Harry realized that Croaker's office was full with people in their unspeakable robes. He only recognized one smaller figure, who instantly made her way over to him and threw herself at him without taking note of the dove on his shoulder. Pause, thank Merlin, you're back safely. Easy, young lady. Don't squash my wife, James lightly admonished her, carefully taking the dove onto his arm. Oh, I am sorry. Are you all right? Connie immediately apologized and accompanied James to a part of the office that was less crowded, so that Lily could transform back. Everything is fine, she replied, smiling. Croaker, should we perhaps proceed to our team room? We'll have more space in there. To Harry's surprise, Croaker shook his head. I am sorry, Felina, but that's not possible. While I agree having Dove work with Team 13, I'd rather add her husband with a still-to-be-defined unspeakable name to Team 5. What? Harry thought in disbelief, feeling extremely disappointed. However, he knew better than to contradict. Dove and Pause, please remain for a moment. Harry inwardly grinned upon realizing that Connie stayed at his side, together with Lucy. Croaker apparently did not mind. Turning to Lily and James, Croaker explained, if you wish to join the Unspeakables, you need to swear on your magic to follow the rules. We will, sir. Lily smiled. First of all, I'd like to know what these rules are. My wife is pregnant, and if there is anything that might endanger her or the baby, I'd have to refuse. Harry let out a small snort. What? James glared at him. Felina is pregnant, too, and it doesn't matter, Harry replied, shaking his head in annoyance. Croaker sighed. Pause, there is a small difference. As you know, all newbies must attend classes with Devil. When James let out a small gasp, he explained, Devil is our trainer. However, we can forego training with Devil for Dove. I believe that Felina and Whisker will take you under their wings like they did with Pause, when he joined us almost 6 years ago. He sighed again. I am sorry for adding you to different teams, but this is for a reason, which you might understand at a later time. You must not exchange knowledge between Teams 5 and 13, and other than your direct teammates, Pause and myself, no one must know who you are, even if the members of Team 13 are aware of your identities, as they all assisted Pause in bringing you here. We have living quarters for Unspeakables, who for one or the other reason, mostly because they're assumed dead, cannot live outside of the Unspeakables' quarters. I will assign you an apartment, where you can live together, unless you make other arrangements with Buckbean, one of the goblins at Gringotts, who is one of our own. You can, and your teams including Buckbean will assist you in this, make new identities for yourselves, which will allow you to venture outside. That would be highly appreciated. James nodded. James. Lily seemed pensive. Wasn't Buckbean our account manager at Gringotts? James nodded. Yes, that's good. So he knows the truth. Yes. Harry was the first to respond. Croaker, could I perhaps take Rudy as my unspeakable name, considering that I'm a stag animagus? Connie chuckled. That's brilliant. Harry nodded, smiling. A stag animagus. Can you show us, please? I will, but not here. I'm too large for this office. Very well. Dove and Rudy, do you accept the conditions, and will you swear me your oath? To Harry's relief, not only Lily but also James agreed. They swiftly swore their oaths, causing bright, golden glows to surround them, as the oaths took effect. Very well, Dove and Rudy, welcome to the Unspeakables' office. Turtle, will you please fetch some unspeakable robes for them? Connie nodded and left the room only to return a minute later carrying 2 sets of gray robes. Thank you, Turtle. Will you take Dove to Team Room 13 then please? Of course, Croaker. Come, Dove. Let's go. They're all thrilled to meet you. Harry was just about to follow his wife and birth mother to Team Room 13, when Croaker kept him back. I believe that Dove will be in good hands with your teammates for a moment. In fact, you have proven to become a worthy successor of mine much sooner than expected, and from now on, I wish to make you my apprentice. You will still belong to Team 13 of course, however, on occasions, I shall introduce you to the other teams. Today, this is the occasion for me to introduce you to Team 5. Harry stared at the head unspeakable in surprise, when he continued, as you know, you must not talk to your own team members about what you learned from Team 5 or any other team, and neither reveal your team's secrets to anyone outside your team. Now, while you will get to know their identities, you must not reveal yours. You are now mini-head unspeakable Pause. Do you understand me? Harry nodded. Yes, sir. James's eyes narrowed. Excuse me, Croaker. Is Harry not going to attend Hogwarts in a few months' time? Croaker nodded. Yes, Rudy, Paws will, of course, attend Hogwarts, even if I believe that he'll be incredibly bored, considering his education to date. He will, however, still attend his team's meeting once a week and in addition have a weekly meeting with me. Won't his friends miss him? Croaker let out what sounded like a small snort. Remember, we're Unspeakables. We'll see to it that no one misses him. Thank Merlin, so I'll be able to meet Connie at least once a week, Harry thought in relief. He quickly sent the information to Connie, who returned a mental chuckle. We'll be able to meet on a daily basis. Felina and Whisker told me about it, but I'm not allowed to tell you, as they said it's going to be a birthday surprise for you. My birthday is still months away, Harry thought back, feeling Connie's amusement through the connection to her. With Lucy walking close to him, Harry absent-mindedly followed Croaker and Rudy through the halls to a door which was labeled with a large 5. I wonder who is in Team 5 and if they'll have second identities like Felina and Whisker. Croaker knocked and, as soon as he received a response, led them into the room. Hello Team 5. Today, I have a new member for you. This is Rudy. Rudy, these are Raw, Raros, Mento and Meta. The 5 members of the team uttered friendly-sounding greetings, before Croaker continued. I also wish to introduce my apprentices of today, Mini-Head Unspeakable Paws and his familiar, Lucy. Paws is a member of Team 13, and in spite of his very young age has been a member of the Unspeakables for almost 6 years. Please introduce yourselves to Rudy and Paws, but please note that Paws is not allowed to reveal his identity. Thank you, Croaker, Harry replied, smiling, even if no one would be able to see his smile under his hood. Rudy, feel free to come to my office at any time. Please come to see me, when you're finished here for today, so that I can show you to your apartment. Turning to the team, he explained, Rudy and his wife have had a very strenuous day, and he's not going to have lessons with Devil today. The team members voiced their understanding, and Croaker left. Harry observed with interest how the team members lowered their hoods. There was one really old wizard, one wizard who was about the age of Felina and Whisker, 2 wizards who seemed to be twins and were a little older and one very young witch, who had green hair, which she turned to pink in apparent surprise, when Rudy lowered his hood. Uncle Arcturus and Cousin Regulus. James stared at the brother of his late mother and Sirius brother in apparent disbelief. I thought you were both dead. The man, who seemed to be Regulus, chuckled. We could say the same about you. Did Lily come here as well? James nodded. Yes, but she's in Team 5. Does Sirius know? No. The old wizard, Arcturus, replied in a strict voice. He mustn't know that you're alive either. Poor Sirius, poor Dad, Harry thought, deciding to ask Rebecca if they could add Lily and James to their extended family, considering that Remis and Sirius would be over the moon with joy to know that their best friend was alive. Dad will probably really need their support to get to terms with things, he thought. Otherwise, he might really mess up things. In the team room of Team 13, Lily aka Dove received a very warm greeting. Everyone knew who she was and seemed happy that Harry had succeeded in bringing her to the future, alive at that. Rebecca and Artemis. Lily addressed her 2 former classmates, who had been the Ravenclaw prefects, while she was prefect for Gryffindor, in delight. Harry told me that it was you who took him to his new mother, who seems to have done a brilliant job raising him. I can't thank you enough for what you did for him. Rebecca sighed, before she informed her about Dumbledore's actions immediately following her death. He made himself Harry's guardian and placed him with my horrible sister and her even worse husband. How dare he? At the age of 5, I took him away from them, and ever since then, he has been living with Regina, my sister. Rebecca told her everything about Regina and their extended family. Artemis cleared his throat. Do you have made plans what to do in this time apart from working with us? Lily shook her head. No. Everything was so very sudden and unbelievable, she slowly trailed off. Artemis nodded in apparent understanding. I suggest that you join us together with your husband at Regina's home. Together with Harry's extended family, we'll be able to make up a new identity for the 2 of you. I'd appreciate it. Sorry for asking, but who exactly belongs to what you called Harry's extended family? Rebecca smirked. Regina of course, Artemis and me as well as Connie and her parents, Remis, Sirius and his wife Amelia as well as Minerva McGonagall. The later four have all given us oaths to keep any Unspeakables secrets they might learn while talking to us. As Connie's parents are muggles, I have placed them under adequate charms to keep our secrets. Therefore, it is safe for you and James to speak with the extended family. You must not reveal any secrets of the Unspeakables, but they may at least know about your identity if you wish so. Lily nodded. Yes please. You will like Regina, Connie reassured her. She's very nice. As soon as you have decided on your new identities, please come to see me. I suggest to not use any of the Potter properties, as the house elves will be able to recognize you, even if you look differently. I can assist, however, if you decide to purchase a new property under your new identity. Thank you, Buckbean. I really appreciate your help. I shall leave for Gringotts then. I expect to see you tomorrow at the latest. With that, the goblin pulled his hood over and vanished from the spot. Thank you all so very much. Somehow, Lily could not help feeling overwhelmed to what lengths they had all gone helping Harry to save their lives. Just then, an Unspeakable stuck his head through the door. Dove, I am just going to take Rudy to Croaker. Will you come with us? Please come in for a moment. Rebecca ushered Harry inside. Please tell Croaker that we're going to discuss what Dove and Rudy are going to do with the extended family after lunch today. Bring both, Dove and Rudy, to the canteen to have lunch with us. With Team 13, Harry sounded surprised. Exceptional events sometimes require exceptional actions. Rebecca smirked. All right, Dove. Lily nodded, still feeling confused by the abrupt changes her life had taken during the last less than 24 hours. I'm coming. Thank you all. Pulling up her hood, she followed her son outside into the corridor, smiling upon seeing that James's Rudy was waiting for them together with Lucy. She observed in amusement how her husband busied himself caressing Lucy's ears. He's quite good at it, Paws quipped. That's just the way how she likes it. My best friend is a dog animagus. Rudy sounded devastated at the loss of his friends. Lily inwardly sighed. It's not going to be easy with him. I'll really have to make sure that he appreciates Harry and the others who saved our lives and that he'll keep to the rules. I hope that Rebecca and Artemis will allow him to at least tell Sirius the truth. He would be able to get through to him. Hearing from him that Team 13 was going to help Dove and Rudy make up new identities, Croaker simply showed the new Unspeakables to their living quarters, which were situated in a wing that Harry had never entered before. Feel free to live here as long as you wish. We have several Unspeakables who have been living here for many years. Please come to see me tonight or tomorrow morning at the latest to inform me about your new identities outside the Unspeakables office. We will do so, probably tomorrow morning, as it was already late in the evening before we came here. Thank you so much for everything. My birth mother seems really nice, Harry thought, looking up, startled, when Croaker addressed him. Pause, considering that you had a strenuous day as well, I want you to remain at home after your team discussion and enjoy your afternoon. Thank you, sir, Harry replied, obediently, thinking for himself that he would make sure that his birth parents were all right before considering doing anything else. After lunch, Felina and Whisker took Dove and Rudy with them to Regina's home, instructing Paws and Turtle to join them. Paws, Archie kept him back. From tomorrow onwards, I suggest that we continue our research for the position brooms. Harry nodded, eagerly. Oh, right, we should do that. I wonder for which position we should make one first. I don't know much about the other positions. Rudy might be able to give you some advice. He was a chaser while being at Hogwarts, Dove informed him, right before Felina popped away with her. A keeper broom might be better, as we only have to donate 2, while there will be 6 chasers in a match, Connie silently informed him, just when he arrived at home with Lucy in tow. That's true, he thought back, appreciating her input. When Rebecca, Artemis, Harry, Connie, Lily, James and Regina were gathered in the living room, Artemis glanced at his wristwatch. If there's anything you need me for, we'll have to discuss that first, as I really need to return to Hogwarts. Hogwarts. James looked at his former classmate in disbelief. What are you doing at Hogwarts? Artemis smirked, before he changed into Argus Filch. I am the old, squib caretaker at Hogwarts. Have you already thought of names for your new identity? Lily shook her head. Artemis, no, sorry, everything was just so sudden and occurred so fast. Artemis nodded in understanding. That's fine. Rebecca and I had some more time and have a few suggestions to make. Lily and James nodded in apparent gratefulness. Thank you, Rebecca and Artemis. We appreciate it. What do you think of Rose and Jamie Smith? Rebecca looked from Lily to James in apparent expectation. Doesn't that sound too muggle? James frowned. Look at me. Regina sighed. I am the Lady Lestrange, but then, I am only a squib. You're a squib. Oh my, I wouldn't have known. Thank you, Lily. Regina smiled. Did you know that Connie is a muggle? Harry inwardly grinned, when his parents stared at Connie in obvious surprise. As she had taken off her unspeakable robes, she was now dressed in blue jeans, a white blouse and dark blue robes, almost as if she was ready to become a first-year student at Hogwarts. I wouldn't have known. You're extremely well adapted. Connie has been training with the Unspeakables together with me for more than 5 years, Harry explained, somehow feeling very proud of Connie, the first and best friend he ever had. Are you Harry's wife? James inquired. Was it Flammel? Someone told us that Harry married a muggle girl at the age of 10. Connie grinned. That's me, yes, but he did not marry me recently. When we were 5, he cast some kind of bonding spell at me, which the magical world recognized as marriage spell. At the age of 5. James stared at her, wide-eyed. He's definitely your son, Lily quipped, causing James to glare at her. Now, listen, Lils, you're my first and only wife. That's true. Rebecca chuckled. I remember all too well how all the girls of our year were after him, except for Lily, but he only had eyes for her. But, I believe that we're drifting off topic. What are Mr. and Mrs. Smith going to do? Where are they going to live, and will they work with the Unspeakables full-time, or will they have another job, be it in the magical or the muggle world? Before we came here, I've done some potions research besides looking after baby Harry. Would it be possible to continue my research while working for the Unspeakables? Rebecca nodded. Oh, yes, please. We absolutely need your assistance for our own research, especially as none of us is a potions master or mistress. We'd be grateful if you worked with us full-time. Jamie, what about you? I worked as an Auror. Together with Sirius and Amelia. We just only finished Auror training a few months ago. Do you wish to return to the Aurors? Remember though that they can only know that you're an Unspeakable but not about your real identity. James let out a deep sigh. Are Sirius and Melly still working with the Aurors? Rebecca nodded. Sirius is an Auror, and Amelia is head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. They're married. I don't know if anyone told you. They are. James grinned broadly. That's cool. He remained pensive for a moment, before he decided, no, I won't return to the Aurors. It would be difficult to not give us away somehow. I'll just work with my team full-time. At least for the beginning. It'll be good for him, Harry thought in relief. At least, he already knows them from before and is even related to some of them. Rebecca, do you have much more urgent matters to discuss with them? Regina cast Lily a concerned look. I believe that our time travelers are dead on their feet. Of course. She reached into her robe pocket and pulled out 2 thin, golden necklaces, which she handed to their guests. If you put these on, they will be invisible to everyone but the 2 of you, and it will change your appearance, so that no one will be able to recognize you, even if you're not wearing your unspeakable robes. Harry watched in amusement how they both slowly put on their necklaces, looking at each other. Wow, he thought, when Lily suddenly looked like a twin sister of Rebecca, however, with green eyes. His father somehow resembled Artemis. Cool, he uttered in amazement. Lily nodded. Yes, it is. Thank you so much for all you have done for us. You're very welcome. Now, do you know how to get back to your quarters? I'll take them. Harry held out his pendant. No, that won't work, as it'll take us right into the room of Team 13. We'll have to go through the fireplace. Harry, you've done enough for today, Regina protested in a soft voice. Let Rebecca take them. Her sister immediately agreed and motioned for them to pull their unspeakable robes over, before she led them to the fireplace. Well done, Harry. Regina smiled. Are you happy? Harry let out a deep sigh. Yes, of course. I feel accomplished. Connie grinned. Yes, that. Harry nodded, gratefully. But, I had some fights with my father even before I took them here. Why might that be? Regina nodded, encouragingly, for Harry to explain. I refused to call Lily Mum, because you're my mum now. So, I called her Lily, which he did not like at all. I don't think Lily minded, or at least, she could understand. She seems to be very nice. I hope we can introduce my dad to Sirius and Remis. He'll be happier then. Regina smiled. I think Rebecca intended to introduce them to the whole extended family, but they were exhausted, and we have all the time of the world. We can introduce them on Sunday, when everyone is going to come over anyway. We need to give them time to adjust, and they'll do fine. Oh well, we left late in the evening and arrived here in the morning. Harry shrugged. Regina. Connie cast her a questioning look. Do you know if it affords magic to learn occlumency? What is occlumency? Harry looked from Connie to his mother in confusion. Connie shrugged. I think you learn to keep your mind safe from mind reading. Regina nodded. Yes, it is the art of protecting your mind from legilimency. Intrusion, she added, apparently noticing the confusion written in their faces. Yes, I believe that it affords magic. Perhaps, the Unspeakables can develop a charm, which they can cast at you to close your mind to others. Connie nodded in understanding. That would be amazing. Turning to Harry, she added, Rebecca told Artemis to teach you and your birth parents occlumency, so that no one would be able to read their minds and yours. They said that the headmaster might try to cast legilimency at you if he suspects that you're not living with the Dursleys anymore. Harry nodded in understanding, before he let out a deep sigh. Do I really have to attend Hogwarts? Regina nodded. I can understand why you're hesitating, especially as it might be boring for you after all you learned at the Unspeakables office, but still, you should also have some normal education as well. There are other reasons beside this, and I believe that we should discuss the question with Rebecca and Artemis. They will be better able to explain why they believe that it's important for you to attend Hogwarts. Harry shook his head. All right. Thanks, Mum. It's fine. We don't have to discuss this with Rebecca and Artemis. If they want me to do so, I will. I trust them, especially as they've promised that I'll be able to see Harry on a daily basis, Connie added, pleasantly. Regina smiled, knowingly. Oh wait. May Lucy go to Hogwarts with me? I believe that you already asked Granny Minerva a few years ago, and she said that you were allowed to take her with you. Harry nodded in determination. If not, I wouldn't go either. On Saturday morning, Dove and Rudy had their first occlumency lesson with Whisker, while Connie was studying with Lorenzo. When Whisker finally arrived, more than 30 minutes late, he apologized profusely, muttering something about the headmaster being an old coot, who tended to keep the staff for ridiculous reasons at the most inconvenient times. I really don't look forward to having to meet him on a daily basis for the next 7 years. Harry groaned. James cast him a glare. Wait and see. Our Hogwarts years were the best years in our life. I hope that we're going to have even better years, now that the war is over in this time. Lily smiled. Now, as to the topic at hand, Artemis sighed. Does any of you have any experience with occlumency so far? No. He received a triple response. I thought so. However, to keep your secret safe, it is important that you master this skill as soon as possible, and Harry needs it to protect his mind from possible intrusion by Professors Dumbledore and Snape. Snape. Harry stared at the man who was so much more than his uncle and colleague in surprise. Is Sneevil teaching at Hogwarts now? Harry noticed that his father's expression changed to one of absolute disgust. He is the potions professor and head of Slytherin, and he somehow seems to hold a grudge against Harry in spite of the fact that he has not met him since he was a baby. Too bad that I can't go to Hogwarts in my real form and tell some people off. Lily let out a deep sigh. He actually was my friend, and even if Harry looks very much like James, he is still my son as well. That's easy. James grinned. Lily, remember that you're not only a potions but also a charms mistress. Perhaps, you could develop a charm that allows you to pop into portraits. Then you could travel to Hogwarts through portraits and give them a piece of your mind. From one of the portraits in the headmaster's office. Artemis chuckled. I'm sure the two of them will get the shock of their lives. Lily nodded, grimly. I'll do that. Harry inwardly grinned. That's going to be much fun. Maybe, Hogwarts won't be so bad after all. His occlumency lesson was bad, however, and ended with the realization that he had to practice a lot, if he wanted to be proficient by September 1st. When he met with Connie in the afternoon, she was strangely quiet. Harry eyed her in concern. Everything all right? Connie sighed, which was extremely rare for the always happy girl. Yes. I don't know if you remember that Lorenzo told us years ago that as your soulmate, I might be able to tap into your magic and use it. But that only works when several spheres are in special positions to each other, which only happens once in a few years. Harry perked up. Oh, wow, that would be brilliant. Connie shrugged. Yes, it would be, but we still don't know if we'll get it to work. If my research is correct, the spheres might be in that specific position in about 4 years' time and remain there for about a year. Lorenzo promised to check the data, but even if that's correct, I still don't know how to do such a thing. She grinned broadly and seemed to be back to normal, when she added, but believe me, I'll do my best to achieve that. So, you'd be able to do magic, but only for a year. Harry frowned. Connie nodded. Better to have a year of magic than no magic at all, and according to Lorenzo, your magic is so overflowingly strong that you won't even notice if I tap into it. Harry grinned. Of course. Help yourself if you can. Thanks. Oh, by the way, I've thought of something. Smirking, she changed the topic. Knowing Sirius, he will probably throw a temper tantrum upon seeing your birth parents, because he won't believe that they're them. Harry rolled his eyes in annoyance, however, could not help admitting that she had a valid point. Anyway, I thought that they should perhaps wear their necklaces to look like their new selves, but perhaps make them realize who they are by what they say and how they act. A small masquerade, so to say. Harry chuckled. That sounds like fun, at least for us. Will you suggest it to them? Connie nodded, grinning mischievously. The following day was Easter Sunday, and when Minerva, Amelia, Giselle, Sirius, John and Remis arrived for breakfast at Regina's and Harry's house, they were introduced to Rose and Jamie Smith. I thought this was a family meeting. Sirius stared at the young couple, wide-eyed. It is. Regina smiled. Trust me, Rose and Jamie belong to the family. In which way? Sirius. Harry groaned. That's for us to know and for you to try to find out. Well said. Artemis smirked. Let's have breakfast. Rose and Jamie, I hope you don't mind that Dolly, my trustworthy elf, will sit at the table with us. That's fine, of course. Rose smiled. That's only for show, Harry realized, considering that his birth parents had already taken dinner together with them twice. He noticed that Remis suddenly blanched visibly, when he took his seat between Regina and Jamie. Excuse me for asking, he addressed Jamie and Rose, who was sitting on Jamie's other side, but are you magical? Yes, we are. Rose smiled at the man who did not know that he was one of her best friends. He looks as if he had already figured it out, Harry realized. But how is that possible? I think he knows because of his werewolf instincts, Connie replied to his unasked question. You look as if you were about our age, but I can't recall having seen you at Hogwarts. Remis, is this questioning time? Here, have a scone. They're brilliant. Sirius grinned. As unsettling as it is that we don't know why they seem to keep secrets from us, it's Easter Sunday, and Dolly has prepared an amazing breakfast for us. Thank you, Sirius. Dolly grinned in obvious happiness. Harry observed in amusement how Lucy's head was perched on his father's lap, and James patiently fed her a couple of small strawberries before he proceeded to gently caress her ears. All dogs are the same, brilliant at feigning that no one ever feeds them, James quipped, glancing at Sirius, before he absent-mindedly let his hand wander over his forehead to brush his hair out of his face, although in its present form it was much shorter than in the original. Harry followed his gaze, only to realize that Sirius' face took on a stony expression. Harry. His godfather's voice was dangerously quiet. Did you somehow manage to make dead people alive again? Sirius. Amelia groaned. Please behave yourself. Oh my, that was faster than expected. Connie chuckled. Jamie and Rose. Sirius stared at the couple, who looked as if they were about the same age as him, in apparent disbelief. Jamie, tell me, what is the activation phrase of the Marauder's map? I solemnly swear that Padfoot is up to no good. Sirius jumped from his chair, wearing a horrified expression. How? He all but shouted. You were dead. I saw you. It was the worst moment in my life, and the Dementors made me relive it all over. How? Everyone stared at Lily and James, when they slowly took their invisible necklaces off and resumed their usual appearances. I believe that the how is for Harry to explain. Lily nodded at him, smiling encouragingly. Harry inwardly groaned upon realizing that everyone stared at him in apparent surprise. Or was it curiosity? Probably both. I did some research with the help of Nix and Archie. We combined time sliding with an elixir that prevented them from dying. Nix and I went to the day before they were killed. We gave them the elixir, and when everyone thought they were dead brought him to this time. Does that make sense? He asked, tentatively. It sounds like a story out of a fairy tale book, but as we can see, it apparently worked. Amelia smiled. Very well done, Harry. Thank you. Where is Susan, by the way? Why did she not come with you? Connie efficiently managed to divert the attention from him, causing Harry to send her a silent, thank you. She is spending Easter together with her best friend, Hannah. I suppose that you'll see her again next Sunday. That's good. I really like Susan. Me too, Harry added, smiling. And I'm glad that I know someone who is going to attend Hogwarts together with me. I hope everyone will be as nice as her. I still can't believe it. Harry managed to time travel and save you from being killed. Minerva stepped around the table and pulled Lily into a bear's hug. It's too good to be true. What are you going to do now though? How are you going to explain that to the magical world? For everyone here, Harry is the boy who lived, the hero who rid the world from Voldemort and an orphan. I don't mind that he gets the fame, even if he deserves it for a completely different reason, James replied, grinning. We have joined the Unspeakables and outside their office, we are just Rose and Jamie Smith. Excuse me. John cast him a questioning look. What if all wizards and witches recognize you as easily as these two? Minerva shook her head. They won't. These two have been James's best friends ever since they met on the Hogwarts Express at the beginning of their first Hogwarts year. They know him much better than anyone else. I believe that not even Professor Dumbledore would be the wiser if he met them. Artemis is trying to teach us in Harry occlumency, just in case, Lily spoke up. That's good. I don't think Albus would randomly try to read people's minds, but still. He doesn't suspect that Harry isn't living with the Dursleys anymore, does he? Rebecca cast the older witch a concerned look. No. Minerva chuckled. Poppy and I occasionally instigate a fight with him about Harry's situation, but he seems to be completely unconcerned. Does Poppy know? Artemis quirked an eyebrow. Minerva shook her head. I've only told her once that he is safe but that I couldn't tell her more, and she accepted that. Turning to Harry, she explained, Poppy Pomfrey is our healer at Hogwarts and has been my best friend from our first year onwards along with Rolanda Hooch, the flying instructor. Sirius turned to Lily and James. This elixir you took, does it make you immortal then? Harry shook his head. No, if they want to be immortal, they'll have to take the elixir. He glanced at Connie. Was it once a month or once a year? Connie smiled. Once a month. Well, if Voldemort is really going to come back sometime, which is what Albus wants us to believe, and apparently which is why he is so keen on having Harry on his side due to the prophecy between him and Voldemort. What? Rebecca interrupted Minerva. What prophecy? Lily let out a deep sigh, before she informed the extended family about a prophecy that had been made shortly before Harry had been born. Easy Lils, Harry has efficiently worked on making it questionable by bringing us here, and I promise you now that the Unspeakables will do their best to destroy Voldemort's plans if he's really alive. We have some competent members in our team. Please do everything to keep my Harry safe. Connie cast James and Lily a smile, which did not really reach her eyes. It's too bad that I'm a muggle. Lily returned a sympathetic smile. For a muggle, you're keeping up extremely well. I haven't ever heard of a muggle who is an unspeakable, let alone one who completed their potions newt. Thank you, Lily. After breakfast, Harry invited Lily and James to try out the paws and turtle double broom, and after slight hesitation from Lily, stating that she was not overly fond of flying, they went flying together, while everyone else took turns using Rebecca's and Artemis as well as Sirius and Amelia's brooms. After more than 2 hours, Lily and James finally descended to the ground. That was the best thing ever. James seemed over the moon with joy, and Harry quickly decided to make a broom for his birth parents at the next opportunity. Now, tell me everything about that broom. Who made it? Where can we get one? Slowly, James. Sirius chuckled. Artemis, will you explain? Artemis nodded and explained about the deals that his colleague Archie had made with the owner of Nimbus. Has he made an exclusive contract with that company? Rebecca and Artemis exchanged a glance. I don't think so, Rebecca replied, slowly. As Harry's and Connie's magical guardian, I signed the contracts, but I don't think it was an exclusive contract. I can look it up later on. Why? Remis, Sirius, what do you think about opening a broom shop at Hogsmeade selling Harry's and Connie's brooms? Harry and Connie, what do you think? I'd like that, Harry replied, somehow feeling excited at the idea. Connie, sure. Perhaps, Connie and Harry could join you at the shop from time to time and speak with the customers to hear what other features they might want for their brooms. John spoke up. That's a fantastic idea. James nodded, seemingly happy. Minerva let out a sigh. I'm afraid that while Harry is at Hogwarts, he won't be allowed to get away from the school, and the Hogsmeade visits will only take place from third year onwards. Harry shrugged. I don't really care if I attend Hogwarts, not if they lock me in like in a prison. Harry. Regina scolded him, lightly. Hogwarts is not a prison. At least you'll be able to attend the Unspeakable meetings and see me on a daily basis, Connie added, smiling, unaware of the frown that Minerva sent in her direction. Harry, Minerva addressed him in a soft voice. Please remember that I am the deputy headmistress and transfiguration professor and must behave in the same way towards all students. No one must know about our relationship, and I cannot treat you differently from everyone else. Therefore, whatever you do, please be careful that I won't get to know about it. Moreover, whatever you do, please see to it that no one will miss you, or you'll have things to explain to the headmaster or whoever is going to be your head of house. I will. Thanks for the warning, Granny Minerva. Perhaps, it might be better for Harry to not become a Gryffindor then, considering that you're also the head of Gryffindor. Connie smirked. Too bad that you can't attend Hogwarts. I am sure that the Sorting Hat would sort you into Ravenclaw. Connie nodded. Thanks, Granny Minerva. I think so, too. Minerva smirked. You strongly remind me of one of the Muggle-born girls I visited last September. Hermione Granger. Will she be a first year this year, too? Connie asked with apparent interest. Yes. Minerva smiled. Shall I contact her and set up a meeting with her? Would you be interested? I can imagine that she would be extremely happy to get to know the two of you. Just prepare yourselves that she is going to ask what seem to be never-ending questions. We'll be ready, Professor. Connie grinned in obvious excitement. Yes please, Harry echoed. From that time onwards, Harry was wondering how he might be able to see Connie, especially when his wife told him that she was going to do all the theoretical parts of his studies together with him. However, he was careful to not ask any questions in Minerva's presence. Minerva, however, had not forgotten her promise to Connie and him and contacted 11-year-old Hermione Granger, who immediately returned the owl carrying a long-winded response written in immaculate handwriting that clearly displayed the girl's interest and excitement at the prospect of meeting a future classmate. When Regina suggested inviting Hermione along with her parents to one of the Sunday family meetings, everyone agreed, and Rebecca provided Minerva with a portkey for the Muggleborn to use. Thank you so much for including us in all these events. Giselle smiled. We'll be happy to meet the Grangers and be able to talk about magic with other Muggles. On the first Sunday in July, Harry and Connie were sitting on the sofa cuddling with Lucy, while they impatiently waited for the Grangers to arrive, while the adults were enjoying another cup of tea after breakfast in the dining room. They're probably glad that we left, Harry thought in amusement at Connie's evident excitement. He grinned, when Lucy let out a warning growl at the overexcited girl, who played with her ears too wildly for the canine's liking. You know that she's not a morning person, Harry commented, chuckling. Is she a person at all? Sorry, Lucy. Do you want some chicken treats? An instant later, the canine jumped from the sofa and dashed into the kitchen, sitting in front of the cupboard, where the dog treats were kept. Efficiently distracted, Harry did not realize how the time passed, and all of a sudden, their Granny Minerva arrived together with a girl and two adults by a portkey right in front of the fireplace. An instant later, Regina entered the room to welcome their guests. When Regina and Minerva ushered the Grangers into the dining room to introduce them to the family and have some refreshments, Harry and Connie kept Hermione in the living room, where Dolly served large portions of ice cream for the three of them as well as a small bowl of fruits for Lucy. Noticing that Hermione stared at Dolly in apparent bewilderment, Harry gently introduced the elf. Hermione, this is Dolly, our family member. She is a house elf and absolutely brilliant at housekeeping. Dolly, This is Hermione, one of the students who is going to go to Hogwarts with me. Hello Hermione. Dolly smiled at the girl. I am happy to have you here. Hello Dolly. I am sorry if I was staring at you. I've never seen someone like you before. Thank you very much for inviting me here and for the ice cream. It looks delicious. Hermione remained pensive for a moment, before she said, thoughtfully, I think I read something about house elves. I don't remember where, but I somehow thought that they were mere s***avs. Connie shook her head. No. Dolly is our friend and family. Artemis told me that they employ about 300 house elves at Hogwarts. I hope they're all as nice as Dolly, Harry said, smiling at the first elf he had ever known. Harry and Connie immediately liked Hermione, although she kept them on their toes by asking one question after another. Thank Merlin Connie is so patient, Harry thought, when Connie and Hermione discussed the 4 houses of Hogwarts in every possible detail. Lulu, shall we leave the girls here and go flying for a while? He addressed his familiar, gently caressing her ears. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Your dog can fly. Connie chuckled. No. Harry has a broomstick for 2 people. If you wish, you can go on a ride with him. It's great fun. Show me. Together, the 3 children and 1 canine headed out into the garden, where Harry offered Hermione a trip on the Paws and Turtle one. Please let me watch first, Hermione replied, seemingly frightened. I've read about flying on broomsticks, but I never knew that there were some for 2 people. Just watch. Connie eagerly mounted the passenger seat, which Rebecca had attached to the blank wood for better comfort. Hermione sat on one of the benches, which Remis and Sirius had built, as there were often family members watching the others fly, smiling when Lucy sat in front of her and eagerly licked her hands in quiet approval. Apparently realizing that Harry and Connie had much fun, she hesitantly agreed, when Connie offered to take turns flying with Harry. Remember to go slowly and don't do deep dives, Connie instructed him, as he took into the air with his guest. I know, Harry thought back. If I go too fast or too high, tell me, he instructed Hermione, who returned a broad smile. It's fine, Harry. I love it. How do you learn to ride a broom? Is it difficult? No. For learning, my normal broom would be better though. I can help you if you want to try it out. We should ask one of the magical adults to watch though just to be sure that nothing happens. Thanks for your thoughtfulness. I'd love to try it out. Can Connie fly? Harry looked at her in surprise. No. Connie doesn't have magic, and flying affords magic, which is why I invented this broom. You what? Hermione all but shouted. Connie is a muggle, and you invented this broom by yourself to take her with you. Harry let out a deep sigh. Hermione, you must keep quiet about everything you hear here, all right? It is very important. I will. Hermione seemed sincere. If you were an adult, they'd make you swear a witch's oath to keep our secrets. Harry shrugged. Shall we go down, so you can try out my other broom? Oh, yes please. Connie, can you please fetch any of the magical adults to watch Hermione trying to fly for a moment? Harry thought to his wife, who dashed away instantly, while Lucy went on a rampage through the garden. A few minutes later, Rebecca, Rose, Artemis, Jamie and Sirius taught Hermione how to ride a broom, while Harry took into the air with Connie flying on Hermione's left side and Remis with Regina on her right side. Harry noticed in amusement that Hermione's former expression of anxiousness made space for an expression of pure joy. The Grangers only left in the evening together with everyone else, after promising to accept the invitation of joining them again the following Sunday using the portkey, which Rebecca had provided for Hermione. Only Rebecca and Connie remained. I really like the Grangers, and I believe that they're a good addition to the extended family, especially for the kids and the Coxes. However, with Regina, Harry, Connie, Dolly, Artemis, Remis, Sirius, Amelia, Lily, James, Giselle, John, Hermione, Emma and Dan. And Lucy. Harry all but glared at his aunt. Of course. Rebecca smiled at the canine who was lying on the sofa with her head perched on Connie's lap, lightly snoring. Anyway, I believe that our extended family is now large enough, especially as Lily, Amelia and I are all expecting babies in July. Harry let out a gasp. After Rebecca's failed pregnancy almost a year ago, the topic had never come up again. I hope everything will go well this time, he mused, just when Connie voiced the same thought. I can't wait to become godmother to 3 babies. Me too, although it's too bad that I won't be able to see them while I'm at Hogwarts. Don't worry, little one. Rebecca gently ruffled his hair. We'll think of something. During the following months, the Grangers joined the extended family every Sunday. Hermione usually came well prepared, carrying small packages of papers filled with questions with her. One day, she cast Connie a look of pure irritation. When I visited you the first time, you told me that Connie was a muggle. That's not true, now, is it? Connie's expression turned sad. Unfortunately, it is. Then why do you know so much about the magical world? Are you not going to Hogwarts with us? No, I can't. I've been studying with Harry in the Unspeakables for 6 years now, and I am going to join him and study the theory behind the magic with him every day after classes. So, we can meet and study together. Hermione's voice expressed pure excitement and joy, which was also visible in her eyes. Yes, Connie smiled, broadly. How is that going to work at Hogwarts though? Connie grinned. Come with me. I'll tell you, but Harry isn't supposed to know yet. 2 weeks before Harry's birthday, he received his Hogwarts letter, much to his and Connie's amazement, especially when Regina and Remis decided to take them shopping on Saturday. Even knowing that Connie would not be able to attend Hogwarts as a student, they bought the same books and potions ingredients for her which Harry received. Don't forget to reply to your Hogwarts letter, Rebecca reminded him later the same day, and, as soon as he had written his response, she waved her wand at the parchment, grinning mischievously. What are you doing? Harry cast her a look of irritation combined with curiosity, before he leaned over to realize that she had changed his address. While the Hogwarts letter had automatically addressed his letter to Harry's real address at Regina's and his home, the reply address was now set to Harry Potter, The Dragon Dungeon 7, The Good-for-Nothing Coven. Let's see if the headmaster will notice that something is off. He probably won't even notice. A week later, Rebecca's and Artemis' son Aiden was born, followed 2 days later by Lily's and James's baby Neve and Amelia's and Sirius' girl Julia on the following day. While Neve and Aiden were born in the infirmary of the Unspeakables office, Amelia gave birth to her daughter at St. Mungo's. By the time Harry's birthday approached, all mothers and babies were well, and the extended family decided to have a large birthday party for the 3 newborns and Harry together on his 11th birthday. The weather on this last day of July was not only cold but stormy and pouring with rain. Harry's first thought, when he woke up and looked out of the window, was, I so wanted to play Quidditch with everyone. To his delight, however, Rose aka Lily waved her wand around the garden and efficiently changed the whole area within the boundaries of the house into a tropical paradise with an agreeable temperature, blazing sunshine and small spots of shadow around the spectators' bench. Right after breakfast, Harry, Connie and Hermione insisted on going out into the garden to play Quidditch, even though Harry had seen that a pile of presents was waiting for him on the table in the living room. The 3 young mothers took turns watching the babies together with Lucy, who seemed to adore the tiny beings. To everyone's relief, she was very gentle with the babies and only lightly licked their tiny hands when their mothers let her. One of the magical adults always remained on the ground with them as referee, and everyone else engrossed themselves in their game. Connie always rode together with Harry, but the others took turns taking the Grangers and the Coxes with them. On Harry's request, the adults even decided that the people on the passenger seats were allowed to actively participate in the game, be it as seeker, keeper, chaser or beater, whatever position the flyer was playing. Now, go for the snitch, Harry thought to his wife, before Artemis will catch it. However, in the 5 matches they played, neither Connie nor the seeker of the other team was able to catch the snitch even once, because Harry was just too fast. I hope you're going to be sorted into Gryffindor. Minerva smirked. I'll convince the headmaster to forego the rule that first years aren't allowed to play on the house teams. Whatever house he'll be sorted into, their team is going to win the Quidditch Cup over the next 7 years. Artemis smirked. Whatever house. Hey, it's my godson you're talking about. Of course, he's going to be a Gryffindor. Sirius glared at Artemis. And why would that be? Rebecca looked smug. We've raised him to become a Ravenclaw. Harry rolled his eyes. Connie, Hermione, will you help me open presents? Let's leave the discussion about the Hogwarts houses to the adults. The others nodded, and the trio hurried inside. Harry, do you not mind where you're going to be sorted? Hermione cast him a surprised look. Harry shrugged. No, not really. The only thing I know is that I don't want to be a Gryffindor. Granny Minerva is going to be much stricter towards me than to everyone else. At least that's what I think. Connie nodded. Yes, I think so, too. Hermione remained pensive for a moment, before she let out a deep sigh. I was hoping to get into Gryffindor, because I really like the professor, but being together with you seems more important now. You'll be able to study together anyway. Connie smirked, as she pointed Harry to a small present, which was wrapped into the kind of light brown wrapping paper, which he could recall having seen at the Unspeakables office a few times. When he opened it, he held a tiny suitcase in his hands and inspected it from all angles, before he cast Connie a questioning look. She shrugged. Put it down and point your hand at it, then say Engorgio. Are you a wizard or not? Harry quirked an eyebrow at Hermione, who seemed to be observing the scene in obvious amusement, before he obeyed. Engorgio. All of a sudden, the tiny suitcase grew to the normal size of a suitcase. When he tried to tentatively open it by pushing the button, which clearly was there for that very purpose, he felt a little prick in his index finger, before he could hear a small click, and the suitcase opened. What was that? He looked at Connie, questioningly. I think it took a drop of blood from your finger, so that it'll be able to recognize you. No one else will be able to open it. Oh, all right. Harry turned back to the suitcase, only to stare at it in bewilderment, when his eyes fell onto a staircase. What's that? It's your own living quarters. Which you can place anywhere to live in, and it has a fireplace, through which I can come and join you at any time. Connie grinned, broadly. Where are you going to put this though? How am I going to get inside to study together with you, if I'm in a different house? What if anyone closes it? Hermione looked from Harry to Connie. Connie smirked. Am I going to Hogwarts or are the two of you? Harry, you may leave your suitcase in my rooms. Connie will be able to travel through the fireplace, and for Hermione, I am going to make a portkey that will take you right into the study room inside the suitcase. Have you checked it out? Artemis cast him a questioning look. Harry shook his head. No, sir. I just only opened it. Well, then let's go and check it out. Tell me if there's anything you want me to change. Excuse me, sir. Hermione addressed Artemis, questioningly. Your rooms. Artemis chuckled. Have you ever heard of Argus Filch? Hermione's face was crunched in thought, when she shook her head. No sir. Should I know him? He's the caretaker at Hogwarts, an old squib. Artemis swiftly changed his features into those of his second persona. You must not tell anyone about this. No, of course not, sir. This is amazing. So, we'll be able to see you at Hogwarts as well. No, not my real self, only Mr. Filch, and he is not nice to students. Artemis smirked, as he changed back. The other students will believe that you're nuts if you talk to me or even to my cat, Mrs. Norris. You have a cat. I love cats. Hermione smiled. Artemis spontaneously decided that it might be better to include Hermione into their occlumency studies. During the last 4 weeks of the summer holidays, he proceeded to teach the 3 11-year-olds at Regina's and Harry's home right after breakfast every morning. Afterwards, the 3 friends discussed this and that, before Hermione returned home and Harry and Connie made their way to the Unspeakables office for their respective studies. Too soon for Harry's and Connie's liking, September 1st approached. After a longer discussion who would take Harry to platform 9 3/4, the adults had decided to keep appearances and send Harry onto the platform just by himself. He readied himself to simply pop himself and Lucy after saying goodbye to Regina, Rebecca, Remis, Lily, James and Artemis, who had come to see Harry off at their home. Connie had already said her goodbyes earlier, before she had to head to her Muggle school. However, Rebecca stepped over to him. Did you really think that we'd allow you to go just by yourself? No, little one. I will be with you, invisible to everyone but you and the Grangers. I'll only leave when you board the train. Harry smiled, feeling very much comforted, when they popped right onto the platform. A few days ago, Jamie had taken Hermione, Connie and him to the Muggle side of the platform to show them how to get onto the platform if one wasn't able to pop or apparate. Hermione and her parents are probably going to use that way, Harry thought, glad that the Unspeakables had taught him their method of simply popping everywhere. When they arrived at the edge of the platform, it was still fairly empty, as the train was only going to leave in an hour. Harry noticed in relief however, that the Grangers were already there looking around as if they were waiting for him. "Let's join the Grangers." Rebecca followed him, when Harry approached his friend. "Hello Rebecca, Harry and Lucy." Hermione pulled him into a light hug, before she gently caressed Lucy's fur. "Hi Hermione, hello Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Are you as excited as Hermione?" Dan Granger smirked. "She has been driving us nuts about the sorting all morning." "I can understand that it's important," Emma spoke up. "I can't wait to know where the two of them end up." "Join the extended family tonight after dinner," Rebecca whispered. "We'll do that, but why are you here?" "I thought," Emma slowly trailed off. "I'm invisible to everyone but you and Harry. Others will neither see nor hear me." "Harry, shall we board the train?" "I can't wait. Perhaps we can get an empty compartment." Rebecca chuckled. "It won't remain empty for long. Have much fun, Hermione and Harry, and I'll see you soon. Remember to use your occlumency skills whenever you're in the company of any of the professors apart from Professor McGonagall." "We will," the new first years promised, before she said their goodbyes and boarded the train in excitement. "Don't you have your suitcase?" Hermione asked in surprise, when her father helped her put her own luggage away. Harry patted his robe pocket. "I have it here with me. I thought it might be safer, considering that it's our means to see Connie and the others." Hermione nodded in understanding, as she slid the door to a still empty compartment open. "Shall we sit here, Lucy?" She turned to the canine, who proceeded into the compartment, lightly waggling her tail in apparent anticipation of what was going to come. "Remember, we only got to meet here on the train. We didn't know each other before," Harry reminded his friend, after they had taken the seats next to the window. Hermione cast him an indignant glare. "I know that. Sorry." Lucy gently licked the girl's hand, seemingly trying to emphasize Harry's apology, before she stepped over to Harry and lay down on his feet. "Remember, you have to play the innocent boy, who only learned about magic a few weeks ago and doesn't know much," Connie reminded him, when he informed her that they had boarded the train. "I know. It's going to be hard, so I guess I won't talk much." "Harry, is everything all right?" Harry looked up in irritation. "Ah, sorry, Hermione." "Yes, of course." He smirked. "It's just that I only learned that I am a wizard 4 weeks ago and am not sure what to expect." "Oh really?" Hermione replied, just when a boy of their age hesitantly slid the door open. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" "Come in." Hermione smiled. "We're first years as well. These are Harry Potter and his familiar, Lucy, and I am Hermione Granger. I am Neville Longbottom." He held out a toad. "This is Trevor. Lucy will not harm him, will she?" Harry shook his head. "Hello Neville, and no, Lucy is very gentle to everyone. I hope I'll be able to complete my doggy animagus form soon, so we can roam the castle together. It's going to be so much fun," he thought, while Hermione lectured Neville about something, which he did not bother listening to. A few minutes later, Susan and her friend Hannah joined them, and only when the train had already begun to move, a boy with red hair took the last empty seat. "I almost missed the train. Dumbledore told my mother to wait for Harry Potter on the Muggle platform, because he wouldn't know how to get onto the train, but he never showed up." "And why would that be?" Harry's eyes narrowed, as he stared at the other boy in surprise. "I've already been on the train for an hour." "You are Harry Potter." The redhead stared at him in apparent disbelief. "Do you have, what, the scar?" Harry shook his head in annoyance. "Why does that concern you?" With that, he demonstratively pulled a book out of his robe pocket and engrossed himself in his studies. From the outside, it looked like a copy of Beetle the Bard, however, in fact, it was his assembled research material for the construction of a chaser's broom. Hermione apparently decided to follow his example, and the train ride passed uneventfully with Susan and Hannah playing some kind of game and Neville and the redhead talking to each other. Every now and then, Connie talked to him, but nevertheless, by the time the train reached the station of Hogsmeade, Harry had the impression as if he had made good progress with his broom construction. "I hope, Dad, Sirius and Remis will find a place to open their shop soon," he thought, as he followed his classmates out of the train and to the boats, considering that the keeper's broom is already finished and this one will be at least theoretically done soon, too. He and Archie had decided to wait for the opening of the shop, which was still only at the planning stage, before releasing any new brooms. Together with Hermione, Neville and Lucy, he climbed into a boat, looking up in surprise, when Neville asked where they thought that they were going to be sorted. Anywhere but Gryffindor, Harry replied, truthfully, causing the other boy to stare at him, wide-eyed. My gran wants me to become a Gryffindor like my parents were, but I think Ronald was not really nice on the train, and he wants to become a Gryffindor, too. Neville, Hermione said in a soft voice. I don't think it matters what your granny wants. This is only about you and what you want. I'd like to be friends with the two, oh, sorry, Lucy, three of you. That's easy. Harry chuckled, as he held out a hand to the other boy. Friends. Lucy leaned over from where she was sitting on Harry's feet and gently licked the boy's hand in silent confirmation, before they all became distracted, when Hogwarts came into view. Beautiful, Hermione gasped. True, Harry agreed and quickly sent Connie an image of his new school through their link. It's gorgeous, she returned, a feeling of absolute excitement. I hope you're going to show me every little bit of it. I will, Harry promised, feeling very happy at the idea of having Connie with him every now and then. Harry almost squirmed, when Minerva let her eyes wander about the group of first-years wearing the strict expression of someone who was the deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor. I must do my best to not upset Granny, he resolved, relaxing slightly as the corners of her mouth slightly curved upwards, barely noticeably, when their eyes met. She held a small monologue about each of the houses, before she led the group into the Great Hall. Finally, we get to see the charmed ceiling. Hermione's voice was laced with apparent enthusiasm, causing Harry to inwardly grin, although he could not help looking around with interest as well. Standing between Hermione and Neville in front of the high table, where the teachers were seated, Harry unobtrusively let his eyes wander. That must be Dumbledore, he thought upon seeing a very old wizard who was wearing a long, white beard. Oh well, much younger than Nicholas though, he realized in amusement, before he returned his mind to the sorting ceremony, just when Hermione Granger was called to the sorting hat. Good luck, Hermione, he whispered, noticing that his friend seemed excited beyond belief. Remember, it doesn't matter where we're going to be sorted. We'll study together anyway, he thought to her, smiling, when she cast him an unobtrusive nod, as she took her seat on the stool. An instant later, Minerva placed the sorting hat onto her head, so that her eyes were covered by the hat's large brim. Seconds later, the hat shouted, Ravenclaw. Together with everyone else, Harry clapped his hands, smiling, when Hermione headed to the Ravenclaw table with apparent enthusiasm. Remember that you don't have to please your granny. It's your life and therefore, it's your choices that count. Wherever you get sorted, Hermione. You and I will be friends, Harry whispered to Neville, knowing that it would be the boy's turn soon. Thanks, Harry. I'm very happy. I never had a friend before. Yes, I will use the chance to defy Gran. She won't even know, as I can make it the sorting hat's fault. Exactly, Harry agreed, grinning broadly. 5 minutes later, Neville was sorted into Slytherin. Cool, Harry thought, feeling happy for the shy boy, of whom Lily had told him that she had been his godmother. Hermione is in Ravenclaw, he informed Connie and sent her an image of the sorting hat on the girl's request. You must show me and tell me everything in detail, she demanded, causing Harry to inwardly groan. I should have asked Whisker to bring her with him, invisibly, he thought, only to look up in surprise, when Minerva suddenly called his name. It's my turn now, he informed Connie, hoping that she would refrain from distracting him until his own sorting was over. To his relief, she remained absolutely quiet. As soon as Minerva had placed the hat onto his head, he heard a small voice in his mind. What am I going to do with you? You'd fit into any house. Anywhere but Gryffindor please, Harry thought back. The hat scoffed. Your thinking is much too logical for a Gryffindor. Considering what you're hiding, it should be Slytherin. Your intellectual level would make you a Ravenclaw, and your loyalty to your wife is very Hufflepuff-ish. Let's make it, the voice in his mind stopped, when the hat suddenly shouted for everyone to hear. Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Taking the hat off his head, Harry handed it back to Minerva. 2 houses, he mouthed. Mr. Potter, please sit at either the Ravenclaw or the Slytherin table and come to see me after the feast. Don't worry, you'll make this work, she added in a barely audible voice, gently patting his shoulder. Harry nodded. Come, Lucy. With the canine on his heels, he walked in the direction of the Ravenclaw and Slytherin tables, only to realize that no one was clapping their hands like they had done for any other student. Not even the professors clapped their hands, and one could have heard a pin drop, when Hermione shouted, "Harry, here." "Well done." Pause. "Thanks, Whisker," Harry replied, feeling very much reassured. "I'm in Ravenclaw and Slytherin," he thought to Connie, who returned a mental squeal of happiness. "Well done, Harry. Ravenclaw is cool, and Slytherin will surely be interesting." Sitting between Hermione and another first year, who told him that she was Mandy, Harry observed the rest of the sorting, noticing in surprise that Ronald Weasley was sorted into Slytherin. He who was 100% certain to become a Gryffindor. He thought in amusement, as he observed how the redhead took a seat next to Neville, eyeing his surroundings in apparent disgust. After dinner, while the Ravenclaw and Slytherin prefects accompanied their first years to their respective common rooms, Harry made his way to the high table with Lucy in tow. "Harry, my boy, how nice of you to join us on this fine evening." Harry sent the headmaster a fake smile hearing the greeting, however, refrained from replying. Never before in the history of Hogwarts has a student been sorted into two houses. "Do you have any idea why Sappho, our sorting hat, placed you into Ravenclaw and Slytherin?" Harry lightly shook his head. "No, sir. Albus, I don't have the whole evening to fawn over Mr. Potter and the mystery of his sorting, as I have to lead a house meeting." The professor with long, black hair, who had previously been sitting next to the man with the turban, eyed him in obvious disdain. "Yes, Severus, I know, and we will make it short, before we excuse you and Mr. Potter for the Slytherin house meeting. Minerva, due to Harry's sorting, I believe that it would be best if the Ravenclaws had classes together with the Slytherins. I am very sorry, but would you please change the timetables accordingly?" Minerva stared at the headmaster in apparent shock. "Albus, that's going to take hours. Granny Minerva, if you change into your cat form, I can take you a few hours into the past." After the meeting is finished, Harry thought to her, receiving an unobtrusive nod in response, just when the headmaster replied, "I am really sorry, Minerva. Now, Harry, as the classes will be the same for Ravenclaw and Slytherin, you only have to consider where you spend your time outside of class. If Mr. Potter wants to belong to both houses, I suggest that he takes turns spending time in both common rooms." "Yes, sir," Harry replied to the Slytherin head, trying to ignore the underlying malice in the man's voice. "If I may suggest something," Minerva spoke up. "Perhaps, Mr. Potter should decide on one student from each house, whom he will keep updated on where he is going to spend the night, so that the heads of the houses will always be able to contact him if the need arises." Dumbledore nodded in apparent consent. "A very good idea. Harry, do you already know someone in Ravenclaw and Slytherin?" "Yes. Hermione Granger from Ravenclaw and Neville Longbottom from Slytherin, sir." "Very good. Phileas, Severus, please turn to Ms. Granger or Mr. Longbottom if you need Harry for some reason." "Yes, sir," Professor Flitwick replied, casting Harry a broad smile. "He's a goblin like Buckbean, and he seems to be equally nice," Harry thought, noticing that the Slytherin head merely cast him a glare. "Ah, he must be Severus or Snivellus as Sirius uses to call him. No wonder that he hates me, considering that Dad and Sirius constantly fought him during their time at Hogwarts. Oh well, that's not my fault, even if it's totally annoying that he hates me because of something they did. Now, Severus and Harry, I won't keep you from your Slytherin house meeting any longer. Come on, Potter, we don't have all night." Inwardly rolling his eyes, Harry followed the Slytherin head out of the Great Hall, thinking to Minerva, "Please follow us and transform into your cat form. I will take you back 5 hours in time." Glad to see that Professor Snape strode ahead in a fast pace without even looking back at him, Harry scooped the cat, of which he knew that it was his granny, into his arms and telepathically instructed Lucy to wait a moment, before he slid 5 hours back in time. "Professor, please be careful that your 5 hours younger self won't see you." "Thank you very much, Harry, and be careful sliding back." "I will," Harry promised, before he returned to his original time, where Lucy was waiting for him and impatiently lead him along the corridor to catch up with the Slytherin head. "About time," Snape sneered, when they arrived in front of what Harry supposed was the entrance to the Slytherin common room. "Success," he uttered, and the portrait of an older wizard slid aside to let them through. The whole house seemed to be assembled in the common room, sitting in a circle on the floor apparently waiting for the house meeting to commence. "Harry here," he heard Neville call him and realized that the first years were sitting in the center. He quickly made his way to where Neville was sitting between a boy, who had introduced himself to Harry on the train as Draco Malfoy, and Ronald Weasley. He hurriedly sat down between Neville and Draco, who quickly made space for him. "Thanks," he uttered, just before Professor Snape began to speak. "Welcome back, students, to another year in Slytherin. Congratulations to the first years for being sorted into our house, even if I wonder if the sorting hat was drunk to sort some of you into Slytherin." Harry had the impression as if the man was staring right at him, Neville and Ronald. However, he could not care less. He listened half-heartedly, when the professor explained about the rules that were going to apply in Slytherin House. They had their own points system with snakes for points gained and toads for points lost. Snape awarded everyone 5 snakes for having been sorted into Slytherin. The Slytherins had their own curfew and were not allowed to fight with each other outside of their house but had to display house unity. Finally, he announced that everyone was expected to attend the weekly house meeting on Sunday evening right at the beginning of curfew. "Oh, I have to remember that," Harry thought, knowing that he was supposed to spend most of his Sundays at the Unspeakables office. Finally, the professor asked the first years to introduce themselves and instructed Draco to begin. Draco was a pureblood of the noble house of Malfoy, and his whole family had been Slytherins. "Potter." Harry nodded and told his housemates that he had grown up with his Muggle relatives and only got to know that he was a wizard upon receiving his Hogwarts letter. "I don't know in which house my parents were and why the hat sorted me into 2 houses," he lied, raising his occlumency barriers, daring the professor to pry into his mind. Neville sighed. "My parents were Gryffindors, and my gran, who raised me and is very strict, wanted me to become a Gryffindor as well. She always tells me that my magic is very weak." On the way to Hogwarts, Harry said that my own choices would be more important than what others expect from me, and I like that and decided to follow his advice. "I am happy that the hat sorted me into Slytherin, and I hope that I can prove to my gran that my magic is not weak and I'm a proper wizard." Harry listened with interest, as the others introduced themselves, only to notice that most first years had parents, who had already been in Slytherin. Apart from Neville, Ronald and himself. It doesn't matter anyway, he thought. The only point that matters is if they're nice. Before the professor dismissed them, he pointed out that the doors to the dormitories were labeled with the names of their occupants. "This is not negotiable. You will stay in the room with your name on the door." Draco raised his hand. "What about Potter, sir? He's been sorted into Ravenclaw as well." "That's not my problem." Sneering at him, the professor ended the meeting and instructed the first years to go to bed. Harry somehow felt reassured to see that his name was on a door together with Neville's and Draco's. "Thank Merlin, they're both nice," he thought in relief. "Too bad that I'm not in a room together with Crabbe and Goyle," Draco uttered, chuckling, as he sat on the bed next to the window, pulling 3 chocolate frogs out of his bags, handing each of them one. "My father instructed me to look after them, because they're too stupid for their own good. I'm afraid that I can't do that, but that Weasley is going to have to deal with them." Harry and Neville grinned, before Harry let out a sigh. "I'll have to switch between here and the dormitory in Ravenclaw, although I really like it here." Draco quirked an eyebrow. "Even if the professor behaves like an idiot towards you?" Harry shrugged. "He seems to dislike me for some reason." Draco nodded. "Apparently so, although I don't know why. Do you?" He took a quick bite from his frog, before he could hop away. Harry shook his head. "Anyway, I told Dumbledore and McGonagall that I'll inform Neville in case I'm going to stay at Ravenclaw overnight. Tell us both, please." "I will. Thanks, Draco. I hope my gran won't have a heart failure when she hears that I'm in Slytherin and share a room with you, Draco." "Why?" Harry feigned innocence. A couple of times, his unspeakable colleagues had allowed him to attend meetings of the Wizengamot from the visitors' gallery, and he had witnessed thoroughly annoying, verbal fights between Neville's grandmother and Draco's father a few times. Draco let out a snort. "Because my father and his grandmother greatly dislike each other." "Absolutely. She might even send me a howler." Neville sounded frightened. "A what?" Harry again feigned innocence, causing Draco to explain the features of a so-called howler in detail. "Well, if she does, we'll just send one back," Harry said, lightly, before he realized that he had not taken Lucy out to relieve herself yet. He quickly explained the matter to his roommates, however, neither of them knew where he could venture outside with the canine. "I could call my house elf, Dobby, and ask him to take her out, Draco offered. Oh, that's an idea. There is one elf I know. I'll call her. Dolly, could you join me at Hogwarts for a moment and take Lucy somewhere into the garden? He thought to the elf he considered family. An instant later, the elf popped up in front of them, and Lucy happily licked her face in apparent happiness. Hello Harry, hello Lucy. Let me take the cutie for a few minutes. Thank you so much, Harry replied, noticing from the corners of his eyes how Neville and Draco stared from the canine to the elf, apparently realizing that the two knew each other well. However, before they could do as much as ask questions, someone ran along the corridor outside their room with a loud racket and screamed like a banshee. I am not going to stay in one room with two junior Death Eaters. An instant later, all the first years were standing in the doorframes attempting to see what was going on. When Harry got a first glimpse at the corridor, Professor Snape just appeared from the direction of the common room. Weasley, shut up if you don't wish to lose house points, which you haven't had a chance to earn yet. The professor's voice cut through the air. When Harry woke up in the morning, it was still dark outside. Whisker, may I speak to you for a moment? He thought to one of the two members of his family who were at Hogwarts. Good morning, Harry. Of course, just pop over. I'm in Mr. Filch's office. Lucy, I'm going to see Whisker for a moment. Are you coming, or do you want to sleep? He knew that it was a completely unnecessary question. Nevertheless, he decided to ask, only to receive an indignant look in response. He quickly spelled the curtains around his bed closed, making anyone who touched them believe that he was fast asleep, one of the useful spells, which Felina had taught him in preparation for his stay at Hogwarts. Gently holding onto Lucy's right front leg, while she grabbed his left arm, he popped themselves right into Mr. Filch's office. A small smile appeared on the old squib's face, before he cast what Harry recognized as a locking charm at the door and changed into his real form. Good morning, Artemis. Harry sighed. I need your advice and perhaps help as well. In Slytherin, I share a room with Neville Longbottom and Draco Malfoy. I don't know about Ravenclaw yet. How in the world am I supposed to get away from them to study in my suitcase with Hermione and Connie? Artemis chuckled. Are you a wizard or not, let alone an unspeakable? I am a first year. Point taken. The older wizard smirked. Now, Mr. Longbottom won't be a problem, however, you should be careful with Mr. Malfoy. His father is one of the worst Death Eaters you can find. On the other hand, I believe that Draco Malfoy is young enough to be re-educated, especially under yours and Mr. Longbottom's influence. Therefore, at some stage, you'll perhaps be able to trust both of them enough to tell them the truth. Harry nodded. Yes, they're both really nice. While that may be, you have proved to be a good actor yesterday, when you played the innocent first year, who does not have 6 years of unspeakable training under his belt. Harry grinned. Playing the act was fun, actually. Artemis smirked. I will help you. First of all, I suggest that you tell both houses you were going to spend the evening with the other house, so that no one will be the wiser. If anyone looks for you, they'll have to find Miss Granger or Mr. Longbottom first. Perhaps, just tell him the truth. For the nights, you can either change every night or every week or just remain in Slytherin and, for example, spend the time between the last afternoon class and dinner in the Ravenclaw common room. Harry nodded, thoughtfully. If you wish, I can cast a loyalty charm at Mr. Longbottom and Mr. Malfoy. No, please don't. Connie will only come over after dinner, right? Yes. All right, at least for the beginning, I'll do as you said. I'll at least have to get to know my housemates in Ravenclaw, too. Artemis voiced his consent. Remember, you can always time slide, and you can contact me if you wish me to cast any charm or spell at anyone. Thanks, Artemis, you're the best. I am so very happy to have you here. It's nice to have you at Hogwarts for a change. Pause, Artemis replied, as he gently caressed Lucy's fur. Just then, a cat dashed through the cat flap into the room. Ah, Mrs. Norris. Artemis smiled. These are Lucy and Harry. Lucy sniffed Mrs. Norris's behind with apparent interest, before she proceeded to give the seemingly surprised cat a key, causing Artemis and Harry to chuckle. Well, it's good for both of you to become friends, so you can roam the castle together. Artemis sounded amused. Nice Lucy and evil Mrs. Norris getting along will be topic of the day in all common rooms. Oh well, I'll better get back to my room, before Neville and Draco wake up, Harry decided. However, when he reached out to Lucy, the canine lightly growled. I want to spend some time with my feline friend. I'll meet you at breakfast. Harry quickly informed Artemis, who continued to chuckle. That's fine. Just leave her here. I'll take her to the Great Hall on time. Uttering a quick thanks to his uncle and colleague, Harry swiftly returned to his room, relieved upon realizing that Neville and Draco were still asleep. At breakfast, Harry sat at the Ravenclaw table, with his back against Neville's at the adjacent Slytherin table, to get to know his Ravenclaw classmates. How was Slytherin? Hermione cast him a concerned look. It was great. Apart from the fact that the professor seems to hate me. Harry shrugged. I share a room with Neville and Draco, and both are really nice. How is it in Ravenclaw? Our classmates are nice, too, but the older girls in the house seem to be bitches, Hermione whispered. She interrupted herself, when tiny Professor Flitwick arrived and distributed the timetables. From this year onwards, our house will have classes together with the Slytherins, he informed them, grinning broadly in apparent enthusiasm. That's great. This way, I don't have to change classes, Harry thought in relief, feeling very grateful towards the headmaster for being so thoughtful. He looked at the high table, where his surrogate grandmother was slowly sipping her tea, wearing an angered expression. Probably Snape said something making her angry, he thought, before he silently addressed Minerva. Thank you, Granny, Minerva, for changing the timetables. It really helps to not have to change classes, too. He observed how she looked up from her tea, and her lips that were stretched to a thin line slightly bent upwards, as she gave him an unobtrusive nod. Suddenly, all the attention was diverted to Mrs. Norris, who dashed into the great hall closely followed by Lucy. They ran in a circle around the high table with a quick stop at the edge of the table, where Mr. Filch was sitting. All students and teachers were staring at the old caretaker, who leaned down and gently petted not only his cat but also the dog, and Harry heard mutterings coming from older students. Hell freezing over. Finally, the unequal couple made its way to where Harry was sitting. Go away, you ugly cat. Harry stared at the girl with a combination of surprise and disdain. Why would she, and she's not ugly at all. With that, he reached down and caressed Lucy's ears and then Mrs. Norris's fur, causing the feline to purr in apparent contentedness. That was Cho Chang, a third or fourth year. She's one of the bitches in our house, Hermione whispered to him in the overall commotion, as the older students left for their first morning class. Harry, one of the prefects is going to take us to our classroom, Neville whispered from behind him, and Harry nodded, gratefully. First years, come with me. We can join the Slytherins to get to our classroom, he addressed his Ravenclaw housemates, and a few minutes later, the Slytherin sixth-year prefect led the first years of the two houses to the Transfiguration classroom. Minerva was sitting on her desk in her feline form. It was always good to observe the first years for a moment, while they believed to be safe from the teacher's view. She stared at the Slytherin prefect in surprise, when he led the first years of two houses into her classroom. That's a first, she thought in disbelief. However, the first year's actions continued to surprise her, when she heard Harry usher his new friends into the first row. Hermione, Draco, Neville come. While he sat between Miss Granger and Mr. Malfoy of all people, Neville lowered himself onto the seat on Miss Granger's other side. Don't we have to sit by our houses? One of the Slytherins asked. Why would we? Mr. Malfoy returned the question, and while she did not know all students yet but only mainly those who had parents on the Wizengamot or older siblings at Hogwarts, she realized that the students proceeded to choose their seats in a completely mixed-up manner. She was brought out of her observations, when Lucy jumped against her desk, putting both front paws right in front of her and leaned forward to give her a key. It was not that she wasn't used to it. Lucy always gently keyed her and licked her fur, when she was in her animagus form. However, she had not expected this kind of affection in her own classroom, in front of her students at that. However, when she jumped down from the table with the intention of transforming back and awarding the students house points for overcoming the inter-house rivalry, the canine seemed to understand that she was ready to play and began to chase her around the classroom, before Harry finally realized what was happening and strictly called Lucy to him. Ignoring the laughter coming from all sides, Minerva returned to the front of the classroom, where she transformed back into her human form, causing the earlier commotion to change into stunned silence. Transfiguration was beyond easy, However, Harry kept back and only feigned to practice the spell to transfigure the match in front of him into a shiny needle. Only after Hermione and Draco both managed the task and gained points for Ravenclaw and Slytherin, did he wave his wand over the match and whispered the correct incantation. "Well done, Mr. Potter," he was commended. "Professor." Draco raised his hand. "Yes, Mr. Malfoy." "What happens if Harry earns points? Will they be divided between Slytherin and Ravenclaw, or will both houses receive the points?" Minerva shook her head. "As he is the first student in the history of Hogwarts, who has been sorted into 2 houses, I'm afraid that we'll have to test it out." Harry and Draco nodded, unaware that they would be able to thoroughly test it during their second morning class. When the first years left the Transfiguration classroom, the Slytherin prefect was already waiting to lead them to the dungeons. "Don't dawdle, the professor will be upset if you're late." Together with Hermione, Neville, Draco and Lucy, Harry trailed behind the prefect all the way to the Slytherin common room and beyond, closely followed by the whole Ravenclaw and Slytherin class. Inside the classroom, they took the same seating arrangements, which they had chosen in the Transfiguration classroom. "I just hope Snape won't kill us for sitting together with Ravenclaws," Draco muttered. Harry merely shrugged, just when the professor entered the classroom and strode towards the front with his robes theatrically billowing behind him. Ignoring the man for the time being, Harry quickly pulled up the strongest occlumency shields he could muster. "He and the headmaster are the reason why Whisker taught me occlumency in the first place," he recalled and telepathically instructed Hermione to do the same. "Already done," his friend whispered back. Professor Snape held a long monologue about the fine art of brewing potions, and Harry absent-mindedly listened, readying his mind to feign having no knowledge about potions, let alone complete Owl and Newt certificates. All of a sudden, without apparent reason, he heard his name. "Mr. Potter, our new celebrity," the professor sneered, only to add, "What would I get if I added a powder root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Taken by surprise, Harry completely forgot his intention to feigning having no clue and replied, "Asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion, also called the draught of living death, sir." "Where do you find me a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat, sir." "And what is difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They are the same plant." The professor did not seem happy that Harry was able to reply to each single question. "What is the most valuable ingredient of the wolfsbane potion?" "Phoenix tears, sir." "You imbecile." Snape spat in what seemed to be sudden rage, much to Harry's surprise. "I will have you expelled for this. We're going to see the headmaster. Now." "But sir," Harry replied in confusion, uncertain what he had done wrong. "Don't you have a class to teach? 100 points from Ravenclaw for your insolence. Class dismissed. Study the first potion in the book, so that you'll be able to brew it in our next class without any recipe. Now, Potter." Harry inefficiently tried to calm down Lucy, who was growling at the professor, seemingly ready to attack a person for the first time in her life, while he wondered what he had done to enrage the teacher. "I've no idea what happened," Draco informed him, quietly. "Nor have I. You better go and find out," Hermione added. "Professor Snape is really scary." Tears of fright were welling in Neville's eyes. Harry and the still growling Lucy ran behind the professor, who was striding ahead in a fast pace without even looking back at them. "No. Why are we running at all?" he suddenly thought, and proceeded to walk in his own pace. He should be aware that we don't know the way. Only in front of a large gargoyle, who seemed to be guarding the headmaster's office, did the professor wait. "About time," he growled, glaring daggers at Lucy, who dared return her own growl at the man. Severus, Harry. If the headmaster was surprised to see them in the middle of the morning class time, he did not show it. "How nice of you to visit an old man. Would you care for a drop?" "No, Albus. This is not a social visit," Snape scoffed, while Harry lightly shook his head. "What happened, my boys? Please take a seat." Potter saw fit to cast legilimency at me. "What? I can't even do such a thing," Harry thought in bewilderment. "Ah, but Severus, I am sure that Harry does not even know what legilimency is." "No, sir," Harry lied, feeling grateful for the old wizard's obvious attempt to take his side. "How can you explain then how he can answer each single question I ask, going as far as to the ingredients of the wolfsbane potion?" Snape quirked an eyebrow at the headmaster. Did he now? The headmaster leaned forward in his seat, looking at him with apparent interest. "Harry, do you have an explanation?" Harry shrugged. "I just love to read and study, sir. Do you know what the Wolfsbane potion is, my boy?" Harry nodded. "It allows the werewolf to keep his mind during the transformation." "Well then," Dumbledore sounded pleased, "I believe that this was just a simple misunderstanding between the two of you. Now Severus, I believe that you can deem yourself fortunate to have a student who is so interested in the fine art of brewing." Snape quickly excused himself and ushered Harry out of the headmaster's office. Only when they had passed the gargoyle, he hissed, "You were lucky today, as the headmaster is one of the admirers fawning over you, but I don't believe a word. Be careful in the future, Potter." "Yes sir," Harry merely replied, shaking his head in annoyance at the man's attitude. Harry slowly trailed after the professor, wondering where his friends might be. He pulled his timetable out of his robe pocket, realizing that his last morning class was herbology. "Let's just head out onto the grounds." Lucy replied with a small yowl of apparent happiness and hurried ahead with her tail waggling in excitement. When they reached the entrance hall, Harry stopped dead in his tracks upon realizing that his classmates were gathered in front of the hourglasses. Apparently, if someone takes points off you, Ravenclaw and Slytherin will both lose the points. Hermione pointed to the hourglasses. Neither of the two houses had as much as 1 point, even if Harry knew that they had received several during their transfiguration class. "Oh no." Harry let out a deep sigh. "I'm sorry, everyone. It's my fault." "No, it's not. It's Professor Snape's." Draco's voice was firm, and everyone standing around them nodded their agreement. "I just hope that Snape is the only professor who dislikes me for something that's not even my fault," Harry thought, feeling very sorry to have lost so many points for both of his houses. To Harry's relief, Professors Sprout and Flitwick, who taught them during the rest of their first day of classes, were both very friendly. Professor Flitwick merely inquired why Snape had taken so many points off their house, causing several of his classmates to complain about the teacher at once. He took 100 points, because Mr. Potter was able to answer each of his questions. The half-goblin repeated in apparent disbelief. He only took the points from Ravenclaw, but as Harry is in 2 houses, they were taken from Slytherin as well. Hermione shook her head in obvious annoyance. "He even made me accompany him to the headmaster's office and accused me of having used legilimency on him to answer the questions." Flitwick shook his head in apparent annoyance. He should know why students are sorted into Ravenclaw. "Now, let's not dwell longer on my colleague's behavior but try to get some house points back for your houses." At the end of their charms class, the students of both houses including Harry had gained back 50 points for each house. Between the last afternoon class and dinner, Harry joined Hermione in the Ravenclaw common room, where the points they lost during their potions class were the main topic. "Please be careful around Professor Snape. He loves to take points off our house," one of the older boys told him, sounding very friendly. "Yes, I am sorry," Harry replied. "It's not your fault." Mandy managed to beat Hermione to a response. "Of course, it's his fault. Everyone knows that Snape is a git. We all must be careful in potions." He realized quickly that Hermione's assessment had been correct, that several of the older, female students were bitches. "Let's leave and do our homework in my suitcase," he thought to Hermione, who gave him a sharp nod and with a flick of her wand returned the books, parchments and quill that were spread out on the table in front of her into her book bag. "We'll go and study elsewhere." With that, she strode out of the common room, and Harry followed swiftly. Seeing that the corridor was empty, Harry quickly reached out for the girl's hand, before he popped them both right into his suitcase. "Connie." "Hi Hermione, hi Harry." Connie smiled broadly, making Harry feel better instantly. "Hi Connie. I thought you'd only come here after dinner," he greeted her in surprise, feeling very happy to see her. "I couldn't wait to see you and hear what made you so upset ever since this morning." Harry was glad that Hermione did the talking on his behalf. While he still felt upset at Snape's behavior, he berated himself for not being careful. "I should have feigned not knowing anything," he thought in remorse. That was extremely stupid. They talked, before an alarm that Rebecca or Artemis had installed in their study room alerted them to the fact that dinner was going to commence in the Great Hall. "Connie, shall we bring you something to eat?" Connie smiled. "No, Hermione, but thank you. I will just return home for dinner. I'll be back later on, and then we'll really have to study. Remember, I have to catch up with everything you studied during class time." Hermione nodded in obvious understanding. And we'll have to do our homework. At dinner, Harry sat at the Slytherin table between Draco and Neville in the hearing range of the high table. He almost inwardly groaned upon hearing Flitwick address Snape concerning the first year's potions class. "Severus, just tell me why you took 100 points each of Ravenclaw and Slytherin, because a student was able to answer your questions." Now, Severus will have had his reasons for that," the headmaster spoke up in a soft voice, sounding like a gentle grandfather. "May I ask what the reason was?" "Go. Granny Mina, go," Harry thought in amusement. "Potter saw fit to use legilimency on me. He could answer any question I asked, even about the Wolfsbane potion." Minerva's eyes narrowed. "Why in the world did you ask him about the Wolfsbane potion in the first place?" Professor Snape, outsmarted by a first year, who grew up in the Muggle world. "Argus," the headmaster gently reprimanded the old squib, while everyone else stared at the caretaker. Apparently, they were not used to him joining their conversation during mealtimes. "Well said, Argus." Minerva nodded at the man in apparent appreciation. "Severus, just tell me one thing. Who could have taught Harry legilimency, considering that he grew up with Muggles?" Snape merely shrugged and finished his dinner early, only to leave the Great Hall in a fast pace. "Thanks, Granny Minerva," Harry thought to her, noticing how the edges of her mouth slightly pulled upwards. During the rest of the evening, the three 11-year-olds busied themselves studying together, and Harry was almost disappointed when another alarm indicated that curfew was going to commence soon. "Thank Merlin the portkey will take me right into my dormitory." Hermione sighed. "I wouldn't want to have the bitches question me where I spent the evening." Harry shrugged. "You could always tell them that we studied in an empty classroom." "Good night then, Hermione, Connie." With that, he popped himself in front of the entrance to the Slytherin common room and quickly joined his housemates. To his relief, the atmosphere in the common room seemed to be much better than that in Ravenclaw, and Harry inwardly sighed in relief, just when Professor Snape entered the room through a separate entrance. "The professor always joins us at curfew and remains for 30 minutes, so that we can ask questions," Marcus, a fifth-year and head of the Slytherin Quidditch team, informed the first years. "I'll go to bed," Harry informed Draco and Neville, who readily rose from their seats to accompany him. They swiftly returned to their own room, before Draco began to ask questions about the Ravenclaws and their common room. Harry told them what he knew, only to admit that Hermione and he had studied elsewhere for the rest of the evening. "Why and where?" Draco's voice was laced with disbelief, and Neville nodded. "We could have studied together somewhere." Harry let out a deep sigh. "They can either swear me a wizard's oath, or I'll have to ask Whisker to cast some kind of spell on them," he thought, pondering what to do. "Sorry for asking this, but can you swear me a wizard's oath to keep my secret?" he finally asked. Neville stared at him in apparent disbelief. "I've heard about such an oath, but I don't have a clue how to do such a thing," he then admitted. "It's easy," Draco reassured him. "Watch." Raising his wand, he uttered, "I swear on my magic to keep Harry Potter's secret." Harry realized that a bright, golden glow surrounded the boy, indicating the validity of the oath, and he had to admit to himself that he felt very much reassured by the boy's readiness to swear his oath, especially when Neville quickly repeated the process. "Now, tell us, Potter." Draco looked at him in expectation, while he held out a box with sweets to them, which a post owl had delivered in the morning. Harry told them how someone had taken him away from his awful Muggle relatives at the age of 5 and how he had joined the Unspeakables at that time. "You're an Unspeakable." Neville's eyes widened in apparent shock. "A mini Unspeakable, but you know that you mustn't tell anyone." "Now, I can't tell you what I am studying or such, but I will tell you where I used to study, when I am not in the common room." He told them about Connie, who was not able to attend Hogwarts but wanted to study together with him, conveniently leaving out the fact that she was a Muggle. Who knows how Draco would react if he knew, considering who his father is, he thought. While the three friends readied themselves for bed, Harry led a silent conversation with one of his mentors. "Whisker, I've told Neville and Draco about studying with Connie and Hermione in my suitcase." "That's fine. Remember that Lily aka Rose is a seer. I've already cast a charm on them, so that they won't be able to talk about your most important secrets, and your suitcase is charmed to give everyone who is not allowed to touch it second-degree burns. You should fetch it into your bedroom, as I can't have them in my room, when they suddenly decide to venture out of it." "Of course. Will Hermione's portkey still work?" "Yes. It would even work if you took your suitcase home with you, for example during the holidays. Oh, that's great. Thanks, Whisker. From the following afternoon onwards, Neville and Draco joined Harry, Hermione and Connie studying in the study room of Harry's suitcase. It was equipped with a large, round table surrounded by 5 comfortable chairs. The walls were filled with bookshelves from the floor to the ceiling, and Whisker had told them that the books were not real books but images of the volumes in the Hogwarts library. He had even shown Harry and Hermione how to summon the real book using the images. Connie and Hermione were happy to have the 2 boys study together with them. That's why there were 5 chairs from the beginning. I was wondering who was going to study with us. Everyone stared at Connie in apparent surprise. Are you a seer? Draco inquired. No, but Dove is, and I believe that she helped Felina and Whisker charm the suitcase. Are you an unspeakable as well? Neville eyed her in apparent curiosity. Connie nodded her head. Yes, but I believe that we should get a head start at your homework, before you'll have to go and attend dinner. Draco grinned. You'd be a Ravenclaw if you attended Hogwarts. Why aren't you, by the way? Connie let out a deep sigh, when Hermione came to her rescue. Her parents are Muggles like mine, and they want her to attend a Muggle secondary school. Oh well, as soon as we'll have to practice magic for one of the subjects, they're going to find out anyway, Harry thought. From that time onwards, the 5 friends always studied together, and they were all happy about it. Twice a week, however, Harry spent the evenings in the Unspeakables' office, while his friends studied in their respective common rooms to prevent their housemates from noticing their continuous absence. On Tuesdays, he attended the team meeting of Team 13, in which Connie participated as well, and on Saturdays, he had his private meeting with Croaker, who taught him everything that he wanted him to know as his future successor as head Unspeakable. In addition, he often spent Sunday mornings at the office pursuing his own studies. Considering that he did not have much time, he concentrated on the development of further position brooms, while he still waited for the Marauders to open their own broom shop and announce the new broom models, which he had already invented. Severus Snape towered behind his desk in the potions classroom observing the Ravenclaw and Slytherin first years brew their first potion without as much as a recipe. I need to pay attention, as this might quickly go wrong, he thought, when his mind recalled the first year's first class a few days ago. He had been so enraged at Potter that he had taken 100 house points off the boy, unaware that they would equally be taken from his own house. Not only his colleagues had berated him for taking so many points, but also his prefects from the 3 upper years had loudly voiced their opinions. Thank Merlin Potter had not been present in the common room at that time. I can't take points from the imbecile anymore. I'll have to assign him detention, he told himself, when he let the eyes wander around his classroom, lingering on the boy in question for a moment longer. He could not help staring at the son of his archenemy in shock upon realizing that the boy was preparing his ingredients as if he was a professional brewer. He inwardly scoffed at the idea, knowing that he had grown up with Petunia, whom he had known from a very young age onwards. However, the boy looked happy and was even able to prevent his neighbor, Longbottom, from having his concoction explode by stirring into the wrong direction. Any other student, especially from his own house, would have received points at this stage. However, Severus decided to never ever give the boy as much as 1 point. I will use every chance at revenge I can, he resolved, as he eyed the boy in hatred for his late father and his godfather. Little did he know that his first opportunity of revenge would only be a few days away. On Friday afternoon, the Ravenclaw and Slytherin first years had their first flying class, and Harry had been looking forward to be able to fly for the whole week. However, Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, behaved as if none of them had ever sat on a broom. Madame Hooch, Draco finally addressed the teacher, there are some of us who can fly. May we perhaps play a round of Quidditch, while you teach the others? To Harry's relief, Madame Hooch agreed. Just do a seeker scrimmage at first, she instructed them, handing Draco one of the winged balls. If that works well, we can see about Quidditch. Uncertain how the teacher would react upon seeing Lucy fly with him, he turned the canine invisible. Sorry Lulu, I can't use my double broom here and now, so you'll have to sit in front of me. That's fine. I am happy that I can fly with you, she thought back, letting out a series of happy sounds, when Harry took into the air and slowly made her visible again. Unbeknownst to Harry, Madam Hooch closely observed them, knowing that both the Ravenclaw and the Slytherin teams were in dire need of a couple of good players. After Harry had caught the snitch for the third time in 20 minutes, she called him down. "Mr. Potter, please leave your dog on the ground and show me that you'll be equally good at catching the snitch without her." Draco and Hermione, who had descended together with him, exchanged a glance. "Lucy can fly with me." "Thanks, my own. Lucy, please fly with Hermione for a moment." At the end of the flying class, Madam Hooch kept the three friends back. Usually, first years are not allowed to play on the house teams. However, Ravenclaw and Slytherin need some good players such as you. It's up to the headmaster and your head of house if they'll agree to skip the first year rule. The three students nodded in understanding. "If they do, I'll suggest for Miss Granger to play chaser for Ravenclaw and Mr. Potter to play seeker for both houses. When Slytherin has to play Ravenclaw once a year, we'll just have the reserve seekers play. Mr. Malfoy, for you I suggest to become one of the Slytherin chasers next year, when Mr. O'Mahony finishes his 7th year." All three of them agreed. However, Harry added, "I will only fly when Lucy is allowed to fly with me. She is my familiar, and she loves flying as much as I do." "Understood." Hooch grinned and gently caressed the canine's ears, receiving a thorough hand-washing in return. "I'll speak with my colleagues at dinner time. Well, I can tell you now that Snape will never agree to have me on the house team," Harry predicted, when he took his seat between Draco and Neville at the Slytherin table with Hermione sitting right behind him at the Ravenclaw table. "Maybe he will. Madam Hooch already informed me." Marcus, the Quidditch captain, was sitting on Draco's other side. "He knows that Slytherin is in dire need of a Quidditch victory, and for that, we need a good seeker. But he hates Harry with a passion." Neville sighed. "I never thought that flying would be so much fun, by the way. I loved it." "Sorry for not keeping you company, Neville," Harry apologized, causing his friend to shake his head, smiling. "Not a problem, Harry. I hope you'll get onto the house teams." "Me too," Harry thought, feeling very happy at the idea. "Perhaps Rebecca, Sirius and Remis will come to watch the matches and bring Regina," he thought in excitement, although a small voice at the back of his mind told him that Snape would never agree to have him play. "No, Albus," they suddenly heard a firm voice coming from the high table. "Just because an almighty Potter comes to Hogwarts, we have to skip all the rules. No, not with me. You'd ensure the Quidditch Cup for Slytherin for 7 years in a row, provided the rest of your team is better than that of Ravenclaw." Minerva sounded convinced. "How do you know that?" "It's skill that defines the winner, not fame." Flitwick jumped up and down on his seat in apparent excitement. "I trust Rolanda's assessment and will suggest him to my team captain then." "Harry, that's great. We can play on the team together," Hermione whispered from behind him in apparent happiness. "We, that is the rest of the team, and I, will give the professor a piece of our mind, when he comes to the common room tonight." Marcus's voice was grim, and Harry pondered for a moment to invisibly be present in the common room for the conversation. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, deciding that his study time together with Connie and his friends was more important. When the post owls arrived on Saturday morning, an old barn owl carrying a red letter arrived in front of Ronald Weasley, who was sitting across the table from Harry, Neville and Draco. A howler. Harry wondered in surprise. He knew about the feature, however, had never witnessed someone receiving one. Before he could further ponder the matter, however, a female voice screeched through the great hall. "Ronald Weasley, how dare you allow the hat to sort you into Slytherin of all houses? You're a disgrace for the family. Wait till your father gets to." With a small flick of his hand, unobtrusive enough for everyone but his closest neighbors to not notice anything, Harry stopped the screaming, and the red letter vanished into thin air. "Thanks," Ronald uttered, glancing at Harry. "My mother loves to write howlers. 20 points to Slytherin for stopping that nonsense," Harry heard Snape utter at the height table, before Flitwick began to chuckle in apparent amusement. "Ah, thanks, Severus, for giving Harry house points. Ravenclaw just gained 20 points as well." "Harry," Dumbledore asked in apparent surprise. "How would he know a spell to stop a howler, which I am not even aware of?" "Probably accidental magic." Minerva's voice was convincing, and the conversation at the high table turned to other matters, much to Harry's relief. "I really must be more careful," he thought in annoyance. I'm just glad that my father has better manners and doesn't send me howlers for being in the same house as Muggleborns and sons of Muggle-loving fools who are a disgrace for the magical world. Draco sounded smug, as he glanced at Ronald. Why, you slimy Slytherin. You're a disgrace for the magical world. That sounds gross, considering that you're a Slytherin yourself. As Snape said, the Sorting Hat must have been drunk. I should be in Gryffindor. What a pity. Yes, absolutely. Draco grinned. Weasley, prove that you're not a disgrace for the magical world. I challenge you to a wizard's duel. In the common room at midnight. All right. Harry, will you be my second? Harry shook his head in amusement at the conversation between Draco and Ronald, before he gave Draco a sharp nod. Of course. Ronald looked from the left to the right, where Crabbe and Goyle were sitting on either side of him. Who's going to be my second? Harry inwardly grinned, when the two boys in question pointed their hands at each other, simultaneously voicing, he. Crabbe then please, Ronald decided, and the other boy nodded, grimly. During their study time in the evening, Harry excused himself for an hour and headed to the Unspeakables office to brew a large batch of the Fresh and Go potion, which he had developed together with Whisker a few months ago. Perhaps, we'll need it in the morning if we stay up for hours during the night. Needless to say that the whole first-year class was assembled in the common room at midnight to watch the wizard's duel between Draco and Ronald. Harry had invited Marcus, the Quidditch captain, to referee the match, and the fifth year had agreed to do them the favor. At least, you're doing it within Slytherin. Otherwise, Snape would have your heads if he got wind of it. Marcus smirked. Now, only Draco and Ronald remain in the center. Who are your seconds? Harry and Vincent stepped forward. Very well. Marcus nodded. Everyone else sit down on the sofas. With a flick of the older boy's wand, all the furniture moved towards the walls, leaving a large free area in the center of the common room. No Muggle means, and no dark spells. Seconds only interfere if your first is down. The four first years nodded in understanding, and Harry moved a bit back, quickly followed by Vincent. It was not a second too soon, as Draco already moved his wand to cast his first spell. To Harry's disappointment, the whole event was not much of a duel, as it soon became clear that Ronald did not know any spells apart from those which they had learned in class. It took Draco 5 minutes to have Ronald lie on the ground. While the rest of his body was stunned, his lips moved, stating, I am an idiot. Very well. That was fast. Draco wins. Everyone, please go to bed now. When the first years set to follow Marcus's instruction, Harry quickly handed out his Fresh and Go potion, advising everyone to only take it after waking up in the morning. When Harry and his roommates readied themselves for the day, Vincent came into their room. Why did you give us a potion that made us stay awake for the rest of the night? He complained before asking, Draco, can you take the spell off Ronald? He says nothing but that he's an idiot. Draco smirked. No, I can't do that. It's going to wear off after 24 hours. As to the Fresh and Go potion, you were supposed to take it now, Harry informed the boy, shaking his head at Ronald's and his friend's stupidity. Cheers, Neville added, as he brought the small phial to his lips. During the following days, Harry eagerly worked on the final stages of his chaser broom, deciding to finish it on time for Hermione's birthday. If she's going to play on the house team, she needs a proper broom. After Martin, the Ravenclaw Quidditch captain, had allowed Hermione and him onto their team, Flitwick had asked if they had their own brooms. Hermione shook her head. No, sir. I will ask my godfather to bring my broom and one for Hermione to Hogwarts before the first match, Harry promised. Very well. As first years are not allowed to have their own brooms yet, they will have to be deposited in my office, from where you can fetch them for practice and matches at any time. Thank you, Professor. A few days later, when the Ravenclaw and Slytherin first years had potions during their first morning class, Ronald, Gregory and Vincent arrived 15 minutes late carrying large heaps of toast in their hands. Sorry, Professor, we overslept, Ronald said between 2 bites of toast. Out, Snape bellowed. This is a classroom and not a dining room. You will brew this morning's potion tonight after dinner. 7 o'clock and not a minute later. Yes, sir. The response was simultaneous with small breadcrumbs flying everywhere around the boys, before they fled the classroom. Interesting how he didn't take points from Slytherin, Harry thought, as he looked at the recipe for hand cream on the board in surprise. In contrary to the one which Artemis had taught him, it was lacking drops of moon fern oil, which had an especially softening effect on the salve. The idea, perhaps, it is Artemis' invention and Snape doesn't even know about it, did not cross his mind, as he brewed the potion the Unspeakables way. Potter. The professor suddenly approached his cauldron, pointing his wand at his cauldron with an evanesco on his lips. However, Harry was faster and quickly cast a protective charm at his cauldron that caused the professor to stumble backwards and the spell to dissipate. Potter. Detention tonight at 7 o'clock. No, sir. Harry calmly continued his brewing, causing the teacher to see red. Potter. The professor's voice was dangerously quiet, however, Harry chose to ignore the man in favor of one more step of brewing, before he would be able to place his concoction under a stasis charm. That done, he turned to the professor, trying his best to keep his voice calm and as friendly as possible. Professor Snape, I believe that it was our task to brew the potion for hand cream. May I please be allowed to finish my potion? Apparently realizing that the whole class observed their discussion with apparent interest, the professor merely nodded and returned to his desk. Only when everyone had placed a small phial of their concoction onto the teacher's desk and he had banished the remaining liquids from their cauldrons, did he address Harry again. Detention tonight, Mr. Potter. Inwardly groaning, Harry left the classroom, feeling thoroughly annoyed at the man. At least, you don't have a meeting with the Unspeakables tonight. Connie's voice felt soothing to Harry's mind and helped to reduce his anger at the professor. Still, I'd rather spend the evening with you. Lucy, will you remain here during my detention? The canine replied affirmatively, letting out a huge yawn, as she stretched out on the sofa occupying her own as well as Harry's spot. Wondering if Snape would make him brew the same potion again, Harry arrived at the potions classroom punctually at 7 o'clock. When he entered the room, Snape sneered down at him holding out his hand. Your wand, he hissed upon Harry's questioning look and pointed to a sink filled with cauldrons. Clean these cauldrons without magic. Letting out a deep sigh, Harry set to work, hoping that the professor would leave him in peace, so that he could simply clean everything using wandless magic. To his relief, 5 minutes into the cleaning process, Ronald and his 2 roommates arrived, and after a sharp comment about being punctual, the professor made the recipe for the hand cream appear on the board. Brew. I'll be in my office if you have questions. Thank Merlin, Harry thought, and with a flick of his hand cleaned the cauldrons and made them float back into the shelves. Just when he readied himself to time slide an hour into the future, Ronald addressed him. Harry, can you help us? What are we supposed to do here? Nodding, Harry made his way over to where his classmates were struggling with the preparation of the ingredients. Standing between Ronald and Vincent, he patiently showed them how to prepare the ingredients and led them through the brewing process. He did not notice that Snape returned to the classroom and watched them for a few minutes before he cleared his throat. Potter, which part of do not use magic did you not understand? Borrowing your classmate's wand, because I took yours. How stupid do you believe I am? Sorry, sir, Harry replied, thinking, better that he believes I borrowed a wand than to admit that I'm capable of wandless magic. However, Vincent spoke up. Professor, Harry did not use anyone's wand. Potter, accompany me to the headmaster's office now. And the 3 of you, he cast the 3 boys a stern look, will finish brewing your potions just by yourselves. Harry slowly trailed behind Snape to the headmaster's office, feeling thoroughly annoyed. On the way, he almost stumbled over Mrs. Norris, who was roaming the otherwise empty corridor. Hi Mrs. Norris, he said in a soft voice and took a moment to pet the cat, before he continued walking. Whisker, I am so sick of Snape. He's dragging me to the headmaster's office again now, because I used magic to clean a huge pile of cauldrons. How petty is he? Give me a moment. I have a surprise for you, the Unspeakable replied, however, did not reveal any detail. Thanks. I am looking forward to it, Harry thought back, as he walked on with a small smile playing on his lips. As before, the professor was waiting in front of the gargoyle, eyeing him with an expression of pure hatred. Severus and Harry, how nice of you to visit me on this fine evening. Albus, you should know by now that I'd never pay you a social visit together with Potter. Is that so, my boy? Harry inwardly smirked, as he accepted the offered drop in a vain attempt to drive Snape nuts. What has Harry done now? The headmaster's voice was gentle. During class time, he did not brew his potion correctly. It was absolutely correct, Harry interrupted the professor. It was not, and, as I was trying to say, when I tried to vanish the incorrect potion, Potter attacked me. No, sir. Harry, my boy, then please tell me what happened from your point of view. Harry nodded. Thank you, sir. I realized that the recipe did not mention drops of moon fern oil, but I added it because it makes the potion much smoother. Professor Snape did not even question me but merely tried to vanish my potion. I did not attack him. I merely cast a protection charm at my cauldron, before he could do anything to it. I then finished my potion, and then he assigned me detention. Drops of moon fern oil. Snape asked in apparent disbelief. Why am I supposed to question a first year who believes to know everything better than a potions master? Ah, right, because you're Almighty Potter. A commotion from behind Dumbledore's desk made them all turn to the portrait of Godric Gryffindor in surprise that only intensified, when a female voice began to shout at the adults in the room. Severus Snape, are you really that petty? Harry is also my son in case you haven't realized. Just because he looks like his father, you hate him with a passion and don't even recognize how brilliant at brewing he is. Headmaster, you're not much better, and with you, I still have a bone to pick anyway. Lily. While the two professors replied simultaneously, their reactions were completely different. Snape's eyes widened in apparent delight, but Dumbledore's expression displayed pure horror. Serves him right, Harry thought, for what he did to Sirius and me. Professor Gryffindor, thank you for sharing your portrait with me for a moment. I appreciate it very much. Ah, young lady, you're very welcome. I remember you as the head girl of my school from just a few years ago. Lily nodded, smiling, before her expression sobered, and she turned to the current headmaster. Headmaster, how dare you ignore our will and send Harry to my horrible sister? Sirius was his rightful guardian, not you, and as it was you who cast the Fidelius charm with Peter as the secret keeper, you knew exactly that Sirius was innocent. Still, you allowed him to be sent to Azkaban, made yourself Harry's guardian and sent him to the Dursleys. I can't believe that James and I were stupid enough to trust you. I am sorry, Lily, but it was all for the greater good. Lily let out a scoff. Rubbish. Dumbledore sighed, deeply. Lily, you do not understand. While you saved his life, Harry was cursed by Voldemort. The scar, which he received that night, is not a normal scar. Then I suppose that you've taken him to St. Mungo's as well as to the Unspeakables to have them check it out. Dumbledore shook his head. No, that would have been much too dangerous. Nonsense. At neither place, he would have been abused and neglected like he was at the Dursleys. Anyway, Dumbledore, you're walking on thin ice. Harry is attending Hogwarts by his own free will, although there are other schools he could attend, but I won't watch Severus continue making life at Hogwarts another hellhole for him for much longer, especially as potions is his favorite subject. Ah, but Lily, as I am Harry's magical guardian. You're not. Ah, but I am sure. You're wrong. Neither James nor I are that stupid to allow you to remain his guardian after all you did to him. Snape had remained quiet during the conversation, however, he suddenly spoke up. So, it was you who taught him in potions. Lily smirked. I am dead in case you haven't noticed. I am only a portrait. However, who taught him is not my secret to share, but Harry's. Perhaps, one day you'll be able to gain his trust and he might tell you, but that is solely up to my son. Snape nodded in apparent understanding, while the headmaster contradicted. Ah, but Lily, you should know that we only have Harry's best interest at mind. Harry let out a scoff, which he quickly turned into a cough. Thanks again, Professor Gryffindor. I hope I won't need to intrude anytime soon again. With that, Lily vanished as quickly as she had appeared. Thanks, Dove. You were absolutely brilliant, Harry thought to her. Well, Severus, as you know, Lily Potter is scary. Please try to get along with Harry, especially as you now know that he has already been taught to a certain degree. Snape shook his head. Only if he changes his attitude. Headmaster, Snape. It's Professor Snape, Harry. Harry inwardly groaned. Professor Snape ordered me to clean a pile of cauldrons the Muggle way. At the same time, 3 of my classmates were told to brew a potion, of which they knew nothing but the recipe. I believe that it made sense to clean the cauldrons using magic and then guide them through the process of preparing ingredients and brewing them, considering that Professor Snape was not even in the room to help them. That was well done, my boy. 10 points to Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Thank you, Headmaster. Harry observed in amusement how Snape rolled his eyes at the old wizard in apparent annoyance. Harry, you may leave now. Please try to behave towards Professor Snape. Yes, sir. Good night. With that, Harry left the room and, after passing the gargoyle, popped right into his suitcase to tell his friends about his evening. During the following weeks, Harry and Professor Snape both tried to behave civically towards each other. One day, when the first years had brewed pepper-up potion, Professor even leaned over Harry's cauldron, sniffed at the liquid that was simmering in it and took a small sip from a spoon, before he nodded, seemingly contented. Potter, do you know how to magically bottle a potion? Yes, sir. Then bottle the potion into 20 small phials. I'll take them to Madame Pomfrey for use in the hospital wing later on. Has hell frozen over? Harry wondered, as he used his wand to bottle his potion, knowing that the professor was watching. No one is supposed to know that I can simply cast most spells wandlessly. I hope I'll never have to stay in the hospital wing, Ron said to the two boys, who had become his sidekicks, on their way from the potions classroom to the greenhouses, if they use first year's potions on their patients. That's really gross, Vincent agreed, while Gregory made sounds of pure disgust. He's probably recalling the brown mass in his own cauldron, Harry thought, grimly. Only Harry's, Neville reassured their classmates. Because he's very good at brewing. That means that he accepts that your brewing is excellent, Connie replied, when he informed her, while they waited for Hermione to begin their afternoon study session. Well done, Harry. Thanks, Harry replied, smiling, just when Hermione arrived, grinning broadly. Harry, did you know? Madame Pomfrey gave you 20 points for both your houses for the batch of pepper-up potion. Cool. Harry grinned, feeling very happy. However, he instinctively knew that the peace and quiet between him and Snape was not going to last forever. The following weeks passed uneventfully, before Harry received a letter from Sirius in the middle of October. Invitation to the grand opening of the Paws and Turtle Brooms Shop. Hogsmeade Main Street 11, October 31st at 10 a.m. Owners, Sirius Black, Remis Lupin, Jamie Smith. Models invented and patents owned by Unspeakables Paws and Turtle. At the grand opening, the new Paws and Turtle Keeper and Paws and Turtle Chaser brooms will be presented. Unspeakable's Turtle and Paws will be available to answer questions and accept suggestions for a short time. Harry smirked, as he handed the letter to Hermione, who was sitting next to him, while he pondered his situation. Since October 31st was a Saturday, the older students were allowed to go to the village. However, Harry knew better than to ask for permission to leave the school, considering that no one at Hogwarts except for Minerva and Artemis as well as Hermione knew about his connection to the inventors of the broomsticks. Cool, Hermione breathed with a big smile on her face. What is cool? Neville turned around from where he and Draco were sitting right behind them. Hermione handed over the letter, and a minute later, Harry heard two simultaneous gasps from behind. He grinned, as he had not expected anything else from his friends, even if they had no clue about the identity of Paws and Turtle. Perhaps, we should tell them, he thought. I trust them, and they've sworn us an oath anyway. Too bad that we can't attend the opening. Considering that Harry told us that Snape seems to hate Black and Lupin with a passion, he surely won't allow us to go. Draco sighed, theatrically. While we'll be able to go, and I will make sure to attend the opening, Marcus spoke up, we definitely won't be able to afford such a broom. Considering how inventive and brilliant the Seeker and Double brooms are, they must be really expensive. They don't have a beater broom yet. Anyway, do they? Draco's voice was laced with obvious interest. No, but considering that they've covered all other positions, it'll probably be the next that's going to come out. Perhaps, I could ask Marcus to give me some hints for the beater broom and try out a possible prototype for me, Harry thought. As soon as he had finished the chaser broom, for which Minerva and Sirius had given him valuable advice, he had begun to mull over the beater position. However, neither he nor anyone else of the extended family had any experience as beater. In return, I could offer him a 70% off-price voucher for the broom upon its release. Right after breakfast, he took Marcus aside. Please hear me out. It'll only take 2 minutes. Sure. The fifth year eyed him in apparent surprise. Harry led the older boy into an empty classroom, casting a series of silencing charms at the door and around the room. As you might know or not know, 2 of the owners of the new broom shop are my godparents. They told me that the developers of the brooms struggle with the new beater broom, because they don't know anyone who has a lot of experience as a beater. Would you be willing to support them, means giving them suggestions and hints about the beater position and its special needs as well as trying out any model they might develop. If you'd be willing to work together with them, they'd surely see to it that you'll receive the broom at a low percentage of its normal price upon its release. Marcus shook his head in apparent confusion. This sounds like a big prank, but if you can convince them to work together with me, I'll gladly accept. Harry nodded in understanding. Can we meet in our room after curfew tonight? I will tell them to ask Unspeakables Paws and Turtle to come by and meet with you tonight. Marcus nodded. All right, I'll be there. Thanks, Harry. With that, they hurriedly left for their respective classes, and Harry simply popped right in front of the Transfiguration classroom for his first morning class. I really have to be careful to not give myself away, he thought, when he left the suitcase after saying good night to Hermione, knowing that Connie would wait for him wearing her unspeakable robes. Marcus and I are going to have a meeting with Unspeakables Paws and Turtle about the beater broom, he informed his roommates. Just so you know why he's going to show up here in a few minutes. Are you going to meet them in your suitcase? Wait, Draco's eyes narrowed. You once told us that you're an unspeakable, but you never told us your name. Harry smirked. That's for me to know and for you to guess, Draco interrupted him. Are you, perhaps, Unspeakable Paws? Harry let out a deep sigh. To his relief, Marcus chose that moment to enter the room, saving him from having to respond to his friend. Unspeakables Paws and Turtle were already waiting for them. Okay, that was timed well. I'll have to do that, after our conversation is over then, Harry realized. Hello, I am Unspeakable Paws, and this is Unspeakable Turtle. Lord Black sent us here. Good evening, Unspeakable Paws and Unspeakable Turtle. Thank you for coming. I am Harry Potter, and this is Marcus Flint, the Slytherin Quidditch captain and beater. He offered to assist you with his knowledge about the beater position. Paws nodded. He pointed his wand at the nearest wall, making an image of what was hopefully going to be the beater broom at some stage appear. This is the beginning of our work on the beater broom, but unfortunately, neither we nor our co-workers have any experience with the beater position. If you work together with us, which means relaying information about a beater's special needs and also testing any prototype of our beater broom, it would be highly appreciated. Marcus nodded. Thank you very much for your offer, which I happily accept. Paws sighed. Thank you, Mr. Flint. We won't be able to finish the broom on time for the opening of the shop, but I believe that Christmas would be manageable. Do you know when the next Hogsmeade weekend will be? Marcus nodded. On Saturday. Can we meet in the shop then? Let's say at 10 o'clock in the morning. It is not open, so we can talk in private. Marcus agreed with the suggested time and place, and Harry inwardly groaned. This is too complicated for my liking, he thought. Oh well, if I go in my unspeakable robes, no one will know that it's me. I'll just have to inform Sirius, Jamie and Remis that we'll meet there. Shortly later, they took their leave, and Harry went to bed, readying himself to time slide back to play Unspeakable Paws in the previous conversation. The meeting with Marcus during the older students' Hogsmeade visit was very constructive, and Harry received several ideas for the beater broom. In return, he offered to have the first prototype ready by the beginning of December and, once completed, Marcus would receive one broom for free for his efforts. The opening of the Marauders' broom shop under the name of Paws and Turtle Brooms was a huge success. On the first day, they immediately sold 1/3 of the stock, which they had prepared, and they already had a waiting list for the Paws and Turtle beater. Dressed in their unspeakable robes, Paws and Turtle spoke with their customers for about 2 hours, before they left the premises, knowing that Harry could not risk being missed at Hogwarts. That was very efficient, he admitted to Connie, once they were back in his suitcase. I got several hints for improvements, and I think once the beater broom is out, I could make updated models for all the other positions. Your customers will love it. Connie grinned broadly. But I believe that you'll have 2 more models to develop first. Harry looked at the girl in surprise. And what might they be? Connie chuckled. First of all, you need to invent a family broom, on which Rebecca and Artemis can take Aiden, and then, when the 3 babies are going to turn 1 next summer, you'll need to have the baby brooms ready. Harry remained pensive for a moment. 2 valid points, he then admitted, nodding in agreement. You're simply the best. Connie shrugged. We did all right today, didn't we? No one suspected that you're only a first-year student and I'm a muggle, did they? Harry shrugged. I don't think they did. You're holding up really well, but even if someone noticed, who'd care? You know more about these brooms than they do, so why would they care if you can do magic or not? Connie smiled and pulled him into a gentle hug that was only interrupted when Lucy pressed herself into the middle. On the third Saturday of November, the first Quidditch match of the season, Slytherin vs Gryffindor, took place, and Harry sat together with his Slytherin housemates to watch the match. He still felt sad that Professor Snape did not allow him to play on the team in spite of the complaints which the man had received from Marcus and his team. I can't wait to play in a match, he thought, as he observed his housemates and the Gryffindors mount their brooms. Oh, the Weasley twins are the beaters in Gryffindor, he realized in surprise. Even if he had never had an opportunity to speak with the boys, Ronald always complained about his twin brothers, who seemed to do nothing but nonsense day in and day out. Perhaps, he's simply jealous of them, because they're in Gryffindor and on the Quidditch team at that, he thought. I can't wait to be able to play on the team. Next year. Draco leaned over to him. Do you think Snape will allow you to play by then? Harry shook his head. I don't think so. The fact that I'm a first year was only a suitable excuse for him. Draco nodded, gravely. Probably. The snitch is hovering above the left goal post. Harry smirked, as he informed his friend, telepathically, causing Draco to jerk around. Wow, you're really good at it. Apparently, the two seekers had not seen the snitch, and it was only after another hour that the Gryffindor seeker finally caught the winged ball, ending the match in favor of Gryffindor. Harry spotted the snitch an hour ago, Draco whispered to Marcus, when the Slytherins returned to the dungeons after the match. Draco, leave it. I don't want Tim to feel bad about it, Harry whispered back. Ah, don't worry. He doesn't even want to play and was ecstatic to hear that you were going to become the Seeker, before Snape decided otherwise, Marcus reassured him. The mood in Slytherin remained subdued during the day, while the Gryffindors were remarkably absent from their house table during lunch and dinner, probably having a huge victory party in their common room. Harry became quickly distracted, however, when Connie informed him that Whisker, Felina and Dove urgently wished to discuss something with him concerning the Wolvescure, which they were still trying to develop. He quickly excused himself from his wife and friends and popped himself into Team Room 13, where he was greeted in apparent delight. Harry, we need your input here, Rebecca informed him, as soon as he sat on the empty seat between her and Lily. More or less as a final straw, we're considering using a few drops of blood of some kind of creature, such as, for example, a Yeti or centaur. Harry shook his head in confusion. Have you already tried 2 or 3 drops of blood from a healthy wizard or witch? No one replied, and when Harry looked up in surprise, he realized that everyone was staring at him. Can you believe that we didn't even think of it? Lily was the first to speak. She sounded strangely excited. Let's try it out. Harry, would you be willing to give 3 drops, considering that Remis is your godfather? Of course. Harry grinned, broadly. I'd feel honored. He rolled up his left sleeve, revealing his elbow. Help yourselves. A moment later, 2 drops of his blood fell into a small phial, which Lily carried into the adjacent potions lab in a high speed. Do you still need me? Harry asked, unnecessarily, noticing in amusement that everyone followed the potion's mistress in obvious excitement. No dear, thanks for coming and helping. Rebecca pulled him into a gentle hug. Your mum is missing you very much, she whispered. She's counting the days until you'll be home for Christmas. Me too, Harry replied, smiling, before he spontaneously decided to pay Regina a visit. Harry turned invisible and popped himself home, thanking Merlin for the Unspeakables way of popping, which allowed him to pop anyway and gave him the security of not being tracked. Regina was sitting in her office engrossed in what seemed to be lesson plans. Harry quickly made himself visible, before he politely knocked at the half-open door. Harry, what a surprise. Is everything all right? Hi Mum. Everything is fine. I just wanted to say hello for a moment. I was with Rebecca and our colleagues and was just about to return to Hogwarts but thought that a detour of a few minutes wouldn't matter. In the end, he spent an hour speaking with adoptive mother, which they both thoroughly enjoyed, before he finally popped back into his suitcase. At the end of November, Harry could finally play Seeker in the match Ravenclaw vs Hufflepuff, while Hermione took one of the Chasers' positions. Only when they took into the air together with the team, did he realize that Connie was sitting next to Professor Flitwick in the Ravenclaw stands with Sirius and Remis on her other side. "You're here," he thought to her with a combination of surprise and happiness. Her response was ecstatic. "Of course. I want to see your first Quidditch victory." Ravenclaw indeed won, when Harry caught the snitch 23 minutes into the game. "Well done, Harry." Connie was the first to commend, when Harry guided his broom towards the ground. "Well done, Harry." Martin, the Ravenclaw Quidditch captain, repeated, grinning in obvious happiness. "Now, will the two of you please for once come to the common room for the victory party?" Harry sighed. "My godfathers came to watch the match together with my girlfriend. Will she be allowed to join us, even if she's not a student at Hogwarts? And will the older girls behave towards her and Hermione?" "I'll see to it," Martin promised. "As to your girlfriend, you'll have to ask Professor Flitwick." Harry nodded in understanding. "I'll do that then. Harry, come." Hermione pulled his arm and led him and Connie over to where Professor Flitwick was offering his half-sincere condolences to his Hufflepuff colleague. To Harry's relief, the professor immediately agreed for Connie to accompany them to the common room and merely inquired how she was going to get home afterwards. With a flick of his hand, Harry cast a silencing spell around the four of them. "Professor, Connie and I are both mini Unspeakables and have our means to travel," he then explained, knowing that Connie did not only have her portkey into his suitcase but also to the Unspeakables office, which allowed her to travel to both places from everywhere. The professor's eyes widened in surprise combined with apparent delight. "That is amazing." He nodded, knowingly. "That explains why you're so proficient in several of your classes. My colleagues were wondering." Harry inwardly groaned. "Professor, while I shouldn't have told you about it, please do not speak about this with any of your colleagues." Flitwick nodded. "Thank you for informing me, and I promise that I shall keep your secret." Well done, Harry and Hermione, ensuring Ravenclaw's victory today. While the mood of their Ravenclaw housemates was good and the members of the Quidditch team were treated like heroes, Harry did not overly like the atmosphere in the common room. The group of older girls, who used to annoy Hermione, whenever they had the opportunity, was sitting in one corner, shooting the occasional glare at Hermione and Connie. Everyone else was friendly to Connie, and Harry could not help feeling extremely proud of his wife, who mingled so well that no one could suspect that she was anything but a witch. He knew, however, that Connie was feeling uncertain, and Lucy seemed to notice it, too. She remained on the sofa between Harry and Connie with her head perched on Connie's lap the whole time. By the middle of December, Harry managed to finalize the beater broom and made one broom for Marcus, while he gave his prototype to the Marauders for reproduction and sale in their shop. Right on time for Christmas, it was announced in the shop and sent out to everyone who had pre-ordered it. Like they had done with previous models, Paws and Turtle gifted 2 brooms to Hogwarts, much to Madame Hooch's delight. Harry observed from the Slytherin table how the 2 brooms were delivered to the high table, much to the students' amusement, as the head table was turned into utter chaos, when the brooms hit plates, cups and glasses. 2 beater brooms, gifted by Paws and Turtle again. Madame Hooch all but shouted in apparent excitement. "How will I ever be able to thank them for all their gifts?" "Minerva, you have connections to them, don't you?" Minerva shook her head. "Sorry, Rolanda, but no. Nimbus is out of their business now, as they solely sell through the Paws and Turtle Brooms shop in Hogsmeade. As it is owned by the Marauders though, perhaps, Harry Potter could assist if you wish to contact them." Seeing that the professors were looking over to the Slytherin table in apparent expectation, Harry shook his head. "Sorry, professors, but as we're not allowed to participate in the Hogsmeade visits yet, I haven't even been able to visit their shop, let alone speak with Paws or Turtle. Would you be willing to accompany me to the shop?" Hooch sounded extremely excited. Harry shrugged. "Sure, if my heads of house allow me to go." Hooch looked at Snape, who fiercely shook his head. "No. First years aren't allowed to go to Hogsmeade. He can go during the Christmas holidays, which are going to commence in 9 days." That was clear, Harry uttered, only for his housemates to hear. "Madame Hooch," Marcus spoke up. "In fact, Harry was so kind as to make the contact for me, and I was even able to directly speak with Unspeakables Paws and Turtle. I gave them a few hints for the beater broom and even tried out their prototype, which is why I am in the possession of my own beater broom. I could contact them and ask for a meeting with you." "Thank you, Mr. Flint. I'd highly appreciate it." Harry inwardly rolled his eyes. I don't have time for unnecessary meetings, he thought in annoyance, when he became distracted by the overall commotion, as everyone left the Great Hall to hurry to their first test of many during the test week. Harry, are you coming? Harry nodded, and quickly followed Draco, Hermione and Neville to the Transfiguration classroom. Harry, remember to send me the image of every written test, so that I can do them here and have Hermione correct them later on. With this instruction coming from his wife in mind, Harry set to work. 10 days later, the students had left for the Christmas holidays. Minerva inwardly sighed, as she took her seat at the high table for dinner, the only meal that Albus insisted everyone had to attend on a daily basis. In fact, she had conducted a huge fight with him about her absence for Christmas dinner, which she had won, surprisingly with the help of not only Poppy but also Severus. Her surrogate family had invited her to join them on Christmas Eve and stay until New Year's Day, and Minerva had happily accepted under the condition that she would only arrive after dinner on Christmas Eve. Of course, she could not tell Albus about her surrogate family, but still, the headmaster had no reason to deny her a much-needed holiday. See, Minerva, Harry even willingly returned home over Christmas. The Dursleys can't be so bad. Minerva almost choked on her tea. Albus, they are horrible. Perhaps, life in Slytherin or Ravenclaw is even worse though, especially if your head of house hates you for no obvious reason. Apart from that, he has godfathers. Why in the world would he return to that hellhole? Albus looked up in apparent shock. You don't think that he's staying with Messrs. Black and Lupin over Christmas, do you? Minerva let out a deep sigh. Albus, why would I know where Harry spends his holidays? Please ask Phileas or Severus, considering that he's in their houses. In silent amusement, she listened how Phileas replied in apparent admiration of Harry, who had managed to win their first Quidditch match and excelled in all his tests, and how Severus replied in obvious disgust for the famous boy who lived. Christmas was a joyful event, and each member of Harry's extended family enjoyed it greatly. However, when Harry and Connie readied themselves to travel to the Unspeakables office the following morning, intending to spend the whole week of Christmas holidays at the Unspeakables office, James took them aside, wearing a grave expression. Harry, have you ever heard of Horcruxes? No. It's the foulest kind of dark magic I can imagine. James sighed, before he told his son and daughter-in-law everything that he knew about Horcruxes. Team 5 is intensely researching them, as Raros witnessed how Voldemort made one of them. He even managed to steal and destroy one. One of the goblins, who is working for the Unspeakables, is said to have destroyed another Horcrux, which the goblins found in a vault at Gringotts. However, there are others, probably about 4 or 5 more. All right. Harry shook his head in confusion, wondering why James was telling him about his team's research. From what Dumbledore told your mother, Lily, he corrected himself upon noticing that Harry's eyes narrowed. He might have unintentionally created another Horcrux when he killed Lily and me. According to Dumbledore, that Horcrux is hidden behind your scar. Harry chuckled. All right, Dad. That sounds extremely plausible, especially as he did not manage to kill you and that I don't have my scar anymore ever since I returned from saving your lives. You what? James stared at him in apparent confusion. Your scar is gone, and no one noticed it. Harry smirked, as he raised his fringe. Knowing how everyone knew about my scar, Rebecca laid a charm onto my forehead to display the scar for everyone to see. However, it's not there anymore, and Lucy has told me that the residue of dark magic she could feel coming from my forehead is gone, ever since I returned from the past. So, Dad, just relax. I am not a Horcrux. Thank Merlin, Connie uttered, pulling him into a light hug. I love you, Harry. James shook his head, grinning at his son. You're worse than any of us Marauders were. Marrying at the age of 5. I'm glad he did. Connie smiled. Yeah, me, too. Dad, just tell me, how were your grades in your first year? According to Minerva, I was first of my class in all our tests, and I would be on the second place if Connie had been able to take the test with us. Well, that sounds more like your mother than like me. James smirked. Both your mothers. Connie grinned. Did Hermione make the second place? Harry nodded. I hope she won't be upset that she didn't make it to the first place. Draco was third and Neville fourth. Cool. Connie looked happy, although Harry realized that her smile did not reach her eyes. I really have to make more effort researching how to give Connie magic, he resolved. During the last few months, he had concentrated on his broom work and his potion studies, as he intended to take the potions mastery exam at the end of the following summer. When is the full moon? He suddenly remembered to ask. Tomorrow night, James informed him. I just hope that Remis won't transform, he thought, even if he knew that it was highly unlikely that their newest concoction with the added drops of his blood would manage to cure the werewolf. James remained pensive for a moment, before he inquired, Harry, you said you managed the complete transformation into your doggy form, didn't you? Harry nodded and swiftly transformed into his canine form, much to Lucius' delight, who immediately attacked him from his side in a mock fight. We, that is everyone who is an animagus, are going to accompany him into the forest around his house in our animagi forms. Do you wish to join us? Yes. Harry fiercely nodded his head and after a short apology to Lucy transformed back. Of course, I want to join. You. James, it's not dangerous for Harry, is it? Connie's voice was laced with concern. No, not at all. I still hope that he won't transform at all, Harry thought, although he did his best to not get his hopes up. After a day of studying at the Unspeakables office, Harry returned home for dinner, before he popped Lucy and himself right in front of Remis' house. I look forward to a proper dog fight with you and your dogfather, Lucy thought to him, but remember that we can't fight a wild wolf. He's too powerful. No, we won't fight him, Harry reassured her. We only want to keep him company. We only fight among us doggies. However, to everyone's delight, there was no wild wolf in the forest behind Sirius and Remis' houses that night. The full moon rose, and everyone looked at Remis, who stared at the full moon with apparent apprehension. However, he did not transform but remained in his human form. When he was still in his human form at midnight, everyone transformed back, and a house elf brought an assortment of delicacies for an impromptu party, which lasted until the early morning. By the time everyone readied themselves to leave, Remis was tear-stricken. I still can't believe it, and I'll spend the night of the next full moon here in the forest again just to be sure that I won't transform, even if I already knew from the lack of side effects from the approaching moon that I was cured. I can't thank you enough, Lily, Rebecca, Artemis and Harry, for curing me. Remis, will you accompany me to the Unspeakables office? I'll take you to one of our healers and have them check on you. They'll surely be able to tell if you're still suffering from lycanthropy. Remis nodded. Thank you, Harry. I appreciate it. While everyone else returned to their respective homes, Harry popped Remis and Lucy into the Unspeakables office to receive confirmation from the healers that Remis had efficiently been cured from lycanthropy. Thank you, Harry. That's the best Christmas present I ever received, Remis sobbed. You're welcome, Harry smirked. And now, let me take you home to tell Mum the good news. Harry, wait. Remis smirked, as he glanced at his wristwatch. Do you know when the shops at Diagon Alley open? Harry shrugged. Sorry, but how would I know such a thing? I'd love to buy a ring for Regina. Harry grinned broadly. Are you going to propose to her? She'll be beyond happy, and you won't need a ring. Your propose will top everything else anyway, and if you're going to marry her, you'll be the Lord Lestrange and will have the ring that matches the Lady Lestrange's ring anyway. Come, let's go. Together with Lucy and his godfather, he popped home, where the members of the extended family were waiting for them in apparent expectation. Mum, I believe that Remis wishes to speak with you in private, he uttered, grinning happily. Everyone stared after the obviously happy couple, when Regina led Remis into the dining room, firmly closing the door behind them. Harry. Lily voiced what everyone seemed to think, as Harry felt all eyes on himself. We did it. He's cured from lycanthropy, and he's just proposing to Mum. It was almost an hour later that Regina and Remis emerged from the dining room in apparent happiness. Harry was the first to find words. Congratulations, Mum and Remis. Congratulations, Regina and Remis. I couldn't wish for a nicer brother-in-law, Rebecca added and hugged her sister and Remis, before everyone else followed congratulating the happy couple. During the rest of the week, Harry, Lily, Rebecca and Artemis spent much time brewing as many doses of the Wolvescure as they could, while Croker made an arrangement with healer O'Brien, the head healer of St. Mungo's and promised to deliver the potion to the hospital for 1,000 galleons per dose. Naturally, it did not take long for the news to spread through the magical world, and in the morning of January 2nd, the day on which the students were going to return to Hogwarts, the Daily Prophet announced it. The Wolvescure, a remedy for lycanthropy by the Unspeakables. Unspeakables Dove, Felina, Whisker and Paws have developed a potion, which turned out to be a cure for lycanthropy. They have already delivered several doses of the cure to St. Mungo's, and 24 werewolves have already been healed. The first werewolf to be cured is Remis Lupin, who has been a werewolf since the age of 4 and has been testing the Unspeakables potions for a long time. Read his assessment of the cure on page 5. All 5 wizards and witches have received the Order of Merlin First Class, which was Minister Bagnold's last act as Minister of Magic. Read everything about the upcoming elections on page 8. Minerva, who had returned to Hogwarts late on New Year's Day after a week of celebrations and happiness with her family, observed in amusement how Albus stared at the headline in obvious amazement, while Severus looked outright annoyed. Lupin received the Order of Merlin First Class just for testing potions. Severus raised an eyebrow. Severus, you of all people should know how important it is to have someone trustworthy test your potion every time it needs to be tested. Minerva shook her head in annoyance. Who in the world are these Unspeakables? They must be former students of us. Albus looked around, questioningly. Why Albus, they could have been recruited from other schools, such as Beauxbatons or the German Academy of Magic. As far as we know, they could still be Hogwarts students. Severus let out a scoff. None of our students excels at potions to a degree that would enable him or her to develop a cure for lycanthropy. Minerva merely grinned. Minerva, please tell us what you know. Albus' voice sounded demanding, but Minerva shook her head. Why would I know anything, and even if I did, I'd probably be bound by an oath to not tell you anything. Albus nodded in apparent understanding. If I heard you correctly, there is at least one of our students involved. Minerva showed no reaction, while Severus quirked an eyebrow in silent question. Perhaps, Albus continued, seemingly pensive, we should invite 1 or 2 Unspeakables to join us on the Wizengamot. They seem to be quite brilliant. Minerva scoffed. How do you know that there aren't already members who are Unspeakables? Do you know any? Minerva rolled her eyes. Even if I knew, I wouldn't be able to tell. I am the head of the Wizengamot in case you haven't noticed. Frankly speaking, I am surprised that you still are, considering what you did to little Harry. Lord Black could have spoken up against you a long time ago. Ah, but Minerva, why would he do such a thing? Everyone knows that everything I ever did was for the greater good. Minerva refrained from rolling her eyes at the old wizard, let alone commenting. Harry was almost sad when he had to return to Hogwarts. On the other hand, he was looking forward to meeting Draco, Neville and Hermione. While he would have liked to invite his 3 friends for New Year's Eve, there were too many secrets involved with his extended family to simply invite others. He could not even tell them that he was a proud recipient of the Order of Merlin First Class. I think we should tell Myone, Draco and Neville about the Order of Merlin, Connie thought to him, while he was sitting on the Hogwarts Express on his way to the school. They'll be happy for you, and they've always been keeping your secrets. Riding the Hogwarts Express was a big waste of time, Harry thought back. Who is sitting together with you? Hermione, Draco, Neville, Ron and Ron's twin brothers, Fred and George. They're really funny and tell one joke after the next. That sounds more like fun than like a waste of time. Perhaps, I can get to know them sometimes. The next Quidditch match, Ravenclaw vs Slytherin, will take place in about 6 weeks' time. Will you come and watch? Of course. I can't wait. Harry sighed. I'm not really happy to have to play against my own housemates, considering that I'm much closer to the Slytherins than to the Ravenclaws apart from Quidditch. He became distracted when the twins pulled him into a conversation about prank potions. Ron here told us that you were quite good at potions, and so we thought that you might be willing to assist 2 handsome third years, such as us, in the brewing of a prank potion. Sure. Harry smiled at the 2 boys, who seemed to be very funny. Draco, do you know if we need Snape's permission to use the potions classroom? Draco nodded. Definitely, and considering that it's you, he'll surely want to know what you're going to brew. He hates Harry with a passion, he added in the direction of the twins. Harry remained pensive for a moment. Can you keep a secret? 2 red heads bobbed up and down, simultaneously. Harry nodded, before he said, hesitantly. I know where we could brew. Hermione, could you perhaps take them with you tomorrow after the last afternoon class? Hermione nodded in understanding. Meet me in the small alcove closest to the Great Hall after the last afternoon class. We can use my portkey together. Portkey. Ronald stared at them, wide-eyed. Where are you going? To Harry's private potions lab, Hermione replied in a soothing voice. Professor Snape will not easily allow Harry to use the potions classroom. I wonder why he hates Harry, although he's so good at potions. Harry shrugged. Apparently, it's because I look like my father, whom I don't even know, but they went to school together and kept fighting all the time. At least, that's what I was told. That's why I can't even play on the Slytherin team and have to play against my own house at the next Quidditch match. Which means that Slytherin is going to lose and it's Snape's fault. Draco sounded pleasant, causing everyone to shake their heads in apparent annoyance. Our brother Charlie sent us a book for Christmas. The twins showed Harry a book. The cover was gray with white and black sparkles, and the title was kept in white letters, which were jumping up and down making it difficult to read. The Book of Pranks. Funny potions for the experienced prankster. Harry chuckled. Let's see. Did you have a specific potion in mind? Two red heads bobbed up and down. Yes, potion number 5. On page 11. The color reversal potion, Harry read, glad that inside the book the letters remained unmoving. You're going to give this to everyone at the high table, so they're going to see everything in wrong colors for 24 hours. Harry stared at the twins, wide-eyed. I wouldn't want to be as if anyone finds out that it was us who brewed this. We can give it to the teachers. On Saturday morning, so that it won't affect their classes. That's only half the fun though, Harry thought, when the twins voiced the same idea and finally decided to give it to the professors on Friday morning. Don't worry, Harry, they'll probably know that it was us. But no one is going to suspect a studious first year such as you. Harry scoffed, knowing that at least Minerva knew that he was good enough at potions, as the potions mastery exam had been a reoccurring topic at home during Christmas. The three pranksters busied themselves brewing the potion from the book. Fred prepared the ingredients and Harry brewed the concoction, while George checked with the recipe that they were doing everything correctly. 3 hours later, a light orange liquid was simmering in the cauldron and Harry quickly bottled the potion. I will call my adoptive mother's elf and ask her to bring dinner for us and to spell the potion into the teacher's breakfast on Friday morning. Let's head out into the study room. Together, they joined Harry's friends and Connie, before Harry called Dolly. What does the potion do? Hermione looked from the twins to Harry. The twins grinned. That's for us to know. And for you to possibly find out. On Friday, they finished together. Connie reached out for the book lying next to Fred's plate. May I see the book, please? Connie is not a Hogwarts student but as good as potions as I am, Harry explained, smirking. The twins nodded in apparent understanding, and Fred handed over the book, which Connie then studied in apparent amusement. These potions are funny, but I believe that it's good that there is the recipe for an antidote to each of them at the end of the book. My clever wife, Harry thought to her. I hadn't even noticed. He should realize soon how important an antidote was going to be. Minerva inwardly sighed in relief, as she took her seat at the high table for lunch on Friday. Only very few of her colleagues joined her for lunch, and she could not even blame the others for staying away. Ever since breakfast earlier the same day, she had been feeling unwell seeing all colors inverted, and from a short conversation with Poppy after breakfast, she knew that the whole staff had been pranked by someone. During her morning classes, she had skipped all lesson plans and made the students only perform transfigurations from objects in one color to objects in exactly the same color. To the 6th and 7th years, she had merely explained how the animagus transformation worked and made them try to change their left hands into an animal, with no results, as expected. Suddenly, Poppy let herself sink into the seat next to her. Minerva, do you think that it was your twins who brewed this? Minerva stared at her friend's greenish face in surprise. They're only 3rd years. In any case, we need the antidote if they have any, because I need Severus to brew the potion for the squid's flu for Hagrid and the preventive potion for everyone else. Minerva smirked. I know someone who will be able to brew it for you. I'll meet you in your office. Poppy nodded and strode ahead, and feeling that she was not keen on eating anything anyway, Minerva followed swiftly. She strode by the Slytherin table. Mr. Potter, please follow me. Seeing the boy's friends glare at her, she added, unnecessarily, "You're not in trouble. I merely need your help." On the way to the hospital wing, Minerva explained everything about the prank to him and how Madame Pomfrey needed someone who could brew the antidote and almost more importantly the squid's flu potion. "I can brew both," Harry offered, "if you have the recipe for the squid's flu. The prank potion is easy, because it's in the Book of Pranks." The Book of Pranks. Minerva's voice was laced with apparent disbelief. "Harry, do you know more about this potion?" Harry let out a deep sigh. "Yes, I helped someone brew it, because they asked me for assistance." "I am sorry. Might that someone be the Weasley twins?" Harry inwardly groaned, as it had not been his intention to give the boys away to their strict head of house. "Please don't punish them. They seem to be quite good at brewing. If you wish to take house points, please take them from me, as I did the actual brewing." Completely ignoring his suggestion, Minerva asked, "Would you mind telling Madame Pomfrey the truth about having finished the potion's newt? She won't tell anyone, because she's bound by her healer's oath in any case, but she'd feel more comfortable asking you for assistance." Harry nodded. "Dolly," he called the elf who was close to a sibling to him, "could you please get the Book of Pranks for me from the Weasley twins and my newt certificate from my room at home?" Dolly nodded. "I will." During the afternoon, Harry busied himself in the small potions lab behind the hospital wing brewing the potion for the squid's flu, the preventive potion for all students and teachers, and finally the antidote to the prank potion. Pomfrey commended him greatly, before she awarded 100 house points, which were added to Ravenclaw and Slytherin. "Now, let's head to the Great Hall, as I wouldn't want to miss the antidote, and we both should get the preventive potion." Glad that Draco and Neville had reserved a seat for him, Harry sat down and immediately gulped down his glass of pumpkin juice, knowing that it contained the preventive potion. He then turned his eyes towards the high table, wondering how the professors would react noticing that their prank potion had worn off. "Ah, finally, I can properly see again," Dumbledore said, pleasantly, as he raised his glass of what appeared to be pumpkin juice to his colleagues. Whatever prank it was, it must have worn off. Minerva rolled her eyes at the old wizard, when Poppy spoke up. "Albus, just so you know, the antidote was added to our dinner, just like the preventive potion for the squid's flu." The headmaster's eyes widened in apparent realization. "Ah, my dear, that's why you gave house points to Ravenclaw and Slytherin." That was a surprisingly good collaboration between the two houses. While Phileas happily bounced up and down, Severus sneered. The only Slytherins who might work together with the Ravenclaws would be the first years, and none of them is able to brew a preventive potion for the squid's flu. "Ah, Severus, but there, you're mistaken." Phileas grinned in apparent happiness. "Recently, our Quidditch teams are getting along surprisingly well. Even the two captains have been working together in my class the other day. I believe that it's Mr. Potter's influence. Well done for overcoming the house rivalries." Albus sounded pleasant, before he leaned over to her. "Minerva, why don't you encourage your Gryffindors to participate in such inter-house endeavors?" Minerva let out a small snort, as she refrained from pointing out who brewed the prank potion in the first place in an inter-house project. She let her eyes wander to her surrogate grandson, who was sitting between his friends at the end of the Slytherin table that was close to the high table, grinning broadly. "He's probably wondering how my colleagues can be so clueless," she thought in amusement, knowing that only Phileas had grasped the connections. On the third Saturday in February, the Quidditch match Slytherin vs Ravenclaw took place. Harry stood next to Hermione absent-mindedly listening to Martin's pep talk, when his own name penetrated his ears. The Slytherins were standing nearby, and Marcus was giving them their own talk. "This time, I don't want you to foul, especially not Harry. Remember that he's one of us, even if he has to play against us due to the professor's stupidity. It's Severus' fault if we lose today. Nevertheless, do your best." "Thanks, Marcus," Harry thought to the older boy. "I really feel bad playing against our own house." Together with the Ravenclaw team, he took into the air with Lucy sitting in front of him as usual. It was a pleasure to fly in the blazing sunshine, and after weeks of practice in the snow, Harry really enjoyed the agreeable weather, as he coursed above everyone else looking for the snitch. Very slowly, the pleasure of flying at least for one of his teams under the watchful eyes of Connie, Sirius, Remis, Regina, Jamie, Rose and Mr. Filch, pushed all thoughts about rather wanting to play for Slytherin from his mind. All of a sudden, while he still had not seen a glimpse of the snitch, his broom began to act strangely. Is someone cursing my broom? He wondered, while Lucy let out a small yowl of apparent anxiousness. Lulu, hold on tightly. I don't know what happened. I think someone is cursing us. Harry, what's happening? It looks as if someone was jinxing your broom, Whisker thought to him. Concentrate on the spell heading towards you and retaliate. Try to keep yourselves on the broom. Unbeknownst that the spectators were watching him in obvious horror, Harry held onto his broom half-heartedly, knowing that one of the safety features, which Nicholas had placed on the broom, was that the broom would never separate from him or Lucy if not by his own free will. Instead, he concentrated on the spell that was attacking his broom, while he recalled what Devil had taught him a few months ago after hearing that he was going to play on a house team. He returned the spell to its origin full force, not caring whom it was going to hit. Whoever it hits, the person is trying to kill us and deserves it, he reassured himself. A mere instant later, his broom returned to its usual calmness, and Harry slowly relaxed, noticing that Lucy did the same, and resumed his search for the snitch, unaware and not even caring what was happening on the ground. What is happening to Harry's broom? Connie suddenly hissed in apparent horror. Someone must be jinxing his broom, Artemis is Mr. Filch whispered. It's Quirrell. Sirius observed the teacher's stance. He's staring at Harry, moving his lips. I'll kill him, Jamie growled, just when the defense against the dark arts professor's body exploded with bits and pieces being flung into the air. To Artemis' relief, they only came down again over the forbidden forest. However, a small, black cloud remained for an instant, before it as well slowly made his way to the black forest. No. Jamie suddenly hissed and flicked his wand in an attempt to capture the black cloud, however, it managed to escape into the forest. What was that? Artemis asked in bewilderment. Apparently, Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort, Jamie explained. Team 5 is just researching these foul objects. It beeps that it got away. Just then, loud cheers coming from all houses but Slytherin alerted him to the fact that Harry had most likely caught the snitch. A mere instant later, Madam Hooch declared, Mr. Potter caught the snitch. Ravenclaw wins 220 to 110. Still feeling confused as to why anyone would attempt to kill him and Lucy, Harry descended to the grounds. I'm really sorry, Marcus, sorry, Tim, he addressed the Slytherin Quidditch captain and their seeker. That's all right, Harry. It's not your fault that you can't play for us. Marcus nodded, reassuringly. I just hope he'll allow you to play for us next year, as I really don't want to be on the team anymore. You're so much better than me. Harry shook his head. No, you're doing great, Tim. What happened with your broom, by the way? Marcus inquired, giving him a concerned look. Are you all right? I'm fine, but I've no idea what happened. Apparently, Professor Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort and attacked you. Connie approached him from behind. An Unspeakable is just explaining everything to the teachers. Quirrell. Harry stared at his wife in surprise. Connie nodded, grimly. He's dead. Oh no. I killed him then. Harry felt horrified. That was self-defense then, Hermione stated, as she stepped over to join Connie and him. It's not your fault. Harry, Hermione, are you coming? Martin, the Ravenclaw Quidditch captain, addressed them. We're going to have a victory party in the common room. Sorry, Martin, but I just don't feel like celebrating right now. Harry looked from Connie to Hermione. Let's join the adults. In the end, Harry spent the rest of the day with his family and friends in his suitcase, where they enjoyed the delicacies provided by Dolly. So, who is going to become the new defense against the dark arts professor? Artemis looked at Minerva with apparent curiosity. Minerva let out a deep sigh. The problem is that the position is cursed, and whoever accepts the job can only do it for a year. In fact, I've suggested to Albus to offer the position to Remis and Sirius many times, however, he always refused so far, even if I pointed out that Remis isn't a werewolf anymore. The two marauders exchanged a look. It's probably because of his obsession with Harry. He wouldn't want either of them to gain more influence of him. Lily shook her head in apparent annoyance. You must have clearly shocked him and Severus, when you suddenly appeared in Godric's frame and washed their heads. Godric told me about it and was highly amused. It helped though. Harry grinned. Ever since then, Snape has fairly left me in peace. Unfortunately, the peace and quiet between the two wizards was not going to last until the end of Harry's first Hogwarts year. In the middle of May, the Ravenclaws ended their match against Gryffindor with another victory. While Harry was glad that he had been able to catch the snitch in every match he had played, assuring the Quidditch Cup for Ravenclaw, he felt sorry for his Slytherin housemates. From Daphne and Ronald, both first-year classmates in Slytherin, he heard that the Quidditch team had given the professor a hard time, stating that it was his fault that they had made the last place, because he had not allowed Harry to play. "He's probably just waiting for you to make a mistake," Draco warned Harry after the house meeting on Sunday evening. "I think so, too," Harry agreed, resolving to be especially careful during his potions classes. "The potions we're brewing are very easy anyway, compared to the ones I have to brew for the potions mastery," he thought, actually not feeling very worried about his first-year classes. However, during one of their lessons at the end of May, they had to brew the salve for sunburn. The potion per se was easy to brew, however, at one stage, they had to stir 3.5 times counterclockwise. If stirred in the opposite direction, the potion would turn into a poisonous liquid that would give anyone who came into touch with it second-degree burns. While he carefully brewed his concoction, his thoughts drifted off to the summer holidays and the question how to proceed in his research about finding a way to give Connie and his mother magic. Almost too late did he realize that Neville, who was sitting on his right side, stirred into the wrong direction, and the concoction already let out a hiss. With a flick of his hand, he cast the Evanesco spell at Neville's cauldron, banishing the faulty potion that was just about to explode. "Potter!" The professor suddenly towered over him in apparent rage. "What do you think you're doing?" "Stay calm," Harry told himself, before he informed his friend, "you just stirred into the wrong direction, and your potion was about to explode." "Thanks, Harry." Neville let out a relieved sigh. "Sorry, Professor, it was my fault. I stirred into the wrong direction. Detention with me every evening until the end of the school year." Snape's voice was icy, as he addressed Harry, completely ignoring Neville's timid voice. "Excuse me, sir, should I have allowed the potion to explode all over Neville?" Harry did not care that he sounded as upset as he felt. "I believe that I am still more competent to assess a student's concoction than a mere first year," the professor sneered. Hermione calmly laid a hand on Harry's left arm. "Don't say anything else. He won't listen anyway." Harry nodded. However, Snape apparently had good ears and hissed, "Granger, 10 points from Ravenclaw for your insolence." During the remaining weeks until the summer holidays, Harry used his time-sliding abilities on a daily basis. Every evening, he showed himself in the potions classroom at 7 o'clock and cleaned huge piles of dirty cauldrons the Muggle way. To his regret, the professor supervised each of his detention, so that Harry did not have the opportunity to simply clean the cauldrons with magic and time slide forward. When he was finished cleaning, the professor returned his wand without a word, and Harry left, time sliding back to the beginning of his detention to spend the evening with his friends. "Why do you even attend the detention?" Connie asked one day. "Wouldn't you get out of your potions class if you showed the headmaster your All and Newt certificates?" Harry glanced at Neville and Draco, who stared at him, wide-eyed. "You've already taken your Newts." Harry nodded at Draco. "Only in potions." He let out a deep sigh. "I just don't want anyone to know, because I'm supposed to leave the headmaster in the dark." "Still, this is getting ridiculous." Hermione shook her head in apparent annoyance. Harry shrugged. "Believe me, if I wasn't able to time slide and still spend the evening with all of you, I would. But cleaning cauldrons is so stupid that it allows me to think about my own research and how to proceed best. I can't wait for the summer holidays to begin." Hermione nodded in apparent understanding. "They're only a little more than 2 weeks away, and it's just 1 week before the beginning of the test week. Will you still have to serve detention during the test week?" Harry sighed. "Of course, but frankly speaking, I don't care. It's just a bit annoying, but that's all." It was during the evening before the leaving feast, when Harry was wondering if he would still have to serve detention during the leaving feast, that Madame Pomfrey bustled into the potions classroom. "Ah, thank Merlin that you're here, too, Harry." Harry looked up from his work in surprise at the healer's voice. "One of the Hufflepuff 5th years has come down with the unicorn measles, and I urgently need one of you to brew the potion for it, preferably a large batch, as it is highly contagious and I expect more cases before tomorrow night. I also need the other to brew the preventive potion for everyone else to be added to breakfast tomorrow. Otherwise, we can't allow the students to return home on the day after tomorrow." We'd have to quarantine everyone. Harry nodded in understanding. Sure, if you have the recipe. Poppy, Mr. Potter is a first year in case you haven't noticed. Severus, do you have anyone more competent than Mr. Potter and willing to assist tonight? As you know, the potion for the unicorn measles will take 6 hours to brew and the preventive potion another 5 hours. Considering that the whole student body and staff need the preventive potion, you'll have to brew 3 batches. I suggest letting Harry brew 2 batches of the preventive potion, while you brew the third and the actual remedy. I hope that 1 batch of it will suffice. Harry nodded in understanding and set up his cauldron a few workspaces beside the professor's, before he took a look at the recipe and began to gather his ingredients. Please call me if you encounter any problems. Harry merely smiled at the healer, before he concentrated on the task ahead, glad that the professor completely ignored him. At least, he did not make any nasty comment. Connie, sorry, I won't be able to join you tonight, as I need to brew some urgent potion for the hospital wing, which is going to take 10 hours. That's fine. Don't time slide, and be careful. I'll see you tomorrow then. Feeling very much reassured, Harry concentrated on his potion, unaware that the professor was watching his every move from the corner of his eyes. They quietly brewed next to each other, and to Harry's surprise, he did not mind the professor's presence. It was almost as if he was brewing together with Lily, Rebecca or Artemis. Around midnight, he finished his first batch and bottled the potion, before he readied himself for the next. Potter, do you need pepper-up potion? Snape's voice was void of any malice, causing Harry to look up, startled. No, thank you, sir. Without as much as a break, he began to brew his second batch and was almost finished, when Madame Pomfrey returned to the classroom at 5 o'clock in the morning. She profusely thanked him and awarded 100 points to Slytherin and Ravenclaw, causing Harry to inwardly grin. That's going to bring Slytherin up to the top, he thought, feeling very happy at the idea that Slytherin was at least going to win the House Cup, even if Ravenclaw had won the Quidditch Cup. Harry, you're exempt from classes today. Please get some sleep, the healer advised him, and Harry knew better than to contradict, even if he was not going to follow her advice. I just need a dose of my fresh and go potion, he thought in amusement. Just make sure that you attend breakfast to get your share of the preventive potion. Potter, consider your detention for tonight is already served. Harry looked at Snape in surprise. Thank you, Professor. At breakfast, the sudden change of the house point score was the main topic at all house tables and even at the high table. Harry listened in amusement, when Madame Pomfrey told her colleagues how he had earned the house points. Severus, I hope you're slowly beginning to realize how stupid you were to let Harry clean cauldrons in his detentions instead of having him assist with Poppy's stock for the hospital wing. Go, Granny Minerva, go, Harry thought, inwardly grinning at his surrogate grandmother's words. Snape's response came as a hiss. Why in the world would I ask a first year to assist brewing potions for the hospital wing? Minerva rolled her eyes. Perhaps, because you must have noticed by now how competent he is. Of course, he's Almighty Potter. Sorry that I didn't realize it. Why don't you make him head boy next school year? Now, Severus. The headmaster's voice was calm. Minerva, you must understand that it is unsettling why the boy is so competent at brewing, considering that he grew up in the Muggle world. Minerva shrugged. Have you ever asked him? Snape glared daggers at his older colleague. Of course, a saint as he is, he would tell us nothing but the truth. Minerva shook her head, letting out a deep sigh. Thank Merlin the summer holidays are going to begin tomorrow, Harry thought in relief. 2 months without having to see Snape are going to be a relief. I am going to have a word or two with Severus. Lily shook her head in apparent annoyance upon hearing about Harry's detentions in the potions classroom and their reason. Lily on the warpath, James commented, pleasantly, when Lily left the room, probably to use the portrait of James's parents that was decorating their bedroom to travel to Hogwarts. I wished I had not become a stag animagus but a fly. I'd love to play a fly on the wall in Sneevelis' office. I am sure Lily will show us the memory later on. Regina smiled at the marauder. I will go and watch, Harry decided and donned his unspeakable robes before he turned invisible. Am I invisible? Yes dear. Be careful, Connie instructed him, receiving a soothing promise in return. Harry popped right into Snape's office, where Lily had already arrived in the painting of an old wizard. I wonder who that is. He thought, as he stood as far as possible from where Snape was sitting behind his desk. "It might have slipped your mind that Harry is my son as well." "It hasn't, but he looks and behaves like your husband." "I disagree. During our own time at Hogwarts, James has never been as caring and gentle to everyone as Harry is." "Has Harry ever pranked anyone like the Marauders did almost on a daily basis?" "No." Snape sighed, as he acknowledged the truth. "Did you really assign Harry detention for saving Neville from receiving second-degree burns from a faulty potion?" Snape sighed again. "He's only a first year. How can I trust that he knows if something is wrong with Longbottom's potion? I can't have first years Evanesco their classmates' potions without obvious reason." Lily let out a snort. "Harry is a Slytherin and at the same time a Ravenclaw. Shall I tell you why?" Snape merely quirked an eyebrow in silent question. "He is a Ravenclaw, because he has studied more in his short life than I ever did during mine, although the Sorting Hat wanted to sort me into Ravenclaw as well." "Where in the world did he study? Did he not grow up with Petunia?" Lily all but growled, as the volume of her voice increased. "Yes, because Dumbledore saw fit to do what fit best his own agenda. Has no one ever bothered to read our will? You were one of the persons named in the will as possible guardians for Harry, you, Minerva, Amelia and Remis, in case Sirius and Alice were unavailable. But no one has ever doubted Dumbledore's words." Snape let out a deep sigh. "I am sorry, Lily, but I owe Dumbledore." "Rubbish. Will you swear me a wizard's oath to keep everything I tell you now secret and also keep Harry's secrets if he ever agrees to tell you any?" Snape nodded, seemingly tired, as he drew his wand. "I swear on my magic to keep Lily's and Harry Potter's secrets." "So mote it be." A strong glow surrounded the potions professor, and Harry inwardly sighed in relief. "Thank you, Severus." Harry was badly neglected and abused at Petunia's home, and 2 Unspeakables took him away from there at the age of 5. Ever since then, he has found his own family and has been studying and working as a mini Unspeakable. Now, that explains his affiliation to Ravenclaw, and he is in Slytherin for hiding it so well. Snape listened quietly. "Apparently, you complain that he's an attention-seeking brat." Snape nodded. "Do you know why he is taking your classes?" "Because it's one of the core subjects that every student has to take." "No. Harry has already passed his potions owl and newt years ago and is going to take the mastery exam at the end of August." "Are you sure that his behavior is that of an attention-seeking brat?" "I had no idea," Snape breathed. "Why did he never tell me?" Lily let out a snort. "Did you ever give him a chance? From his first potions class onwards, you've been harassing him." "Oh well, this is the only of his secrets that I will tell you. If you want to know more about him, you'll have to ask him yourself. I will only add that I am extremely proud of my son. Thanks for telling me about his potion studies. That explains why he is so proficient at brewing. The Unspeakables must have taught him well. Unfortunately, he won't trust me enough to tell me anything else." Lily shrugged. "Gain his trust. Let him assist you. Allow him to play on the house team. Hear him out instead of complaining about a miniature type of his father, as Harry is not that person. He is completely different." Snape nodded. "Thanks, Lily. I wished you were still alive." Lily smiled. "And what would that change? James is still my husband." Snape shrugged. "Perhaps, we could at least be friends." "Oh well, at least we can talk like this. Thank you for coming to speak with me. I appreciate it." "All right, Sev, have a good summer." With that, Lily vanished from the portrait, and Harry popped away quickly. During the following 2 months, Severus thrived on his conversation with Lily. Why did she not come to see me sooner? He wondered. "Severus, are you all right?" Minerva cast him a look of obvious concern. Severus nodded. "Yes, of course. I am enjoying the castle without the insufferable know-it-alls and dunderheads for a change." Minerva let out a snort, before everyone's attention was drawn to Rolanda. "Ah, Paws and Turtle did it again. They brought out a family broom with a baby seat between the 2 adult brooms as well as a baby broom for children from the age of 12 months onwards." Rolanda, did we miss anything? What did you not tell us?" Minerva smirked. "Ah, nothing of course. Oh well, I guess we don't need either of them." Rolanda sounded remorseful. "Too bad that we don't have any young couples here. Perhaps, Albus should put more effort into the search for a better defense against the dark arts professor, preferable one of my age," Severus thought, when the headmaster suddenly let out a gasp. Unspeakable Pause has passed the Potions Mastery exam as the youngest person to have ever achieved this, Albus read from the Daily Prophet. Minerva, are you sure that you are unaware of Unspeakable Pause's identity? He or she must be an extremely interesting person. What? Minerva replied, unintelligently, causing Severus' thoughts to run haywire. Of course, he moaned, it's Potter. Lily said that he was going to take his mastery exam soon, and he also excels at Quidditch. He hasn't lost one match so far. Severus, are you all right? Minerva eyed him, worriedly. Severus gave her a sharp nod, resolving to try making up with Potter before the beginning of the new school year. For July 31st, Harry had invited his best friends for a party together with his enlarged family to celebrate not only his 12th birthday but also the successful completion of his potions mastery as well as Neville's birthday, as the boy had turned 12 on the previous day. Harry, Connie, Hermione, Draco and Neville had much fun and decided to head to Diagon Alley together to buy their school supplies the following morning. Are you sure that you wish to go in such a large group? Remis warned them, knowing that the Cocks and the Grangers loved to accompany them to Diagon Alley. In the end, they decided that only Rebecca and Artemis should take the group shopping along with Mr. Malfoy, who insisted on accompanying Draco. When they entered Flourish and Blotts at the agreed time to meet Draco and his father, the bookshop was even more crowded than usual, and the friends let out a collective groan when the reason became clear. Gilderoy Lockhart was holding a book presentation. Considering that Lockhart was going to be the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts for the upcoming school year, the extended family including Hermione had discussed his persona as well as his books, which the Unspeakables deemed to be complete rubbish, in extenso, and neither of them were happy to see the man. Isn't it bad enough that we have to buy his books without even having to meet the monkey here? Harry whispered, when he suddenly found himself slide into the center of attention. Harry Potter. The imbecile approached him grinning like an idiot. Harry efficiently tried to ignore the man by talking to Connie. However, when the older wizard tried to pull him up to where he was giving out signatures for his fans in front of a group of journalists, Harry had enough. Not caring about the reporters, cameras or anything else, he simply popped away, turning himself invisible, as he came to stand right behind Connie. Just then, Draco and Mr. Malfoy approached them, and Harry slowly made himself visible again, before Draco introduced his friends as well as Rebecca and Artemis to his father. We know each other from the Wizengamot meetings. Rebecca smiled, even if Harry knew that she could not stand the blonde wizard. Muggleborn. Malfoy addressed Hermione and Connie, wearing an expression of obvious disgust. But still the best of the class after Mr. Potter, Draco told me. With that, he pulled the books out of Connie's basket and gave them a critical look, before he returned them. What a jerk, Connie thought to him, and Harry full-heartedly agreed. Absolutely. Thank Merlin, Draco is completely different from his father. I'm just glad that he doesn't know that I am not exactly Muggleborn. True. He might really be dangerous. Didn't they say that he was one of the Death Eaters in the war? Yes, but he escaped Azkaban, because he pretended that he was under the Imperius curse, when he took the Dark Mark. Harry inwardly shook his head in annoyance. To his relief, however, Mr. Malfoy behaved during the rest of their visit to Diagon Alley and did not make any further comment about Hermione or Connie. At breakfast the following morning, Regina eyed Harry in apparent amusement. Usually, he headed to the Unspeakables' office long before breakfast, often enough before she was even awake. However, right after his mastery exam, Croker had informed him that he and Connie were going to take a week off and were under no means to set a foot into the Unspeakables' office if not for an emergency. Lily had already left for the Unspeakables' office and Remis and James for their shop. Do you have any plans for today? Harry smiled at his mother's kind voice and shrugged. I suppose that we're going to take turns flying and studying our new books. I'd rather study with Nix though. I mean, it's not even 4 weeks before I'll have to go back to Hogwarts. Perhaps, we should spend some time in the shop and ask the customers if they have requests for improvement of one or the other broom. They both looked towards the window upon hearing a sharp knock, only to realize that a raven was sitting outside on the windowsill. It seemed to be carrying a letter. Wow, who uses a raven instead of an owl? That's cool, Harry commented, while Regina went to let the bird in, knowing that the owls used to come in for some water or bird treats. The raven hopped onto the table in front of Harry and held out his foot to him. Is that for me? Harry was surprised, as he had seen each of his friends during the last 2 days and knew that the Unspeakables would usually send a Patronus if not a telepathic message. He carefully took the parchment from the raven, and, before he could even thank the bird, the raven flapped its wings and took off. Harry looked after it in surprise, before he opened the parchment with curiosity. Mr. Potter. Harry skimmed the letter for the name of the sender, only to find it at the bottom. S. Snape. It's from Professor Snape. I wonder what he wants. Mr. Potter. Congratulations to your potions mastery. Passing the mastery as an 11-year-old is an achievement that is commendable and even explains your sorting. I wish to apologize to you. As you might have heard from others, your father and I were not exactly friends, and due to your uncanny resemblance to your father, I have mistaken you to be like him. Only recently, I have realized that you resemble your mother much more in everything but your outer appearance. Please accept my apology concerning my treatment of you during the last school year. I believe that it will not make much sense for you to attend the second-year potions class, considering that you are a potions master yourself. However, I am not in a position to exempt you from your classes. You would need to show your certificates to the headmaster to receive permission to skip my classes. If you decide to let him know about it, I will offer you the position as my student assistant. However, I understand if you do not wish Professor Dumbledore to know the truth, considering that he still insists that you have to return to the Dursleys every summer. Please consider the matter and inform me of your decision. I would appreciate if we could discuss this in private. However, I am not privy to your place of residence during the holidays apart from the fact that you are not living with your horrible Aunt Petunia anymore. Does anyone else at Hogwarts know the truth about you? Perhaps Professor McGonagall. She might be a valuable ally. I look forward to having you play on the Slytherin House team from September onwards. Best regards, Severus Snape. Cool. Harry stared at the parchment in surprise, before he handed it over to Regina. Please tell me what you think. While Regina engrossed herself in her reading, Connie's voice penetrated his mind. Harry, sorry, I'll be late. I only just got up. You know, among the books we bought yesterday was a diary, and I decided to write into it first thing this morning. You won't believe it, but it replies. While Harry listened in bewilderment, she sounded excited. A boy called Tom replies, and he told me that he was a Slytherin prefect and even head boy. Whatever I asked him, he could answer all my questions. It was cool. I told him that I was going to be a second year soon, because who knows if he's going to tell me anything if he knows that I'm a muggle. But, sorry, I'm going to get ready now and have breakfast, and then I'll be over in an hour at the latest. All right, Harry thought back, shaking his head in bewilderment. It seems as if Professor Snape really regretted what he did to you. Why don't you go and visit him at Hogwarts? Harry nodded. I think I'm going to do that right away. Considering that he swore Lily an oath to keep my secrets, I can tell him anything anyway, and Connie just informed me that she'll only be over in about an hour. Turning to his familiar, he explained, Lulu, I'm going to pop over to see Professor Snape at Hogwarts for a moment. Will you come with me? The canine, who had been asleep on his feet, jumped onto her paws waggling her tail. Of course, I'll go with you, she informed him, sounding indignant. We'll go invisible at first though, Harry warned her, before he said goodbye to Regina, pulled Lucy close, turned invisible and popped away. Harry and Lucy arrived in the Hogwarts dungeons, and Harry was just about to knock at the door of the potions professor's office when he reconsidered. Professor McGonagall would be a valuable ally, he recalled Snape's words. Perhaps, I should speak with Granny first. Knowing that Lucy did not overly like to pop, he transformed into his canine animagus form. Let's go and speak with Granny Minerva first, he thought to his familiar, who dashed ahead with obvious pleasure. Let's see if I can catch up with her, Harry thought and ran after his familiar, only to realize that she had more stamina than he did, when they reached Minerva's office after several flights of stairs. Why in the world do we have 2 dogs in front of a feline professor's office? Harry looked up in surprise only to notice the portrait of an old wizard guarding the door next to Minerva's office. Probably her private rooms, he thought, surprised that he had never wondered where they were situated. Before Harry could do as much as transform back, the door opened and Minerva looked outside. Harry and Lucy. She sounded pleasantly surprised. I was wondering what Godric was talking about. Come in please. Harry and Lucy followed her into a bright living room, which was surrounded by alternately windows and white bookshelves similar to the living room at Regina's in his house. He swiftly transformed back. Granny, I am sorry for intruding and for coming in my animagus form. I didn't want Professor Dumbledore to see me. The edges of Minerva's mouth bent upwards. That was very wise, and I am happy to see you. Congratulations to your potion's mastery, by the way. Thank you. Harry smiled, feeling very happy. I'm glad that it's over and I can spend more time researching other topics. Such as? Minerva asked, kindly. Wait a moment. They turned to the portrait of what Harry assumed was Godric Gryffindor in surprise. How old are you, boy? I am 12, and I'm going to be a second year soon. Gryffindor shook his head in apparent confusion. You're a dog animagus and have already taken your potion's mastery at the age of 12. He asked in apparent disbelief. Harry nodded, pensively. Excuse me, Professor Gryffindor. You must have known Salazar Slytherin quite well, I suppose. I've once heard that he managed to give a squib or a muggle, I'm not sure which, magic. Is that true? The founder nodded, seemingly thoughtful. Yes, there was that young girl, Tabitha I think was her name. She was a squib, but she saved 2 Slytherin first years' lives. As a thanks to her, Salazar invented some kind of potion, spell or whatever and gave her magic. Don't ask me how he achieved that, as he never told my colleagues or me. Harry let out a deep sigh. Do you believe that he would tell me if I managed to travel to his time? The ancient wizard remained pensive. Well, considering that you're a potions master at the age of 12, he might be impressed enough to tell you, especially if he gets to know that you're in Slytherin. Harry smiled. Thank you, Professor, he replied, when a sudden thought crossed his mind. Do you perhaps know if there's a portrait of him somewhere at Hogwarts? Gryffindor let out a deep sigh. There must be one in his Chamber of Secrets, but I neither know where it is nor how to get into it. The only thing I know is that one probably has to be a Parselmouth to get into it. Excuse me, sir. A Parselmouth. Someone capable of speaking with snakes. Harry nodded in understanding, when the founder continued, as to the chamber itself, maybe Helga knows more. Have you met her? Her portrait is overseeing the hospital wing. I'll ask her then. Thank you so very much for the information. With that, he turned back to Minerva. Sorry, Granny. That's fine, Harry. I'm glad that Godric was able to give you some input. Minerva smiled. Harry pulled a parchment out of his robe pocket. I received a letter from Professor Snape, he explained, holding out the letter for her to read. While she engrossed herself into her lecture, Harry hurriedly thought to Connie, I'm sorry, Connie, I am at Hogwarts and got to talk to Godric Gryffindor. I might not be back yet, when you'll be there. Sorry. Her response was pleasant as ever. No problem, Harry. I will just do some more studying using my new diary. It's really interesting. Minerva smirked, as she handed the letter back. So, he finally found out. Harry sighed. Lily went to see him using the portrait in his office and told him that I'm an unspeakable and was going to take the potion's mastery during these holidays. Ah, all right, then he figured it out. When the article in the Daily Prophet listed Unspeakable Paws as the youngest potions master of all times. Minerva grinned. I am glad that he seems to be willing to keep it a secret from Albus. Harry shook his head in annoyance. While I appreciate it, I am not really ready to keep everything from Dumbledore at any price. Why should I? What can he do to me? Let him send me back to the Dursleys. I'll just pop away. Minerva nodded in understanding. While that is true, it wouldn't be good to make him your enemy, considering that he holds multiple important positions. Shall I call Professor Snape here? Are you sure that he swore Lily a wizard's oath? Yes, I am certain, as I invisibly listened into their conversation. Oh Merlin, I'm glad that you're not in my house. She smirked. Me too, Harry quipped. I'd always have to worry that someone would accuse me of not treating all students alike, especially if Gryffindor had won the Quidditch Cup with you on the team and the House Cup as well. Harry sighed. On the one hand, I like being in 2 houses, but on the other hand, I like Slytherin more, because all students are nice. In Ravenclaw, the older girls are real bitches towards Hermione and also towards Connie, when I once took her with me to the Quidditch victory party. Did you inform Professor Flitwick about the matter? Harry shook his head. Not yet, as it wasn't important, considering that Hermione is spending the evenings with us anyway, but if they do anything to her, I will tell him. All right, now, shall I call Professor Snape here, so that we can include him in the discussion? Yes, please. Harry gently cradled Lucy close, not only to give her comfort but also to seek comfort from her at the thought of having to meet Professor Snape, who had been anything but nice to both of them from the first time they had set foot and paw into Hogwarts. Harry looked up, when Professor Snape elegantly stepped out of the fireplace. Mr. Potter. He sounded surprised. Or should I say, unspeakable pause. No sir. I am just Harry. Thank you for your letter, sir. May I assume that you're the only one who figured it out at this time? Snape gave him a reassuring nod. I believe that I was only able to figure it out as you said, because your mother visited me a few weeks ago and gave me some information about you, for example that you've been studying with the Unspeakables for years and were going to take your potions mastery this summer. Considering these facts, it was not difficult to guess. Snape glanced at Minerva. Is it correct to assume that you've known the whole time? Minerva smirked. His guardians have informed me the evening they took him from the Dursleys, apparently knowing that I wouldn't support Albus in this matter. Harry let out a sigh. I am not going to inform Professor Dumbledore about it, but I don't really care if he finds out. The two professors nodded in understanding. As to your offer to make Harry your student assistant, we don't really need Albus' consent, as I would be able to set up the respective contract. Minerva remained pensive for a moment, only to add, I don't think that Harry has the time to work for you outside of class. Though, Snape quirked an eyebrow in silent question. My friends and I used to study together in my suitcase, which is equipped with a library, a potions lab and several other features, Harry explained, hesitantly. It also has a fireplace, which my girlfriend uses to join us, and twice a week, I have to travel to the Unspeakables' quarters for meetings. I suppose that you have been doing so all the time during your first year. The professor sounded surprised. Yes, sir. Harry pondered the matter for a moment, however, decided that he was not willing to waste any moment he could spend together with Connie. Perhaps, I could simply assist with the brewing for the hospital wing during my own class time. I really wish to spend the evenings with my girlfriend, but as she is not a Hogwarts student, he slowly trailed off. Harry, I believe that you can tell Professor Snape the truth about Connie. Minerva smiled. Harry sighed. Connie is not my girlfriend but my wife, as I cast some kind of bonding spell at her at the age of 5. She is an unspeakable just like myself and has also finished her potions owl and newt together with me, but she's a muggle. The professor's eyebrows shot upwards. She has taken the potions newt exam as a muggle. Yes, she has. Minerva sounded strangely proud of Connie. She even unofficially wrote all the theoretical end-of-year tests and came into the first place, even before Mr. Potter and Ms. Granger. If I allowed her to assist you with the brewing of potions for the hospital wing, you would be willing to officially become my student assistant. Is this assessment correct? I'd have to ask Connie, of course, and as I said, I need to be present at the Unspeakables' office on Tuesday and Saturday evenings. Harry, why don't you ask Connie to come over for a few minutes? She can use my fireplace. The address is Minerva McGonagall's quarters, Hogwarts. Harry nodded. Connie, can you come over for a discussion with Granny Minerva and Professor Snape? He thought to his wife and let her know the address of the fireplace. Of course. I'll be there in 2 minutes. She'll be over in a moment, Harry informed the professors, making Snape look at him in obvious surprise. She shouldn't be able to use telepathy as a muggle, so I suppose that your bonding is strong enough for you to communicate through telepathy. Harry nodded. Yes, sir. He could not help feeling very proud of his wife, when she stepped out of the fireplace, much more elegantly than he could, wearing her favorite dark blue robes. She looked like a normal, young witch, just like his classmates. Good morning, professors, she said, pleasantly, before she gently hugged Lucy close. From that point onwards, the conversation proceeded quickly, and an hour later, Minerva had made contracts with Harry and Connie as Snape's student assistants. Apart from assisting with the brewing of potions for the hospital wing, I might occasionally ask you, Harry, to hold a class in my stead. I will, of course, not ask Mrs. Potter, as it would be too dangerous. The teacher of a potions class must be capable of casting all possible charms and spells to ensure the safety in the classroom. Connie nodded in understanding. Professor, please just call me Connie. No one but Granny Minerva and Hermione know that I am Harry's wife. I think Neville and Draco know, too, Harry added, smirking. Professor, do you perhaps know if there's a portrait of Salazar Slytherin somewhere at Hogwarts? If there is one, then I am not aware of it. Snape looked from him to Minerva, questioningly. According to Godric Gryffindor, Slytherin was able to give magic to a squib or muggle, Minerva explained. He suggested that Harry should speak with Helga Hufflepuff in her portrait in Poppy's office. Harry, can we go there right away? I'd love to speak with Professor Hufflepuff. I shall accompany the two of you to the hospital wing. Poppy will be happy to hear that I have 2 student assistants. She has been pestering me to do something about my workload for years now. And she's right. Minerva nodded, firmly. Well, Harry, Connie and Lucy, good luck and I'll see you on Sunday. Bye Granny Minerva, Connie replied, pleasantly. Bye, Professor and thank you, Harry echoed. Should I turn us invisible? Snape smirked. If you don't want Professor Dumbledore to see you, I'd say yes, otherwise, it doesn't matter. Harry nodded. All right, sir. Come Lucy. 2 potions masters, a muggle and a dog, happily walked through the empty castle to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey was just clearing out her potion stock. Severus, Mr. Potter, Lucy, the healer greeted them in obvious surprise, giving Connie a questioning look. Hello Madame Pomfrey. This is my wife, Connie Potter. We are here for 2 reasons. Severus smirked and explained about his student assistants as well as their wish to speak with Helga Hufflepuff about her late husband's method of giving a squib or muggle magic. The ancient witch nodded in understanding. Yes, my husband once managed to do so. There was that girl, Tabitha. She was a lifesaver in spite of being a squib. It took Sal the better part of a year to find a way to give her magic. Unfortunately, I don't know how he achieved it. You'd have to find his portrait, which is in his so-called Chamber of Secrets. The problem is that he never told any of us where it is situated. He had a basilisk familiar living in his chambers. Perhaps, she's still alive. That I don't know either. He only told me that only a Parselmouth would be able to get into the chamber. My animagus form is that of a chameleon, Snape replied, matter-of-factly, and as such, I am able to communicate with snakes. Well, then you'll only have to find how to get into the chamber. Good luck, dears. Thank you, Professor. Harry nodded in understanding. I'll look for it. Now, if you find it, please don't go inside before coming to see me again. You'll need to cast a spell, so that you won't die if you look into Amaterasu's eyes. Sal always cast the spell over the grounds to keep the whole school safe. Of course. Snape sighed. The deadly view of a basilisk. Thank you for your help, Professor Hufflepuff. The 3 profusely thanked the ancient witch, promising to return to her to be taught the spell if they managed to locate Salazar's Chamber of Secrets. When Harry and Connie offered to the professor to remain at Hogwarts for a few hours to assist with the brewing of Madame Pomfrey's stock, stating that they had been forced to take a week's holiday from the Unspeakables office anyway, the professor hesitantly agreed. I shall gratefully accept your assistance, however, only up to lunchtime, as it is probably for a reason that you were forced to take some time off. Harry nodded. All right, sir. That's fine, because we wanted to go to Hogsmeade and spend some time in the shop anyway. The 2 of you are the developers of this new series of brooms. Snape quirked an eyebrow. Yes, sir. We were taught alchemy since the age of 5. Snape shook his head in apparent confusion. Why all this secrecy? Only to keep Professor Dumbledore in the dark. Harry shook his head. No, sir. Can you imagine how the other students would fawn over me knowing that Connie and I are the developers of the Paws and Turtle brooms? They make enough of a fuss asking me if I had a scar. Snape smirked. Remember that your scar is the symbol of your fame. The scar, which I never wanted, never asked for and don't have any more. Harry. Connie cast him a surprised look. Harry nodded in understanding. I am sorry, sir. This is not solely my secret. You could ask Lily. Connie smiled. She seems to have trusted Professor Snape enough to share your secret with him. Then she can tell him this one as well, Harry replied, just when they reached the potions classroom. Let's head to my private lab, which is about the only room in this school, where Professor Dumbledore would never set a foot in. Harry and Connie agreed and followed the professor into a very bright room with the wall opposite of the entrance completely covered by windows. The walls to Harry's left and right were full with shelves with ingredients on the left and batches of potions on the right. The door, in the center of the wall behind him, was framed by 2 large sinks with all possible kinds of cauldrons on the left of it and other potions equipment on the right. Harry squinted, as he looked around in amazement. This is the complete opposite of the dark potions classroom, he thought in surprise that only intensified, when Snape conjured a large, soft cushion in front of the window, motioning Lucy to lie down on it. Lucy quickly headed over to the professor and gently licked his hands in apparent gratitude, before she lay down in front of the windows that allowed the view onto the grounds and the lake. Soon afterwards, Harry could hear her light snoring. During the following 3 hours, the 3 potioneers busied themselves brewing several batches of potions for the hospital wing. Harry noticed that the professor seemed to watch Connie like a hawk. However, he did not utter a comment but only sniffed and tried every finished potion, just like he did with Harry's. Finally, Snape thanked them profusely for their assistance and instructed them to return home and enjoy their afternoon. Harry and Connie agreed, promising to return at 7 o'clock the following morning, just when Minerva strode into the room. "Severus, Albus sent me to fetch you for lunch." "Oh," she interrupted what Harry was sure was going to be a small tirade upon seeing them, and the edges of her mouth bent upwards. "I see, you already worked together with your soon-to-be student assistants." "We were just leaving anyway," Connie reassured her, only to add, "we have some research to do." "I thought we were going to Hogsmeade and spend some time at the broom shop," Harry thought to her, once they had left the professor's lab. "All right, we can do that, but I can't wait to ask Tom if he, by chance, knows where the Chamber of Secrets is." "Oh, all right, then we can just pop home. We can always head to the broom shop tomorrow." Connie seemed to be pleased by his suggestion, and Harry swiftly popped them and Lucy home. "Let's head out into the living room. Your mum is always happy when you're at home." Connie smiled, as she snatched the black book and a quill from Harry's desk and hurriedly left the room, quickly followed by Lucy. Grinning, Harry followed his 2 girls into the living room. "Mum, did you already have lunch?" he asked his mother, seeing that she was working in her office. "No dear, I waited if you'd come back to have lunch together." She abandoned her work and joined them. "How did everything go at Hogwarts?" Harry grinned, knowing that Connie would make sure to tell his mother every detail about their agreement with Professor Snape, their granny and Madame Pomfrey. In the meantime, he called Dolly and asked for something to eat. After a quick lunch, Connie opened her diary in obvious excitement. She readied her quill and began to write. "Hello Tom." "Hi Connie. I have a question. You know so much about Hogwarts. Do you, perhaps, know where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is?" "Of course. Can you tell me?" "I can show you. I am not at Hogwarts right now." "That doesn't matter." "Wait, what?" Harry thought in disbelief, looking from the book to his wife. She stared at the book and suddenly, her eyes began to glaze over, almost as if she were in some kind of a trance. Harry's eyes widened in shock, and he reached over and hurriedly closed the book. When he looked at his wife, her face slowly returned to normal. "What happened?" she asked in apparent confusion. "I was at Hogwarts, together with Tom. He was handsome, almost like you, but a bit older. He led me into a room with many sinks and hissed at them. Then, suddenly, I was back here." "Connie, this is very strange." Harry remained pensive for a moment. "May I talk to him for a moment?" Connie nodded. Harry slowly opened the book. "Hello. I am Harry Potter, Connie's boyfriend." "Hello Harry Potter. I am Tom." "Tom, do you have a surname?" "Tom Riddle." "Riddle. That sounds more like a circus than a pureblood wizard." Connie let out a gasp. "Harry, close the book. Now." Before Harry could do as much as follow her instruction, Connie had already reached over and shut the diary close. She remained quiet for a moment and seemed clearly shocked. Harry hovered beside her, uncertain what to do, and absent-mindedly caressed Lucy's ears. "Equals the book is evil, equals the canine," informed Harry and growled at the diary, before she gently licked Connie's hands and arms in a faint attempt to soothe the upset girl. Finally, Connie spoke up. "Oh Merlin." She gently cuddled Lucy close, before she stared at him, wide-eyed. "Don't you know who Tom Riddle is?" Wondering why she seemed so upset, Harry shook his head. "No. It's Voldemort. Tom Riddle is Voldemort's real name. Tom Marvolo Riddle. If you change the sequence of the letters, you get, I am Lord Voldemort." I think it's called an anagram or something like that. Lorenzo told me all about it. This book is dangerous. We must take it to the Unspeakables. Tears leaked from her eyes, as she cast Harry a sad look. He was brilliant. He knew so much. But he's Voldemort. My clever wife. You're absolutely brilliant. I wouldn't even have known that it was him, not even from his name. Let's go and speak with Croaker. Turning to Lucy, he instructed her to remain with Regina for the time being, promising that they would be back shortly. What are two mini Unspeakables, who have been ordered to take holidays, doing in my office? Croaker cast them a mock glare, when they entered his office, however, only for a moment, before he seemed to realize how upset Connie was. What happened? He then inquired, as he flicked his hand at two piles of parchment to make space for them to sit down. Harry, will you please explain? Harry nodded, reassuringly. Last week, we went to buy our school supplies, and later the same day, Connie told me that there was some kind of diary between her books. She wrote into it, and the diary replied. Apparently, the person replying was very knowledgeable, and Connie thoroughly enjoyed asking him many things. Only a few minutes ago, the person who was replying to her told her his name. It was Voldemort. He handed the diary over to the head Unspeakable. That's not all. Connie sounded miserable, as she explained how Tom had wanted to show her the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. I felt as if he was talking over my body and I was dying. Then Harry closed the book, and I was all right again. It was beyond scary. Harry gently laid his arm around her shoulders, and she leaned into his robes. It's all right to cry, he said in a soft voice, recalling what Regina had told him, when he was younger and suffering from the after effects of the Dursleys' treatment of him. He felt that his robes were beginning to get wet, when Connie sobbed into his shoulder. Croaker nodded in apparent understanding. That must have been a complete shock, which is understandable. There is one thing, which you must remember for the future. Yes, sir. Harry looked at the older wizard in expectation. Never trust a magical item, of which you don't know the origin of the magic. A book does not reply. It has to have been charmed. By whom? When? Why? If you can't answer these questions, don't touch it. Let the Unspeakables have a look at it first. Connie slowly raised her head. Yes, sir. We'll remember that. I am sorry. I was stupid. I should have at least asked Harry to check it for me. Harry nodded. I wouldn't have known, but Lucy would. She told me that the book was evil. Turning to Croaker, he asked, how can Voldemort reply through a book though, sir? Is that one of his nasty objects, of which Rudy told us a few months ago? Croaker nodded. I believe that's what it is. A Horcrux. I shall hand it over to Team 5 to deal with it. Thank you for bringing it to me. That was the right thing to do. Harry and Connie profusely thanked the head Unspeakable, who shook his head. I am just glad that it ended up with such an intelligent person such as Connie. If a normal Hogwarts student of your age had received it, I am sure that Hogwarts would soon be heading into great trouble. Well done, Turtle and Paws. And now, please enjoy your holidays without looking for any more dangerous artifacts. We will, they promised simultaneously, deciding to spend the rest of the afternoon at home flying and playing with Lucy. When they traveled to Professor Snape's rooms early the following morning, they told the professor about the diary and that, according to Tom aka Voldemort, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets had to be in a room with many sinks. The Slytherin head remained pensive for a moment, before he let out a deep sigh. It is a hint, however, with 4 houses with at least 14 bathrooms in each house as well as several prefects' bathrooms and normal bathrooms all over the castle as well as potions labs such as my own, which might have existed in the time of the founders of Hogwarts at unknown places, the possibilities are wide. While we would be able to diligently visit all bathrooms that come to mind, the unknown factor of what bathrooms Salazar Slytherin could access in his time will be a great hindrance. Do we have any other choice, sir? Harry looked at the older wizard in expectation. You might want to ask the Bloody Baron. The what? Connie stared at the professor in apparent shock. Have you not met the house ghost of Slytherin yet? Snape smirked, when Connie shook her head. He and the so-called Grey Lady from Ravenclaw have been in this castle longer than anyone else. They are both from the generation right after the founders, as the Grey Lady is a daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. Harry nodded in understanding. Sir, will you please help us find the Bloody Baron, when we finish up here? The professor gave him a sharp nod, before he laid out a list with Pomfrey's requests for potions that did not afford magic as well as the corresponding recipes. We need at least one batch of each of these. However, take your time. Harry and I can still assist with this list, too. Connie nodded in apparent understanding, as she busied herself studying the potions on the list. Snape then placed another list between his own workspace and Harry's, and the three set to work. Like he had realized before, Harry found it very soothing to brew together with Connie and Snape, and he thoroughly enjoyed himself, pressing all thoughts of Voldemort, the diary and the Chamber of Secrets from his mind. Only when they finished their work at lunchtime and the Bloody Baron floated into Snape's lab, did he recall that they wanted to search for Slytherin's chamber. He must have called him here, he thought in surprise. I didn't even notice it. He had never spoken to the Bloody Baron and merely knew that he was Slytherin's house ghost. Several of the students were scared of the ghost, but Harry knew that it was most likely because of his bloody appearance, as the older students had informed them that the ghost had often protected them against pranks from other ghosts or poltergeists. Snape introduced them to the ghost and asked for his assistance in finding Salazar's chamber. Why in the world would two second-years wish to visit the Chamber of Secrets? A girl died by the eyes of Slytherin's pet before. I heard that Slytherin had managed to give a squib or a muggle magic, and I'd like to ask him how to do that. Harry gave the ghost a pleading look, wondering if his explanation sounded lame. The Bloody Baron let out a deep sigh. I am sorry, but I don't have a clue where his chambers are. I suggest that you ask Peeves. If anyone knows about it, it'll be him. I am sorry, sir, but who is Peeves? Harry looked at the ghost in surprise. At the same time, Snape let out an uncharacteristic snort. Peeves, that good-for-nothing poltergeist, who is pranking the whole school every now and then. The Bloody Baron nodded. Yes, ask him. With that, the ghost floated away, leaving the three potioneers to exchange looks of pure exasperation. Snape sighed. Peeves does nothing but nonsense the whole day. I'd rather ask Helena Ravenclaw, the Grey Lady. Harry and Connie exchanged a look. I shall accompany you. Snape's voice was firm and allowed no contradiction. Who knows what Peeves might do to you? He is known for doing nonsense all day, however, he somehow seems to respect the Bloody Baron and in extension me. Professor. In private, you may call me Severus, just not in front of other students please. All right, thank you, sir. Severus, would you mind if I turned Connie and myself invisible to everyone but you? Of course not. That might be better if you don't want to spend some time with Professor Dumbledore discussing your Aunt Petunia. Severus smirked. Thank Merlin Rebecca took Lucy with her to the team room this morning, so that she could play with Marlin instead of being bored in the potions lab, Harry thought in relief, knowing that it would not be easy to hide her in case they met the headmaster. Together, the three walked all the way out of the dungeons and towards Ravenclaw Tower, glad that they did not meet anyone on their way. The current password to all common rooms is, Summer Holidays, Severus informed them, before they entered the Ravenclaw common room. To Harry's relief, the Grey Lady was hovering in front of a bookshelf in a corner of the room. Hello. Are you the Grey Lady? Connie smiled at the ghost in obvious excitement. I am Helena Ravenclaw. Somehow, Harry found that the ghost sounded snobbish. Oh well, the expression Grey Lady is not really nice, he thought in understanding. Hello Helena. We are Connie and Harry Potter, Ravenclaw and Slytherin second years, and you probably know Professor Snape. Helena nodded. What are you doing here during the summer holidays? I thought students weren't allowed to use the common rooms during the summer. We are looking for Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, because we want to ask his portrait something. Helena let out a scoff. Why don't you ask Peeves then? Excuse me, Helena, but why would we ask Peeves? We've heard that he's a poltergeist and does nothing but nonsense and pranks the whole day. That's for us to know and for you to possibly find out if you speak with him. If he doesn't speak with you, tell him that I've told you about the fairies of Tinseltown. The fairies of Tinseltown. Connie stared at the ghost in apparent disbelief. Just tell him, and if he still doesn't speak with you, come back to me. With that, the ghost swept away through the nearest wall, leaving the three to exchange looks of pure exasperation. She was kidding, wasn't she? Harry was the first to find words. Severus smirked. Maybe not. Let's see if we can find Peeves. To their disappointment, they were not able to locate the poltergeist during the following 2 hours and finally decided to give it up and check the castle for him again the following day, as Harry and Connie wanted to pay the broom shop a visit. They said goodbye to Severus and headed down to the village, where they decided to have lunch at the Three Broomsticks before heading to the shop. With the question why all the ghosts sent them to speak with Peeves at the forefront of their minds, they entered the broom shop. Remis, Sirius, Jamie, what do you know about Peeves? Connie stared at the three wizards in clear expectation. He's horrible. Pranking everyone, teachers and students alike. Remis shook his head in apparent annoyance. I always found him quite funny, even if annoying at times. Jamie shrugged, glancing at Sirius, who grinned broadly. I've played some brilliant pranks together with him. He's very clever, but that's all I know about him. Harry shrugged. Oh well, we couldn't find him anyway. Has any of you ever found the Marauders map? Jamie cast them a questioning look. Right. Remis nodded. He should show up on the map. Apparently noticing that Harry and Connie exchanged a confused look, he explained everything about the Marauders map. Mr. Filch, the old one who was the caretaker, before Artemis took over using his name, took it from us. You could ask Artemis if he still has it in his office. I'll ask him tonight, Harry resolved. That would be very convenient to have. Connie grinned, nodding eagerly. Then, I can always check where you are when you're at Hogwarts without me. Mind you, Connie, neither the rooms in Ravenclaw nor those in Slytherin are on the map, as we were never able to enter them. Remus smiled at the eager girl. As soon as Artemis joined them in the evening, Harry asked about the Marauders map, receiving a questioning look from his adoptive uncle. After hearing Remus' explanation, however, Artemis popped away, only to return 5 minutes later carrying a seemingly empty parchment, which he handed over to the Marauder. Smirking, Remus unfolded the parchment and laid it out on the table. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. He said the incantation in a clear voice, apparently for Harry and Connie to hear. They observed in excitement how black lines and the occasional black dot appeared on the parchment. Show ghosts and creatures, Remus instructed the map, and all of a sudden, hundreds of small dots could be seen all over the school. They must be the house elves. Remus smirked, before he instructed the map to show them Peeves. However, to Harry's and Connie's disappointment, the poltergeist did not show up. Perhaps Peeves is not his real name. James suggested and explained that the map always displayed a person's real name. Which might be dangerous for Lily and me, he added as an afterthought. Do you intend to visit Hogwarts anytime soon? Regina looked at James in apparent surprise. Of course, he will come to celebrate Slytherin winning the Quidditch Cup next year, Harry quipped, causing his father to glare at him. Lily, could you perhaps add a charm to it, so that it'll hide your real names? Regina cast her a questioning look. Lily nodded, smiling. I'll think about. Thanks for alerting us to the problem. A few days later, during which they had spent some time looking for the poltergeist in vain, the Bloody Baron showed up in Severus' lab to inform him that the headmaster was looking for him. I'll be back shortly. With that, Severus left the lab. Excuse me, sir, Connie addressed the ghost. The other day, you told us about Peeves. The Bloody Baron nodded. Is that his real name? No, his real name is Salazar Slytherin. Peeves is Salazar Slytherin. Severus stared at the Slytherin house ghost in obvious disbelief that Harry could understand all too well. Excuse me, sir. Are you joking? Connie mirrored Severus' expression, causing Harry to inwardly chuckle. Do you know me as someone to joke? I believe that I've efficiently built up my reputation as the most frightening ghost of Hogwarts. True. Severus smirked. Anyway, the Bloody Baron sighed. Peeves does not reside at Hogwarts during the summer months. I believe that he uses to spend his summers at Slytherin Manor, probably developing new pranks. He only returns on time for the students to come back, so that he can pester and prank everyone. At least that's what he told me a few hundred years ago. While the three of them stared at the ghost willing him to reveal more information, the Bloody Baron remained pensive for a moment. He will not be pleased that I have revealed his secret to you, and please believe me if I tell you that it is the first time in almost 800 years, after he managed to get himself cursed. However, I believe that you might be able to get through to him as the head of Slytherin House, a potions master at the age of 12 and another 12-year-old who has taken her potions nude in spite of being a muggle. I believe that he is unhappy, and you might be able to help him. If only to get to terms with his life as it is. In the morning of September 1st, I shall introduce you to him. Meet me here in Severus' lab. Thank you, sir. Connie was the first to reply, while Severus slightly bowed his head in apparent gratitude. Thank you, sir, Harry echoed. We appreciate it very much. During the remaining weeks of the holidays, Harry did his best to not show his disappointment of not being able to talk with Slytherin right away. Every morning, he and Connie popped to Hogwarts to assist Severus, before they left for the Unspeakables' office on time for lunch together with their teammates. The afternoon was spent with the Unspeakables. While Harry supported Felina, Whisker and Dove with the development of a new healing potion for insanity, worked on improved versions of each of his broom models with Archie's support and still had lessons with Nyx, Connie usually studied with Lorenzo. One afternoon per week, Croaker taught Harry everything that a mini-head Unspeakable needed to know. He also introduced him to another team each week. To Harry's surprise, there was even a team of ghosts. However, none of the ghosts he knew from Hogwarts were on the team, much to his disappointment. It would be cool to have some more Unspeakables at the school, he thought, however, did not voice his wish to anyone but Connie. On August 31st, Regina's and Remis' wedding took place. It was a wedding as it seemed to be usual in the magical world, at least as far as Harry had observed the other weddings within his enlarged family. Under the watchful eyes of his extended family, Head Unspeakable Croaker performed the ceremony, much to Harry's surprise. Oh well, probably arranged by Felina and Whisker, he realized, finding that Croaker did a really good job. He's a fantastic head Unspeakable, he thought. I'm really going to miss him if he's pull through with his retirement plans. I will never be able to fully replace him, considering how knowledgeable, patient and kind he is. Harry, a canute for your thoughts. Harry glanced at Connie, who was sitting on his right side with Lucy being stretched out on both their feet. I was just wondering how I'm supposed to step into Croaker's footsteps in about 6 years. If someone is able to do so, it'll be you. Don't worry about that now. Worry about all the stuff you need to study in your second Hogwarts year, which is going to commence tomorrow. Harry rolled his eyes in annoyance. My clever wife. Of course, I'll do that, and I'm sure that you and Hermione are going to remind me on a daily basis. Of course, we'll have to keep you on your toes. Connie sounded pleasant as always, and Harry could not help feeling outright happy at having her at his side. Harry and Connie had given the happy couple a paws and turtle double broom with the names, Remis, and Regina, engraved into the wood and equipped with a most comfortable passenger seat, and as soon as the broom was revealed, an impromptu series of Quidditch matches took place that lasted until Dolly called everyone down on time for dinner. Only late in the evening, Regina and Remis excused themselves and left for their honeymoon, for which James and Sirius had arranged. In fact, James had sent Sirius to check out the Potter's Wine Yard in the south of Germany, and when his friend confirmed that everything was all right and the house elves were waiting for Regina and Remis to arrive, James had arranged for a portkey for the newlyweds. I'm sorry for leaving in the evening before you're going to leave for Hogwarts, Regina whispered to Harry when she pulled him into a gentle hug. That's fine, Mum. I have Lucy here, and we're not going to take the Hogwarts Express but simply pop to Hogwarts first thing tomorrow morning anyway, Harry whispered back. Congratulations, Mum. I am very happy to you, and I wish you and Remis a really nice holiday. Thank you, son. With that, Regina turned around to face Remis, who carefully wiped an errant tear from her cheek. Are you ready, love? I am. Regina smiled, as she waved at the members of the family, before Remis activated the portkey. Apparently realizing that his two student assistants were much too excited to properly brew potions, Severus led them onto the roof of Hogwarts to show them his own herb garden. Harry and Connie thoroughly enjoyed not only the herb garden but most of all the beautiful view over the Scottish Highlands. They could even see as far as the coastline. This is totally amazing. Thank you so much for bringing us here, sir, Connie breathed, wide-eyed. It's beautiful. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. Now if you've stared enough, we should return to my lab and wait for the Bloody Baron to come and introduce us to Peeves. They obediently followed the professor downstairs, only to realize in surprise that the Bloody Baron arrived, as soon as they were back in the potions lab. He probably summoned him through telepathy, Harry realized. Perhaps, he's able to do so as the head of Slytherin. Follow me, the ghost instructed them and led them through the still empty corridors over to Gryffindor Tower, where they spotted Peeves busying himself casting some kind of spell at one of the portraits. Peeves. The Bloody Baron addressed the poltergeist. Oh no. There are ickle students already. Peeves screamed, before he flicked a hand into their direction and Harry felt a bucket of water pouring over him. When he looked at the others in shock, he realized that Connie was equally wet with water dropping down from the edge of her robes. Sir Slytherin, that was uncalled for. I have informed these three of your identity, just so you know. The Bloody Baron stared at the poltergeist, who let out a loud gasp, before he simply popped away. He's gone. That imbecile. I am sorry. Trust me, I shall deal with him. Shaking his head in apparent annoyance, the Bloody Baron swept through the nearest wall. Thank you, sir. Harry cast the professor a grateful nod, as he cast drying charms at Connie and him in quick succession. That was disappointing to say the least. Severus voiced what they all thought. Harry nodded. Shall we go back to the lab then? No. Considering that it's your last day before the beginning of the school year, I suggest that you go and enjoy it somewhere. Thank Merlin today is Saturday, as otherwise, my school would have already begun. Connie let out a deep sigh. I so wished I could attend Hogwarts with you. Harry gently hugged her. I know, my dear. One day, I'll hopefully be able to give you magic. Don't take any stress coming to Hogwarts to assist in the lab if you don't have time besides your own school. During the last few weeks, you have assisted so much that it covers at least the weeks up to Halloween. A rare smile crossed the professor's face. Thank you, sir. Connie returned the smile. But I really wish to assist and to spend my time with Harry anyway. Harry nodded. Let's head to the Unspeakables office for the day then. I don't think Peeves will be ready to talk to us so soon anyway. Connie agreed, and Severus promised to contact them through telepathy should Peeves agree to speak with them. Harry decided to sit at the Slytherin table during the welcoming feast, considering that he had only met Draco and Neville a couple of times during the holidays, while he had seen Hermione at least once a week during the weekends. Is it true? Draco cast him a sharp look. Hermione told us that Snape made you his student assistant. Shish, not so loud, Harry whispered, glancing around in concern, only to realize that everyone was eagerly talking to their friends, whom they had missed during the summer. Yes, together with Connie, but please keep quiet about it. We will, Draco promised. We will, Neville echoed. That's amazing though. Yeah, absolutely. So, did he bury his grudges against you? Harry shrugged. Apparently. Thank Merlin. I really want to play on the house team, he quipped, causing Draco's eyes to widen. Marcus, did you hear the good news? Harry is allowed to play on the team. Marcus abandoned his seat at the other end of the table and came over to face him. Harry, is that true? Harry shrugged. At least he said so. Yes. He unsurely looked over at the high table, from where Severus was observing them in apparent amusement. Already gathering your fans, Potter. Harry returned a glare. No sir, but I am allowed to play on the team, aren't I? The Slytherin head nodded, unobtrusively. He just confirmed it, Harry thought to Marcus, who gave him a slap on the shoulder. Congrats, Harry. You're our seeker. Draco, are you going to play chaser? I'd love to. Nodding contentedly, Marcus returned to his seat, and the noise coming from the far end of the Slytherin table rose considerably. Students, please remain quiet, as we proceed with the sorting ceremony. Dumbledore's voice was gentle, however, Harry stared at his granny in shock. I didn't even notice that the sorting had already begun, he thought in surprise, but I don't know any of the new firsties anyway. Harry quickly felt at home again at Hogwarts, and he realized that his second year was much better than his first year had been, mostly because of the absence of hatred coming from the Slytherin head. However, he was incredibly busy studying together with his friends, attending Quidditch practice with 2 teams, assisting Severus and spending 2 evenings at the Unspeakables office. Why don't you ask the team captains if you can skip the practice? Whisker suggested one day. You're good enough without having to practice. Harry agreed and hesitantly spoke with Marcus and Martin, and both captains immediately agreed. The main point is that you play for us during the matches. Marcus grinned, broadly. That's fine with me, too, Martin agreed, smirking. Too bad that you're on the Slytherin team now as well though. Thank Merlin. Everything is going to depend on the match between our houses now. Oh well, at least we won't get into the last place like last year. Harry smiled. Thank you so much, Marcus and Martin. I appreciate it. The only thing that was really grating on his nerves was the defense against the dark arts professor. Professor Lockhart seemed to be a total fraud, who did nothing but bask in his apparent fame. Having heard at home that Felina and Whisker doubted that there was even a shred of truth in his books, Harry was very skeptical towards the teacher. Needless to say that his friends quickly adopted his attitude. Harry merely rolled his eyes towards his female classmates of both houses, who, with the exception of Hermione, fawned over the teacher. Hermione, Draco and Neville tried to talk sense into the girls, however, without much success. I hope he won't make it till the end of the school year, Harry thought multiple times and even toyed with the idea of asking Felina or Whisker if it was somehow possible for him to take his L's in defense against arts to be exempt from the frauds class. A few days before Halloween, the Bloody Baron swept into Severus' lab, where Harry, Connie and the professor were brewing together. Just so you know, I haven't forgotten about you, but I'm still trying to talk sense into Salazar. Excuse me, Baron. Connie cast the ghost a pleading look. Will you please tell us what happened to him? You once said that he has been cursed, and you also mentioned that he was unhappy and that we might be able to help him somehow. A rare smile crossed the Baron's face. You're like Helena, when she was your age. She also wished to know everything. All right then, yes, I shall tell you. He let out a deep sigh, before he slowly began to speak. Salazar was about 150 years old, when his wife, Helga, died. He loved her very much, and he barely could stand being at Hogwarts without her. His sole consolation was his familiar, Amaterasu. She is a basilisk. Anyway, he decided to build himself a manor as a retreat, where he could spend the summer holidays. He even made Godric and Rowena promise to help him with spells and charms, so that he could take his familiar with him. This was what he told me and my fellow sixth-year prefect shortly before the beginning of the summer holidays. After the summer, he never came back, and everyone wondered why he had left the school. The Bloody Baron let out a deep sigh. Rumors spread like wildfire how he had been fighting with Godric and Rowena and had left in a huff or such. However, a few months later, Peeves suddenly showed up in the castle. One day, he cornered me and told me what happened. I am not sure, but I believe that Helena must have heard everything, too, as she was sitting on a window sill just around the corner. She knows. Connie nodded. She also told us to speak with Peeves. The Baron nodded in understanding. Anyway, he began to build his manor right on the shore of Scotland. However, apparently, he did not know that the land belonged to some kind of fairies. They warned him twice and asked him to leave their land. However, Salazar thought he knew better and continued building the house. All of a sudden, he found himself being cursed into his current form as a poltergeist. So, he is still alive after so many years. Connie seemed pensive. Why is he unhappy though? He has lost his ability of speaking Parseltongue. While he is alive and his familiar as well, he can't even visit her. And why might that be? Severus quirked an eyebrow. He cannot get into his own chamber, as both entrances are locked with passwords in Parseltongue, and he warded the chamber against all kinds of apparition. As a chameleon animagus, I am able to converse with snakes. Would that help? The Baron nodded. Probably yes. I will arrange for a meeting between the three of you and Salazar. On Friday evening, when Harry and Unspeakable Turtle made their way to Severus' private lab to fulfill their tasks as student assistants, the professor was not alone. The Bloody Baron was hovering at one side of the lab. Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Potter, the ghost greeted them, sounding friendly. Good evening, Mr. Baron. Connie, as usual, beat Harry to a response, which he was not even able to voice, as the professor spoke up in obvious disbelief. Mr. and Mrs. Potter. Severus stared from the ghost to the 12-year-olds. I wasn't aware that this was common knowledge. Harry glared at the ghost. Where did you even hear such a thing? The Bloody Baron lightly bowed his head. I am sorry. I overheard a conversation between Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey. Harry nodded in understanding. Oh, all right, they both know about it. Please do not tell anyone else. Are you up to speak with Salazar? A triple, yes, followed, and the Bloody Baron motioned them to follow him. He led them into an unused classroom, where Peeves was just busying himself at the window. The thought, perhaps, we should rather use a different room, crossed Harry's mind. However, he quickly dismissed it, not wanting to upset what seemed to be the person he had wanted to contact for years. Good evening. Peeves opened the conversation. To what do I owe the pleasure that three very much alive young people wish to talk to me? Harry inwardly sighed in relief, when Severus began to speak. I am the head of Slytherin in this time as well as a potions master. Harry Potter here is a Slytherin second year and my student assistant just as his wife Connie. Mr. Potter is a potions master in spite of his young age, and Mrs. Potter has already taken her newt in potions in spite of her age and being unable to cast magic on top of it. Wait a moment. Peeves interrupted Severus. This boy has passed the potions mastery exam at the age of 12. At the age of 11, sir, Harry replied, hesitantly. Don't they have proper exams at this time? I can't imagine how easy it must be if an 11-year-old is able to pass it. Severus shook his head. No, sir. Mr. Potter has begun to study for this at the age of, what? He glanced at Harry. 5. Mr. and Mrs. Potter have both taken their potions owl and newt, before Mr. Potter passed the mastery exam. They are both unspeakables and trained in various matters. While the poltergeist listened with apparent interest, he continued, I am a chameleon animagus and as such able to speak Parseltongue. While we seek your advice in one matter, we hope to be able to help you with the problems, about which the Baron told us. Harry has also received the Order of Merlin First Class for developing a cure for lycanthropy, which was urgently needed in our time. From the corners of his eyes, Harry noticed that Severus shot him a glance that showed that the older wizard had not made the connection to his unspeakable self yet. I thought he knew, he thought in amusement. Peeves aka Slytherin remained pensive for a moment, before he slowly nodded. Yes, I believe that I wish to work together with the three of you. Thank you, sir. Harry cast the poltergeist a relieved smile. The Bloody Baron. The Bloody Baron. Slytherin interrupted him, sounding upset. Sir Waldo Whittingham is his name, and I believe that he deserves being addressed in a proper manner. He was one of my best students in our time. Of course, sir. I am sorry, but I never heard his real name before. Harry inwardly groaned, realizing that it was not easy to talk with Slytherin. He decided to not use the direct approach. Sir, would you perhaps be interested to join the Unspeakables? While they might be able or at least will try to remedy your problems, you'd be an incredible asset to them, considering your hundreds of years of experience. Slytherin scoffed. In what? Developing and brewing prank potions. Professor Slytherin, you are still famous as the greatest potions master of all times. Severus' voice was laced with apparent admiration, and Harry and Connie nodded. Perhaps, we could make a new team solely consisting of potions masters, Harry thought aloud, more to himself than to the others. Are you in a position to invite people and even poltergeists to join the Unspeakables? Slytherin asked in apparent interest. He is. Connie looked and sounded proud, as she explained that he was the mini-head Unspeakable and would take over as head Unspeakable after finishing Hogwarts. The Unspeakables might be able to help you speak Parseltongue again. In fact, after I first heard about your problem, I talked to our team, and they're already looking into the matter. Doing research together with them might allow you to do some more satisfying research. Well said, young lady. Mr. Potter, please just call me Harry. Harry then, please introduce me to the Unspeakables. I am interested to make my life more satisfying as your wife worded it. Turning to Severus, he asked, did I understand it correctly that you're able to converse with snakes? Yes sir. In my animagus form. Harry tuned out the following conversation, while he telepathically contacted Croaker. Croaker, I believe that I've found a valuable new member for the Unspeakables. The response was swift and precise as usual with the head Unspeakable. Who might that be? Salazar Slytherin. He has been cursed by fairies and ever since then lived as a poltergeist. During the school year, he uses to reside at Hogwarts under the name of Peeves. Peeves. That imbecile, who does nothing but play prank on teachers and students all day. Harry inwardly chuckled. Yes, he is Salazar Slytherin. May I bring him to meet you? Is he interested in working together with us? Yes sir. Please bring him to me. Realizing that the others were readying themselves to leave the room, Harry quickly addressed the poltergeist. Professor Slytherin, head Unspeakable Croaker wishes to see you. Thank you, Harry. Let's go to see Amaterasu first, and afterwards, I'd be happy to accompany you to meet the head Unspeakable. Oh no, the poltergeist interrupted himself, stopping dead in his tracks. We can't simply go to see Amaterasu. We'll have to cast a spell over the school to save us from her eyes. Severus nodded in understanding. Are you capable of casting it, or does it have to be cast in Parseltongue? Slytherin chuckled. I'll just head out to the lake and cast it. Wait for me in the entrance hall. They did not have to wait long, before the potions master turned poltergeist returned. Come. With that, Slytherin aka Peeves strode ahead and led them into a bathroom. He pointed at a sink. That's the sink that Tom showed me, Connie thought to Harry, who noticed that she seemed distressed at the memory. Everything is all right now, he reassured her, reaching out for her hand to give all the comfort he could. Together, they observed how Severus transformed into a chameleon and hissed at the sink. Step back, Slytherin instructed them, before the sink changed, revealing a large hole. He pointed his hand at the opening and made a flight of steps appear. I shall go first. He sounded determined and immediately began to climb down the steps. Everyone else followed swiftly. Harry was grateful for the steps, as he could not see much, even though Slytherin had cast a strong Lumos charm that at least revealed the steps. He only noticed that the air changed and became more humid the further down they climbed. Somehow, he felt incredibly relieved, when they finally reached a large hall. These are my private chambers. Please call my familiar. Her name is Amaterasu. Severus transformed again and let out a couple of hissing sounds, which sounded strange to Harry's ears, before he could hear a noise coming from the other side of the hall. It sounded as if something very heavy was slithering over the stone floor of the chamber. He almost stumbled back in shock upon seeing an enormous head look around one of the large pillars. Professor Snape, please inform her about me and what happened to me. Severus obediently engaged in a hissed conversation with the basilisk, who finally came nearer and carefully licked the poltergeist's face. Thank Merlin I left Lucy in the dormitory. She might be frightened upon seeing Amaterasu, Harry thought, although he had the impression as if the basilisk was very gentle. It would be nice to be able to directly speak with her, he thought. They spent almost an hour in the chamber conversing with the basilisk with Severus' assistance, before they returned to the surface of the castle. I cannot thank you enough for taking me to her. I will never forget what you did for me today. Severus slightly inclined his head. I can take you to see her again at any time. Slytherin nodded. Yes please. I also wish to show the three of you my library as well as my lab. It might be a treasure trove for any potions master of this time. Now, however, I'd like to ask Harry to take me to the Unspeakables. Perhaps, there will be a way for me to learn to speak Parseltongue again even in my current form. He shook his head, before he continued. I hope that I don't sound ungrateful. I am just very excited. That is understandable. Connie smiled. Amaterasu is simply amazing. Slytherin nodded. If there's anything I can do for the three of you, please tell me. I owe all of you. It's now or never, Harry thought and hesitantly spoke up. In fact, sir, there is one matter, in which we require your help. Seeing the ancient wizard turned poltergeist nod reassuringly, he explained. We heard that in the past, you managed to give a squib magic. Could you please tell us how to do this, and is it also possible to give a muggle magic? Salazar aka Peeves shook his head. No, not a muggle. The person must have a tiny bit of magic of their own. Harry tightened his grip on Connie's hand. It's all right, dear. We'll find a way. A lone tear leaked from the girl's eyes. Thanks, Harry. Excuse me, but who is the muggle you want to give magic? Salazar eyed them in surprise, apparently noticing their sudden change of mood. Me. You're a muggle. Salazar stared at Connie in apparent disbelief. Yes, sir. So, you are an Unspeakable, took your newt in potions and have become the head of Slytherin's student assistant as a muggle. Yes sir. I am sorry, sir. Nothing to be sorry about. Respect, young lady. Turning to Harry, he asked, I suppose that as an Unspeakable, I shall be able to do my own research. Harry nodded. Of course, sir. All right. My first project will be a remedy for your problem. Thank you, Professor Slytherin. The poltergeist gave her a sharp nod, before he turned to Severus. Did I understand it correctly that you're not an Unspeakable? No, I am not an Unspeakable. Severus was wearing a blank expression. Perhaps, he'd like to work together with us, Harry thought. Would you be willing to become one as well? We can always use another potions master, and the ability of speaking Parseltongue is certainly an asset as well. A small smile crossed the professor's face. Thank you, Harry, but when would I have time for any kind of research? It helps immensely that the two of you assist with the brewing, but I still have classes to teach and my head of house duties to fulfill. Perhaps, Professor Slytherin could replace you as the head of Slytherin. Connie looked from one to the other. I mean, he has the whole day to work at the Unspeakables office and could spend the evenings at Hogwarts. You are in no way incapacitated due to your form now, are you? Slytherin let out a deep sigh. On the one hand, I'd like that. I'd love to resume my former position, but will anyone respect me in this form? He chuckled a little, only to continue, especially, as I've made myself some reputation as Peeves. Indeed. Severus smirked. Connie nodded, eagerly. Of course, sir. That's only an appearance, which can be changed. Our team members will be able to remedy this problem right away. Slytherin smiled. Thank you, young lady. You know, however, that I cannot be changed back to my human form or I would be dead immediately considering my age. We know that. Harry nodded. What she means is, he pulled a necklace out of his inner robe pocket and put it on. Oh, I see. Slytherin sounded excited, as he asked Severus if he would be ready to leave the head of house position to him. Not right away, but perhaps from January onwards. I agree, provided that the headmaster agrees as well. Now, shall we head to the Unspeakables office? I should look after my students. Severus seemed regretful, causing Harry to smirk. I promise that I will take you back to this time after our conversation with Croaker. Are you able to time travel? No, Harry replied, letting out a deep sigh, as he inwardly groaned. I shouldn't have said that. It's just time sliding, not time travel. One of the reasons to study time sliding was that I hoped to be able to visit Professor Slytherin one day. Well done. Slytherin grinned. You've achieved both by now. Really well done, Connie added, causing the two adults to cast them questioning looks. Harry shook his head. This is not our secret to share. Connie, will you take Professor Slytherin with your portkey, and I take Severus? Oh no, we can't do that. We cannot simply take them to our team room. He remained pensive for a moment, before he decided, Connie, you should return home, considering how late it is. I will inform you later on. Severus, can you please change into your animagus form? Then, I will be able to simply pop the three of us. Night, Harry, Connie agreed and touched her pendant to return home, before Harry popped the poltergeist and the chameleon right in front of Croaker's door, only then to recall that he had to urgently pull his unspeakable robes over. Croaker immediately moved 3 piles of parchments to be able to offer them 3 seats, before he instructed Harry, explain. Harry nodded and introduced the wizard and the poltergeist to his mentor. I thought that perhaps we could make a new team just with potions masters, for example the 2 of them along with Dove, even if I really wouldn't want to miss her on my own team, he slowly trailed off. Croaker nodded in apparent understanding. Thanks, pause. He then turned to the 2 adult wizards and held his usual monologue about what it entailed to be an unspeakable, including training with Devil and the oath every unspeakable had to swear. Turning to Harry, he suggested, while the Potions Masters team is a good idea, I'd rather add them both to Team 13 and pull Archie and Ninja off. They could easily be added to Team 9. Apparently noticing Harry's expression of disappointment, he added, of course, you can still work together with them, even if they're in a different team. However, Team 13 is full of potion researchers then anyway. Don't forget that you are a Potions Master as well, and Felina, Whisker and Turtle are equally potions-affine. Harry nodded in understanding, and Croaker continued. Now, considering how late it is, I suggest that Pause brings you here again tomorrow morning for your oaths and your assessment with Devil. Thanks Croaker, see you tomorrow. Harry turned to the poltergeist. Will you be able to return to Hogwarts on your own? Yes, I will. Thank you very much for everything. Let's meet in the entrance hall right after breakfast tomorrow. With that, he picked up the chameleon from the floor, glad that Severus had already transformed without being asked. He then popped them both right into Severus' private lab. We will now go back to curfew, as I think we left shortly before that time, he explained, before he concentrated on time sliding right to 10 o'clock that evening. What an eventful evening. Severus smirked. Thank you, Harry, for including me in these activities. Harry smirked. You were urgently needed this evening. I believe that you made Slytherin very happy, and I think that he was really nice. Once he forewent his peeves attitude. Yes. Severus chuckled lightly. I also look forward to joining the Unspeakables. That might be a problem, if Croaker really adds them to Team 13, Harry thought, as he slowly returned to the common room. Perhaps, I should return home and speak with Lily if she's there. He stopped walking and thought to his aunt, Felina, is Lily at our place? Yes, we're all enjoying a late night tea by Dolly. Thanks. I'm going to come over for a moment. With that, he turned invisible as he used to do before popping and swiftly returned home. Harry. Hi. I'm sorry for intruding at this time. Harry. Regina scolded him, lightly. This is your home, and you don't have to ever apologize for coming home. Harry smiled and went around to lightly hug his mother. In fact, I came to speak with Lily, he explained and informed his birth mother about Croaker's intention to add Salazar Slytherin and Severus Snape to Team 13. I was just wondering if that would be all right with you considering your history with Severus. Lily smiled. Harry, thank you very much for being so considerate. I don't mind Severus being in the team and getting to know our secret. With his knowledge about potions, he'd be a great asset. As to our relationship, he knows that James is my husband and we can only be colleagues or perhaps even friends if he behaves. If he doesn't know, we'll make him realize. James's voice emphasized that he meant it. Thank you all. Now, I better get back to Hogwarts. Go before you lose house points, Sirius quipped. Otherwise, Gryffindor might win the House Cup this year. Harry glared at his godfather. I don't care about the house points, but Lucy is going to miss me if I won't be back soon. Good night. With that, he unceremoniously popped away, right into his dormitory, where Lucy was fast asleep in his bed. Severus and the poltergeist swore their oaths, before Croaker asked if they had decided on names. Seeing that the two potions masters exchanged questioning looks, Harry spoke up. I conferred with Connie, and she suggested Chame for Severus and Scales for Professor Slytherin. Please call me Salazar. All right, Scales for Salazar then, trusting that Felina and Whisker will be able to help him get back to his usual form. If he agrees, Connie and I will make a Philosopher's Stone for him, so that his real age won't matter. That is very generous of the two of you, however, in this case, I believe that it would be the most profitable solution for everyone. Please explain everything to Scales within Team 13 later on. Do the two of you agree with the suggested names? Yes, sir. I love it, and I really hope that the team will be able to help me. Nodding contentedly, Croaker instructed Paws to provide unspeakable robes for them and accompany them to Devil for their first training, deciding that he wished to speak with them again before lunch. Devil. What a name, Salazar muttered, when they crossed the otherwise empty corridor. Harry grinned. He deserves it. Thanks for the robes, by the way. I love them. Any method to hide my ugly poltergeist form would be appreciated. I understand, but don't worry. The Unspeakables will be able to gain a new form if not your own real form. We'll discuss it with them in the afternoon. He introduced the two new Unspeakables to the trainer, before he excused himself, promising to pick them up again for their meeting with Croaker before lunchtime. Toying with the thought of talking to his colleagues right away, he decided against it and ushered Lucy into the alchemy lab to get a head start at another Philosopher's Stone. It's good to make one now, before I forget how to make it, he thought in relief, when Connie's voice penetrated his mind. Harry, where are you? Sorry, I'm in Archie's lab. 2 minutes later, she strode into the lab and swiftly began to assist, while Lucy greeted her in obvious happiness. The conversation with their team colleagues went as well as expected, with Felina and Whisker promising to take Chame and Scales under their wings. I will make you a necklace that will change your appearance to your former self if you provide me with data concerning your normal appearance. However, this is only a temporary solution. Whisker smirked. For the long term, Felina will teach you to transform into your real self. Remember to take the elixir of life, before you transform the first time, Harry reminded the ancient wizard, who cast him a grateful look in return. Harry and Connie had already provided the ancient wizard with a dozen doses of the light red liquid. Harry noticed with a combination of surprise and relief that Lily did not reveal her true form yet, but was wearing the necklace that changed her appearance to her Rosesmith persona. As cool it is to have a team exclusively for potions specialists, I'm going to miss Archie, Harry thought to Connie, who full-heartedly agreed. I already miss him. He's in Team 9 now. I wonder who will be with him apart from Buckbean, Harry thought, as he absent-mindedly listened to the conversation between his adult teammates. It was already dinner time, when Harry popped back to Hogwarts with Lucy and Severus in tow, trusting Connie and Salazar to find their own ways. He popped them right into a small alcove near the entrance hall, so that they could attend dinner on time. I suggest revealing that you're an Unspeakable to Minerva, Harry advised the older wizard. You might need her to cover up for you from time to time, and she has always kept my secret from the time when I was 5 years old. I shall speak with her tonight. Thank you for your help. You're welcome, sir. For Harry, nothing really changed. If he had expected Salazar to be able to give at least Regina magic, he was sorely mistaken. I am sorry, Harry, but I don't remember how I did that. I'll have to check my notes, for which I need to be able to read Parseltongue. I was so stupid as to write down everything in Parcel, especially knowledge, which I did not wish to reveal to others. As soon as I'll be able to return to my own form, I shall look into the matter. When I find out how that worked, I shall work on how to give magic to a Muggle. We will securely store this information in my chamber though, as we wouldn't want anyone to find out about it and randomly give magic to Muggles. Harry nodded in simultaneous understanding and disappointment. Thank you, Scales. I appreciate it very much. He became distracted by the Quidditch match Slytherin vs Gryffindor, his first match as Seeker for the Slytherin team. Before taking into the air, he noticed that his friends were sitting in the Slytherin stands together with Severus, Connie, Regina, Rebecca, Artemis, Sirius, Remis, Rose, Jamie and even Salazar in the form which Artemis' necklace provided for him. Determined to catch the snitch as fast as possible, he joined his team in the air with Lucy riding his broom in front of him. You know what? Lucy suddenly thought to him. If anyone else takes me flying, it's good, but flying with you is the most fun. She let out small sounds of apparent happiness, when they roared over the pitch in a high speed. Thanks, Lulu, Harry thought back, grinning broadly, right before he spotted the snitch and went into a deep dive only to pull up last minute before hitting the ground. In the 11th minute of the game, he caught the snitch, much to Lucy's disappointment. That was too fast, she complained, as they landed onto the ground, while the Slytherin stands erupted into cheers when Madam Hooch announced their victory. Harry Potter caught the snitch. Slytherin wins 150-20. Sorry, Granny Minerva, Harry thought to the Gryffindor head, who cast him an unobtrusive smile. To Harry's surprise, Severus invited everyone who had been sitting in the Slytherin stands to join them for the victory party in the Slytherin common room, knowing that several of them belonged to his Unspeakable team and the others probably to Harry's family. Not only his extended family, however, but also Salazar happily followed the invitation. After everyone had eaten and drunken their fill in celebration, Severus rose from where he was sitting in front of the fireplace together with the other adults. I have an announcement to make. He motioned for Salazar to stand next to him. This is Professor Salazar Slytherin, the founder of this house. No, I have not had too much alcohol. This is true. Why he is still alive is his secret to share, not mine. However, provided that the headmaster agrees, as I have only received Professor McGonagall's consent so far, Professor Slytherin will replace me as head of house from January onwards. Absolute silence followed that reminded Harry of his own sorting almost 15 months ago, and he politely began to clap his hands, hurriedly followed by his family, friends and housemates. Dear Slytherins, Salazar spoke up and explained how he had become immortal with the help of an alchemist and a potion and spent all his time at his own manor, before he had recently decided to return to Hogwarts. Harry smirked, noticing how the ancient wizard efficiently kept his peeves form from the students. I'll have to ask when they're going to speak with the headmaster, as I really want to attend that conversation invisibly, Harry thought in amusement, as he observed Salazar interact with the students of the house he had founded so many years ago. One evening during the week before the beginning of the Christmas holidays, Severus, Salazar and Minerva headed to the headmaster's office right after dinner. Harry followed them, invisibly. Severus, Minerva, Dumbledore greeted his colleagues, before his eyes lingered on Salazar. Have we met before? No sir. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Salazar Slytherin. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed, when Severus and Minerva ushered the ancient wizard into the seat between them. Harry stood next to the window as far away from Dumbledore and his phoenix as he could. Who knows if his phoenix will be able to sense my presence? He thought. Salazar raised his wand. I swear on my magic that I am Salazar Slytherin, born on the 9th of April 975 and founder of Slytherin House at Hogwarts. A golden glow surrounded the ancient wizard, and Dumbledore leaned forward in surprise. Excuse me, sir, but you must understand. Dumbledore, Godric growled from his portrait. He is Slytherin, the imbecile who had nothing better to do than to develop prank potions for hundreds of years instead of looking after the school. Ah, shut up, you dunderhead of a portrait. Sal, behave yourself. Dumbledore is surely going to listen to me, not to you. Godric, are you 100% sure? Yes. He returned to Hogwarts a few weeks ago, probably lured here by invitation from your Slytherin head and his assistants. Severus cleared his throat. Albus, in fact we came here to inform you that Professor Slytherin is going to take back the head of house position from the beginning of January onwards. Severus, I believe that we had an agreement that you were going to use the head of house position to make sure that the students from dark families remain on the right path. The headmaster used his grandfatherly voice, which Harry absolutely despised. Severus nodded. Albus, I will not be gone from Hogwarts. I will still fulfill my duties as potions professor and potions master. However, I have taken on a position as an Unspeakable to work together with Unspeakable Paws and his team of potions masters, and I feel that I do not have as much time as the head of house position requires. Dumbledore shook his head. You cannot work at Hogwarts and as an Unspeakable at the same time, he replied in apparent disbelief. Godric let out a small growl. Dumbledore, sorry to say this, but you're not in a position to make such a decision. Unspeakable Paws' team needs the best potions masters. I know him personally and can tell you that he is happy to have Professors Snape and Slytherin on board. As the last remaining founder alive, Salazar is automatically the owner of Hogwarts, just for your information. As such, he can override any decisions of the staff including those made by the headmaster. Dumbledore's shoulders sank in apparent resignation. Albus, Severus and Salazar came to ask for your consent, which is not really necessary, as I have already approved of the matter in my position as the deputy headmistress. Minerva's voice was laced with light disapproval. Yes, my dear. All right, Severus and Professor Slytherin, thank you for bringing this matter to my attention. He remained pensive for a moment, and Harry realized that everyone was just about to raise from their seats to leave, when he added, please inform Unspeakable Paws that I wish to speak to him in the near future. What reason may we give him? Severus quirked an eyebrow. I don't think that he has time just for chit-chat, Minerva added, considering his achievements and duties. Exactly, Salazar added. I heard that he is training to become the new head of the Unspeakables. Oh, is that true? Dumbledore sounded surprised, yet relieved. That's fine then. I was wondering if he might be one of our students. Very well, thank you for the information. Good night, everyone. With that, everyone took their leave, and Harry quickly popped to his suitcase, barely able to contain his laughter, as he arrived. What happened? I could sense that you were highly amused the whole time. Dumbledore was thoroughly pissed off, especially when Godric Gryffindor and also Minerva fully supported Severus and Salazar. Harry chuckled, as he relayed the earlier conversation to his wife and his best friends. So, Professor Slytherin is the owner of Hogwarts. Hermione grinned, broadly. That makes totally sense. Could we ask him if he was willing to install new subjects or, for example, replace professors? Oh, I really could do without Lockhart, Neville groaned. Not to speak of Binns, Draco added. We can ask him. Shall I ask him to join us right away? Receiving eager nods in return, Harry popped himself to where he could sense Salazar. Thank Merlin that I made myself invisible, he thought upon realizing that they were standing right in front of the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office. Salazar was in his Peeves form, and that alone told Harry that he was up to no good. We only accept new passwords from the headmaster, the gargoyle growled. Salazar quickly changed into his human form. I am Salazar Slytherin, the owner of Hogwarts, and the new password will be, Albus eats too many sweets. With that, he changed back into Peeves and unobtrusively pointed his hand at the gargoyle that snarled, password. Albus eats too many sweets. With that, the gargoyle opened, however, Peeves did not step through but turned around and walked away. Harry invisibly followed him, inwardly chuckling. Salazar, he whispered once they were out of hearing range from the old artifact. Will you join us for a few minutes please? My friends have a few questions for you. Salazar nodded. All right, although I don't have much time, as I can't wait to linger here in the corridor to see the headmaster's reaction to my latest prank. Harry chuckled. That was well done indeed, and I'll happily join you for the spectacle. The discussion with Salazar was mainly led by Hermione and Connie, and Salazar agreed with most of their suggestions, before Harry offered to call Minerva to efficiently proceed with the implementation of the ideas. Granny Minerva, do you have a few minutes, and could you join us in my suitcase please? Harry thought to the deputy headmistress, even though knowing that she could not reply through telepathy. A few minutes later, the professor stepped through the fireplace. Harry motioned for her to take a seat on one of the two additional chairs, which Salazar had conjured earlier, before the ancient wizard explained the details of their earlier discussion. Minerva immediately agreed to the dismissal of Professors Lockhart and Binns and voiced her consent, when Harry suggested to leave it to the Unspeakables to find adequate persons to replace them. If they find new professors before Christmas, we can hire them from the beginning of January onwards, otherwise, it will be September, Minerva informed them. Considering the installment of new subjects, such as for example Latin and magical arts, however, she refused to set up anything in the middle of the school year. If we decide to install these subjects, which I personally believe would be a good idea, it will be at the beginning of a new school year. With that, Minerva left, reminding them that curfew was going to commence soon. Lulu, please return to the dormitory with Neville and Draco. I still have an errand to run, Harry informed the canine, casting Salazar a mischievous look. Shall we go? Where are you going? It's almost curfew, Hermione reminded him in apparent exasperation. Harry grinned. I hope Dumbledore will leave his office for some reason tonight. I'll tell you afterwards. Good night. With that, Harry and Salazar turned invisible and popped into the corridor leading to the headmaster's office. With the Unspeakables' way of invisibility, they could not even be heard by anyone but each other, so that they readied themselves for an evening in the corridor discussing possible potions research. To their disappointment, Dumbledore did not leave his office. However, at one point, Minerva strode towards the gargoyle. Mars bars. Wrong password, the gargoyle snarled. Minerva groaned. Snickers, drops, gummy bears, licorice wands, chocolate phoenixes, melon jelly, green gummy bears, Bertie Bott's beans, oh Merlin, Albus eats too many sweets. Pineapple drops, peach jelly. Suddenly, the gargoyle opened, causing Minerva to shake her head in apparent exasperation, before she stepped forward. Minerva entered Albus' office, shaking her head at the old wizard, who was sitting behind his desk sharing some kind of sweet with his phoenix, in annoyance. Good evening, Albus. How dare you change your password without informing me? The headmaster turned his eyes to her in apparent surprise. No, Minerva, I did not change my password. I had to guess a litany of sweets, before the annoying busybody let me in. Anyway, I came to speak with you about a request from Professor Slytherin. Albus leaned forward, eyeing her with apparent trepidation. And what might that be, my dear? Apparently, some students, well, Miss Granger and her friends if I am not mistaken, asked him to replace Professors Lockhart and Binns, which is not surprising at all. That's not possible, Albus interrupted her. Ah, but it is. Godric glared down at him from his portrait. As I stated earlier, Salazar is the owner of Hogwarts and entitled to make his own decisions, even against the headmaster's wishes. Salazar will ask the Unspeakables to find adequate candidates as soon as possible. With that, Minerva took her leave, torn between pitying the old wizard and shaking her head at him in annoyance at his stubbornness. As soon as she had left the office, she transformed into her feline form and dashed home, glad that the corridors seemed void of students and colleagues. Harry and Salazar observed in amusement how the deputy headmistress transformed into her feline form and rushed away from the gargoyle. The headmaster probably had to be reminded that I can override his decisions, Salazar whispered, and Harry could imagine his smug expression, even if he could not see it in the dark corridor. They resumed their discussion about a possible potion for insanity, which was their team's newest project. Regina's and Rebecca's brothers and sister-in-law had harmed Neville's parents, and they were eager to help the Longbottoms to make up for what their own family did. Neville had never spoken about his parents. However, Rebecca and Lily had told him everything about them, when they had made the research for that very potion, the new project of Team 13. If anyone can find a remedy for anything, it'll be our team, Harry thought, feeling very proud of his colleagues. He was just about to call it a night, when the headmaster left his office and strode along the corridor, muttering something sounding like, "A lovely hot chocolate with marshmallows will do wonders. We'll have to check out my library. I may have several recipes, which might have similar effects to what we need here. During the holidays, I shall intensify my attempts to transform into my usual self, so that I can speak in Red Parseltongue without assistance from anyone. I have much time, which I'll be able to spend at the Unspeakables office anyway. Salazar, would you perhaps like to spend Christmas with my family and me?" Harry invited the ancient wizard, knowing that he did not have any family in this time. Salazar chuckled. "Thank you, Harry. This is a very generous invitation, but your family? The family is a very mixed-up family. You've met them at the Quidditch matches." Chuckling again, Salazar said, "Your family is really amazing. Lucky for them, by the way, that you're playing on two teams, giving them the opportunity to come and watch every now and then." "True," Harry agreed. The Slytherin victory was much more fun though, considering that they were all invited into the common room. The first Ravenclaw victory party last year was so awkward that Hermione, Connie and I left after 10 minutes, which is why we simply spent some time with my extended family in an empty classroom. Did you have the impression that anyone did not like having you with us?" "No, of course not. Everyone was very friendly." Harry nodded. "Just like they will be at Christmas. It will be even louder though, as we have 3 one-year-olds running around. Anyway, you are very welcome to join us." "Thank you, Harry. If you're really sure that they won't mind, I'll gladly accept." Together, they observed in silence how Dumbledore returned. "Thank Merlin it's the full moon tonight, otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to see him in the dark," Harry thought, when the headmaster uttered, "Mars bars." "Wrong password," the gargoyle snarled, causing Harry to inwardly grin. "Mars bars. It is the password I set with you last week." "Wrong password. I did not change the password." "Wrong password. Did anyone else change the password? That shouldn't be possible considering that it is my office." "Wrong password. Do I really have to return to the Great Hall and use the internal flow to get into my office?" Harry noticed that Dumbledore sounded more and more upset. Understandable, he thought, as he almost pitied the old wizard, before he recalled how the man had sent him to the Dursleys as a baby, not caring in the least how he was treated by his relatives. "Wrong password." Muttering something sounding like, "Going to ask Minerva how she got in," Dumbledore returned the way he had just come from, most likely to flow into his office. "I shall relay the new password to Godric, so he can inform Minerva," Salazar promised, before he bade him good night, and they both popped away. First thing the following morning, Harry telepathically informed Rebecca that he had invited Salazar to spend Christmas with the extended family. "I hope that was all right." "Of course, dear. No one should have to spend Christmas alone." "What about Severus though? He is the only member of Team 13, who is not celebrating together with us." "I don't have a problem inviting him, but will Lily and the Marauders agree?" "I'll talk to them tonight," Rebecca promised. Lily wanted to reveal her identity to him soon anyway. Salazar invited the whole team to Hogwarts by the way. "We'll meet in Artemis' office, just when dinner is going to commence in the Great Hall." "I'll be there," Harry promised before asking, "Why?" "Lily has developed a charm, which she can cast on us to make us understand any language including Parseltongue. Therefore, Salazar will take us into the Chamber of Secrets and show us his library and lab. Will you please bring Connie, provided that the two of you wish to join us?" "Of course, we will." "Is he going to check out his potions recipes?" "He said that he had several remedies for insanity, but that he couldn't read them, because he had written them in Parseltongue. I believe that this is the main objective for tonight's activity, considering that we will all be able to read and speak Parseltongue." "I'll see you tonight then," Harry replied, looking forward to see his whole Unspeakable team later the same day. Lily's charm indeed worked wonders, and Salazar, Rebecca, Artemis, Harry, Connie and Severus in his human form were all able to speak and understand Parseltongue. Once an hour, the charm wore off and Lily had to recast it. However, that did not prevent the group from spending the whole night in Salazar's library. Together, they busied themselves skimming Salazar's notes, and by the early morning, they had found all 3 recipes that dealt with some kind of insanity. We must still adjust them, as there was no Cruciatus curse in my time, Salazar informed them, and everyone nodded in understanding. It would be an amazing Christmas present for Neville if we managed to cure his parents, Harry thought aloud, grinning broadly. We'll work on it, Lily promised. And I believe that we'd all be very happy, Rebecca added. Harry, do you have a few files of our fresh and go potion ready somewhere? Artemis quirked an eyebrow. Noticing that Severus stared at him in apparent surprise, Harry grinned. Always. Reaching into his inner robe pocket, he produced a couple of small files, handing each of them a dose. Is that why my Slytherins always attend breakfast after nightly activities, while the students of other houses miss breakfast every now and then? Severus quirked an eyebrow. Of course, sir. Harry grinned. We'll have to ensure that we win the House Cup again. At dinner on Christmas Eve, Minerva informed Albus that she, Severus and Salazar were going to be absent from Hogwarts from the following morning onwards. Albus nodded, before his head shot up. Severus and Professor Slytherin, you as well. We're going to spend the holidays with the Unspeakables, Severus supplied, causing Albus to sigh deeply, before his eyes suddenly narrowed. Minerva, are you an Unspeakable as well? Minerva shook her head. No, Albus, I'm not. Minnie told me that you're working together with Unspeakable Paws. Rolanda stared at Severus and Salazar, wide-eyed. How cool is that? Rolanda, Minerva addressed her friend and colleague in amusement, you can swear Poppy an oath to keep the secret, and she may tell you about his identity. So, you are all keeping things from me, Albus all but growled. Why all this secrecy? I always do what's best for everyone. Minerva suppressed a snort, just when Albus continued. Can you at least tell me the password to my own office? Minerva turned to Poppy. Albus eats too many sweets. Absolutely. The healer cast the headmaster a strict look. What does that have to do with it? Well, tell me, and then I'll use the name of a magical animal for the next password. I already told you. Minerva smirked. Did not. Did too. Did not. Albus. Phileas jumped up in what seemed to be excitement. Or was it annoyance at their childish behavior? Minerva was not sure. Minerva told you, Albus eats too many sweets. That must be the password. Is that so? Albus stared at her in apparent surprise. Minerva only nodded, barely able to contain her laughter. And I always thought my colleagues were childish, Salazar uttered, causing everyone but the headmaster and Mr. Filch to laugh. He really is grumpy, Minerva thought in exasperation. I wonder why Harry, Connie and Hermione did not ask Salazar to replace the caretaker as well. Before breakfast on Christmas morning, Minerva ushered Severus and Salazar through the flow to where Harry and Connie were waiting with Lucy. In front of the fireplace. Will you make the introductions? Harry thought to Connie, who nodded in apparent excitement. When all three professors had stepped through, she introduced Salazar and Severus to everyone whom they had not met before. When she introduced Salazar to Remus Lupin, the former werewolf interrupted her, smiling. As of today, I am Remus Lestrange Lupin, as I have accepted the lordship over the Lestrange family. Cool. Harry was the first to react. It only makes sense, considering that you've been married for 4 months. Will you also take the Lestrange seat on the Wizengamot? Remus smirked. I am still discussing this with Rebecca, who has been doing a great job so far. Rebecca shook her head. I've done it for Regina, because she doesn't have magic, but you are a wizard and are able to take the seat yourself, considering that you're the Lord Lestrange now, and that's my last word in this matter. Tell him, Rebecca. Regina chuckled. He is still much too insecure. Excuse me for asking this, Salazar spoke up. The two of you are a married couple, but the husband is a wizard and the wife is a squib. Did I understand that correctly? Yes, sir. And Harry is my son. Regina looked at the ancient wizard with apparent apprehension. However, Salazar managed to surprise them all. Very good. Harry has brought the matter to my attention by telling me that we have to give magic to a squib and a muggle. Harry's eyes widened in expectation. However, Salazar continued, as to how to give a muggle magic, frankly speaking I don't have a clue. As to the squib, it is easy. He pulled a book out of his robe pocket, which Harry recognized as one of the equally looking books of Salazar's library. I've done this before. It is a combination of a potion, 2 drops of blood from a person, who is not blood related however in a very close relationship to the recipient, and a spell cast by the same person. If Lord Lestrange, Please call me Remis, and yes, of course, I'd do anything to help Regina become a witch. Harry, where is your suitcase? Connie and Harry, will you both assist? Remis, 2 drops of blood please. While everyone else stared at the scene in front of them, Harry summoned the suitcase from his room, noticing from the corner of his eyes how Severus held a small phial under Remis' elbow and magically took 2 drops of blood. Come, sir. Harry invited Severus to follow Connie and Salazar into the suitcase, unaware that the whole family was already queuing behind them to descend the stairs. Under the watchful eyes of the assembled family, who were standing in a circle around them, Connie and Harry prepared the ingredients, while Salazar swiftly brewed the potion. 10 minutes later, he bottled the concoction into a small phial. Thanks for your assistance. Now, Remis, let me teach you the spell. I suggest that everyone except for Remis and Regina leaves this room now, so that we can concentrate on the task ahead. Everyone out now please, Harry instructed the others, seeing that the marauders seemed reluctant to leave. Rose and Jamie, isn't there something you wished to do? Wouldn't now be a good timing? His birth parents agreed, and, when everyone but Salazar, Regina and Remis had taken their seats in the living room again, Rose and Jamie rose from their seats. Sorry to interrupt, but aren't we going to have breakfast anytime soon? Sirius spoke up, while Amelia was East feeding their daughter. In a few minutes, Jamie reassured him. We wish to tell Severus something. Hear us out, Rose instructed her former friend, before she took off her necklace revealing her normal Lily form, while Jamie returned to his natural James form. We are who we look like. Lily swiftly explained how Harry had traveled back in time and saved their lives. That's why you suddenly began showing up in portraits. Severus stared from Lily to James in apparent amazement. No wonder that everyone is so fond of Unspeakable Paws, even if most people don't know who he is. And I want for it to remain that way. Harry's voice was firm. Lily only told you, because you've sworn her an oath to keep her secret, just like everyone else here. We just thought you should know, especially as you're working in our team now. It is also my thanks to you for finally seeing Harry as his own persona and not as a carbon copy of James, which he isn't. Severus slowly nodded. Yes, I've realized that now. Thanks, Lily, for showing me my stupidity, when you did. You're welcome. Lily smiled, before everyone's attention was drawn to Harry's suitcase, when Salazar was the first to step out. Mum, Harry wondered, staring at the stairs in excitement, just when Remis stepped out of the suitcase with a sobbing Regina in his arms. I am so happy, Regina sobbed. I am a witch. Salazar, Harry and whoever helped them, thank you all so very much. This is the best Christmas ever, Harry thought, when 17-month-old Neve climbed onto his lap. He absent-mindedly caressed his little sister's soft skin, noticing in amusement how Lucy licked the girl's hand. Now, we only have to figure out how to give Connie magic. No. Salazar glared at Harry. I've told you before that the potion relies on the squib's small amount of own magic to work. It won't work for a muggle. You can try it out if you don't believe me, but I believe that it would be very stressful for young Connie. Of course, I believe you, sir. Right now, I don't have a clue, but we will intensify our research right after we complete the potion for insanity. I believe that we're already close. Unfortunately, Salazar's assessment seemed a little too optimistic, as by the end of the Christmas holidays, all tests with rats had remained unfruitful. I'm only glad that Neville doesn't know about this, Harry thought, as he readied himself to travel to Hogwarts on time for everyone else to arrive with the Hogwarts Express. He'd be extremely disappointed. He was looking forward to meet Draco, Neville and the rest of his housemates, and he was excited to have Salazar as his head of house for Slytherin, even if Severus had been a good head, once he got to know him and did not despise him anymore. Nevertheless, he could not help feeling sad at the thought of returning to the school instead of being with his family the whole time. The Christmas holidays had been pleasant beyond belief. Regina's happiness at having magic had spread all over the extended family, and if Harry had feared that the relationship between Severus and his birth parents might be strained, he had been positively surprised. The marauders had behaved and so had Severus, much to Harry's relief. If Connie had been disappointed that she had not been able to receive magic at this time, she had not shown it but remained pleasant the whole time. As Harry was able to feel her emotions, he knew that it had not only been an act, much to his surprise. I wonder why she isn't more disappointed, he thought. I know that I am. It would be totally cool if she could attend classes together with us. Oh well, he told himself, I can be happy that we can meet in the suitcase and even work together as Severus student assistants. The excitement at the welcoming feast was overwhelming, when the headmaster did not only introduce Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts, as the new head of Slytherin, but also Andromeda Tonks as the new history of magic professor and her daughter Nymphadora Tonks as the defense against the dark arts professor. Professors Tonks have agreed that you should address the history of magic professor as Professor Black Tonks and her daughter as Professor Tonks to avoid confusion. I thought Andromeda had been kicked out of the Black family, Draco whispered to Harry. She was, but the current head added her back, Harry replied, having heard about the matter during the holidays. Do you know who the current head is? Sirius. Harry shook his head, knowing that he could not give away that Arcturus Black was alive, let alone the head of the Black family. Both Professors Tonks turned out to be fantastic teachers, and the students adored not only them but also Professor Slytherin, who had made the changes possible against the headmaster's wishes. He turned out to be a good head of house, and even if the Slytherins had usually been happy with Severus except for the 1 year, when he had made some bad decisions driven by his hatred for Harry, they loved having the founder of their house as the head. While Slytherin was usually strict, he always had an open ear for his students, and just like Severus he used to spend at least 30 minutes in the common room every evening. At the end of February, the Quidditch match Slytherin vs Ravenclaw took place. As disappointed as Harry was that he could not play in the match but had to let both reserve seekers play, he was relieved to not have to play against his own house like during his first year. I'm just going to sit in the stands and watch, he thought, knowing that Connie would join him and his friends. Together with Lucy, Connie, Hermione, Neville, Severus, Minerva, Salazar and Flitwick, he sat in the otherwise empty Hufflepuff stands and observed the match. Much to his annoyance, he spotted the snitch twice during the first hour, however, the two seekers seemed to not see it. I'd rather fly, Lucy thought to him in obvious disappointment. Me too, Harry reassured her and gently caressed her ears, just when a collective gasp made him look up and concentrate on the game, where Tim, his Slytherin reserve seeker, seemed to have lost grip on his broom and was tumbling downwards. While the headmaster readily cast a spell at the boy that slowed him down, he could not prevent him from crashing into the ground. Madame Hooch announced a break, during which Madame Pomfrey took Tim with her, before she announced, as the Slytherin reserve seeker is incapacitated, I'm afraid that Mr. Potter will have to step in and play for Slytherin today. Sorry, Professor Flitwick, Harry uttered, before he pulled his shrunken broom out of his robe pocket, enlarged it and mounted it together with Lucy under huge applause coming from the Slytherin stands. A moment later, they were in the air only to catch the snitch 20 minutes later. Cool, we've won 2 matches out of 2, Marcus stated in obvious contentedness, when the team descended to the ground. And we're going to win against Hufflepuff as well, Draco stated, as he landed next to Harry. It would be great if we could win both the House Cup and the Quidditch Cup. Neville grinned broadly. We'll see to it, Draco promised, and on the first Saturday in May, it became clear that they had at least won the Quidditch Cup. Winning the House Cup was more difficult. During Harry's first year, Madame Pomfrey had always awarded points to him, when he brewed a potion for use in the hospital wing. However, now that he was Severus' official student assistant and was already supposed to receive privileges as payment, he did not receive additional points anymore. Harry barely ever used his privileges, which meant, for example, a later bedtime or participation in the Hogsmeade visits. It was not that he did not appreciate it, however, due to his abilities as an Unspeakable, he just did not have the need for it. Just like during his first Hogwarts year, he spent Tuesday evenings in a meeting with Team 13 and Saturday afternoons with Croaker. At all other evenings, he and Connie assisted Severus in the lab at least for an hour or two, before Severus then spent the rest of the evening at the Unspeakables office. Unbeknownst to everyone but his best friends, Harry often returned home on Sundays. Ever since Regina had gained magic, the whole family was taking turns teaching her in all subjects that were taught at Hogwarts, and Harry and Connie taught her the basics of alchemy very early in the morning, before everyone else came to join them. The thought, perhaps, I could take some of the owls together with Mum, such as alchemy, which isn't taught at Hogwarts anyway, crossed Harry's mind, and he wondered if he should ask Archie about it at the next opportunity. However, he then decided to wait for Connie. I hope she'll be able to gain magic before I finish my 7th Hogwarts year in any case, he thought, feeling very disappointed at the team's lack of progress in the matter. Harry's 2nd Hogwarts year ended with Slytherin indeed winning not only the Quidditch Cup but also the House Cup as well as the question which electives they should choose. While their friends boarded the Hogwarts Express to travel home after their 2nd Hogwarts year, Connie and Harry assisted Severus in the lab. "Excuse me, sir." Harry slightly hesitated. "May I ask for your advice please?" Severus cast him a look of pure amusement. "You may always ask. If you will get an adequate response is a different matter though." Harry refrained from rolling his eyes. "We, that is my friends and I, cannot decide which electives we want to take, and Minerva said we'd have to inform her by July 15th at the latest." Severus remained quiet for a moment, as he concentrated on counting his stirs, before he replied. "As I suppose that your so-called friends involve your wife," he quirked an eyebrow and, receiving a nod from Harry, continued, "I suggest arithmancy and ancient runes, as both do not involve much magic." "I'd like that." Connie smiled. "Although Lorenzo has been teaching me arithmancy for years. Would you prefer something else then?" Connie shook her head. "No, dear. Thanks for asking though. I hope we'll be able to convince the others, too." Harry scoffed. "Hermione went as far as asking me to teach her how to time slide, so she'd be able to take all the electives at once." Severus smirked. "This sounds like something that your esteemed wife might want to do as well." Connie grinned. "No, sir." Harry shook his head. "My wife is intelligent enough to realize that you can't excel in everything." "Oh, thanks, Harry." Connie chuckled, as she diligently cut the birch bark into small slices. "Remember that I have a huge advantage over Hermione. The Unspeakables teach me anything I want to know." Harry telepathically informed Hermione about Severus' suggestions, wondering when she was going to visit to discuss the matter. He was not even surprised when she stepped out of the fireplace after dinner that evening. At that time, most of the extended family was gathered at their home to celebrate his return from Hogwarts. Hermione stared at the playpen, where Neve and Aiden were fast asleep. "They've become so big, but they're still so cute," she cooed, causing Harry to grin. How many minutes before she'll begin asking? He thought to Connie, who rolled her eyes at him. "I look forward to everyone's opinion, although I believe that Severus is more reasonable than any of the Marauders." Harry full-heartedly agreed and listened with bewilderment. When Sirius and James told his friend to take care of magical creatures and divination. "Every week, you get to make up a fake dream." "Yeah, that was really fun." "Remis." Hermione turned to the third of the Marauders. "Did you take that, too?" The former werewolf nodded. "Yes, and I can't recommend it for you. I believe that Severus' assessment was correct. Arithmancy and ancient runes will be the best for you. What about Muggle science?" Hermione looked around questioningly. "Rubbish," Artemis spoke up. "Seeing that you grew up in the Muggle world, you certainly know more about it than the professor." "I agree with Severus' suggestion." "Me too." Lily nodded. "I took both of these together with Severus, and I'd immediately take them again." "All right," Hermione finally agreed. "Thank you all for your advice. I think I'll go with those two subjects then together with Harry and Connie." "Harry, will you inform Draco and Neville please?" Harry nodded. "Done. They'll just be happy that we've decided," he thought, knowing that his best friends were equally indecisive as himself. Just then, Salazar and Severus arrived, and the conversation was quickly diverted to another topic. "Harry," Salazar addressed him, "Lily, Severus and I have finished what we believe to be a counter potion to the Cruciatus curse. Of course, we could only test it on rats so far, but we'd like to try healing the Longbottoms in the near future." Harry's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh wow, that's totally cool. Neville will be so happy. His gran is very strict, and he wasn't looking forward to the holidays at all. The question is how to proceed. Should we tell him in advance and ask him to accompany us to St. Mungo's, or should we rather head to the hospital by ourselves and only inform him upon our possible success?" Harry shook his head. "No, sir. If you don't succeed this time, you will be able to heal them the next time. Neville would already be happy knowing that you're even trying to cure them." "May I call him over?" Lily nodded. "Harry, please do so. Rebecca, would you be willing to cast a charm at him, so that he won't be able to give James and me out to anyone?" Rebecca nodded, reassuringly. "I will." A few minutes later, Neville stepped out of the fireplace looking around wide-eyed upon realizing that the whole family was gathered. Harry noticed how Rebecca unobtrusively cast the charm at his friend. "Hi Neville, come and sit here," Connie called him over, and Neville swiftly followed her invitation and sat on the sofa between Hermione and Lily. "Mr. Longbottom." Only then did Neville realize that the potions professor was present as well and visibly blanched. "Do not worry. I am not going to use you or your toad as potions ingredients," Severus addressed him. "Salazar, Lily and I have invented a concoction, which we hope will be able to cure your parents. We can't be sure if it's going to work, so please don't get your hopes up," he added, quickly. Neville merely stared at the man, open-mouthed. Harry noticed in amusement that he did not even question who Lily was. "Excuse me, sir, can we go and try it out right away?" he then asked, casting Harry a beseeching look. Harry rose from his seat. "Shall we just pop right into their rooms and try it out? If it works, Neville can still inform the healers." Everyone agreed, and an instant later, 4 Unspeakables silently and invisibly popped right into the Longbottom's room in the Longtime ward of St. Mungo's. "Hold on tightly, so that you'll remain invisible to everyone but us," Harry thought to Neville, who held his arm in a firm grip. Together with the boy, who had been one of his best friends ever since they had first met on the Hogwarts Express, Harry observed how Severus and Salazar each approached one of the patients, while Lily remained standing next to them. "I hope it's going to work," Harry thought, when Neville suddenly let go of Harry's arm and began to shout, "Mum, Dad, wake up." Just when Alice and Frank Longbottom's minds returned to awareness for the first time in more than a decade, 2 healers bustled into the room, apparently alerted by Neville's shouting that something was not as it was supposed to be. "All Unspeakables return home," Salazar ordered them, only audible for the group of them, and Harry quickly obeyed. A moment later, they were all back at home, exchanging relieved looks. "It worked," Lily informed the others. "Harry, as I can't show myself at St. Mungo's, please ask Neville to bring his parents here through the fireplace, if that's all right with you, Regina." "Of course. They're very welcome to come here and remain for a while. You know how big this house is." Harry inwardly grinned. Ever since Rebecca and Artemis had magically connected Regina's house to Lestrange Manor, they had an overflowing number of rooms. "Neville, if your parents are released from the hospital, please bring them here to our house. We don't want your grandmother to have a heart failure if she sees them." An hour later, Neville had still not arrived with his parents, and Harry decided to go and check on him. Throwing his unspeakable robes over, he turned invisible and popped himself back into the room, to which he had taken his friend earlier. He smiled upon seeing Neville standing between his parents looking outright happy. However, his smile faltered quickly. "Mr. Longbottom, you cannot simply tell us someone cured them. We have to know who and by which means." "No, you do not have to know." Frank's voice was firm. "My wife and I thank you for all you have done for us and wish to leave now." The healer let out a scoff. "You're simply going to go home and tell your mother that someone cured you in your back." Harry chose to make himself visible at this point. "Good evening. I am Unspeakable Paws, and it was 3 of my colleagues who cured the Longbottoms. If you need names, they are Unspeakables Dove, Chame and Scales." He decided to not use his official name of Mini-Head Unspeakable Paws, so as to not give any hint about his age, considering that no one would be aware of it just by hearing his voice. "If they knew that I'm only 12, they wouldn't respect me," he thought. "Moreover, Neville will not take his parents to Longbottom Manor, but to my parents' home, where they can recover from their ordeal and from where we will call his grandmother first thing tomorrow morning. Mum, Dad, I know Unspeakable Paws very well, and I suggest that we do as he says. Should we use the fireplace?" Harry shook his head. With a flick of his hand, he enlarged the pendant of his necklace like Rebecca had showed him a while ago and instructed Neville and his parents to hold on tightly, before he whispered, "Home," without as much as a last glance at the healer, who stood there, open-mouthed. Arriving in his own room, he quickly pulled off his robes and introduced himself to his friend's parents. "Harry." Alice was the first to find words. "You're my godson. Do you know that?" "Yes." Harry smiled. "Welcome back to life." He quickly told them about his own childhood and warned them that his whole extended family was gathered in the living room, before he asked, "Are you ready to meet them all?" "Of course." I can't wait to thank them for curing us, Alice replied, smiling. Yes please, although everything is still strange. The last thing I remember is being attacked by Bellatrix Lestrange. She is not a Lestrange anymore. Harry's voice was firm. My adoptive mother is the head of House Lestrange and has kicked her 2 brothers out of the family along with her sister-in-law years ago. He led the Longbottoms out into the living room, where Lily was the first to approach them. Alice, Frank, I am so happy to have you back. Your mum has been here earlier, and I didn't even notice her, Neville whispered to Harry in apparent surprise. You were preoccupied with other things, Harry whispered back, grinning. That's fine. You know that you mustn't talk about what I told you earlier to anyone. Neville nodded. Of course, I know. Amelia suddenly rose from her chair. Alice and Frank, we're all very happy to have you back, but I believe that we should leave now to give you some much-needed peace and quiet. Sirius, come on, let's go. She went over to the playpen, where her daughter Julia was fast asleep between Neve and Aiden, and picked up the girl only to press her into Sirius' arms. Please take her. She's slowly getting heavy. A few minutes later, everyone but Regina, Remis, Rebecca, James, Lily and Harry were gone, and Harry noticed that the Longbottoms slowly relaxed. Should I go home, too? Neville glanced at his wristwatch. Otherwise, Gran will be very upset. Neville, Alice, Frank, I can offer you rooms to stay for a while, Regina said in a soft voice. We have much space. Neville can remain with you or return home. That is all up to you. We can call his grandmother over, whenever you wish to see her. Apparently noticing that Frank and Alice seemed to be uncertain, Lily spoke up. Since James and I are not officially alive at this time, we are not able to live in any of our own houses and have been intruding in Lestrange Manor for more than 2 years now. The place is really big, and we'd all be happy to have you here. Please, let's stay here. Neville cast his parents a pleading look. Alice and Frank nodded. We gratefully accept your offer. However, we should call my mother over for a moment and tell her everything if you don't mind. Neville, will you please call your grandmother through the fireplace? Regina's voice was gentle as always, and Neville immediately complied. 20 minutes later, Neville's grandmother elegantly stepped out of the fireplace, where Remis and Neville were waiting to greet her. Neville, Lord Lestrange, I am sorry for intruding at this time of the evening, but Neville insisted. That's fine, Remis reassured her. In fact, we have good news to share with you. Please join us and take a seat. Harry observed in relief how Rebecca turned to the old lady without saying anything, knowing that she cast the charm at her that disabled her to give away any of the family's secrets. If he had feared that Neville's grandmother might suffer a heart failure upon hearing the news, he was surprised about her reaction. Frank, she blurted out, as her face displayed surprise, followed by disbelief and finally obvious delight, before she stepped over to pull her son into a bear hug. At least it seemed that way, before she looked behind his ear and nodded in apparent amazement. This is indeed Frank. I'm sorry for not believing you earlier, but you have to admit that your story sounded extremely unbelievable. Anyway, he has the birthmark at exactly the spot, where it always was, and that proves that it's really him. Frank and Alice, I am beyond happy that you're healed. Who managed to cure them and how? Everyone laughed at her announcement, and Regina quickly explained that Lily, Rebecca, her husband Artemis and Harry had been working on a cure for the Longbottoms for a long time. Only when Severus Snape and Salazar Slytherin had joined them from the Christmas holidays onwards, they had made fast progress based on one of Salazar's inventions. Of 900 years ago. Salazar Slytherin. He is alive. Yes. Apparently, he is immortal, Harry replied, innocently. Is that even possible? The old witch muttered, seemingly more to herself than to them, before she asked, why doesn't he take the Slytherin seat on the Wizengamot then? The old lady looked from him to Remus in apparent surprise. Harry chuckled. Probably because no one ever thought about suggesting it to him. I will tell him that you recommended it though. Thank you, Madame Longbottom. The old Madame Longbottom agreed that she was too old to help her son and daughter-in-law get used to normal life after their disablement for more than a decade. She only asked that she would be allowed to visit them at the Lestranges every now and then, and, needless to say, Regina and Remus gently invited her to come over whenever she wished. Neville was happy to live with his parents and to see Harry and Connie, whenever they were at home. The two student assistants traveled to Hogwarts twice a week to fill up the stock for the hospital wing, even knowing that they were not officially assistants during the holidays. Other than that, they spent their time with the Unspeakables, each engrossed in their own research. The evenings, however, were spent at home for a change, mostly to keep Neville company and help the Longbottoms over the beginning, even if they were aware that the adults were well able to fulfill that task. One day, when Harry, Connie and Lucy invisibly walked from Severus' private lab in the dungeons to the hospital wing to take a few batches of potions to Madame Pomfrey, the Grey Lady cornered them. "Don't fret, but as a ghost, I am able to see you, even if you might be invisible to living beings." "Hello Helena," Harry replied, gently. "I wish to ask you for a favor, considering that you belong to Ravenclaw House. I want you to improve the situation in the house." Harry stared at the ghost in surprise. "Excuse me, what situation are you referring to?" The ghost let out a scoff. "Have you ever spent time in the common room?" "Not really," Harry replied, truthfully, somehow feeling uncomfortable at the turn the conversation was taking. "Because of the older bitches in the house." "Yes," he had to admit. "They were not nice to Hermione and Connie, so that we decided to not spend our free time in the common room." "I am sorry," he added, sheepishly. Helena shook her head. "No, you don't have to be sorry about it. I fully understand, and I commend you for protecting your friends. I have realized that there was a first year though, who did not have a nice friend to help her, and I'd like to ask you to keep an eye on her. The older girls harassed her throughout the school year. They kept hiding her things, and I had to ask the house elves to find them every now and then." Harry stared at the ghost in shock. "I am sorry, Helena. Hermione and I should have noticed that this was happening, however, we did not. What can we do to remedy the situation? Did you ever speak with Professor Flitwick about the matter?" Helena shook her head. "I neither think that he cares much nor that he'd be able to prevent the girls from doing so. But what could I do? You know that I don't spend time in the common room. Speak with her. Invite her to spend the evenings with you and your friends. She is a nice girl, but she doesn't have any friends, as no one dares to oppose the older girls in my house, which is a situation that is intolerable. If they still harass her, you could take house points from the girls." "Take house points from Ravenclaw?" "Excuse me, Helena, but I am not a prefect. Harry, as student assistants were allowed to take points. Did you forget that?" Connie smiled. Harry stared at this wife in utter surprise. "No, I didn't know that." "All right then, thanks Helena for bringing this to our attention. We'll see what we can do to help the girl. Do you have a name for us?" Connie remembered to ask, much to Harry's relief, as he was too fixed on the question how to help the girl than to ask for the necessary information. "Yes, it is Luna Lovegood. She seems a bit eccentric, but she is a nice and very intelligent girl. Perhaps, you could contact her and get to know her over the summer." "We'll do that," Harry promised, before Helena vanished as sudden as she had appeared, and they continued walking towards the hospital wing quietly discussing the matter. "Frank and Alice Longbottom have been cured," Albus read from the Daily Prophet's front page in understandable surprise that turned to apparent annoyance, when he continued to read. "Again by Unspeakables. No wonder that we have difficulties finding good teachers, if they occupy all the brilliant people." "Excuse me, sir." Severus' eyes narrowed. "Albus." Minerva all but growled at the man. "That was really rude. Let me inform you that 2 of your professors were involved in curing the Longbottoms." "What?" Albus looked around the table, where apart from him and Minerva only Poppy, Pomona and Severus were present. "Oh right, Severus and Salazar informed me a few months ago that they were going to work with the Unspeakables. Tonks was also sent here by the Unspeakables," Minerva reminded him. "Minerva, will you guard the school tomorrow? There is that Wizengamot meeting." "No, Albus. I've already asked Pomona to help us out tomorrow, considering that Salazar is going to take his place on the Wizengamot and can't remain at Hogwarts for us." Albus' eyes widened in obvious surprise. "He is going to take the Slytherin seat after all these years?" he asked in apparent disbelief. "Why now?" Minerva chuckled. "Because the Dowager Longbottom suggested it to him," she explained, causing the headmaster to stare at her in apparent disbelief. Minerva inwardly grinned. "Wait until you see who else is going to take their seats tomorrow," she thought in amusement, knowing that her old friend would not like it. Harry was sitting in the visitors' gallery together with Regina and Connie. He and Connie had decided to accompany Regina, who would soon be joined by Rebecca and Augusta Longbottom, to the meeting of the Wizengamot. The two 12-year-olds were wearing their unspeakable robes to remain incognito. Both looked up in surprise, when another unspeakable took the seat next to them. "It's Raw," he whispered in a barely audible voice. "Hello Raw," Harry replied, knowing that it was Arcturus Black from Team 5, a very old wizard, who was his great-uncle and Sirius' grandfather. "Oh right, he is the official Lord Black," he recalled. "Thank you, Harry, for convincing Remis to take the seat," Regina whispered in rare excitement. "He is much too insecure for his own good. I believe that the situation improved greatly ever he got Sirius and Jamie back, was cured from lycanthropy and married you." Connie grinned. "Absolutely," Harry silently agreed, before his thoughts wandered off. 4 more years, before I can officially take the Potter seat. Oh well, at least Sirius is doing a great job on it, ever since he took it from Dumbledore. Too bad that Dad can't take it back anymore, but how would we explain that he and Lily are alive again? If we told the truth, I'd probably be forced to spend the rest of my life time sliding forward and backward to rescue thousands of people. He was brought back to reality, when Dumbledore opened the Wizengamot meeting. Before he could bring forward the first point from his agenda, Augusta Longbottom rose from her seat and was given the floor. "I wish for my son, Frank Longbottom, to take the seat for House Longbottom, which I only took in his stead 12 years ago, when he was incapacitated." Dumbledore nodded, and Frank entered the room under huge applause, mainly coming from the side, where the Light families were gathered. While the old lady made her way to the visitors' gallery, where she joined Harry and his family, Frank approached the Longbottom seat. However, instead of sitting down, he remained standing. "Thank you all for the kind reception. You may have heard that 6 Unspeakables were involved in curing Alice and me, and I wish to thank them profusely. I also wish to introduce one of them to this chamber, so that he may take his seat, which has remained vacant for a much too long time. Salazar Slytherin." Harry could not see the headmaster's expression, however, while the man usually tried to get the upper hand in any conversation, he remained strangely quiet and only nodded, when Salazar stepped into the room. The chamber remained absolutely silent, while the ancient wizard looked around and walked over to the seat of the Slytherin family. He then raised his wand. "I swear on my magic that I am Salazar Slytherin, born on the 9th of April 975 and founder of Slytherin House at Hogwarts." A golden glow surrounded the ancient wizard, and while everyone still stared at him, at least they had the decency to applaud. Thank Merlin he managed the transformation into his usual body. He wouldn't have been able to show himself in his Peeves form. "What has you so amused?" Connie asked, lightly kicking him in the side. "Ah, I only imagined the reactions if he would have entered the chamber in his Peeves form. Thank Merlin Felina taught him so well." When Salazar was seated and Dumbledore began to speak again, Rebecca rose from her chair interrupting the old wizard. "I am sorry, Professor Dumbledore, but we have 3 more new members to introduce." Bouts of laughter could be heard throughout the room, however, Dumbledore merely shook his head in obvious annoyance, as he sat down again. "During the last few years, I have been holding the regency for the Lestrange seat, because my sister Regina, who is the Lady Lestrange, was too insecure to take it herself. However, she has been married to Lord Remis Lestrange Lupin for almost a year, and we have managed to convince Lord Lestrange to take the seat himself." Both sides of the Wizengamot applauded this time, while Rebecca headed to the visitors' gallery and Remis approached his seat. However, he did not sit down right away either. "Thank you very much for the kind welcome. During the last months, the open seats here in the Wizengamot often became a topic among my former classmates and myself. During these discussions, we have managed to convince our friend Severus Snape to accept the lordship over the Prince family, which was his mother's family. Ever after Eileen Prince died, the seat remained empty. However, Severus has now agreed to take over the seat as the new Lord Prince Snape. This time, the applause was supposed to mainly come from the side, where the dark families were situated. However, Minerva, Remis, Frank and Sirius loudly clapped their hands. "Is everyone finished now?" Dumbledore sounded impatient, causing Harry to chuckle. He must be absolutely annoyed, because he didn't know any of this beforehand, he thought to Connie, who chuckled quietly. "I am afraid not, sir." Severus' voice was soft and silky, however, had the effect that everyone quietened down instantly. The Black seat is empty, as Lord Black does not wish to take his seat for his own, private reasons. However, he has named Sirius Black his regent. Sirius is already Harry's regent, my boy, Dumbledore spoke up, using his grandfatherly voice, which Harry detested so much. Moreover, how do we know that the real Lord Black, whoever he may be, really wishes to have Sirius as his regent? Ron mumbled something sounding like, idiot, before he popped right into the chamber, standing behind the Black seat. I could swear you an oath, but I won't. I'll show you my ring, he all but growled, before he made the black ring visible on his left hand. Now, Sirius Black, please take the Black seat as my regent. Sirius nodded, as he surprisingly elegantly stepped over from the Potter seat to the Black seat and gave the Unspeakable a sharp nod. Thank you, he said over the upcoming applause coming from the entire chamber. While the dark families still associated him with the Black family, the light side knew him as Amelia Bones, husband, a former Auror and an upstanding member of society. As to the Potter seat, Harry has informed me that he wishes Unspeakable Paws to take over as the regent for the ancient and noble House of Potter. That is impossible, Dumbledore spoke up, seemingly angered. No, Albus. It is Harry's and Sirius right as the heir and the regent up to now to decide on a suitable successor. Unspeakable Paws please, Minerva's voice could be heard. What the? Harry stared at the members of his family in the chamber in bewilderment. Just go, Connie instructed him, and Harry simply popped right behind the Potter seat in the chamber. The applause was overwhelming, as Unspeakable Paws was at least as famous as Harry Potter. Welcome to the Wizengamot, Unspeakable Paws, Dumbledore addressed him. I ask you now to take off your robes, as we cannot have witches or wizards in the chamber, of whom we do not know who they are. No sir, Paws replied in a firm voice. Turning to Sirius, he uttered, you could at least have told me about this deal in advance. Everyone sitting nearby began to laugh, as it became obvious that Unspeakable Paws had not known about Sirius Black's and officially Harry Potter's decision to make him Harry's regent. I wonder who planned that, he thought. I guess that James, Sirius, Severus and Salazar were involved in this. Mr. Paws, could you at least swear us an oath that you are Unspeakable Paws? Harry looked at the old wizard in pure annoyance, glad that the man could not see his face. He rose from his chair and swiftly swore his oath, followed by another bout of applause. Can we now please begin with the meeting? Dumbledore all but pleaded and, when everyone remained quiet, swiftly turned to the first point on his agenda. The first point on today's agenda is a suggestion from Mr. Weasley, the head of one of the old families. He asks for a bus system to be installed as an alternative to the Hogwarts Express. We could use Muggle bus stops all over the country and provide a system similar to the entrance to platform 9 3/4. Do you have any opinions pro or contra this request? Dumbledore looked over his half-moon spectacles so as to assess the mood in the chamber. Minerva was the first to speak up. I believe that it is a good idea, as it would be a relief especially for families with several children if they did not have to travel to London to send the students off to the school. Harry, who was attending the meeting as Unspeakable Paws, was sitting between Minerva and Severus. He grinned upon hearing Severus mutter something sounding like only producing as many children as one could afford. Without much of a discussion, the request was approved by the members in an open vote. Before Dumbledore could proceed to the next point on his hopefully not very long agenda, Amelia Bones rose from her seat. I propose giving up to 3 seats on the Wizengamot to the old families that neither count as ancient nor as noble, such as, for example, the Weasley family. Lucius Malfoy rose from his seat, and Harry felt that he really disliked the man. I still believe that it was him who gave Voldemort's diary to Connie, he thought, as he observed the blonde man in disgust. Do we really need to have Muggle-loving fools and blood traitors here on the Wizengamot? Harry instinctively raised his hand. Unspeakable Paws. Dumbledore addressed him in a friendly voice. We Unspeakables believe that upstanding wizards who work together with Muggles are much less despisable than pureblood wizards who give diaries of Voldemort to Muggle-born students in an attempt to have them running amok at Hogwarts. He noticed that Malfoy visibly blanched, before he jumped from his seat pulling his wand. How dare you! With a flick of his hand, Malfoy's wand sailed over the table and landed in the Unspeakable's hand. Unspeakable Paws, will you please explain? Amelia's voice was firm but friendly, and Harry nodded, knowing that it was only for show, as Amelia knew all about the incident and had been waiting for 10 months for an opportunity of connecting Malfoy to the diary. He then explained how he and another Unspeakable had invisibly accompanied the group around Harry Potter and his friends to Diagon Alley to buy their school supplies last summer. At Flourish and Blots, Mr. Lucius Malfoy inspected the books of a Muggle-born girl, and when he returned the books, a black diary was among them, which turned out to be a Horcrux of Tom Riddle aka Lord Voldemort. Thank Merlin, the girl was intelligent enough to hand over the book to the Unspeakables to deal with the dark item. From the corners of his eyes, Harry noticed that not only Malfoy, who was seemingly shocked and fuming at the same time, but also Dumbledore blanched visibly. Unspeakable pause, do you have any proof for this accusation? Dumbledore asked in his soft, grandfatherly voice. Before Harry could even ponder how to reply, Sirius spoke up. I instigate a questioning of Lucius Malfoy under Veritaserum. You cannot do that, Malfoy protested. This is a meeting of the Wizengamot and not a trial. Cornelius, are you not going to say anything? Harry inwardly chuckled, knowing that the Minister of Magic was famous for not doing anything. Amelia rose from her chair. While Mr. Fudge is the Minister of Magic, I am the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and as such, it is my obligation to follow an accusation as that of unspeakable pause. Therefore, we will have a questioning, not a trial, in extension of this meeting. If Lord Malfoy is as innocent as he claims, he shouldn't have a problem being questioned under Veritaserum. Dumbledore nodded. Noted, Lady Black Bones. The rest of the meeting passed by quickly, before Dumbledore unceremoniously led over to Malfoy's questioning and asked the members to vote in favor or against Lady Black Bones' request to question Lord Malfoy under Veritaserum. When the majority of the members voted for Amelia's request, Harry instinctively knew that Unspeakable Pause had made himself an enemy. We should develop an antidote against the antidote for Veritaserum as one of our next projects, he successively thought to Rebecca, Artemis, Lily, Severus and Salazar, receiving unobtrusive nods in return from the addressed potioneers who were present at the meeting. A 10-minute break was announced, during which the Aurors opened a connection door to what seemed to be a courtroom and led Lucius Malfoy to the seat usually taken by the accused, where he was flanked by an Auror on each side. Harry quickly headed to Amelia and handed her the evil wizard's wand, before he sat together with the other members of the Wizengamot, noticing that Rebecca and Ra led Regina and Connie into the audience. When everyone had taken their seats, Amelia instructed the Aurors, Potions Master, to administer 3 drops of Veritaserum to Lucius, before she began to question the Dark Wizard. What is your name? Lucius Abraxas Malfoy. What is your son's name? Draco Malfoy. Harry inwardly grinned, knowing that Amelia brought up an unexpected question to test for a possible antidote against the Veritaserum. Have you been in the possession of a diary belonging to Lord Voldemort? Yes. He gave it to me for safekeeping. Do you still have it in your possession? No. Why not? I gave it to one of Potter's mudblood friends. Do you know who she was? No. Why did you give it to her? I hoped that she'd take it to Hogwarts with her for the Dark Lord to be revived at the school and finish off the mudbloods. One last question. Is it possible to be forced to take the Dark Mark by the Imperious Curse? No. Amelia nodded in apparent contentedness, before she asked if anyone had any questions for Malfoy. Connie rose from her chair and was given the floor. Why did you give the diary to me, sir? You don't know me, and I am not even a Hogwarts student. Because Potter introduced you as one of his mudblood friends. Remis rose from his chair. Just so you know, Lord Malfoy, Ms. Connie Potter is not Muggle-born but a Muggle under the protection of House Lestrange. Pity for you that she is much cleverer and knows more about the magical world than many pureblood students of her age. So let me resume this, Amelia spoke again. You gave one of the foulest dark artifacts there are to a Muggle, who on top of it is under the protection of House Lestrange. I didn't know that she was a despicable Muggle. I thought she was a mudblood. I don't know why she has a connection to House Lestrange either. They were on the proper side of society, before scum seems to have taken over somehow. Thank you, Ms. Potter and Lord Lestrange. Lord Lestrange, does House Lestrange want to instigate a proper trial for Lord Malfoy because of what he attempted to do to your ward? Remus stood again. As far as I know, everything Lord Malfoy did should warrant for a one-way ticket to Azkaban anyway. If the Wizengamot decides otherwise, we indeed wish for a trial. To Harry's relief, 90% of the Wizengamot members voted for the one-way ticket to Azkaban. Under his unspeakable robes, he grinned broadly, when the Aurors led the blonde wizard away to lock him away for the rest of his life. Thank Merlin, he thought to Connie, who replied in equal relief. Just when Dumbledore set to wrap up the Wizengamot meeting, the most annoying voice that Harry could remember having ever heard spoke up. It came from a witch in pink robes sitting to the left of the Minister of Magic. Hem. Seeing that upstanding members of our society are being shipped to Azkaban because of possibly harming a mere muggle, who is not even harmed, I instigate to immediately set up a rule that forbids muggles to enter the Ministry of Magic. Harry rose from his chair. Unspeakable pause. He cast Dumbledore a short nod of gratitude, before he spoke up. What Lord Lestrange did not mention is that Ms. Connie Potter is also under the protection of the Unspeakables. What? The woman in the pink robes all but shouted. She's a mere muggle, even more worthless than a mudblood. Dolores, behave yourself. Amelia's voice was strict, and her mouth was stretched to a thin line. Do you really want to make the Unspeakables your enemy? I am an upstanding member of our society and the Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic. I have nothing to fear. We'll see. About that, Harry thought, resolving to speak with his colleagues about the horrible woman at the next opportunity. Sirius loudly cleared his throat. What my good friend Remis failed to mention is that Ms. Connie Potter is also under the protection of the ancient and noble House of Black. Frank nodded in apparent agreement. As of now, House Longbottom will place young Ms. Potter under protection as well. Add the Prince family to her supporters. While being a muggle, Ms. Potter has taken her potions Owl and Newt with outstanding results. House Slytherin is in as well. I have known young Connie for almost a year now, and she knows more about the magical world than most of the Hogwarts students of her age. She has assisted me with the brewing of potions a few times, and I must say that a witch would not have been able to achieve better results. Thanks, Harry consecutively thought to Severus, Sirius, Frank, Salazar and Remus during the whispering and quiet talking that spread all over the chamber. Lord Lestrange, Dumbledore turned to Remus, will you please enlighten us why a muggle came into the protection of House Lestrange in the first place and why her name is Miss Potter to begin with? I was not aware that James Potter had any other direct relatives but his son Harry and members of the Black family. Even though the head of the Wizengamot had addressed Remus, Harry rose from his chair to respond. As the regent for House Potter, I must tell you that it is of no concern to you why her name is Connie Potter, nor why she is under the protection of the Unspeakables and the lords of several houses who are all friends of the heir of the ancient and noble House of Potter. Dumbledore seemed angered, as he replied, Unspeakable pause, may I kindly remind you that I am not only the head of the Wizengamot but also the headmaster of Hogwarts. Minerva glared at the headmaster. Albus, do you really wish to make Unspeakable pause your enemy, considering that you've been wanting to get to know him for years, ever since he received the Order of Merlin First Class for curing the werewolves? As to Ms. Connie Potter, I've known her for years, and I very much regret that Hogwarts cannot offer her the education she deserves because of not being able to cast magic. Shaking his head in obvious annoyance, Dumbledore swiftly ended the Wizengamot meeting, and Harry hurriedly turned invisible, popped over to Connie and returned home together with his wife. I'm going to kill them. He let out a deep sigh. Whose idea was it to make Paws the regent of House Potter? Connie chuckled. Do you even have to ask, considering that your dad and our godfathers are the Marauders? Ah, all right, that's what I thought. Harry nodded, grimly. Originally, it was Lily's idea though, Connie admitted. Don't let them know that I told you that though. Harry nodded again, his mind already turning to other matters. Connie, what are we going to do about Helena's information about Luna? Write to her and invite her here, Connie suggested, pleasantly. Let's invite Hermione at the same time. She'll help us look after her fellow Ravenclaw. Should we talk to Draco as well? You know, about what happened to his father. Somehow, I feel bad, considering that I more or less instigated the questioning. Draco doesn't have to know that, and you know that he's never been fond of his father. Just call him over, and we'll speak with him now that your mum is back as well. She'll be able to help him over the first shock. Regina looked over from where she was conversing with Alice. Whom will I be able to help? Draco. Do you believe it's wise for you to tell him? Why not let the Aurors inform his mother and him together? Regina's voice. was gentle but firm, and Harry and Connie immediately agreed. All right, thanks Mum. Would you mind if I invited Luna Lovegood and perhaps Hermione at the same time? Of course not. You may invite your friends at any time. Draco as well. Don't misunderstand me. And if there is anything that I can do for him, I will of course. Harry nodded in understanding. Thanks Mum. I'm going to ask Luna to. No, he interrupted himself. Connie, let's simply go and talk to her first. Rebecca taught me the charm she casts at people to prevent them from giving away our secrets, so I can simply cast that at her and her father while we talk to her. After discussing the pros and cons for a moment, the two decided to go in their capacity as mini Unspeakables. Throwing their robes over, Harry popped them to where Luna was living together with her father. Luna looked like a fairy. At least, that was Harry's impression, when she opened the door and stared at them, wide-eyed. What brings two Unspeakables here? Do you perhaps wish to speak with Daddy about the Wizengamot meeting that took place earlier today? No, we just came to speak with you. We are Unspeakables Paws and Turtle, Connie replied in a soft voice, while Harry unobtrusively cast the charm at Luna that would prevent her to talk about their secrets. With me. Somehow, the girl looked forlorn. Yes, Harry confirmed. We will now take off our robes, if you promise to not tell anyone who we are. Luna let out a light chuckle that sounded like music. I won't tell. I know who you are, anyway. You must know, Harry and Connie Potter, that I am kind of a seer. I just know things. Harry and Connie took off their robes and followed Luna into the house in confusion. She really must be a seer like Lily, Harry thought to his wife. How else could she know? Connie nodded, unobtrusively. Cast the charm, she replied, pointing out that a tall wizard, who had to be Luna's father, was quietly busying himself at the far end of the room. Daddy, I have visitors. Luna sounded pleasant. You will be happy to meet them as well. Mr. Lovegood abandoned his work and came over, his eyes widening as recognition set in. Mr. Potter. Yes sir. I am Harry, and this is Connie. We came to speak with Luna about Ravenclaw House. Harry, would you mind telling Daddy your other identity? He will be so happy. Harry inwardly groaned. Mr. Lovegood, would you mind swearing us a wizard's oath to keep our identities to yourself? We are both Unspeakables. Apparently, Lovegood was used to secrets, as he did not hesitate but swiftly swore his oath to their satisfaction. While I am Harry Potter, this is my wife, Connie. Our unspeakable identities are Paws and Turtle. From the gasp coming from Luna's father, they knew that their unspeakable names had even more impact by now than the boy who lived. Thank Merlin, Harry thought. Unspeakables Paws and Turtle. Lovegood stared at them in apparent amazement. You are even more famous than anyone would believe who only met your normal selves. Harry and Connie smiled. Frankly speaking, I don't know which are our normal forms, Connie admitted, only for Harry to explain, as we've been mini Unspeakables from the age of 5 onwards. Thank you for letting me in on your secret. Will you please grant me an interview once you've finished your business with Luna? I don't know if you're aware of it, but I am the editor of the Quibbler. The editor seemed eager, however, Harry returned a strict look. We will, Mr. Lovegood, however, under one condition. What might that be? We've heard many members of the Unspeakables as well as of our extended family complain about the Daily Prophet. If you promise us to not write anything but the absolute truth, we will give you the exclusive rights to report about our activities and ask our friends, family and colleagues to do the same. I swear on my magic that I will not write anything but the truth and that you will receive any article based on information from you for reviewing before it will be printed. Lovegood grinned. Do we have a deal? Thank you, sir. After our conversation with Luna, we will tell you everything about this morning's Wizengamot meeting. Lovegood's eyes widened in apparent delight, as he retreated to give them space for their conversation with his daughter. Luna, you might not know this but I am a soon-to-be third-year Ravenclaw in Slytherin. I know. Luna smiled. Everyone is happy to have you, as you're the #1 seeker at Hogwarts. Harry rolled his eyes, motioning Connie to continue talking. When we were at Hogwarts yesterday morning, Helena Ravenclaw spoke to us and told us how the older bitches in Ravenclaw have been harassing you. Luna smiled, however, Harry realized that the smile did not reach her eyes. Luna, you don't have to hide anything from us, he said in what he hoped to be a convincing voice, only to add, we never spend time at Ravenclaw, because they also tried to harass Connie and Hermione, our best friend. Therefore, we understand well, and we want to help you. Luna cast them a dreamy look. Thank you, Harry and Connie. That's really kind of you. Do you have any friends in your year? Harry cast the girl a sharp look, only to berate himself for asking at all. No, they want nothing to do with me, because they think that I'm strange. You're not strange, Connie confirmed in a soft voice, smiling at the younger girl. That is Hermione, my classmate from Ravenclaw, as well as Draco and Neville, my Slytherin friends, and Connie and I used to spend our free time studying in my suitcase, which is equipped with a whole apartment. If you wish, you may join us and study together, even if your homework will be different from ours. Luna smiled, broadly. Thank you so very much, Connie and Harry. I appreciate it, and I'd love that. How will I be able to get there though? That's not a problem. I can make you a portkey. Harry let his left hand wander into his robe pocket, pulling out a cork from a potions file, of which he was always carrying around a few in case he had to urgently make a portkey. He then concentrated for a moment, before he handed Luna the cork. Harry, can you make a necklace for her, so she can secure it from being stolen by the bitches? Harry cast Connie a grateful look, before he obeyed and handed Luna the cork on a small silver necklace. If you put it around your neck, it'll be invisible to anyone but you and the two of us. Thank you, Harry and Connie. You're the best friends a girl could imagine to have. Luna swiftly put the necklace on, giving them a dreamy smile. They agreed with Luna that she should activate her portkey on Friday afternoon and come to visit, so that she could get to know at least Neville and perhaps even Draco and Hermione. Leaving a seemingly delighted Luna, they then turned to her father for their first exclusive interview with him in their capacities as Unspeakables Paws and Turtle. Unspeakable Raw, Harry thought to his great-uncle and member of Team 5 of the Unspeakables. This is Paws speaking. I have a question. Are we allowed to speak about the discussion of the Wizengamot to non-members? I am just giving Mr. Lovegood from the Quibbler an interview on another matter and was wondering. To his relief, the response came immediately. Today's happenings are all public knowledge. Sometimes, they lead discussions which end nowhere, and those are kept secret until some kind of agreement will be reached. Thank you very much, Harry replied, before he informed the editor of the Quibbler about the morning's Wizengamot meeting. Malfoy ended up in Azkaban. What a meeting. Lovegood chuckled. Would you be willing to proofread my article this afternoon? I intend to bring out an evening paper today to get a head start on the Daily Prophet. Harry smirked. I will support you. Do you still have time? If so, I'd love to hear about your broom making. Any insider news will be fine. Where did you learn to make brooms? How did you even get the idea of making position brooms in the first place? Harry motioned Connie to begin, and his wife told the editor how Unspeakable Archie had taught them to make their own broom. The first broom you designed was the double broom. Why was that? 2 reasons. Harry grinned. Turtle and I wished to fly together, as she is scared flying by herself. At first, your brooms were released through Nimbus. Why is that? It was not even our idea. Why simply wanted to make a broom for ourselves. Unspeakable Archie then sold it to Nimbus on our behalf, and from that point onwards, the broom making developed more or less on its own accord. We did not have such plans to begin with. When Harry and Connie received the 2 articles from Mr. Lovegood for reviewing, they were stunned. While the editor had only occasionally scribbled one or the other note onto a small parchment, the articles were not only well written but absolutely accurate. Instead of writing a response to give to the owl, Harry decided to simply pop over to the editor's house again and give him the okay for his evening edition. Thank you, Mr. Lovegood. These articles are extremely good. Thank you, Unspeakable Paws. Do you want me to send the evening edition to anyone specific apart from my usual subscribers? Harry remained pensive for a moment. I wish to purchase subscriptions for myself, Connie Potter, Hermione Granger, Lord and Lady Lestrange as well as Professor McGonagall and Unspeakable Croaker please. The editor stared at him in apparent delight. Thank you very much. With tonight's edition, I shall inform the recipients that their subscription is a gift from Unspeakable Paws. Will that be all right? Harry nodded. Yes sir. Thank you, sir. Needless to say, the whole extended family read the evening's edition of the Quibbler with interest. I wouldn't have thought that the Quibbler would be able to produce decent articles. Sirius shrugged. May I make a copy for Melly? Perhaps, I can convince her to relay all information to Lovegood in the future. You can take mine. Connie offered her own copy to Sirius. I don't need my own if I'm together with Harry anyway. Just then, Minerva stepped out of the fireplace, grinning broadly. Do you have a pensieve? I'll just have to show you something. We don't have a pensieve, but I can teach you a charm that will display a memory from the tip of your wand, Lily offered. You'll have to promise to not teach it to anyone though. Of course, I won't tell. Please teach me. Lily swiftly taught Minerva the charm, which the older witch used to show them a memory. Beginning of memory. Minerva was sitting at the sole table in the great hall between the headmaster on her right and Severus on her left side, when an old barn owl brought a newspaper to her. For me? She asked the owl in confusion, before her eyes fell onto a parchment that was attached to the front page. Congratulations to your subscription of the Quibbler. A gift from Unspeakables Paws and Turtle. Oh Merlin. These two never cease to surprise, she thought, before she set to study the front page, noticing that the Unspeakables seemed to have given 2 interviews to Mr. Lovegood, who allowed Unspeakable Paws to speak to the Quibbler about the Wizengamot meeting. Albus suddenly asked in obvious anger. I'm going to kill him. Such an imbecile. Ah, but wouldn't that be a waste? Severus' voice sounded sincere, even if Minerva knew that her colleague had to try hard to not laugh. Considering that he is a recipient of the Order of Merlin First Class and has bet me as the youngest potions master of all times. Albus, I believe that he was fully in the right talking about matters which were decided during the meeting. All the decisions should be common knowledge now anyway. Minerva was torn between feeling amused and annoyed at the old wizard. Oh well, I will not kill anyone, but I believe that in my capacity as the head of the Wizengamot, I will have to send him a howler, considering that I don't have simple means to contact him. Harry had invited Hermione and Draco to arrive an hour earlier than Luna, so that they had time enough to discuss her situation in Ravenclaw. Sorry that I didn't even ask you before inviting her to study with us, he apologized. No need to apologize. Draco smirked. If you believe that she's not too bitchy to study with us, we'll be good. Connie chuckled. No, she's really nice. Are you all right, by the way? She cast Draco an assessing look. Because of father you mean? Connie nodded. He got what he deserved. He's evil, and frankly speaking, I'm relieved. As long as he's at Azkaban, he can't try to influence me and turn me to the dark. Hermione shook her head. He wouldn't succeed anyway. You're completely different from him, even if I've only met him once. When he gave me Tom's diary, Connie added, grimly. Their discussion was interrupted, when an alarm alerted Harry to the fact that a guest had arrived in his suitcase. He quickly popped inside and led Luna out into the living room, stating that there was no need to spend their time in the suitcase when they were at home. He introduced her to Regina, Dolly, Hermione, Neville and Draco. Do you like to fly? Connie cast Luna a questioning look. Sometimes, but not overly though. I'd love to sit on one of the double brooms if one of you would be so kind as to fly with me. I can do that. Neville's voice was still timid, although Harry could not help feeling proud of his friend, who had gained much self-confidence recently. Harry, may I borrow your double broom? In the end, the 6 friends spent hours flying on 3 double brooms, changing partners every now and then, so that by the end of the afternoon, Harry had the impression as if Luna had already become friends with each of them. That was successful. Connie smiled happily, once their friends had returned home. With assisting Severus at Hogwarts, doing research with the Unspeakables and meeting with their friends including Luna, the holidays passed much too fast for Harry's liking. He felt especially annoyed, because their attempts to find a way to give Connie magic remained unfruitful. I think the only of us looking forward to returning to Hogwarts is Hermione, he admitted to Regina and Remis during breakfast on the 1st of September. She can't wait for the elective classes to begin. Remis smiled. Remember that she doesn't have the opportunity to study various matters that you and Connie have. Harry nodded. I know. Mum, are you going to study for the Newts, by the way, now that you've taken your owls? Regina cast him a broad smile. That's what I intend to do, although I believe that we might have other priorities next year. Harry quirked an eyebrow in silent question. Harry, if everything goes well, you'll be a big brother next summer. Harry's eyes widened in surprise combined with delight. Really? That's totally cool. Do you know what it's going to be? The adults exchanged a smile. We don't know, Remis admitted. We just hope that he or she will be healthy without any traits of lycanthropy. And we hope that the baby will be magical, Regina added, smiling. Harry shook his head. My sibling is going to be a completely healthy wizard or witch. I'm sure, and I can't wait to meet him or her. When is the baby going to be born? Probably at the end of May. Harry, what makes you so happy? Connie thought to him. May I tell Connie? She just asked me why I'm so happy. You may tell her. We intend to inform the rest of the family today anyway, even if it's still early, considering what happened to Rebecca a few years ago. We're going to have a little sibling, Harry informed Connie, who dashed into the room in obvious excitement a few minutes later. She was wearing her school clothes and was carrying a rucksack, causing Harry to inwardly grin at her obvious excitement. Regina, Remis, is it true? We're going to have a little sibling. Yes dear. That's too cool. Congratulations. Sorry, I have to go. I'm running late anyway. Come here. I'll pop you over, Harry offered. Why do you have school anyway, considering that it's a Sunday? Connie let out a groan. Some kind of special project. I hope that it'll be over quickly. I'll be back as soon as I can. All right, Harry agreed and gently reached out for her hand. Shall we go? Thanks Harry, Connie uttered. She leaned over and brushed a key onto his cheek, before she held onto his arm, looking at him in clear expectation. She key-ed me, Harry thought. That was strange, but it felt good. He had to keep his hand from touching his cheek, where her key had caressed his skin. I need to get a grip on myself, he reminded himself, before he turned them invisible and popped to a spot around the corner of her school. Did you like it? She thought to him, causing him to blush. Yes, very much so, he admitted, only to feel uncomfortable at the conversation and quickly change the topic. I'll see you later on then. I love you. With that, she released herself from his grip and headed around the corner to join the crowd of students. She is beautiful, Harry could not help thinking, following her with his eyes. Only when she was out of sight, he quickly popped back home. Harry, are you going to take the Hogwarts Express? Regina cast him a questioning look. Harry shook his head. No, I've agreed with Neville, Hermione, Draco and Luna to pop them to Hogwarts on time for the welcoming feast. Artemis promised to inform me, when the carriages arrive from the station. You lot are strange. James and Lily entered the dining room on time to hear Harry's response. Riding the Hogwarts Express was much fun. It's a waste of time, which I'd rather spend at home, won't I, Neve? Harry grinned at his sister, who had turned 2 a month ago. Don't go to Hogwarts. Tay with Neve. Sorry, Neve, but that won't be possible. I'll still have to stay at Hogwarts for 5 more years, Harry replied, somehow feeling annoyed at the idea. I'd rather study with the Unspeakables and live at home to see Neve and the other little ones grow up, he thought. Welcome back, students, welcome new first years to another year at Hogwarts. Dumbledore let his eyes wander over the house tables. Before we begin with the sorting ceremony, I wish to introduce our new teachers. He looked over to the far end of the head table, where Hagrid and an Unspeakable rose from their chairs. From this school year onwards, Hagrid will be our new Care of Magical Creatures professor. Huge applause interrupted the headmaster, as most students liked the always friendly half-giant, Unspeakable Raros will be our professor for defense against the dark arts. Raros. Isn't that Regulus Black, Sirius' brother from Team 5? Harry recalled, only to remind himself that he was neither allowed to let the man know that he was aware of his identity, nor could he tell him that he was Unspeakable. Pause. Oh well, at least he'll be a good teacher, he thought, before he informed Connie about the new professors, while Minerva began with the sorting. Apart from their new elective classes, the school year began like their second year had ended. The third years were happy with their teachers, and the main topic turned out to be their first official Hogsmeade visit as students. Thank Merlin that we're going to have our first Hogsmeade visit this month, considering that the Quidditch season only starts in November, Draco spoke up, as he handed out biscuits from a package he had received from his mother. I wonder why they start so late. Neville shrugged. Right now, the weather would be much better than in November. That's true. Draco took the time to carefully select another biscuit. Some teams need time to train their new players though. Thank Merlin, the Slytherin team is still complete. Harry nodded, gravely. True, but remember that Marcus and a few others are 7th years. Perhaps, we should get a head start and train new players before the end of the school year. That's a brilliant idea. I'll suggest that to Marcus and ask him to make you the new captain. Harry stared at Draco in bewilderment. No, you'd make a much better captain, considering all my other obligations, not to speak of the fact that I belong to Ravenclaw as well. I really don't have the time. But I'll suggest you to him. Before Draco could do as much as protest, Harry telepathically informed Marcus about their discussion. It did not take more than 2 minutes, before a sharp knock could be heard and Marcus entered the room. Thanks for your message, Harry. Draco, I heard that you volunteer for the position of the Quidditch captain. Draco looked wide-eyed from Marcus to Harry. That was not my idea, but if you believe that I can do that, I will. Marcus nodded, and Harry had the impression as if he was relieved. I'll speak with the professor. I'd rather make the change right away, as I really need to concentrate on the Newts. I will still play on the team of course though. Draco agreed, and Marcus dashed away, stating that Salazar was still in the common room. Needless to say that Salazar agreed with the student's suggestion, and 2 days later, the change of the Slytherin Quidditch captain was made public. To Harry's annoyance on the one hand, relief on the other, Ravenclaw followed into Slytherin's footsteps. Martin, who was a 7th year as well, gave up the captaincy in favor of Cho Chang, who had been on the team as chaser almost as long as Harry. However, she was one of the girls, who used to harass Hermione and also Luna, and Harry spontaneously decided to quit the team. I will not play under a captain, who is harassing younger students, he explained to Martin and also to Professor Flitwick. I know what you mean, and I fully understand. Martin let out a deep sigh. I, however, do not understand. I only know that there must be a reason for you to take such measures. Flitwick cast Harry a stern look. Harry let out a deep sigh, before he explained about the harassing that had taken place in Ravenclaw. They made it uncomfortable for Hermione to be in the common room, also for Connie, when she joined me once for a victory party, and they have been hiding Luna's stuff for a whole year, before Lady Helena alerted me to the problem. Since the beginning of this school year, Luna has been studying together with us. She usually only returns to her dormitory by curfew, just like Hermione. Flitwick shook his head in apparent disbelief. Mr. Potter, I wish to see you, Miss Granger and Ms. Lovegood in my office tonight 30 minutes before curfew. Harry nodded in understanding. Yes, sir. We'll be there. Harry and his 2 Ravenclaw friends were accompanied by Connie, Lucy and Helena Ravenclaw, when they approached Professor Flitwick's office at the agreed time. Are you sure that it's all right for me to accompany you? Connie looked questioningly from Harry to Hermione. Hermione nodded. You're the best of us if it comes to talking, plus, you've experienced the bitch's behavior as well. That's true, Connie confirmed, wearing her usual, pleasant expression, when they entered the office. Miss Granger, Miss Lovegood, Mr. and Mrs. Potter, Lucy and Lady Helena, Flitwick greeted them. Please take a seat. As soon as they complied with Lucy stretched out on Harry's and Connie's feet, he turned to the topic at hand. This morning, Mr. Potter told me that he is going to quit the Quidditch team, because I made Miss Chong the captain. Yes sir, Harry confirmed. You might not know this, Connie spoke up, but the 4 of us are always studying together outside of class, together with 2 friends from Slytherin, although Luna is not even in the other's year. May I ask where you are studying? Flitwick eyed them with apparent interest. In my suitcase, which is equipped with a complete apartment, Harry admitted. I placed it into my dormitory in Slytherin, and Hermione and Luna access it by portkey, while Connie takes the flow. Flitwick remained pensive for a moment, probably recalling that they were the students who had been top of their year during the last 2 years. Apparently, you have been studying well. Nevertheless, it is unsettling to hear that students in my house harass other students. Please tell me exactly what you experienced. Let's start with Miss Lovegood. Luna and Hermione explained how the older girls had behaved towards them, and Helena confirmed each of their statements. Harry noticed in relief that Professor Flitwick became more upset by the minute. Why did you not come to me and tell me all about it much sooner? Hermione shrugged. For me, it didn't really matter, as I could study with Harry and the others. Ms. Lovegood, they told me that things would get worse if I gave them away. Luna's voice was barely audible. Ms. Lovegood, I am very sorry that you had to make these experiences. I will see to it that these girls will be suspended for the time being. Can you please give me the names? Hermione and Luna took turns stating the names of the girls, and Flitwick scribbled notes onto a small parchment. Finally, he nodded, seemingly contented. Ms. Granger and Ms. Lovegood, please accompany me to the headmaster's office. Will you please join us as well, Lady Helena? Of course, Professor. The situation in our house has been intolerable these 2 years. Excuse me, sir. Harry cast the half-goblin a pleading look. I do not want the headmaster to know about my suitcase. Could you please make him believe that we simply studied in an empty classroom? Yes, Mr. Potter. You may as well accompany us. No, thank you, sir. Harry's response was fast and firm. One more thing. Mr. Potter, would you be willing to become our Quidditch captain? Harry shook his head. No sir, I am sorry, but I belong to Slytherin as well, and I refused the captaincy there for the same reason. What about Hermione, sir? Ms. Granger, would you be willing to become the captain? Harry, do you think I'd be able to do that? I know nothing about it. Of course, we'll all help you. Connie was the first to reassure her, causing Hermione to grin. Professor, thank you for your offer, which I happily accept. It was almost 2 hours after curfew, when an alarm alerted Harry that someone had arrived in his suitcase. He swiftly climbed downstairs, noticing that Hermione was looking at him wearing a broad grin. Thanks for your help, Harry. The girls have been suspended from Hogwarts until Christmas. I just wanted to let you know. The meeting only ended a few minutes ago. That's good. Thanks for coming over to tell me. I still can't believe that I'm the Quidditch captain. Harry grinned. Draco. He shouted over the stairs. Will you come down here for a moment please? An instant later, the blonde boy joined them, looking questioningly from one to the other. May I introduce Hermione Granger, the new Ravenclaw Quidditch captain, and Draco Malfoy, the new Slytherin Quidditch captain. Harry smirked. Hermione and Draco exchanged a look of surprise and possibly delight. Draco theatrically cleared his throat, before he bowed lightly in Hermione's direction. My fellow captain, would you give me the honor of accompanying me on a date during the next Hogsmeade visit? Yes, my fellow captain, I'd like that, Hermione replied, smiling, and Harry saw that her expression displayed clear happiness. Somehow, Harry also felt happy at the idea of his best friends getting together. Draco just invited Hermione on a date and she agreed, Harry informed Connie in excitement. Her response came immediately. Ah, how cool. Hermione must be very happy. I wonder if I need to invite her on a date, Harry thought. We're going together anyway, considering that she's my wife, aren't we? He wondered if he should consult Hermione about it, however, dismissed the idea, considering that Hermione's situation was completely different from Connie's. Connie. What? She asked in a funny sing-song. I mean, we're going on a date, too, aren't we? Considering that you're my wife. Connie sounded amused, as she replied, if you wish to go on a date with me, I'm in, husband. Too bad that Luna is only a second year. Do you think she'd agree to go on a date with me? Neville looked questioningly at Harry, after Draco had informed him about his upcoming date with Hermione. Harry smiled at his friend. I'm sure that she'd be very happy to go on a date with you, but as you said, she can't go to Hogsmeade. Why don't you accompany us to the village in the morning and meet her for a date in my suitcase in the afternoon? Or at lunchtime. I can ask Dolly to prepare a picnic for the two of you in the living room. Since we'll all be at Hogsmeade, the two of you will be completely undisturbed. Neville cast him a broad grin. Thanks, Harry. I'd like that, and I appreciate it very much. I just hope that she'll agree. Harry chuckled. Believe me, she will. He observed in amusement how Neville cornered their younger Ravenclaw friend after lunch and asked her to accompany him outside for a moment. An hour later, when Harry and Neville took their seats in the potions classroom next to each other for their first afternoon class, his friend was grinning happily. Thanks, Harry. She agreed. Congrats, Harry whispered back and telepathically asked Dolly for a picnic for Neville and Luna for Saturday. On Saturday morning, Harry, Hermione, Draco, Neville and Lucy left the castle together and headed towards Hogsmeade, where Connie was waiting for them just outside the wards. Lucy was the first to notice her and dashed over to jump up at her from all sides in happy greeting. Hi Lucy, I am very happy to see you too, Connie cooed, as she cradled the canine close. While they all had been to Hogsmeade before, it was their first official visit as students, and they were extremely excited. They visited all the shops along the main street, such as Zonko's and Honeydukes, where Harry bought a large bag of sweets for Luna. Finally, they made their way to Flourish and Blots, where they remained until lunchtime. While Neville then swiftly returned to Hogwarts for his date with Luna using a portkey that took him right into Harry's suitcase, the other four decided to have lunch together at the Three Broomsticks before they would separate as well. As we need to be back at Hogwarts at 5 o'clock, shall we meet at the broom shop at 4? Draco suggested, and Harry immediately agreed. We'll be there anyway. Once Hermione and Draco had left, Harry and Connie headed straight to the broom shop with Lucy in tow, where they spent the next 3 hours as Paws and Turtle answering all possible questions from students and other customers. Since the Marauders had announced in advance that Unspeakables Paws and Turtle would be present between 1 p.m. and 4 p.m. on that day, the shop was incredibly crowded with customers as well as students, who just wanted to get a glimpse at the constructors of the brooms. At one stage, Jamie brought an older wizard to Paws. Paws, this is Owen Murphy, the captain of the Irish national Quidditch team. Hello Mr. Murphy, Harry greeted the man, who seemed delighted to meet him. I am Unspeakable Paws, and this is Unspeakable Turtle. What can we do for you? We'd like to buy 2 sets of brooms for all the positions, however, we have some special requirements. Of course, sir. Harry snatched one of the seeker brooms off one shelf and placed it onto the table, motioning Mr. Murphy to take a seat opposite of him and Connie. What might these requirements be? 1. We wish all our brooms to be green. Harry nodded in confirmation. That's no problem, sir. Murphy nodded, seemingly pleased. 2. We wish our brooms to leave a rainbow shimmer behind them as they move. For once, Harry was glad that the man could not see his surprised expression under his robes. Very well, sir. I'll have to check with our charms mistress how to employ that charm during construction. Murphy nodded again. It shouldn't be a problem. Otherwise, contact me and I'll assist with the process. He handed him a small parchment that looked like a Muggle business card. 20 minutes later, they had made a contract for a full set of brooms for the start team and the reserve team of the Irish national Quidditch team, as well as 2 brooms for referees, and even if Harry gave Mr. Murphy a reduction of 20%, the Marauders were absolutely thrilled by the deal. The due date for the complete sets was Christmas, and Harry knew that they had plenty of time to implement the required specifications. I should work on bringing out a special broom for a referee, Harry decided, resolving to work on that specific broom right after finishing the order from the Irish team. Jamie grinned broadly. Next summer, the Quidditch World Cup is going to take place here in Britain. If the other teams won't get to know about the Irish brooms before that, after the World Cup at the latest, all the national teams are going to order their own country brooms. If they get wind of it before the World Cup, which I'd expect frankly speaking, we're going to be busy next spring. When Harry and his friends returned to Hogwarts, Harry could not help grinning broadly. That was really efficient, he thought, contentedly, even if they wouldn't have needed me, as Sirius, Remis and James would have been able to make the same deal with them, considering that they're going to have to produce the brooms anyway. However, when he voiced his thought to Connie, she contradicted vehemently. No, Harry, I think that you'll have to apply Mr. Murphy's wishes during the production process, before you can have the Marauders finish the brooms. You better ask Archie about it. I'll do so, my clever wife. Good night. Night, Harry. Connie leaned over and keyed him, grinning, when Harry shyly reciprocated the key. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.